Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 74. Even after experiencing the chaos of the Third Ninja World War, country to country, ninja village, there are often frictions. But recently, everyone tacitly chose to stop the action. Without him, New Year's Eve is here. Busy year, whether ordinary people or the ninjas who survived by chance on the battlefield all want to enjoy this hard-won peace. Because for them, I don't even know if I will be able to reunite with my family next year. Ninjas are just that. This is especially true in this world where strength is paramount and the weak eat the strong. Rules can restrain the weak, but the strong do not care at all. Maybe your ally today will be able to stab you in the back for profit tomorrow. The New Year's Eve has not officially arrived yet. But Konoha already has a New Year's atmosphere. Many villagers who were grateful to the guards even came to the guards to express their hearts. Bai Ye did not refuse to come here. How could a strong self-discipline reject the kindness of the villagers? Parker thought that if Bai Ye would say anything cheap, don't give it away, and only accept expensive ones. But Bai Ye didn't do that. In the neon second dimension, people give you a gift to give you a face. Cultural differences mean that these people who know little and do not understand big gifts, to a certain extent, their brain circuits are not very clear. But these are only small gaps. Today, it's the day when the guard team builds up and goes out. Over the past year, the guards have worked diligently and made great efforts for the stability of the village. These villagers are watching. Therefore, when the members of the guard team rode police motorcycles and waited for their captain at the entrance of the village, many villagers showed their reluctance. This is the guard team, it's really majestic. We must let the children study hard and join the guard force to contribute to the village in the future. I don't know if Lord Hokage is okay, but he was asked by the guards to keep the village safe these days. Oh, yes, Lord Hokage, it's really hard to say. Enjoy the eyes of the villagers. Nawaka smiled generously and patted Itachi on the shoulder. Good brother, I'll rub your back when we get there. Does it need special emphasis? Itachi glanced at Mr. Tree blankly, then frowned. Since that day, after asking for leave with Captain Bai Ye to no avail, he felt a little strange. This strange phenomenon has been used by members of the guard. Did you ride Lin today? Mr. Shu asked a question very cooperatively. It seems that Bai Ye's pupil power is too strong, so after performing the illusion on Itachi, his sequelae are quite obvious. As if I was afraid of forgetting one thing, I worked hard every day. So he would take a breath from time to time. The name of the art is called Kylin. Distorted look. Itachi roared furiously at Mr. Tree. At this moment, lightning flashed from his body, and fire spewed from his mouth. Say something. Although a victim of illusion. And when you see Uchiha Obito, you will release a new spell just like triggering a passive skill. But there are also benefits. E.g. the ninjutsu, which had been strengthened by Bai Ye dozens of times, was deeply imprinted in Itachi's mind at this moment. He learned a new move for free. According to Bai Ye, Itachi has to learn to be grateful. Bai Ye couldn't wait to see that Itachi launched his own attack after seeing Obito. It is different from the unicorn of Urshizi in the original book. Itachi's Kylin, without the power of heaven and earth, can be activated only by triggering the passive effect. It uses Bai Ye's power, and it has nothing to do with Itachi. To a certain extent, this is definitely a life-saving magic trick. As for why this illusion was released on Itachi, the reason is simpler. Obito was almost crushed to death by his hand, Kyege, so next time he must not dare to approach the guards blatantly and approach himself. But he will definitely find Itachi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for Itachi to turn on Sharingan. Itachi is a chess piece in Obito's eyes, but unfortunately he was almost attacked by this chess piece in the end. Boom! Finally! In the spotlight, Bai Ye's figure appeared at the entrance of the village. Still the iconic cloak of justice. As a clothes hanger, no matter what he wears, it is difficult to hide his handsomeness, and his cloak is obviously specially made, which is much higher than other team members. He is also used to wearing it. But I have to say that Orochimaru is a genius. Bai Ye glanced at his new car with satisfaction. This is a luxury version specially created by Orochimaru, an exclusive car for travel. 2 oversized police motorcycles in front act as power. Then there is a large box, enough to accommodate him and his woman to rest. Joke. A strong self-disciplined. If you are traveling, how can you be your own driver? With that kung fu, isn't it fragrant to experience the car shock of the ninja world? A breeze blows. At this moment, the captain is very arrogant and is looking forward to this trip. Standing at the entrance of the village, Bai Ye waved to the villagers. Tsunade and the others were already waiting in the box. Compared to Bai Ye's thick skin, they were obviously not used to being watched by so many people. As expected of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a glance, Bai Ye saw Sarutobi, who was secretly looking here in the distance. It is estimated that when he leaves, the highly respected Hokage will start his own calculations. I don't know what the surprise will be this time. A peaceful life is often full of expectations. Bai Ye likes to slap him back to his original shape with a slap when third generation thinks he can do it. In his words, it's called playing monkeys. If he jumps too far, then slap him to death. Turn around. Without any nostalgia, Bai Ye got into the carriage. 2 female members of the guard also followed. Because Bai Ye, who was bound to experience the first motorcycle shock in the ninja world, was definitely impossible for male creatures to hear the movement. So the dedicated driver is also determined. But Bai Ye, who entered the box, came out after a few seconds. He held Sasuke in one hand, beckoned to attack it with the other, and looked back at Mikoto, taking advantage of this. Madam, you don't want your child to have an accident, do you? Mikoto's face was flushed, and he didn't dare to say anything, shy with his head down. She didn't want people to know that she was in Bai Ye's car. Godfather, what are you doing? Sasuke was lifted up in the air with a bewildered face, and looked at Bai Ye in confusion. You don't seem to be in trouble yourself. He obediently slept inside. It's okay, it's just not pleasing to the eyes of you. Bai Ye said with a kind face. Is this also the reason? Sasuke, people are stupid. And didn't you always want your brother to accompany you more? Look, don't you want to ride a motorcycle with your brother? Bai Ye followed the induction. Brother-in-law, how can you let Sasuke take my place? Nawaki pouted and stepped out from behind Itachi. Whispering sound. Originally, the seat in the back seat of Itachi was his. You sit with Shan Yang. Bai Ye pointed to the brawny vice-captain with a purple face. Shan Yang took the lead, and carried Nawaki away with love. No way. Mr. Tree has a poor sense of balance. Therefore, the technology of riding a motorcycle needs to be studied. His police motorcycle was only used for 2 days and crashed. Naturally, Tsunade, who was worried about his younger brother, didn't dare to let him ride by himself, so he mixed up with Itachi as he should have. Take over your brother. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Mr. Shu was sitting behind him, twisting and turning behind him along the way. In short, it was very frustrating. If it were his own brother, it would be perfect. The chores are done. Bai Ye got into the box again. Itachi, on the other hand, glanced at the direction of the carriage worriedly, as if he was very worried about the mother inside. There are all the captain's women in there. What's the matter with your mother in there? But his father has no objection, how could he object? Hope, Captain. Shaking his head, Itachi sighed and quickly left with Sasuke in his arms. Boom! When approaching the members of the 100th Guard, start their motorcycles at the same time. Everyone's scalp tingled with the soaring buzz of fame. But it didn't affect Bai Ye at all. When he first came in, he was mentally prepared, and the movement came and went quickly. This time, before leaving, Bai Ye had already told his subordinates. Pack. Pretend to die. It doesn't matter if the entire ninja world is shocked. He just wanted to make a high profile and tell the ninja world. The guards go out, the weak retreat. After working for a year, even ordinary people will feel pressure in this situation, not to mention a group of Uchiha people who are used to pretending to pretend. This time, I came out to vent my stress. The chakra battery is ready, and it doesn't matter if the car is open. Bai Ye's rules are like this. Play, you are open to play. Work, we must take it seriously and go all out. So, when the hundreds of Uchihas of the guards tightened the accelerator and rushed to the country of fire, the whole ninja world is boiling. Many shinobi villages thought that Konoha had made a big move, but after inquiring, they found out that it was a team building. Still a very high-profile team building. The team moved fast. Uchiha's clansmen started racing. Having already known their final destination, they are not afraid of getting lost and losing their way. Everyone is very relaxed. The road is not far or near. Time flies by inadvertently. Bai Ye's luxurious car followed far behind the team. At this time, the two female drivers who were riding the bicycles were pinching their bodies and their faces were flushed. They finally know why the captain asked them to come over as drivers. Captain is so strong. The widow Uchiha, whose husband died on the battlefield, said with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Uchiha Izumi, who was not in trouble next to him, opened his mouth and wanted to ask his seniors what happened in the box. But in the end he didn't have the guts to speak. What time is it? Finally. When the night fell and the moonlight enveloped the earth, the two drivers took a rest to replenish water and exchanged energy for the motorcycle by the way. Bai Ye sorted out his shirt and stuck his head out from inside. From the several small strawberries on his chest, it can be seen that the enemy in this war is quite terrifying. But it was obvious that Bai Ye who came out of it was the only winner. Look around. The resting place seems to be the entrance to an abandoned mine. At first Bai Ye didn't care. But he can't wait for his answer. A voice came from the entrance of the cave, and at the same time, two figures came out. Hey, pariah over there. Do you know where Konoha is? And speaking. A hapless child born blind. Chapter 75. Ninja World. Fire Country. That hidden abandoned hole. At this moment, whether it was the women who popped their heads out of the box, or the two drivers of Bai Ye, with the call of the unfortunate child, all fell into silence. The two drivers twitched silently. And the original blushing, wooden golem sneered. Samui shook his head noncommittally. Mikoto was already tired and fell asleep. Kushina blinked and bit her red lips. The young Uikane and Uzuki Yuin were full of anger. Tsunade's eyes flashed, and he clenched his fists. Pariah? Who gave this unfortunate child the courage to speak to his man like this? This is their common idea. But in fact, among these women, only a few knew Bai Ye's true strength. Have you seen Bai Ye get angry? Suddenly, Kushina said. The girls around were a little puzzled. I don't know why Kushina suddenly asked that. If you're serious, you shouldn't. I don't know what to think of, Yui's red cheeks and powdery cheeks, but I have seen this man's appearance in a serious and angry manner at some point. The cost is serious. She couldn't move that day, and had to rely on Bai Ye to support her to do other things. That's different. Kushina sighed slightly. Nine tails have seen. There's nothing that can't be said. Since they were all stuffed into a box by Bai Ye, everyone was their own. Besides, she's so close to Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto, it's obvious whoever should discover her identity has already discovered it. At that time, 9 tails showed their teeth and claws and barked their teeth at Bai Ye. It seems that it just came out, and I didn't have time to clean up my personal hygiene, which caused some bad breath. That time Bai Ye was angry. Recalling the past scene, Kushina's face is full of remembrance. It was also on that day that he was rescued by Bai Ye, and the huge vitality instantly replenished her impact from the separation of the tailed beast. Even a lot younger, a lot tighter. That day, Bai Ye, who had no breath, was regarded as an ordinary passing ninja. And 3 years ago, no, it was already 4 years ago. The strength of Bai Ye 4 years ago was not as strong as it is now. But that's not something 9 tails can match. So Bai Ye, who was passing by, was hooked by the tone of 9 tails. Certainly. Whether it is Kushina or Bai Ye, they all know that the tailed beast is a mass of energy. There is no such thing as bad breath. Bai Ye, who understood this, was even more angry. Because he knew that 9 tails did it on purpose, and made a stench and grinned at him. Then 9 tails was beaten and turned into Urha on the spot. Obediently following the seal, he hurried back to Naruto's body, and he didn't do anything until Minato sacrificed. Ridiculous. Third Generation thought that the Lost Mountain was destroyed by 9 tails. Only Kushina knew that it was smashed with a fist by an angry man. And now, such a subtle atmosphere makes Kushina feel a little familiar. She felt that the man seemed to be angry again. Bai Ye rarely loses his temper. Be nice to your own woman. So these people have never seen him get angry. Even in Konoha, everyone felt that the captain of the guard was very amiable and easy to talk in his daily life. Only when the law is enforced fairly will it be serious. But seriously, it doesn't mean he's angry. And this man is actually very understanding. When very relaxed, if someone spoils his good mood, he will be as unhappy as a child. It was as if Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted his train of thought at a high-level meeting that day, and at that time he got angry and made Third Generation almost step down from Hokage's position with a direct sentence. If his unfortunate son hadn't died at the right time, Third Generation would have lost his place in Hokage by then. Yes. Who is Hokage? He doesn't care at all. He will only do things according to his own purpose and his own rules. Just like now. When the untouchables attacked, and after seeing the big and small, the people wearing the Tsutsuki costumes appeared. His smile was gone. Who said the strong have a calm mentality? This is not immaturity. And Bai Ye knew a long time ago that he was the kind of person who was bitten by a dog and would turn around and beat the dog to death. He is not an immortal, and he cannot smile when he sees happy things. It is also impossible for someone to provoke and not fight back. He lives like a normal person. Just like normal people, go to the game world, appreciate this world, and integrate into this world. Just like this team building. He doesn't believe that there is any traverser with explosive strength who will enjoy life like him. It is estimated that he is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger and preparing to slap his face when he is obviously powerful. He's not that kind of person. On the contrary, I am strong, I am someone you can't afford to offend, don't mess with me, I just want to enjoy life no matter how cool it is. Today, he was in a good mood. Bai Ye, who takes her confidants to play in the mountains and rivers, treats them as her own family, and wants to have a wonderful new year with them. So, he will never tolerate someone disrupting his plans, let alone this unfortunate child to continue to ruin his mood. Untouchables, I'm asking you. Sorrow frowned. The Tsutsuki tree man held his son, and he keenly sensed a hint of danger. Today, he was planning to bring his son to Earth to show him his future bride. On the moon, the war between the branch house and the clan has ended. There are only 2 of them left now. And according to the prophecy, his son will gain new power in the future, which is enough to destroy this wrong world. To this, Bai Ye, who is familiar with the original work, naturally knows. Shiren met Hinata when he was a child. Using the special method of the Tsutsuki clan, although he is blind, he can see things. It is estimated that their purpose at this time is to sneak a glance at Hinata and let Tsutsuki know his future wife. If everything is according to the original. When the Fourth Ninja War is over, Shiren will get Hanabi's eyes, kidnap Hinata and send her to the reincarnation, and then urge the power of Tensagen to hit the earth and destroy the ninja world. Then this person who is more lustful than him actually tried to give birth to a new ninja world with Hinata. Are your kidneys okay? Bai Ye really wanted to ask this question. But now, Bai Ye didn't want to hear one more word from these two people. Your mightiness. Boom. When the energy in the body soars into the sky. Bai Ye didn't even know how oppressive he was at the moment. Only the women behind him looked at Bai Ye as if they were looking at an immortal. At this moment, there is only shock in their eyes. Have you ever seen the surrounding space distorted by the mere aura? Ge your uncle, Ge. One bite of a pariah's celestial dragons, go back to the moon for Lao Tzu. A grim smile. Bai Ye's figure has disappeared. The next moment, his fist has come to Tsutsuki Shiren's face. Boom. Weird energy fluctuations ripped apart the space. Countless spatial turbulence mixed with violent chakra swept over Sharon's body. In just a moment, Tsutsuki Shiren's body collapsed because he couldn't bear it, and he couldn't die any longer. But the powerful and terrifying fist style did not stop, and even became more violent, and by the way, the Tsutsuki tree man who was shocked and angry beside him was involved in the turbulent flow. The trend of turbulence continues unabated. Under Bai Ye's fist, his body slammed into the passage connecting to the moon. Bai Ye didn't know what this channel was made of. It could even be the backhand left behind by Tsutsuki Hamura, the golden wheel that connected the Tensagen, or the energy of this thing would be transmitted directly to the moon itself. He doesn't care at all. What if Sharon died? Plot? What does that thing have to do with him? The terrifying fist wind swept the entire passage. And in front of Bai Ye, the trees around the cave also flew upside down because of this punch. 0-0. With this punch, even Bai Ye didn't know how big the coverage was. But just one punch could not make him feel better. After Tsutsuki Shiren and Tsutsuki Shiren were killed in seconds, he raised his fists again, aimed at the passage and started a stormy attack. One punch, another punch. All the surrounding trees were uprooted, and the soil mixed with gravel formed a storm tornado that swept forward at an extremely fast speed. Heaven and earth conscience. Bai Ye didn't use any moves. It's just a venting of the energy in the body. The thing of power, in the end, is a return to its originality. When your strength is strong enough, any move resistance is futile. Behind. Whether it's Bai Ye's confidants, or the two drivers of the guard. They are completely stupid now. The first time. For the first time, they saw the irascible Bai Ye. Is this what angering Bai Ye will end up being? That's horrible. Fortunately, this guy is very good to his woman, but he doesn't have to worry about domestic violence. The captain is really strong. The widow of the guard was excited. On the other hand, Uchiha Chuan opened his mouth wide, apparently still in shock and did not regain his senses. Look at the moon. An exclamation came. Uzuki Xian stretched out her finger and pointed to the air. The night is full of moon. This is a full moon. What's shocking is that at this moment, the moon started to tremble violently along with Bai Ye's vigorous moves with punch after punch. The surface of the moon that is actually connected in this channel. The terrified girls trembled all over, as if they were being pushed into the car by Bai Ye. Even Samui and Wooden Golem were shocked and didn't know what to say. That is the moon. The land of thunder split by Susanoo is not a concept. Open your mouth wide. When they sluggishly discovered that the moon had changed again under the ordinary attack of punch after punch, they became a little numb. Because they know. Starting today, Moon. I'm afraid it will never be round again in the future. This moment, everyone in the ninja world raised their heads to look at the sky, and all exclaimed in their hearts. The moon was bitten by a dog. Chapter 76. New Year's Eve is approaching. When the family reunites, people experience the hardships of the past year and sit together to enjoy the future. Many people will choose to eat a delicious barbecue at this time and enjoy the beautiful moon. Even this time of year, Akatsuki will also give members a vacation. And this time, at the entrance of a cave in the Kingdom of Rivers, a creepy humanoid came out. Yes. Is something. It's just a human form, so it's okay to call it a human. The thing was black and white, and its head was surrounded by pitcher plants. The white side seemed a little tired, and its eyes were completely closed. God knows what happened to White Zetsu. How much energy did he spend trying to save Obito? The Hashirama cells cultivated from the sacred tree were also wasted a lot. The White Zetsu at this time has not been strengthened by the crazy Yakushi Kabuto. It has not reached the point where 100,000 White Zetsu can be mass-produced. On a daily basis, they acted as the intelligence department, collecting information about the tailed beasts in the major ninja villages. But no one thought that Obito's injury would be so serious this time. After lying down for so many days, I was only able to move a little. Obito is such a piece of crap. I haven't done much of the business, but my ability to do things has improved a lot. This is the inner portrait of Black Zetsu. Tired. 007 Black Zetsu sighed slightly. He could see that Obito didn't seem to be planning to resurrect Uchiha Madara as originally planned and wanted to complete Project Tsuki no Mi on his own. There's really nothing wrong with that. After all, the method Obito already knows, the new world can only tolerate one god leading the world. What does it mean to be with Madara? But Black Zetsu is well aware that Obito alone is not enough. When Obito is educated by the ninjas in the ninja world, he will understand this question. So Black Zetsu is not in a hurry. However, the ability to easily label Obito into such a Uchiha Bai Ye made Black Zetsu very jealous. Ugh! An eventful autumn. When did Konoha's guard captain become so strong? Never heard of this guy at all. The mother is really ill-fated. But soon, the stage of accumulating capital of Xiao's organization is almost completed, and it will not be too long before the completion of the plan. Thousands of years have been waiting. Black Zetsu is clearly not short of this time. With expectation and filial piety in his eyes, he raised his head. He basically stopped like this every night and looked at the moon for an hour. Over the years, he has developed a habit. FK. Today, when Black Zetsu looked up, he was shocked. Is the moon twitching? Tremble. Twitch. It's like being hit hard by someone. At this time, the moon was like a madman, swaying in the air. Is there something wrong with the six paths planetary devastation that seals my mother? This is what Black Zetsu thought in an instant. He looked at all this in surprise, kneeling on the ground reverently, as if welcoming his mother's arrival. As an absolute filial son in the ninja world, no one is more filial than him. Even if the power is not enough, he can also prepare for his mother, he can even prepare for 1,000 years. I wonder if Uchiha Itachi would feel ashamed if he knew about such behavior. Is it possible that mother's power is returning? Is it the mother who is impacting the seal? Black Zetsu was uneasy, but he was extremely excited and looking forward to it. But if he thinks about it carefully, he also understands that this is impossible. Six Paths planetary devastation not only sealed the Gedo statue of the Ten Tails body, but also extracted all the chakras in it and turned it into the current nine-tailed beast. In other words, if the nine-tailed beast did not return to move the toilet, the mother's power would not be restored. That is the origin of the divine tree. The bigger possibility is that there is something wrong with the Tsutsuki family on the moon. Some people are even attacking the surface of the moon with brute force. It has to be said that Black Zetsu is smart. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, plus a Nagato, can't be played. But no matter what, the more severely damaged the moon is, the lower the seal on the mother will be. Black Zetsu knows this very well. To know. Even if the 9-tailed beasts are collected, if all goes well, the mother's resurrection form will not be complete. Instead, under his own influence, he used the power of 10 tails to activate infinite Tsukuyomi, absorbs the chakra of the ninja world, and resurrected in a preemptive form with the help of the body of 10 tails Jinkra Ki. That is only the first step in resurrection. After all, the goddess of Mao Mao, the ancestor of chakra, how could she use someone else's humble body? The final resurrection still has to collect all the scattered chakra, obtain the sealing power beyond the 6 paths planetary devastation, and rescue the mother's body inside. That is the real resurrection. And now, as the moon is the body of 6 paths planetary devastation, the power of the seal will definitely become weaker due to the destruction of others. No matter how you look at it, it's good for your future plans. Good brother, whoever it is, I Black Zetsu thank you. Black Zetsu said sincerely. So, good brother, please make sure to increase your efforts. If you directly smash the moon, it will be much more enjoyable than collecting tailed beasts yourself. At that time, although the power of the mother's body will be very weak, it is also comparable to ordinary people. Don't forget that the mother is from the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki clan is very strong in itself. It is said that before eating the fruit of the divine tree, the mother can put a piece of garbage that has thoughts on her with just one look. And as the incarnation of his mother's will, he also knows some secrets. For example, the Tsutsuki family not only came to the earth with their mother, but also one person seemed to be severely injured by the hand of the mother. However, these are not what should be paid attention to right now. Black Zetsu was still kneeling reverently on the ground, begging the man who attacked the moon to increase his strength. Ninja World. When people discovered the abnormality of the moon, they all began to watch the changes of the moon. They naturally also discovered that the corner of the moon was like a dog gnawing, and a gap appeared from the full moon. People don't know what's going on. But this kind of miraculous sight, obviously they have never heard of it in this life, saw a new one. However, some people are worried about what to do if the full moon is not seen in the future. However, these have nothing to do with Bai Ye. In the land of fire. The mysterious cave exit. Bai Ye just used his ordinary fist to attack the passage connecting the moon with one punch after another. Are you ready? Bai Ye grinned. The right fist began to charge. A full blow? No, those just don't count. The finisher is here. Boom. The originally extremely brave and violent aura was boosted again in an instant. A golden dragon hovered above his right arm. At this moment, his power has soared again. 8 inner gates? No, that thing is useless to buy yet. The power of 8 inner gates comes from breaking the limit of one's own power, breaking through 100% of human's own potential, and consuming all potential in one go. But if a person himself has achieved the upper limit that human beings can bear, that forbidden technique is obviously useless. Roar! Roaring golden dragon! Bai Ye's fist swung out. In an instant, the devastating attack directly wiped out the channel that originally had a strange power and even connected to the moon itself. It wasn't that he couldn't destroy this passage before. Instead, compress the power, and then directly attack the moon body through the channel. So even if he didn't look up, he knew what the moon looked like now. When I read the original, that Tensagan's pupil technique golden reincarnation burst can pierce the moon, and now he is separated by such a long distance, can he achieve that level? Boom! The power of destruction erupted. The channel completely collapsed. And Bai Ye also raised his head and looked at the moon. Jitter. Shaking more violently than before. The moon was crumbling in space, and it was beaten abruptly and deviates by a lot of distance. People can see with the naked eye that the moon has become a lot smaller. And the trembling continued. It seems that a force is desperately trying to stabilize the stability of the moon. Is Satsuki Hago Romo shot? Bai Ye chuckled lightly and shook his fist. But even if it was you, if I punched it in front of the body of the moon, I wouldn't be able to maintain the seal, right? The fist can penetrate the golden wheel of the moon and explode, and the piercing effect caused by it can be different. From the point to the surface, the lethality of the fist is stronger because of its smashing ability. His punch is far more powerful than the golden wheel. After all, he is standing on the earth now. The Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land must have increased the seal to maintain the stability of the moon. Certainly. This is just Bai Ye's guess. He was sure that if his fist hit the moon, neither Six Paths planetary devastation nor Satsuki Hago Romo could stop that moon from collapsing. Moreover, this is not Bai Ye's limit at all. If I had to say it, this punch could be regarded as surpassing the ordinary punch, and it didn't even reach the level of a serious punch. You still have to exercise well and be a competent captain. Bai Ye said with some emotion. The storm subsided. I don't know how long it took. It was found that the changes of the moon had stopped. Black Zetsu was a little disappointed. People in the ninja world just lamented that the moon has become smaller, and there is a gap, and some 4.6 are surprised. Only at this moment. In the vast expanse of space. The moon trembled involuntarily. The rubble circles the entire moon. Gravity seems to have been destroyed, and the palace built after the branch house destroyed the Zong family was crumbling. Eyes turned to the interior of the moon. After many obstacles, and the power of the seal that isolates everything, a crouching figure came into view. With pale skin and long blue-white hair, she has a delicate and beautiful face, with 2 horns on her head, and her nails that have not been cut in 1,000 years look very long. She was wearing a white dress with a black tomo pattern. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Seemingly confused, the woman's white pupils looked around. Who is disturbing the concubine's sleep? Her voice was cold and didn't seem to have any emotion. But around, there were only a few echoes from her voice. Between doubts, she suddenly covered her forehead and glanced at her hair that was completely messed up because of the rapid rotation. Imprisoned in power. In addition to her immortality. Suppressed like a normal person. And most ordinary people are put in the ball, and after strong rotation and vibration, there is only one feeling. That is dizzy. Chapter 77. Ninja World. Fire Country. It's a sunny day. Bai Ye's mood was obviously much better after he let out a lot of fun last night. But right now, our captain of the guard is staring at a strange rabbit face to face. Yes. After killing Satsuki and his father last night, Bai Ye didn't choose to hurry, but stayed where he was and planned to rest for the night. Hurrying on the road at night, especially after the moon was beaten down by one size, the moonlight began to become weak, which was in line with the size of the blue star in the previous life. Hurrying on the road at night will always affect sleep, is not it? This is a vacation, not to go to the battlefield. Buddhists such as Bai Ye naturally choose how they feel comfortable. To his surprise, when he got up the next day, his women were chattering around a snow-white rabbit. Out of curiosity, he also came over to check the situation. This is a strange, but very beautiful rabbit. The whole body is snow-white, and the soft hair looks extremely dazzling in the sun. Occasionally, a flash of white light flashed across his red pupils. On the rabbit's forehead, a strange pattern resembling 9 tomo rin egan is engraved on it. The ears did not stand up like other rabbits, but they were softly carried back. And when the rabbit saw him, he walked slowly in front of him with a graceful step. Immediately afterwards, one person and one rabbit started to look at each other. So, what breed are you? Bai Ye fell into contemplation. This rabbit is not ordinary at first glance. 29. The body is covered with a strange energy, and the fluctuation of the soul is not something that ordinary small animals should have. But whether it's white eyes or Sharingan, there's nothing novel about this rabbit except that he can feel a huge chakra in his body. Weird soul, déjà vu. Cute appearance, but it gives the illusion that this rabbit is noble. I've never heard of a rabbit in a tailed beast. Bai Ye scratched his head, his face puzzled. Is it because he traveled through, so it brought a chain reaction? Whether it was the original book or the Boren's Huan from the previous life, he had never heard of this kind of creature. In addition to the good chakra in the body, this rabbit also has a very strong soul. And just now, Tsunade wanted to hug it, but was rejected by it, and returned a sharp and disgusting look. Bai Ye also understands that this is a human rabbit. Something like Parker? But Bai Ye understands that if this rabbit wants to beat Parker, hundreds of Parkers are no match. Strange, what the hell are you? Bai Ye touched his chin and looked at the rabbit again with great interest. A concubine is not a thing. The concubine is the noble goddess of Mao, the ancestor of Chakra. Rabbit was full of pride, raised his head gracefully, and stared at the man who was examining himself. That's right. She really isn't an ordinary breed. But the real Tsutsuki Kagaya, the soul incarnation of the goddess of Uzumaki. The cause of things is also very simple. Hesitating Bai Ye's violent attack, the completely closed Six Paths planetary devastation, although it was sealed with the blessing of Sage of Six Paths, was torn apart by a gap. Her own power is suppressed, but Kagaya's soul power is still strong. As if she had released Black Zetsu before she was sealed. But the rabbit at this time is completely different from Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu has the ability to think independently, and this rabbit, she is the sole representative of Kagaya. After absorbing some of Bai Ye's remaining chakras in Moon Mountain, she finally had the strength to use her soul power and the few chakras to create an avatar. Then, she followed the broken passage from the moon to the earth, and finally came to the earth with a little chakra absorbed from Bai Ye. But when she came over, the passage was finally completely shattered by Bai Ye's energy residue. In other words, it is impossible for her to go back to the moon now. If it weren't for the power remaining in her body, the same as Bai Ye's, she wouldn't be able to pass through the channel that had been scrapped, and would definitely be smashed into slag by the violent power of destruction. This was also the reason why Bai Ye felt a deja-like aura from her. As for why Bai Ye didn't recognize Tsutsuki Kagaya. Joke. Would you regard the always strange rabbit as the goddess of Mao? Obviously not. He hasn't seen Kagaya, and he doesn't even know what Kagaya's chakra feels like. Naturally, he doesn't know that this rabbit is the incarnation of Kagaya's soul. Kagaya, this is a man powerful enough to tear apart the existence of the Six Path Seal. The first impression was when Kagaya appeared at the exit of the passage in the form of a rabbit and saw Bai Ye. From the familiar power within her body, she could naturally feel this. And she was a little sure. Kagaya, the guy who makes the concubine upside down and dizzy is him. Take a look at the channel that has been completely destroyed. Rabbit Kagaya's original red eyes turned into white pupils. She opened her white eyes, first looked around, and then decided to stay. The world 1,000 years ago was completely different from 1,000 years later. Kagaya also doesn't know where to find his alternate will. I don't know if the incarnation of the will has carried out the infinite Tsukuyomi plan well. Want to know? But no clue for now. Kagaya, stay and watch this horrible man. This is Kagaya's idea. In addition, there is a more important reason to attract her to stay. That is, she can clearly feel the pure energy in this man. And the aura that Ruao exudes can actually nourish her soul damage. Stay, just by absorbing that breath, you may be able to return to peak state without releasing infinite Tsukuyomi in the future. Kagaya, what kind of existence is this? Doubt flashed in Rabbit's eyes. She was sure that this man was far more powerful than anyone in the Tsutsuki clan. When did such a person appear on Earth? Possessing the power of his two incompetent descendants, he also possesses the bloodlines of Yamura and Ui. But stronger than his two children. She was puzzled. Want to know the answer? Why is this rabbit so close to you? Hong Yui resisted the thought of picking up the rabbit and licking it, and asked Bai Ye curiously. It's not that she doesn't want to lick, but once they get close to the rabbit starts to look at them with disdain, and that extremely awkward feeling will appear in their hearts. No, we don't deserve to touch her. Yes, that kind of arrogant expression. Maybe I'm handsome. Bai Ye responded leisurely. Don't bother to care what breed you are. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and touched it. But apparently, Kagaya was ready for that man's disgusting caress. He even thought about how to absorb the pure energy that remained on him. But the man didn't play cards according to the routine at all, he directly held her by the ear and lifted her into the air. Kagaya furious, mortals! Dare to do so? This rabbit? Still angry? And the expressions are so rich. Certainly not ordinary. Bai Ye suddenly felt novel. Can you speak? Just like Parker. Bai Ye approached the rabbit with an inquisitive face. Kagaya, a concubine will naturally. But just don't tell you. With a face full of indifference, Rabbit felt a little awkward to put the man's face in front of him, and slowly turned his face to the other side. Millennium Seal. Kagaya has also grown a lot. Her strength is still very weak compared to this man. Weak, we must avoid the crisis brought by exposure. She is the goddess of Mao. What if this man has other thoughts? Following Kagaya's idea. That is, when she absorbs enough power, and then appears in front of this man as the goddess of Mao, giving this man permission to lick his feet is a great kindness. But now, can only endure the humiliation. Forget it, forget it. Bai Ye shook his head. Although this rabbit is novel, it seems to be able to absorb some of the breath that he unconsciously emits to become stronger. But this? No threat to him at all. Don't say that now this rabbit can be pinched to death. Just let this rabbit absorb his own power 007 to death, it is estimated that the only option in the end is to explode and die. What can happen to a beautiful rabbit who is not afraid of threats? Bai Ye squinted his eyes and said that he hadn't had breakfast yet. Eating meat for breakfast is a bit greasy, but he is not unacceptable. Rabbit meat should be delicious, right? You dare! Mortal! The concubine is the ancestor of Chakra. The terrified Kagaya was horrified, and quickly took a few steps back. Those red eyes also turned into white pupils, and there was a faint pressure on her body. Is this desperate? Bai Ye ignored the opponent's coercion with a smile and lifted her into the air again. Well, anyway. Look at the mother and father first. Kagaya? The goddess of Mao was stunned. What does this man say again? How could the ancestor of Ben Chakra look so noble, how could he be a dirty man? And this thing is also used to break open the ancestor of this chakra. Rabbit's legs kicked fast. The two front paws shyly protected the chest. The goddess of Mao who desperately resisted was finally seen by Bai Ye. Mother! Bai Ye knew it in his heart and let go of the rabbit's ears. What made Bai Ye curious was that the rabbit seemed to understand what it meant to be shy and frightened. She ran to a haystack and shoved her head directly into it, giving off an air of uncleanness all over her body. After that, she pulled out her head from time to time and glared at Bai Ye angrily. This rabbit! Around! Bai Ye and his sisters were all messed up. You say it's a rabbit? Is it anyone's fault? And why does it feel like she is the queen when a rabbit is staring at them? But at this moment, Kagaya, who was being watched, had only one feeling. Earth is too dangerous. People on Earth are horrible. For no reason. She had a feeling of regret about leaving the moon this time and condescending to come to the Earth. Chapter 78. In a small border town at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. The small town belongs to the country of Soup, and the east is the endless sea of the country of water. If you continue to walk in the northeast direction, you will reach the territory of the country of thunder. This place is still some distance from Yunja Mountain. Members of the guard are resting here. And Bai Ye, who was late, also chose to stop and walked around the city with a group of girls. But it's different from before. There was a snow-white rabbit in Bai Ye's arms. This bunny is as weird as ever. Since it was forced to check the male and female by Bai Ye, its gaze towards Bai Ye has always been a little complicated. And apart from Bai Ye, no one else was allowed to hold him at all. This makes Tsunade and the others jealous. But Kagaya dismissed it. Weak mortals also want to touch the noble body of the ancestor of Chakra? Stop dreaming. With one more pet, Bai Ye doesn't have the mind to eat rabbit meat anymore. This rabbit was different from all the rabbits he knew, and it didn't have that strange animal smell. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. Stay around and have fun. It's a good life to feed the rabbits while walking the dog. Captain, the people of Tang's Higuo seem to be wary of us. The bodyguard Uchiha Izumi said cautiously. It's not normal. Bai Ye said as a matter of course. You must know that this is the first time that the entire guard has been dispatched. Those who have always wanted to detect the truth of the guards, those who probed their own intelligence, will all come out to get close to them. Take a step back. Even if they don't want to probe for information, so many ninjas wandering outside are enough to attract attention. But are you sure you don't want to take a good turn? The scenery of the country of soup is good. Although the hot spring is not as comfortable as the one on Yunja Mountain, it is not too bad. Looking at the Uchiha spring curiously, Bai Ye was a little puzzled. He had already given his two drivers a holiday, so there was no need to follow him all the time. The guard's trip this time is entirely for relaxation. He doesn't need any guards either. Captain's safety is the most important thing. Uchiha Izumi said solemnly. Even if you have seen the strength of the captain, it is two different things to protect the captain. There is a team member next to him, and if the captain has any orders, he can arrange it immediately. This is your responsibility. This is a serious little girl. However, Bai Ye had seen her move before her best friend invited her, and knew that Uchiha Chuan wanted to relax too. Bai Ye smiled gently, then put his hand on her little head. Forget about work this month. Go to play. Quan's face turned slightly red, and he finally struggled and nodded shyly and left. Fake man. In Bai Ye's arms, the arrogant Kagaya sneered. But she couldn't understand it. The strength of this man is so strong, why is that weak girl standing by his side in the name of protection? And Uchiha Bai Ye, why is this strong man so kind to those weak ones? She doesn't understand at all. Thousands of years ago, she was the revered goddess of Mao. Her Majesty, even those of her maids did not dare to look at her. In her opinion, this is the pride of the strong. But this man put down his pride and hung out with a group of weak people all day. And also, Kagaya raised his head, and two blushing blushes appeared on the bunny's cheeks. What she couldn't understand was that. Why is this human being so obsessed with matchmaking? It could go on without a break for a night. For future generations? Kagaya simply can't understand, the descendant, if necessary, can't it be made by mixing the wool of the world with chakra? That's how her two unfilial sons were made. On the one hand, she felt that no one was worthy of her. On the other hand, she felt that reaching her level or Bai Ye's level would not be easy to obtain offspring. Obviously these weak women are not eligible to conceive. If I insist, I may still have some opportunities when I was at my peak. But do not make jokes. How could the concubine bred him offspring? Kagaya stared at Bai Ye coldly. This rabbit is staring at you, why did you provoke it? The next to Yui Hong blinked, and said to Bai Ye extremely puzzled. Did I mess with it? Bai Ye's mouth twitched. Although I can't get it, my girls have obviously been conquered by Xiao Bai's cuteness and fun. Yes. After this, rabbit always followed behind him and seemed to plan to stay by his side. Bai Ye also accepted it as a pet. And it's a random name. Glancing at Xiao Bai's loose big teeth, Bai Ye pouted. After checking the male and female, the rabbit was clearly in a hurry. He even opened his mouth to bite him. But in terms of his physical quality, let alone a rabbit, even a tailed beast would have broken his teeth in one bite. So Xiao Bai was unlucky and started to have a toothache. However, the aggrieved expression on the rabbit at that time also made Bai Ye feel cute. Just a rabbit. It's good to pass the time when you have nothing to do. Travel. Naturally do whatever you want. If you just move forward with one goal, you have set an endpoint for your journey. So what's the point of this trip? For Bai Ye, going wherever you want is a trip that just goes. As long as the destination passes by in the end, his footsteps will not be delayed. He made no specific plans. But this month he has a very fulfilling life. Go to the land of snow to play in the snow, go to the land of thunder to enjoy the scenery on the top of the mountain, go to the land of earth to see the wonders of towering stones, and go to the land of wind to experience the desert. And now, he took his women to the second stop. On the beach in the east of the land of soup. Beach, seaside. Tsunade and Samui were wearing swimsuits and looked at each other in disapproval. The competition is also something that Bai Ye likes to see. Mikoto and Kushina played with each other, sitting on the beach and making sand sculptures. Uzuki Yuin and Yuri Hong also became warm during the trip, and were playing with water with their feet. Only wooden golem, she stared at Bai Ye with extreme caution. Certainly. She couldn't be guarding Bai Ye. At this time, Bai Ye was lying on a reclining chair with a parasol on his head. He is comfortable wearing sunglasses. And next to him, is a cute little lounge chair and a small umbrella. Bai Ye is very kind to his people and his pets. In order to let this rabbit understand how powerful his owner is, he specially made such a cute small reclining chair and umbrella. But this rabbit is very disciplined on it. He didn't look like Bai Ye, with his navel facing the sky. Even lying there, after sipping the radish juice, he would elegantly pull the tissue next to him to wipe his mouth. What an extravagant rabbit! However, the rabbit would look at Bai Ye from time to time, and then enter a daze. Obviously. Kagaya's heart is also stunned, and he is also extremely doubtful. She couldn't understand at all, as a strong man, why didn't he go to rule the world and bring a group of weak women to the beach? And looking at the appearance of this man, it seems that he is quite satisfied with this situation. Incomprehensible. Totally incomprehensible. Naturally, she didn't understand Bai Ye. His happiness, only he can understand. The sea breeze is warm. The sun is mild. The man got up and walked to the beach, and opened his arms under Bai Ye's gaze, as if he wanted to embrace the whole world in his arms. At this moment, he faces the sea and is extremely satisfied with his life. Another new year. Spring season. Bai Ye's mood is very good. There are beautiful women to accompany, loyal younger brothers, professional thugs and guards, and 2 or 3 friends. Facing the ocean, spring and blossom. This is the life of his Uchiha Bai Ye. It is also happiness that ordinary people do not understand. Unintelligible. This is not what Kagaya said, but what Wooden Golem said after communicating with Airway, who had been secretly observing her. The power of the ancestors has the same root and the same source, and people can't help but surrender. Why is this power felt in a rabbit? Two Tails looked solemn. As one of the few females among the 9-tailed beasts, it is fortunate to continue to exist in Wooden Golem's body, but it has not been pulled out. But since it is a tailed beast, it can naturally feel things that ordinary people cannot. This bunny is scary. This is the thought that came to Niao when he saw Kagaya for the first time. Especially now. Bai Ye is busy embracing his good life. The rabbit seemed to feel the gaze of wooden golem, and then walked gracefully step by step. Immediately after, its eyes met those of wooden golem. Next moment, inside the sealed space within Jinkraki's body, two tails and rabbits, one big and one small, started a new round of eye contact, and at the same time there was a spiritual body by wooden golem. She looked at this scene in shock. The rabbit in front of her came to her sealed space with ease. What is this product? Kaguya glanced at Airway, and then seemed to understand. Is this the carrot that I separated from 10 tails? And this woman is the Jinkraki who uses this chakra. Kaguya glanced at wooden golem, lost in thought. She could easily absorb Airway's power, but before she started, she remembered a scene from last night. The woman, wearing a strange dress with cat ears, cried out to her perpetrator, Uchiha Bai Ye, as she continued. Obviously, Kaguya couldn't understand the mentality of those women in Bai Ye. Crying, laughing, and wanting? Very cheeky, is it worth the effort for future generations? Kaguya doesn't understand and doesn't know the mystery, but I always think these people are enjoying it. As for this Jinkraki, it doesn't seem like a simple plaything. The man doesn't seem to forgive himself if he moves. That meant that he couldn't stay by the man's side, absorbing his more pure energy than the tailed beast chakra. Eventually, Kaguya gave up on her idea. She obviously still understands the truth of whether to eat a full meal or a full meal. With a dodge, she left the sealed space by wooden golem, took a sip of juice gracefully, and then pointed at wooden golem with the little paw that wooden golem stretched out. This means 10 clearly. She wants a refill. But too lazy to do it. That tailed beast, Jinkraki, figure it out for yourself. She is the ancestor of Chakra, the goddess of Mao. How can there be a reason to refill it yourself? Chapter 79. Konoha. Just when Bai Ye embraced life and enjoyed the good times, the New Year's Eve officially begins. Konoha's atmosphere is high, as Hokage, Sarutobi is very busy. It was difficult to wait until the guards were not there. Sarutobi seized the opportunity and tried his best to build a presence in the village. Now he already knows that if Bai Ye is not happy, he will roll down from Hokage's position with just a word. Must seize the time to make up for his prestige in the village. Taking advantage of the special feeling of being pitted by his son's death, he has to do more. The guard is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people? Then do better than the guards. Pity. These days, the effect is somewhat indescribable. Anbu's ninjas were so busy, the villagers didn't even say thank you. Sarutobi said he was a little tired. You lost weight. Konoha Prison. The place where some of the most vicious criminals are kept. The environment is gloomy and humid, naturally needless to say. Insufficient food and clothing are the norm for criminals here. In the innermost compartment, Danzo looked coldly at Sarutobi with emotion on his face. This old boy actually came to console himself. Danzo, I need your help. Sarutobi, who finally realized that without Danzo, could not achieve great things, said sincerely. There are some things that Anbu can't do alone. For example, self-directed and acted some scenes of Konoha crisis. Another example is to make yourself a hero who saves the village. These all require cooperation. Now two sons are all killed. Mitokado Homura also officially broke with Asuma and Shinoshuke because of his death. It's the taste of Yuta and Koharu. Seeming to think of something, Sarutobi smiled slightly. Aren't you thin too? Danzo snorted, took the meal from Sarutobi and started eating. Prison visits are allowed. But Danzo's popularity is average, and he can add food to himself. This is the 010th time. Whether you believe it or not, this old man has never forced your wife. While eating, Danzo said vaguely to Sarutobi. The tools for committing the crime have been confiscated, and there is no need for him to tell lies. The old man doesn't blame you anymore. To Danzo's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with relief. Whether you believe it or not, the old man has already let go. The eyes flickered, and Sarutobi smiled strangely. Danzo noticed that he was thin, so of course he was really thin. And these days he is running around, and those who want to take revenge have already finished their revenge. Also like Shimura dance in front of him. You put a hat on the old man, and the old man puts it on you too. Everyone owes each other. Whether it is Danzo's wife or Mito Kato Homura's underground lover Yudatan Koharu, they are all very satisfied with the ape demon who can freely change and control. However, recently, the ape demon has a somewhat ambiguous attitude, complaining to him that the working environment is too humid, and wants to change jobs. But this is obviously not something that ape magic can say. As the strongest summoning beast of the strongest Hokage, how can he be the strongest even if he can't bear this grievance? Danzo, here's your chance. Uchiha Bai Ye took all the guards to the team building, and now there is no guard force in the village. Sarutobi, who put down his grievances and completed his revenge, said solemnly. If we operate well this time, maybe we can save you directly from prison. I don't think you like this cell, do you? Is this a collaboration? Danzo snorted but didn't refuse. Only in prison will people know the value of freedom. For him, there is no other option now. Think of this. Danzo looked at Sarutobi's face and couldn't help but feel a kindness, but also felt that Sarutobi's old wrinkled face suddenly became a lot more pleasing to the eye. Really? Even if he was disgusted with this old partner, he was still able to help himself in times of crisis. At least he has me in his heart. For some reason, Danzo felt a different emotion. He, who was confiscated his tools for committing crimes, would always recall how you chased after the two when they were children. It turned out that only truly into loneliness. Only he can find the habitation of the soul. So even this time Sarutobi came with a purpose. He still did not refuse. Instead, he was full of surprises and happily agreed to Sarutobi's invitation to fight back. Yes. They always work so well together. One bright and one dark. For him, he is willing to be the root hidden in the darkness of Konoha, and give all the goodness to this man. As always. Their relationship has never changed. Looking at that old face, Danzo felt a little sour for some reason. They are all old. After fighting for a lifetime, the most intimate person turned out to be his enemy. This moment, he took the initiative to raise his glass to touch Sarutobi. Friends for many years. Meet and laugh at each other. But whether the so-called friendship has deteriorated. Only Danzo, whose tools were confiscated, knew about it. Sarutobi didn't notice this, and followed Danzo to drink and peck, and the two chatted happily. Even when he was so happy, at Danzo's kind invitation, he took the initiative to summoning the ape demon, and arrogantly introduced his weapon to Danzo. But when spirits get in your throat, Sarutobi stumbled into a coma in the cell. Hazy room. He seemed to see Danzo pick up the ape demon and gesture to himself. Tonight. In this village, there is an infatuated father-in-law. There is also an ape demon who crazily abused human pervert in his heart. The working environment he strongly demanded to be changed turned out to be even worse than before. New Year's Eve. People family reunion. And they all found their own happiness. The little story of the prison cell of the New Year's festival also opened its own chapter. And when everyone is looking for happiness, it is still the small border town of Tang's Higuo. Bai Ye admired the night view alone and took a pleasant walk in the street. After playing at the beach for a day, I came back here to soak in the hot spring, and then have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the time to leave this small town. Their journey has just begun, and they are going to Yunja Mountain next. It is estimated that Raikage and his subordinates are waiting anxiously. Maybe other people in the ninja village will definitely be on guard when they see Bai Ye traveling so arrogantly. But compared to others, Raikage was relieved. He knew how strong Bai Ye was. Since it is said to play, it is to play. For Cloud Shinobi Village, it's also a good time to get on the lap. Resist? Do not make jokes. Seeking profit and avoiding the strong believers, this is the essence of Cloud Shinobi Village's martial arts. Just like the one that Hokage added to the contract when he left Konoha. If one day Captain Bai Ye wants to fight for the title, Cloud Shinobi Village is willing to drive for it. Hokage really doesn't know, if there is such a day, who can stop this man's pace. Uchiha Madara? Although I haven't seen Uchiha Madara, I only learned some stories about the god of ninja and Uchiha Madara from those few words. But he was sure that there was absolutely no stronger impact than that golden Susanoo. Cloud Shinobi Village. No longer in the mood to resist, on the contrary, I wanted to take this opportunity to inquire about Bai Ye's tone, so I had to prepare early. But Bai Ye didn't rush to Yunja Mountain. Since he is here to play, then enjoy the scenery along the way. Now he was on the streets of this small town, and ran into Konan, who bought uniforms for the Xiao organization. Coincidence? The entrance of a clothing store. Konan took the initiative to greet Bai Ye. She also didn't know why she asked Pain to continue to observe Uchiha Bai Ye herself. But here she is. Involuntarily chose to approach. This man was completely different from the other strong men she knew. Passionate about enjoying life. They even brought their subordinates out for team building. This is a scene that is absolutely impossible to see in the Akatsuki organization. It's a coincidence indeed. Bai Ye smiled and glanced at the neatly arranged Huoyun clothes in the clothing store. That's right. Introduced in a certain hot-blooded youth in the original book. Akatsuki's uniform was not designed by herself, but bought by Konan when she was shopping. And this store has been bought by the Xiao organization to provide them with uniforms. Walk together. Konan thought for a while, then took the initiative to say his invitation. But just after she finished speaking, she herself was taken aback by her own boldness. Okay. Bai Ye readily agreed. In the warm border town, there are two more figures on the street. They walked aimlessly to the park bench and sat down one by one. This town is pretty nice too. Bai Ye said sincerely. Different from the intrigue of the high-rise Konoha, the residents here are simple and honest. When they were sure that Bai Ye and Bai Ye's subordinates would not do damage, and even knew that they were Konoha's guards, those people would send some friendly greetings. But only now. Konan shook his head slightly, looking at the buildings of the town with an inexplicable light in his eyes. These small countries living in the cracks of big countries will become the main battlefield once a war breaks out. I heard that when the truce was not signed between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha, fighting broke out from time to time, taking innocent lives. So when those people knew who they were, did they greet them with a smile? Bai Ye smiled slightly. The treatment of Bai Ye, who is known as the Land of Fire, is indeed like this. In a way, Bai Ye stopped the war. It is normal for these residents to be grateful. But at the same time, it's actually disgusting inside, right? Because even if Bai Ye stopped the war, in essence, the conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder has seriously affected the people of the Land of Soup. As a Konoha shinobi, compared to the people here, the emotions of the guards will be mixed. This is a small country in the cracks of a big country, and it is inherently sad. The atmosphere is a little heavy. Big brother, your girlfriend is so pretty, why don't you buy a flower? At this moment, the tender voice broke the heaviness, and Konan blushed for a while. A little girl came over, and she looked very petite and cute holding flowers. Girlfriend? Konan wanted to refuse, correcting the little girl's name. But when she saw the little girl's face, she seemed to think of herself once in the Land of Rain, and she seemed a little unbearable. Fortunately, the man's bold voice followed. Little sister. Big brother, I have a lot of girlfriends, so can you sell me all the flowers? Chapter 80. Frontier Town. Garden. Konan has a fiery red rose in his hand. But her expression seemed to be somewhat resentful, looking at Bai Ye's hands. A dozen roses, and in the end she only got one. Then she bought it from Bai Ye with money. The naive Konan, after seeing Bai Ye buying flowers from the little girl, instinctively thought that this man would give her flowers in a gentlemanly manner. But I didn't expect that Uchiha Bai Ye didn't have such an idea at all. Eventually the man found himself staring at the flowers, thinking she wanted to buy them too and sold her one at a discount. Straight man of steel? Don't know how to please girls? Konan's face was confused. What kind of man is this? Powerful. Confidence. Insolent insolence. Didn't you hear he's pretty cool? She looks good, and if she can really conquer her, she believes that she can play more freely than anyone else. After all, not everyone has the heart to wear a hoop on their navel. She Konan dare. Does this man like something wilder? I knew I had put on the lip studs. Konan thought to himself. As for Bai Ye's thoughts? Joke. What is your identity, Konan, and I have to take the initiative to send you flowers. The hair accessories on Konan's head last time were nothing more than a deal in exchange for Kyunzai. At the hot spring hotel, aren't the girls who dote on them sweet? This flower is more or less distributed to them. Do you really think that the little girl called her girlfriend and regarded herself as his Uchiha Bai Ye's real girlfriend? I'm not your father, why am I used to you? Just like the topic that Konan deliberately introduced just now. She mentioned the living environment of small countries in the cracks, and also expressed her dissatisfaction with big countries. This is the most basic purpose of the Xia organization when it was first established. Unite and let the great powers take notice. Then negotiate with the five powers, so that the five powers do not break out wars within their countries. Great idea. If the strength is enough, it can indeed be done. Even now, Nagato's philosophy in general is pretty much the same. All are great ideals. But what does this have to do with him Uchiha Bai Ye? Small countries fall victim to great power wars? Isn't this what it should be? If it wasn't for the need for a buffer zone, wouldn't some people really think that these small countries in the cracks could still exist? Wouldn't someone really think that a small ninja village in a small country is the opponent of the 5 big ninja villages? As for the effects of the war, Big Brother, the land of soup is less than a day's journey from the land of fire, and many villages will not refuse foreigners. If you can't live, move house. Who forced you to stay in your own country? Even the residents of the land of rain, Bai Ye dared to correct that 9 out of 10 were very unhappy with the climate and environment of the land of rain, and they had no affection for their homeland. The main thing is, I chat with you to relax, you and I talk about politics? Isn't this sick? Bai Ye rolled his eyes, too lazy to talk to Konan about these issues. The country's problems have nothing to do with him. He just needs to be a good captain of his own guard. Maybe one day in the future, when the guard team is upgraded to the Ninja World Guard team, he will deal with this. And with his violent means, the 5 big ninja villages and the 5 countries, the small countries in the cracks will all disappear, collectively referred to as the Ninja World. Everyone is their own, so what's the point? Maybe a few years ago, because of the hatred of generations, everyone could not live in peace and needed powerless coercion. But after 10 or 20 years, those who have experienced war have died, who will care about those things, and peace is inevitable over time. The reason why ninja is like this. It's just the lack of a person who can suppress everything and complete the great unification. If the former Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama join forces, it should be possible. However, Senju Hashirama was too influenced by Ashura Chakra and refused to cooperate with Uchiha Madara, so he missed the opportunity. Man! Just take yourself too seriously. Some people are not the savior, but they worry about the things that the savior will worry about. Aren't you tired of living like this? With a long sigh, Bai Ye stood up with flowers in his hands and left Konan behind, and waved his hand to say hello. With his beautiful wife and concubine, he doesn't have time to talk to Konan here. When Bai Ye returned to the hot spring hotel, the moment he stared at his sweet wife and beautiful family, his head was suddenly full of black lines. Because of the arrogance of the guards. Therefore, this hot spring hotel was naturally packaged. Now, in the spacious hall, Tsunade was arrogantly gathering a crowd to gamble, and she was still unconvinced by the sticky notes on her head. Two good friends, Kushina and Mikoto, also joined in. Yuuzian, the former high cold goddess, also seemed to have activated some attributes, staring at the gaming table with her eyes shining brightly. On the contrary, as soon as Yui Hong saw him coming back, he put his arm around him and started to act like a spoiled child. Bai Ye knew what this girl was thinking. As there are more and more women in his mansion, this makes Hong Yui, a girl who has no sense of existence and no background, feel a sense of crisis. But Bai Ye is not the kind of person who likes to make verbal promises. What he does to his woman, time will tell. Bai Ye squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. There, a bizarre scene is playing out. It seems that during the day at the beach, Kaguya is used to being called by wooden golem. So in the process of contact, it was inevitable to be hugged by wooden golem several times. This time, she has become the second treasure that can hold the goddess of Mao, and everyone has asked her for tips. Tucked away by wooden golem also didn't hide it, saying it might have something to do with the tailed beast in her body. This made Tsunade and the others extremely helpless. Now, besides serving Bai Ye, wooden golem has a new job. Provide an elegant living environment for the ancestor of Chakra. Shit shovel officer? Even though Kaguya, the incarnation of the soul, obviously does not have that excretory function. Just like now. Wooden golem was carefully delivering the juice, and then took out a soft towel to wipe Xiaobai's mouth. You don't have to be so used to her. Bai Ye handed the flowers to Hong Yui, and asked her to share the flowers with the girls, then walked over to wooden golem and said helplessly. It's just a rabbit, she's not as important as you. These words made wooden golem feel warm. Then he blushed and took a sip on Bai Ye's face. Dogmen and women. The concubine is the goddess of Mao. Isn't Amir Jinkraki important? Kaguya turned his head and looked at Bai Ye with flickering eyes, as if he wanted to bite Bai Ye again. Dare to stare at me? Bai Ye laughed, pulled her up by the rabbit's ears, and slapped the rabbit's butt twice. Look, it's just a rabbit. Throwing Kaguya on the ground at will, Bai Ye taught by wooden golem earnestly. His wife, respecting himself is enough. What is being so polite to the rabbit all the time? With a cold light in his eyes, Bai Ye looked at the ground, the extremely funny and unscientific rabbit covering his butt. Hey, I know you can understand. Next time you dare to confront the person who commanded me, I will definitely stew you. Be bold. Presumptuous. The concubine is the ancestor of Chakra. The rabbit was full of anger, and gestured towards Bai Ye with open teeth and claws. Can she suffer this grievance? She is the goddess of Mao who broke the seal. But when Bai Ye really took out a pot, Kaguya's eyes changed. She looked at Bai Ye pitifully, her little claws tore at Bai Ye's clothes and didn't want to go down. She knew that once she showed this kind of obedience, the man would not have the heart to do it. She knew it was wrong. Wouldn't it be okay for her to be served by wooden golem next time? Is this cowardly? Bai Ye pouted and threw Kaguya on the sofa next to him in disdain. A mere rabbit, he really said it was stewed. Those who dare to bully him are the only one who will end up. Do you really think that you are a little more special than other rabbits, so you can do things in front of him, Uchiha Bai Ye? Just give you a face. Damn. Lying on the bed, Kaguya, who felt that he had been humiliated, looked at Bai Ye's back angrily. She swears. When she recovers to her peak, she will never give this man a chance to flatter her. Dare to stew a concubine? The concubine will definitely stew you. But at this moment, Kaguya also understood. With this man by his side, everyone and all animals, his status is probably even lower than that of the dog named Parker. 0.0. Fortunately, she did not eagerly absorb the power of the tailed beast. Otherwise, this man will definitely stew himself without hesitation. He returned to his nest honestly, and took a pitiful sip of the fresh radish juice. Kaguya wanted to cry without tears. Life is not easy, Bai sighed. In order to live, in order to restore the peak, she endures. I knew I was wrong. This is no ordinary rabbit, I thought it would help you. Hiding in Bai Ye's arms, Wooden Golem explained with a blushing face. Now that he has decided to serve Bai Ye for the rest of his life, as a qualified maid, he should also consider things for his master. She felt that this rabbit was not simple, and Airway discovered that the rabbit and its power had the same root and the same origin. The original intention of Wooden Golem is to explore the secrets of this rabbit and then use it. Maybe it can turn this rabbit into a ninja rabbit and help its owner do something. But she didn't expect that her low-pitched appearance would make Bai Ye dislike it. Yes. He has only one master, and that is Uchiha Bai Ye. As long as you know. Bai Ye smiled slightly. With his strength, why should anyone help him? Although the Wooden Golem is well-intentioned, tonight's punishment is indispensable. But just when he wanted to make a move, Uchiha Izumi came over from the outside respectfully. Team leader. There's a Kirigakure ninja outside who wants to see you. See you soon? Bai Ye didn't say anything, just looked at Uchiha Chuan calmly. Brother Kong is visiting the custom shop with the members of the guard, and is in vacation mode. Uchiha Izumi obviously didn't manage his temper properly. She said there was something important. Seeing that Bai Ye's face was not very good, Uchiha Chuan explained carefully. But obviously, and with what effect? Yes. I seem to have disturbed the captain. Are you going to punish me? Suddenly, the twisted Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up, but instead became excited. This time, Bai Ye was dumbfounded. I glanced at the little girl in her early 10 years, and then looked at the development that was comparable to an airport. He was stunned. So, what do you women think of this captain all this time? Bai Ye fell into contemplation. Chapter 81. Night falls. The devastated moon emits a faint moonlight. In the hot spring hotel, the punishment continued. Ding! The host did not forget his original intention while working hard. He fulfilled the responsibilities of a guard captain and led his subordinates to release pressure. The overall evaluation of the task has improved. Host's behavior has maintained the peace of the ninja world, and the mission evaluation has been slightly improved. Ding! Congratulations to host's white eyes and pupils for raising a Hyaga Niji. Congratulations to host chakra's volume increase by 1 Shao Crane. Congratulations to host for raising his physical potential limit by 1/8 Gate Guy. Lead the subordinates to release pressure and improve the overall task evaluation. Bai Ye understands very well. However, is my current behavior maintaining the peace of the ninja world? Bai Ye looked in front of him, leaning on the windowsill and watching the scenery. Wooden Golem fell into contemplation. Of course, he didn't know that his behavior of reprimanding Kaguya, to a certain extent, really wiped out Kaguya's intention to rob the tailed beast chakra. It also wiped out the arrogance and careful thinking in Kaguya's heart. Let the goddess of Mao, the ancestor of chakra, honestly be a qualified pet, which is obviously an act of maintaining peace in the ninja world. The rewards are generous. Mistaking him for himself and watching the scenery at night from Wooden Golem, Bai Ye, who maintains the peace of the ninja world, stepped up his efforts again. Night falls. 010. Some people are happy and some are worried. The next morning. Next to the hot spring hotel reserved by Bai Ye, there is a small hotel downstairs. A woman with dark green eyes, reddish-brown long curly hair, her right eye covered by her hair, and pink lips, drinking coffee silently with dark circles under her eyes. She is plump, with fair skin, wearing a blue tube top dress, a white belt around her waist, and dark blue nail polish on her nails. Although it is not as mature as the original Five Shadows talk, but now she has shown the charm that only belongs to her. Her name is Terumi Mei, elite Jainin in Kirigakure. Opposite her, a man with a one-eye patch sighed. I knew it wasn't that easy to meet that man. The blue face is bitter. Even with the news that Uchiha Bai Ye appeared here, they still didn't have the chance to contact each other even if the guards went out. Last night, he licked his face and went to ask to see him, but was told that Uchiha Bai Ye was busy and didn't have the time to pay attention to them. Wait, Senior Qing, after all, he is such a big man, and it is not something we want to see. Terumi Mei said tiredly. They waited all night, but after seeing the man come back at first, they never had a chance to speak. It's also strange that they didn't have the courage to stop each other at that time. But Terumi Mei knew that it was a good thing not to do that. As a strong man, being stopped in the street may be regarded as a provocation. And the price of provoking a strong man is obviously not something they can afford. To treat this kind of person, you need to send a greeting card according to the regulations. That's right, who would have thought? Speaking of which, Qing Xin touched his white eyes in fright. This is the trophy he got in the Third Ninja War. Relying on this thing, he discovered some secrets in the village. Terumi Mei in front of him is his ally, and like him is the elite of Kirigakure. Different from others. He believes that Terumi Mei, who lives in the boundaries of two bloodlines, has great potential and ambition, and it will be good for Kirigakure to support her to become Mizukage. Silence. Terumi Mei shook her head and motioned Ao not to say more. The world of ninjas is always like this. Anything you say it will may also be very beneficial information in the ears of others. Ninjas must understand that walls have ears. Today, they released Uchiha Bai Ye privately, and I am afraid that those who are interested have noticed. When she came to this border group, she realized how many spies were gathered here. They seem eager to dig some secrets out of the guard. For example, why did Hokage attach so much importance to the guards and Uchiha Bai Ye, and was willing to cede land and pay indemnity? Exactly. This secret. Terumi Mei and Ao know. Would you like to take a break? Qing and Terumi Mei stayed up all night, not wanting to give up any chance to get in touch with Bai Ye. Seeing Terumi Mei's appearance, Qing frowned and asked. If you want to see the strong, you have to be patient. Terumi Mei was very calm. As a ninja, it's okay to stay up all night. If you miss an opportunity because of sleep, it's not worth it. Boom. And right now. A deafening sound rang out. The iconic way the guards travel, instantly made Terumi Mei's expression change and rush to the street. Travel. It is destined not to stay in one place for too long. Bai Ye worked all night and didn't feel tired. Today, he even planned to ride for a while by himself, and have an exciting race with his subordinates. As for the tired girls, they were placed in the box. Therefore, after casting a stable barrier, Bai Ye guaranteed that even if the mountain road was rough, it would not wake them up from their sleep, and because of the barrier, they didn't have to worry about their safety. Riding on the beloved first-generation sheriff's motorcycle, Bai Ye twisted the throttle. And countless younger brothers behind him are nervously preparing. The captain said that the first person to go to Yunja Mountain will be rewarded. The captain also said that in order to welcome the guards and Bai Ye, Cloud Shinobi Village has built the largest custom shop in the entire ninja world downstairs in Yunja Mountain. The ladies and sisters of the Land of Thunder will welcome them very much. Nothing excites them more than discussing tactics with Miss Exotic. Even Bai Ye himself has some yearning. I heard that the one who received his work this time was Hokage's full-time secretary, Azabai. The person is a little dark, but the figure is real, plus that capable temperament, it is definitely a good heir. Excited Bai Ye twisted the accelerator. But just when he wanted to announce the start of the game, a figure hurriedly rushed in front of him. Touch porcelain? Is this also popular in the ninja world? Because of the experience in the previous life, Bai Ye is a little sensitive to this kind of thing. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at the other party with a sharp look. But this guy looks familiar. Gee. When did the future 5th Mizukage change careers? Bai Ye looked at the person in front of him with interest. If nothing else, Uchiha Izumi said last night that she wanted to meet her Kirigakure ninja, right? Touching his chin, Bai Ye was a little puzzled. To be honest, he really couldn't think of any intersection between him and this 5th Mizukage. I also didn't want to go and study it in depth to see if Mizukage is actually made of water. If you insist on saying it matters. During the Third Ninja War, when he rescued Fugaku, he made a move and killed a ninja army of Kirigakure. Is it counted? Master Bai Ye. But what surprised Bai Ye was Terumi Mei's attitude was much better than he expected. It can even be described as respectful. I have something to discuss here, I urge you to give me some time next time. Terumi Mei said very sincerely, with a very low attitude and sincerity. Touched his chin. At this moment, Bai Ye thought about a lot of questions. Kirigakure. If nothing else, the current Kirigakure seems to be under Obito's control. The reason is also very simple. Itachi defected to Konoha in the original work. After joining the Xiao organization, he went to Kirigakure with Loquat Juzo. At that time, Kirigakure was still in power as 4th Mizukage Yagura. It was also after the death of Loquat Juzo that Obito invited Hoshigaki Kisame, an honest man who had killed many of his companions, to join the Akatsuki organization. Hoshigaki Kisame an admirable real man who would rather let a shark eat himself than betray the existence of the organization. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. The last time Obito went to Konoha to attack the guards, although he took a small revenge, it may cause Obito to be unable to get out of bed now. Is this enough? Not enough. Aside from giving Itachi a passive trigger called Chirin, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal to disgust him more. He admired Kisame. I also want to meet the man who will be extremely loyal after identifying an organization. No one would reject such a person as their little brother. As for the others, glancing up and down at Terumi Mei, Bai Ye showed a gentleman's smile and stretched out his hand to make an invitation. Boarding. Boarding? Terumi Mei stayed for a while. Lang Lang glanced at this strange machine. He seemed to be hesitating whether to sit in the front or the back. It seems that no matter how you sit, you will be taken advantage of. Bai Ye didn't give her a chance. He threw the rabbit Kaguya to the handle of the motorcycle in front of her, let her grab it, and then pulled Terumi Mei and put it in front of him and sat down. From Terumi Mei's attitude, she seems to be asking for herself. Bai Ye is not the kind of character who will help others casually. To get, you have to give. And he doesn't think Terumi Mei can bring him much help, and there are very few things that can be used as a bargaining chip. Since you have opened your mouth, you must have the awareness to give everything. It's too late for you to get out of the car now. Approaching Terumi Mei's ear, Bai Ye said calmly. He has no habit of forcing others. In fact, if his sisters were not resting, Terumi Mei would not be able to get the seat of his police motorcycle. Not everyone is eligible to sit here. If he hadn't wanted to take the opportunity to discuss Obito, Bai Ye wouldn't even bother to pay attention to this woman. I am enlightened in 4.6. Terumi Mei's eyes were firm, as if she understood something. This is an ambitious woman. Bai Ye admired his face, then raised his hand and waved to the guards behind him. Guardians! Set off! Boom! The locomotive throttle is twisted. A strong feeling of pushing back hit, Bai Ye took the brunt and flew out. In an instant, Kaguya, who turned into a rabbit on a motorcycle for the first time, was completely dumbfounded. Her hair fluttered in the wind, but her through hole flashed a touch of excitement. Who said the ancestors of Chakra can't drag racing? Sometimes she is also very crazy, okay? They travel with a high profile as always. And behind Bai Ye, countless ferocious Uchiha people desperately twisted the accelerator, roaring in their mouths. Guards out! The weak retreat! Them! It's just to pretend. Dissatisfied? Would you stop them to try? They are veritable lunatics who only obey Bai Ye's orders. This is the Konoha Guard. And when the big men of the guard team left, Qing, who had eaten ashes at the end of the street for a long time, finally recovered from the trembling state, and looked around in confusion. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Crap, forget, I don't have a FG car. Chapter 82. Ninja World. The Country of Thunder. Outside Cloud Shinobi Village. Under the towering Yunja Mountain. Raikage and several senior executives of Cloud Shinobi Village are waiting. Not with Konoha. In Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage's prestige is high. Even if he personally signed the compensation for Konoha, he ceded Yunja Mountain. It didn't matter to him either. The reason is simple. As long as the people who were still in the village that day would never forget the scene like God's punishment. Facing such an enemy, even if Raikage signed such an unreasonable treaty, no one would say anything. Bai, you. Looking at the secret art beside him, Raikage's face was filled with guilt. No doubt. The entire ninja world knows Uchiha Bai Ye's shortcomings. That's lustful. And he is still standing on several boats. In addition to Samui and Wooden Golem, the high-quality women in Cloud Shinobi Village are only Azabai. It's not that he sacrificed Azabai's personal happiness for the village like Third Generation did, but that Raikage needs to correct Azabai's attitude. At least not showing hostility. She is the main person in charge of receiving Bai Ye. So there must be no problem. Lord Raikage, I understand. Azabai smiled softly and straightened the broken hair in front of his forehead. I heard that Samui and Wooden Golem will come. I haven't seen them for a long time, and I don't know how they are doing. Are they both? Raikage thought for a while, they are now Captain Bai Ye's people, you should know what the 29 should say. However, the old man promises that the intelligence shows that Captain Bai Ye did not criticize them, but treated them well. This is the truth. Although she is a maid, an obedient maid will naturally be treated friendly. Entering his mansion, that was his man, and was engraved with Bai Ye's brand. They have made it their home. Bai didn't say anything. The rumors about what happened are not credible, she will know in a while. Boom. A humming sounded from a distance. Knowing that it was the iconic mode of travel for the guards, the people at Cloud Shinobi Village didn't panic. Now almost the entire ninja world knows about this thing, but it is an exclusive car belonging to the Konoha Guard, called a motorcycle. Soon after, approaching with humming, a majestic motorcycle galloped by. As a sheriff's car specially built by Orochimaru for 3 days, the performance of his motorcycle is obviously not comparable to ordinary goods. But racing with men is a joy. Even if he arrives first, he will naturally not occupy the reward quota. With a nice flick, the motorcycle stopped in front of the crowd at Cloud Shinobi Village. And Terumi Mei in his arms was blushing at the moment, as if he was ashamed and didn't dare to look up. Even she, the woman who opens her mouth and wants to get married in the future, is now just a little trash without personnel, and shyness is inevitable. What's more, there are so many people watching. On the other hand, the rabbit who was holding onto the handlebars of the motorcycle had a look of excitement on his face. To be frank, even though she has lived for thousands of years, even before the seal, she has never shown such a hearty thrill. Weird. It is something that mortals have researched, but it can bring her joy. Stretching out his tongue and licking his lips, the rabbit at this moment gave the illusion of being sexy and charming. She admits. She was obsessed with the feeling. Get off. Bai Ye calmly watched Bai introduce the development of Yunjieshan, and ignored the high-level executives of Raikage and Cloud Shinobi Village in the distance. It's not the same as in the legend. Just from the previous sword that hit Cloud Shinobi Village, people had an illusion, and subconsciously regarded Uchiha Bai Ye as a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. At first when Raikage asked her to receive him, she was still a little scared. But now, after Bai looked at Bai Ye, she shook her head. If you don't freak out. This guy is also very easygoing. Ong boom. There was another buzzing. Bai Ye looked over with interest. The first to arrive is rewarded. He also wanted to know who had this fate. He treats the guards equally and doesn't discriminate whoever wins the first place at this event. Yo, it's you. After the motorcycle stopped and Uchiha Itachi and Noaka came down from above, Bai Ye knew it. The two ride together, and it stands to reason that they should be behind. But the police motorcycle Orochimaru researched is not simple. If you don't want to waste the chakra battery, you can use your own chakra to accelerate. However, in terms of chakra, although Itachi is stronger than ordinary people, how can it be compared to Noaki, a descendant of the Senju clan? It is not surprising that the two cooperated with each other and arrived here at the fastest speed. You two are unexpectedly in harmony. Bai Ye blinked at the two of them and said with a big smile. Yes, yes. Noaka nodded excitedly. It's a fart. Itachi twitched the corners of his mouth and glanced at Sasuke, who was still in a dazed state. This kid has been terrified. Captain, the brakes are broken. Itachi said with a blushing and awkward face. That's not right, it didn't stop very steadily just now. Bai Ye asked suspiciously. No, I stopped the chakra connection. Noaka spoke proudly. Our brakes broke halfway, but I kept releasing chakra on the accelerator to win first place. You are quite proud. Don't you know it's dangerous to do this? Bai Ye was speechless, but he didn't criticize him too much. Speak up. There were 3 people in the car. And he was only going to reward one person. Touching his chin, Bai Ye finally let go of the flushed Terumi Mei, jumped off the motorcycle and came to the 3 of them. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, plus Noaki. It's a fantastic combination. Hey, let me ask you a question. Looking at Itachi, Bai Ye suddenly spoke. The captain's reward is the same, but the Sasuke in your arms can only be counted with you. So, do you want to share this reward with your brother, or get it yourself? So, what exactly is the reward? Can it even be shared? Noaka next to him was a little puzzled. Give it to Sasuke. Itachi hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't know what it was, the captain's hand would not be bad. As a Brahman, he naturally wanted to give this opportunity to his younger brother. Fine. Bai Ye nodded, then pulled Sasuke by the back collar and carried him in front of him. The strange power spread instantly. The scarlet Mangeki condenses in an instant. Sasuke. Force the king. You can drive a 3-tomo at the age of 4. My words. Pupil power spreads. A phantom of reincarnation appeared behind Bai Ye. Inside, a pale blue shadow flashed by. That is the power of Indra. The imprint of Indra is erased from the depths of the soul, leaving only the chakra of Indra to provide Sasuke practice. It's not difficult for Bai Ye to come to the first place. Pupil surgery, from scratch. When the power of the phantom touched Sasuke, suddenly, Sasuke opened his eyes. Homologous forces support each other. Slowly, his pupils changed. Single tomo. Double tomo. 3 tomo. At this moment, King Sasuke opened his eyes at the age of 4. Crush the genius Uchiha Itachi and become the first person in Uchiha. Aside. Itachi was speechless in shock. Even he is only 3 tomo level now. His younger brother was even on par with him in an instant thanks to Bai Ye's reward? Just flat? If Bai Ye knew what Itachi thought, he would definitely laugh out loud. He doesn't know what Sasuke will be like after activating Indra Chakra. He was looking forward to the scene when Itachi really went to execute the family extermination plan and forced King Sasuke to force his brother to the ground. It's your turn. Bai Ye touched his chin and looked at Naoki. Bai Ye is also very particular about how to reward him. As a direct descendant of Senju Hashirama, it is not difficult for Bai Ye to snatch a part of Ashura Chakra to activate wood style. I'll let it go. But to Bai Ye's surprise, Naoki just shook his head. If possible, this reward is just for my sister. Good boy. Does everyone love their loved ones so much? Bai Ye was speechless. 0-10 But since Naoki said so, he is too lazy to meddle in his own business. After watching the scenery with Tsunade at night, it's not a big problem to increase her bloodline strength. In fact, what Naoki didn't know was, after Tsunade followed Bai Ye, every contact was actually a reward, but the way of reward was naturally different between men and women. For example, Mikoto. Do you believe she can give you Manjiki when she is angry now? Mental stimulation? Not required. Something to do every night is exciting enough. The power of the bloodline increased, coupled with Bai Ye's guidance, it was not difficult at all to open the eyes. Then there's Tsunade. It seems that it won't take long for her to turn on wood style smoothly, and her bloodline concentration is comparable to Senju Hashirama. But even so, it will take some time to make offspring with him Bai Ye. If you have to describe it. At this stage, Kaguya is the only one who can study descendants with him. You wait here for the people behind. This lady will arrange your accommodation. Pointing to Mabai, Bai Ye calmly led Terumi Mei, carrying the rabbit to the huge bathing center. Take the wind to wash the dust. It is necessary. But before eating, he had to talk to this Kirigakure chick. It's amazing. Now, the executives of Cloud Shinobi Village finally recovered from the shock. What did they just see? Uchiha Bai Ye can make a 4-year-old child of the Uchiha family drive 3 tomo with just one look? Incomprehensible strength. It's not a dimensional gap at all. It is hard to imagine that if Uchiha Bai Ye has a heart, he can give the Uchiha clan a powerful power in an instant. Just don't know why he didn't do that. All-round vigilance. Don't disturb Lord Bai Ye, and don't let anyone trespass into the territory of Yunja Mountain without authorization. Raikage gave the order in a loud voice. This news is announced to the ninja world, and the offender is the enemy of Cloud Shinobi Village. Chapter 83. Ninja World. The Country of Thunder. The bathing center at the foot of Yunja Mountain. Inside the luxury room. The man was lying on the bath table, and Terumi Mei, who was behind him, was massaging him with his small hands, trembling. Well. No way. Although the size of the club is very good. But the masseurs in the Kingdom of Thunder are not so seductive. So Bai Ye naturally pulled Terumi Mei over. Bai Ye has always been a vigorous and resolute person, who speaks for itself. And he already knew with a high probability that what Terumi Mei wanted to see him for. Bai Ye is also very likely to agree. In order not to delay dinner with Uchiha and the others for a while, Bai Ye planned to make a quick decision. What could be more important than having dinner with the captain and his sweet wife and concubine? Obviously not. Maybe a big thing in the eyes of others is just a trivial thing in his opinion. The blood fog policy has a big impact on Kirigakure. However, after graduating without cutting, the way of graduation has been changed. Then you came to me this time to deal with the controlled Yagura, right? Dispel the illusion? Or something else? Turning his back to Terumi Mei, Bai Ye opened his mouth slowly. And Terumi Mei behind him obviously trembled. Really? She no longer has any secrets in front of him, everything from top to bottom, including herself. The fact that Mizukage is being controlled has not been publicized, but it was Ao who discovered it at first. Terumi Mei added. If you can, it's good to release the illusion of his control. However, the process may be detected by fourth generation. The person who controls the fourth generation is very cautious and arranges daily arrangements for Mizukage's henchmen and Anbu to protect Mizukage's safety, which is generally inaccessible. So, a conflict will break out. It also needs your strength. Biting her red lips, Terumi Mei looked complicated. Catch yourself, it's nothing. Such a strong person can be considered lucky to serve once. If it's Captain Bai Ye, it should be easy to deal with Jinkraki, right? Not enough. Bai Ye spoke softly. If it's just like that, you have no right to ask me. You don't have to find me yourself. As soon as he turned over, Bai Ye jumped up, pinned Terumi Mei, and spoke calmly. I don't like women who are not sincere. If it's as simple as that, to remove an illusion, then there's no need to find him at all. In the original, Terumi Mei and Ao achieved their goal without anyone else's help. Lord Bai Ye, I didn't mean to hide it. Terumi Mei said sincerely. Since they were too close to Bai Ye, they could feel each other's breath. Coupled with the surrounding environmental problems, their current state is very strange. There is a feeling of an arrow on the string. Blushing, Terumi Mei spoke again. The previous ones were Qing's original plan after discovering that Mizukage was being controlled. But that day, when Qing and I were on a mission, we passed through the land of thunder. He felt the violent chakra fluctuations, so he saw your figure with his white eyes. So, I want to go a step further. Take a deep breath. Terumi Mei gathered up the courage and said it in one breath. She's going to be Mizukage. She has ambition, ability, and strength. If I were Mizukage, Kirigakure would never be what it is now. This is her real request. Go a step further. Not to remove fourth Mizukage Yagura's illusion control, but to replace it and become the new Mizukage. No wonder she found herself directly. Bai Ye nodded. It turned out that she and Ao were nearby that day, and they saw themselves coming down from Susanoo with their white eyes. No wonder. On that day, he did not prevent others from peeping at him. Show strength? That strength is one's own, why can't it be exposed? If you have strength, you don't need to wait for others to make trouble for you. The bargaining chip, this is the only one. Bai Ye looked at Terumi Mei in his arms, and the meaning was obvious. These are not enough. Gotta pay more. Even if he does want to do something in Kirigakure to disgust Obito, only one Terumi Mei is clearly not enough for him to do it. What his stack looks like, Reikage can already feel it. Now, let's see if Terumi Mei has this understanding. She was not in a hurry to speak. Just pulled Bai Ye, and then leaned on it cautiously. Hiss. Her face turned pale, as if she had been severely injured. She gritted her teeth and spoke again. What Reikage can give, I can give. And what Reikage can't give, I can too. After taking office, Kirigakure will claim to be the leader of Bai Ye's guards in the future. You are above me, and I am above them. Really? If you're going to say that, Reikage really can't do it for you. Even if he wanted to do it, instead of giving him a chance, Bai Ye would slap him to death. He's not gay after all. But now, I'm with you. Bai Ye's eyes were burning. Just once, the next time is not an example. The dirty deal is over. But Bai Ye also naturally missed his dinner time. Fortunately, after the excited Tsunade and the others came, they went to the casino carefully prepared by Reikage to play. In short, there's still time. Wearing the cloak of justice, Bai Ye put his arms around Terumi Mei, who was a little weak and could barely stand with the help of his own strength. He raised his fist and punched the air beside him. Boom! The cracks in the space are mixed with turbulent currents surging out. And Bai Ye wrapped him and Terumi Mei with chakra and walked in directly. According to the scene in Terumi Mei's memory, the next moment, the two have appeared at the entrance of the Mizukage building in Kirigakure. This is a person who is resolute, and has determined that the chips are worth shooting. In addition, Bai Ye, who was in a hurry to go back to dinner and went to the hot springs on Yunja Mountain with Tsunade and the others, didn't want to waste any time this time. Terumi Mei? Why are you here? And you? The Mizukage building was exactly as Terumi Mei said, surrounded by Yagura's henchmen and Anbu's men. But this is nothing to Bai Ye at all. With one look, the guard instantly became sluggish. Go, in the name of Mizukage, I will inform you that all the high-ranking members of Kirigakure, the chiefs of various clans, will gather in the conference room in 5 minutes. It turns out that Bai Ye, who works hard, is very efficient. After dismissing the guard, Bai Ye smashed his fist into the air again. There! The scarlet-eyed Yagura has already killed him with a stick. Boom! Simple, without any bells and whistles, he interrupted Yagura's stick in an instant, and punched him in the face with a punch. Bai Ye acted with discretion. Instead of killing Yagura on the spot, he knocked him unconscious. He's not soft-hearted or anything. But a high-level meeting for a while needs this shot. If he doesn't cooperate for a while, then please die. All the way to the meeting room. Bai Ye's body was not stained with any blood. And Terumi Mei in his arms stared at Bai Ye. She felt the strength of the other party again. Enter the meeting room. Bai Ye casually threw Yagura aside. Then he put his arms around Terumi Mei and sat on the chair that belonged to Mizukage, and then started to close his eyes. He said 5 minutes. But even with Mizukage's order, those people would never be assembled within 5 minutes. If they knew someone from the Konoha Guard, they probably wouldn't undermine the order. Pity. They don't know. I don't know how terrible it is to go against Bai Ye's words. What the hell is Mizukage doing? Don't you sleep at night? Yeah, there's always a bad feeling about being called suddenly. Where's Master Yuan? Are you here? Corpse. Enemy attack. Accompanied by a scream, these Kirigakure executives suddenly woke up a lot, and rushed to the conference room one by one with angry faces. Terumi Mei. And Mizukage-sama? Why is Mizukage on the ground? Why are you here? And who is this strange man? Countless exclamations came. When they came to the conference room and saw Mizukage lying on the ground, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Some people even want to make a move. Sit. Bai Ye is not someone who likes to explain one thing many times. He didn't even bother to talk until everyone was there. One word. The endless killing intent swept in. The patriarch of the Ghost Lantern family and the patriarch of the Huayuaki clan took 2 steps back in horror, not daring to force another word. It's hard to imagine what kind of momentum that is. In just a moment they have already felt the arrival of death. Who is he? Countless people were shocked, but they did not dare to ask questions when they were full of doubts. Who else hasn't arrived? 5 minutes have passed. Bai Ye opened his eyes again and looked at the woman in his arms who had calmed down, revealing a woman who Queen Fan pretended to be with the help of her aura. Master Yuan has not arrived yet. Terumi Mei frowned and responded. Master Yuan. The most special presence in the whole of Kirigakure. What he got, although he is an elder, his status is comparable to that of Mizukage, and his prestige is even higher than that of Mizukage. Bai Ye closed his eyes again. He wanted to see what this old man was for wasting his meal time. Finally. 20 minutes passed. The bald head, hunched over, walked in. Cough, old man. Boom. Boom. Without any words, Bai Ye shot directly. In an instant, with just his aura, the Yuan Shi who wanted to rely on the old man and sell the old man to pretend to be coercive and elevate his identity exploded on the spot. Blood fog filled the air. Master Yuan probably didn't know until he died. His death was because Bai Ye was delayed by 15 minutes, and he was delayed from going to Yunja Mountain to find his wives to play with. Master Yuan is dead. Died in plain sight. He wasted 15 minutes of my time, so he died, and now, it's your turn. Bai Ye waved his hand, and the rain of blood scattered all over the sky, and did not stain his clothes. Next. Bai Ye's eyes turned to Yagura on the ground and pointed at him in the void. In an instant, Yagura opened his eyes, completely awake from the controlled state, and was also released from Obito's illusion control. I'll only say it once. Bai Ye's voice was calm, not at all like the existence that just killed the individual. Starting today, Terumi Mei is Kirigakuru's 5th Mizukage. Who is for? Who is against? Chapter 84. Ninja World. Kirigakure. The meeting room was silent. Whether it is the patriarch of the Oni Lan and Hui Yuruaki clan, or other elders of Kirigakure. Even Yagura, who had just woken up, looked at Bai Ye in shock. When can Kirigakure's Mizukage be decided by outsiders? But the man in front of him was terrifying. It is nothing to kill Yuan Shi at will. After all, Yuan Shi is already old and his strength is not enough. But they could see clearly that after Mizukage Yagura recovered, the whole person was imprisoned and couldn't move at all. That's Three Tails Jinkraki. Although many people in the village are very dissatisfied with Yagura's decisions in recent years. But he was Mizukage, and no one dared to shoot him. The reason is his strength. And this strange man has the power to imprison Jinkraki. You actually betrayed the village. Yagura looked at Terumi Mei grimly. Saying what everyone wants to say, but dare not say. Yes. In the end, this is just an internal matter of Kirigakure, but the man in front of him is obviously a ninja from another village. Looking for outsiders to interfere in the internal affairs of the village is a taboo in any ninja village. Even if you kill me and become Mizukage, your actions will not be recognized. The villagers will not agree to a traitor let Mizukage. Betrayal? Terumi Mei chuckled and leaned against Bai Ye's arms. Before coming, she had already told Bai Ye about the transaction very clearly. Bai Ye clearly told her that he didn't bother to interfere with the village of Kirigakure at all, which meant that Terumi Mei played whatever she liked, as long as she didn't betray Bai Ye. The location of Mizukage, the planning of Kirigakure, and Bai Ye were too lazy to participate. And what she has to do is to tell Bai Ye with her own actions that she is useful. It was worth it for Bai Ye to do so. That's enough. If my actions were betrayal, then Mizukage-sama, you have been controlled for several years, and the strength of 013 Kirigakure has been greatly reduced. What is this? Mizukage is actually being controlled? People exclaimed. No wonder Mizukage has been reclusive for the past few years, and then always gives some inexplicable orders. Those orders seemed like a lunatic to them, not good for the village at all. But he was Mizukage, and his orders could not be disobeyed. On the other hand, Kirigakure is now a little smoky, and the villagers are extremely dissatisfied. You also said that this seat is controlled. The shadow of a village is controlled casually, doesn't that prove your incompetence? Before Yagura could finish her words, she was interrupted by Terumi Mei. Never mind. Bai Ye comforted Terumi Mei, who was a little emotional. As Konoha's guard captain, he knew that even if he took power violently, he would not be able to sit still. So he has already figured out how to support Terumi Mei in the top position. What about you? Who is for and who is against? Others in Bai Ye's calm conference room. Mizukage firmly opposed. He wanted to see what was the opinion of others. It was quiet down there. Bai Ye laughed, stood up slowly, and put Terumi Mei on the chair. Knew it. The ignorant are doomed. Yep. After Terumi Mei came to power, he would naturally form his own team. These people are of little use. 4th Mizukage Yagura, Three Tails riot in the body during the session. Murder all the high-level officials by mistake. You will be the hero who kills Three Tails. I'll give you the reason, if you can't sit still in this position. Pinching Terumi Mei's chin, Bai Ye's voice was low. Don't worry. I will never let you down. Terumi Mei said solemnly. Trust you once. Kyeg. Bai Ye nodded, then put one hand on Terumi Mei's forehead. Lava style vs boil style. With the addition of natural energy, will the power of the two blood-based magic be enough to kill Three Tails? It should be a little worse, that's it. Boom. The momentum exploded. Bai Ye's eyes, Manjiki, spun at the same time. The whole person is like a dazzling sun in an instant, emitting a fierce golden light in the dark night. In the name of Uchiha Bai Ye, give you strength. Suddenly, Bai Ye's hand on top of Terumi Mei's head began to release a natural and soft energy, all of which was absorbed by Terumi Mei in an instant. The woman opened her eyes wide, and glanced at the pale golden light radiating from her body in shock and joy. She can feel that her current strength has risen to an extremely terrifying level. Three Tails? It's absolutely no problem to clean up ABD. Sure enough. Bai Ye smiled slightly. Since he was asked to borrow power by Uchiha Satoshi, he has been studying the pupil technique that invites God's upper body. In terms of Bai Ye's strength, this power is not borrowed by you, but given by me. But I want to lend to you, and you can lend, and that's the right way. With Terumi Mei, he got the results he wanted. With the help of the principle of Konga's pupil technique, he can grant power to others in a short time. This is his master's new technique. Although useless. But it was enough to make Terumi Mei stand up. Next, it's your turn. Bai Ye's Manjiki turned slowly and directly met Yagura's eyes. Just a moment. This fourth Mizukage, who had just woken up not long ago, was once again controlled by Manjiki. Tailed beast, and then snapped his fingers. Bai Ye gave his order. And then aimed at those Kirigakure executives who had been completely stunned. Kill them! Roar! An irritable roar rose into the sky. When the huge body of Three Tails broke through the entire conference room, even the Mizukage building. Countless villagers woke up from their dreams and looked at Three Tails in shock. Three Tails run away. Such a thing has never happened in Kirigakure. Done. The villagers panic. But the ones who are more nervous and afraid are those high-level leaders of Kirigakure. They are extremely regretful at the moment. In front of that terrifying man, they are insignificant ants. What is the fate of the ants who dare to refuse the proposal of the gods? Only to die. In order to cooperate with the creation of the crime scene, when Bai Ye ordered Three Tails to take action, he had directly imprisoned these high-level officials and could not move. Next. Thank you. You'll get what you want. I wish you a prosperous martial arts. Terumi Mei shyly and nervously took a sip on Bai Ye's face. She understands that what needs to be done next does not require Bai Ye's action. With that power, she was enough to take out Three Tails and establish herself as the fifth Mizukage in the village. Bai Ye also understands this. So after a brief look at the scene, he threw a word to Terumi Mei and shattered the space. Remember to ask Hoshigaki Kisame to find me in Konoha in a month. He has nothing to do with him here. Bai Ye, who was in a hurry to go back to eat, didn't bother to pay attention. Again. There are some things that others seem to be terrifying events, such as the replacement of shadows. But in his eyes, it was just a trivial matter. Terumi Mei is pleasing herself better than anyone else. Mizukage's position originally belonged to her, and now it's easier for Bai Ye to help her take the position a few years earlier. As for Terumi Mei, he doesn't care what kind of surprises he can give him in the follow-up. Night falls. Bai Ye returned to Yunja Mountain. She rushed to her women with a smile. Leave Konoha. He was quite relaxed. Really? Where there are fetters, it is his home. Konoha? Sorry, that's just the workplace. Tonight is destined to be sleepless, and to Bai Ye, it is destined to be beautiful. Ninja World. Fire Country. Konoha. Just when Bai Ye was enjoying the night, a conspiracy is brewing at his workplace. There was a smile on Sarutobi's face when he was released from prison. I really can't drink too much wine, my butt hurts after drinking it. Shaking his head, Sarutobi walked awkwardly. But he's in pretty good spirits. At this time, there was an extra token in his hand. This is Danzo's token. You can control those people at the root and order them to do things. The roots are essentially a bunch of emotionless machines. And this token represents Danzo himself. Now Sarutobi. The steps for tomorrow have been negotiated with Danzo. Thinking of his own calculations, he laughed and thought out loud. If nothing else, tomorrow he will be the hero who saved a riot. Danzo will also have to be released early because no one can suppress the riots in the root, and manage the prisoners in the root. It's a win-win. After this time, the villagers will also see the crisis, the courage and action of his Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage's position will also become solid. Thinking of this, Sarutobi was a little excited, and hurriedly took the token and walked to the Sarutobi family's clan. The opportunity to stand out naturally has to bring his clan and Danzo's clan. At that time, Danzo will kill his relatives righteously, and lay the foundation for the early release. But will it really go so well? Teacher. When Sarutobi's figure left the prison, a small white snake emerged from the gap. The snake's eyes exuded a dangerous atmosphere, as if it had discovered something very interesting. His teacher seems to really want to act in a play. Then make this scene realistic. When the little snake slipped away, the ground not far away also loosened. Black Zetsu, shrouded in pitcher plants, was silent for a moment, lost in thought. I don't know if Obito is interested in this news. The guards are not here. This is the best time to inquire about Konoha news and obtain Uchiha Bai Ye intelligence. So here he is. With the enchantment of Konoha, naturally he can't resist his mayfly technique. Black Zetsu is a natural intelligence whiz. That guy finally recovered, so anxious to get revenge. Oh, forget it, Uchiha Bai Ye isn't here anyway, just let him toss. A conspiracy. A battle of three old men. Under the cover of night, everyone has different thoughts. That night, a disguised ninja got into the root camp and plotted something. That night, a sinister man in a mask replaced one of the members of the roots with himself. That night, Obito changed a mask and descended outside the Konoha labor camp. It is conceivable. This New Year's festival of Konoha. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. Chapter 85. Cloud Mountain. To welcome the arrival of Uchiha Bai Ye and the guards, the executives of Raikage and Cloud Shinobi Village were extremely busy. After finally arriving at night, their original intention was to invite Bai Ye to have a meal to express their absolute importance to the guards. But Bai Ye didn't bother to pay attention to them. Out on vacation. On a trip to Kirigakure, this kind of unconventional overtime was against his purpose. So as soon as he came back, after eating with Tsunade and the others, he came to the top of the cloud world smoothly. Surrounded by clouds at night. Incarnate Raikage who licks the dog, for Bai Ye's mischief in Yunja Mountain. In addition to repairing the road to the top of the mountain, lanterns were placed on both sides of the road and around the hot spring. This kind of lantern is very expensive, even the famous palace will not place it, too many. But Cloud Shinobi Village completely turned the scenery of Yunja Mountain into a luxurious scene at all costs in order to completely hug Bai Ye's thighs. The second half is luxurious. And at the top of the mountain, look around at the clouds below. The feeling of being out of this world is in sharp contrast to the mundane world. Lying in the hot spring, enjoying Sam Yi's body massage, Bai Ye's face was intoxicated. So, where did you go before dinner? Tsunade stopped playing with Kushina, swam to Bai Ye and squeezed his arm, then asked curiously. Working overtime. Bai Ye turned over casually, making it easier for Samui to move around. Then he hugged Tsunade and said, "Hey, you're still working overtime, isn't that girl from Kirigakure? Send it back." Tsunade disdain, this man's temperament is estimated to be like this in this life. Konoha hasn't taken care of him yet, so he stretched out his hands to other villages. "Let's not talk about this, there should be results in 2 days." Bai Ye shook his head. He was too lazy to participate in Terumi Mei's affairs. It's Tsunade's side. Noeki is another year older. How long are you going to hide his identity? This is an issue that was discussed last time. And that time, Tsunade arrogantly wanted Bai Ye to join the Senju clan, and then Bai Ye forced her to give in and marry Uchiha. No way. Even Tsunade's fighting power with Bai Ye is not on the same level. The idea that the Senju clan merged into Konoha was a mistake. The results of your investigations these days should also come out. Bai Ye said lightly. Tsunade is his woman, and Tsunade's obsession, he will naturally help. It wasn't difficult for him. Yes, there are results. Tsunade sighed, looking a little decadent. After thinking for a while, she looked at Bai Ye angrily, and Samui who dived into the water below Bai Ye. Is there any time to talk about it? This man is really a gentleman. Since my second grandfather died and executed the order for the Senju family to integrate into Konoha, all the Senju family members hid their surnames and became a part of Konoha. But my second grandfather is not a fool, he left a relevant roster. Only. With a wry smile, Tsunade clenched his fists. From the execution of the order to now, the Senju clan may have disappeared 1 out of 10. Yes. The once great Senju clan. Invincible to Sengoku, a powerful clan that only the Uchiha clan can contend with. After she returned to Konoha to investigate what happened to Noeki back then, she found terrible things. The tribesmen disappeared. Not the disappearance of that surname, but the disappearance of people. Either disappear, or die on the battlefield. Today, the identity of the Senju clan can only be determined by 1/10 of the original level. Do you believe that if you continue to integrate into it, this 10th will be gone? Bai Ye laughed. Make up your mind when you go back. Noeki is not too young. After you get married, the Senju clan must have a patriarch. Did this man plan to do so? Tsunade glanced at Bai Ye angrily. Yes. Continue to integrate, and the Senju family will really die out. She is a female class, and now that she has support, she will definitely marry Bai Ye. It is impossible for such a man to join Senju. So she will not be Senju Tsunade in the future, but Uchiha Tsunade. Fortunately, my brother was resurrected. With her around, Tsunade's burden was much less. I'll make a decision with him. Tsunade took a deep breath, a cold look flashing in his eyes. She knew who did it. This matter does not need Bai Ye's help, and it is the last thing she does for the Senju family. After I go back, I will ask Noeki to stand up, regroup the clan as the head of the Senju clan, and get back what belongs to Senju. Bai Ye glanced at Tsunade with admiration, the energy finally had the style of 5th Hokage in the future. That being the case, the action suddenly changed, and he had a new idea. Then play Hokage. Man, aren't you tired? Tsunade rolled his eyes and didn't say no. For Bai Ye, the night was unbelievably wonderful. But at this time Konoha, the New Year's Eve has just begun. Inside the prison camp, taking advantage of the excitement of the memorial ceremony, all the root ninjas put on their masks again, and took advantage of the night to figure out the camp. Where are you going? Shisui, who was also a prisoner of labor, stared blankly at this scene. Apparently, when Sarutobi sent someone over before, it was an order announced while Shisui was away. No way. Unlike those emotion-killing machines, Shisui always has a mind of his own. Shisui's questions went unanswered. These ninjas at the root were extremely violent and knocked out the Anbu ninjas who were guarding them in place of the guards, and then rushed out quickly in the dark. Not right. There is action at the root. And it's something you don't even know about. Although I don't know what happened. But it has to be stopped. Shisui looked anxious, but didn't know what to do. Let's remind Hokage-sama first. Did not say. He believed that Sarutobi was the incarnation of justice, and after making up his mind, he rushed to Hokage's office as quickly as possible. Riot in the camp of reformed prisoners. Kakashi was startled. He was planning to go out on patrol. The New Year's Day is a crucial day for the villagers of Konoha. Everyone was immersed in joy. It is because of this that there can be no problems. And Hokage had issued an order before, even if there was no guard, the crime rate in the village must be 0. This also makes the Manbu ninjas suffer. In addition to protecting the village, there are more patrol tasks and some criminals to deal with. Third generation is not here. After hearing what Shisui said, Kakashi always felt that something was wrong. And it was very keen to catch what was wrong. The reason is simple. The rioters are the root ninjas. So what is their purpose? Those people only obeyed Danzo, and they worked honestly before because Danzo did not give instructions to resist, and Shisui, the team leader, joined the labor reform. So it's pretty honest. But now it is estimated that Danzo has an order to come out like this. Don't think root ninjas are weak. As killing machines trained since childhood, their abilities are even more bizarre. Before the guards were able to suppress it, it was because the guards were too strong. If it was someone else, even Anbu would pay a heavy price to stop the crazy roots. It is also because of the mystery and fighting power of the roots that Danzo had a high status in the village before. Kakashi was never a fool. He quickly analyzed something. E.g. Why did Hokage suddenly say today that he wants to strengthen the defense of Konoha Prison, and even took the initiative to mobilize the elites of the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan to guard the periphery of Konoha Prison for free as volunteers? He made a good name for it, saying that the New Year festival reduced Anbu's pressure, so he sent the Sarutobi and Shimura clans out. But what if those root ninjas are going to prison and want to rescue Danzo? Does this mean that, in essence, this riot is a self-directed and self-acted play? Think of this. Kakashi didn't worry anymore. Boring drama. He sneered and looked at Shisui. The third generation is in Konoha Prison. It has elites from the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan, so it shouldn't be a problem. Done. He didn't even have the idea of going to watch the big play, and walked to the street calmly. 0. I really envy the current Bai Ye. Kakashi sighed. Check in to get off work. If only I could join the guard. Suddenly, Kakashi's heart began to throb. Compared with Anbu, it seems that the job of the guard is more suitable for him. At least you can stay away from Hokage, who likes to calculate. Empty white /69892.5850 wait for Bai Ye to come back and invite him for a drink. Make up one's mind. Kakashi continued to stroll the streets of Konoha. Can be on the other side. The situation is obviously similar to what he analyzed. Root ninja rampage. He even rushed towards Konoha Prison from one side of the central square. And while they acted, they still had words in their mouths. For Danzo-sama. Rescue Danzo-sama. Tap down the Konoha Prison. Rescue the leader. Chaos is coming. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the root ninjas who put on their masks again. Guards are missing. By the time Anbu's ninjas reacted, it was too late to stand up to stop them. The people at the root will not tell you any sympathy, and they will attack anyone who blocks their pace. Don't know why. What makes Anbu ninjas angry is there are two people in this group of root ninjas who are particularly black, and they specially choose the fatal weakness to attack. This is not simply to rescue Danzo, but to make real killings. Don't panic everyone. And right now, with the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan elite ninja, the majestic third generation has appeared. He stood in front of the root ninja, as dazzling as the savior. "Don't panic everyone, I have everything." Sarutobi blushed and waved at the stunned villagers and ninjas, like a big man who had worked hard for a long time. His plan succeeded. Just when he enjoyed the admiration of the villagers. 2 bursts of drinking are coming. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, bursting dance. 2 root ninjas who don't talk about martial arts, took advantage of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan's distraction, and launched an attack brazenly. "Are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen people are stupid. What about acting? As soon as the promised savior comes out, will you be influenced? No one cares what he thinks, when someone takes action. The scene has gone out of control. Chaos, start completely." Individual. Chapter 86. Ninja World. Fire Country. Konoha. It was the morning of the 2nd day. When the sun shines on the earth. Exit the central square. The villagers were originally here to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, but the square they decorated has been completely destroyed. Gentle sunlight is very nourishing. But even that gentle feeling could not drive away their icy hearts. A new day. The sun will always rise. The same is true of the world, which never stops because of someone missing. The world has never been short of anyone, and we can go our own way. Just like this moment. The same mess in the central square. Looking around, there are corpses scattered on the ground. If you look carefully, you can recognize their identities. Far away. Kakashi stared at everything and shook his head, not knowing what to say. Do not live by sin. It's about the scene in front of you. He was 100% sure of the riot at the roots last night, and Third Hokage must have known in advance. Otherwise, it would never be so clever to take someone to guard the prison. It is even more impossible to bring people over so quickly when a conflict broke out between the root ninja and Anbu. Everything is too coincidental. And too many coincidences have become inevitable. Like the people of the Sarutobi clan who were the most killed and wounded on the land. 013 Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little fortunate when he remembered the chaos last night. He was glad that when he got the news, he was far away from here, otherwise he would be involved in the conflict. This is a battle within Konoha. It's not for the sake of the village to seek benefits, so I'm afraid it won't feel good no matter how much blood is shed. He didn't want his hands to be stained with the blood of his companions. Lin alone was enough. He no longer wanted to wake up from a dream at night and wash the unclean blood from his hands. So here he is watching. Watch this farce. He is also one of the few real witnesses to this farce. And now, he's going to give Sarutobi Hiruzen, their Lord Hokage, a straightforward debrief. Step by step. What Kakashi saw made him frown. Glancing at the sluggish Shisui, he kept walking, and finally came to the confused Sarutobi. The roots, except for Uchiha Shisui, were wiped out. After pondering for a moment, Kakashi felt that the report should be the simplest and the least influential. Yes. Compared to others. The ninjas at the roots were wiped out, and it was nothing. After all, those people are prisoners of labor reform, and most of them are war orphans. It's not bad to have a Shisui left. It's not that Kakashi treats human life like a must, but that he came from the war years. I have seen a more tragic scene than this. It is also the duty and honor of a ninja to die in some kind of war without worrying about it. The funny thing is, those at the root died at the hands of their own people. It has become a weapon that some people use to give themselves a sense of presence. Just like his father. Anbu died 60% of the time, and the serious and minor injuries have not been counted yet. It is certain that Anbu will not be able to maintain the stability of the village in the short term as before. This is really bad news. In order to stop those crazy root ninjas, Anbu also lost a lot. They stood in the front and organized riots at the roots. From the very beginning, everyone was concerned about the love of the same ninja village, and they all pointed it out, and then because the root ninja did not talk about martial arts, they were the first to kill, and the Anbu people didn't give the root face, and they were really angry. Certainly. This is not the most important thing. That's what Anbu does, and as Hokage's direct troops, they have no choice. If it wasn't for his duty yesterday to take care of more civilians, I'm afraid he would have to get involved. Even if he doesn't want to, this is the mission of the ninja. Also, the Shimura clan and your Sarutobi clan. Swallowed. Kakashi shivered a little in horror. What the hell is going on at the root? If it's kind of merciful to deal with Anbu. He found out last night that there were 2 guys with root masks, followed by a few people desperately attacking the ninjas of the Shimura clan and Sarutobi clan. The elites of the 2 clans that fought were retreating. After killing the 2 elite teams that followed Sarutobi, it was not too late. Very tacit understanding rushed into the camp of the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan, and began to massacre. Not only killing, but also directly robbing anything valuable. So essentially, the one who suffered the most damage last night was their Lord Hokage. Kakashi glanced at Third Generation with pity. Have a look. What did this guy get with his machinations? Last night. As a subordinate who has been with the Third Generation for many years, Kakashi is not difficult to guess what this respectable Lord Hokage is thinking. First, reach a cooperation with Danzo, and then encourage the root ninja to rescue Danzo. Second, when the battle was about to break out, he Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped the riot like a savior, gained a good reputation and regained the prestige that he had discarded, letting everyone know that he is still very capable as a Hokage. Third, on the grounds that there is no one to lead him at the root and he will not be safe, Danzo was released on bail and let him follow the labor reform team, so that no matter what arrangements are made in the future, it is very convenient. Fourth, take advantage of the absence of the guards to establish the image of a savior, and at the same time let the villagers understand that even if the guards are not there, Hokage can still make the village run normally, and let everyone downgrade their trust in the guards. A simple riot. A dead bird. A flawless plan. But what did he get? Perhaps. To some extent, his plan went well. Now Sarutobi has indeed become a hero to save the riot. But this hero is obviously not to be admired by the villagers. The reason is simple. Look at the corpse on the ground. In addition to the Sarutobi clan, Anbu, Genbu, and Shimura clan, there are many civilian ninjas killed. After all, the place where the battle broke out was the central square with the most people. Everyone is preparing to pay homage. How do you know that such an unpredictable disaster will occur? So Sarutobi got it. But didn't get it either. If your clan is raided and damaged. Swallowing again, Kakashi looked in awe. Those 2 root ninjas are chasing after your clan to kill. On the one hand, they are not well prepared, and on the other hand, they are very powerful, so your clan is half dead, and Danzo's Shimura clan is similar. Of course, it doesn't matter. Unimportant? Are you sure it doesn't matter? Sarutobi's face was ashen, his cloudy eyes turned to Kakashi. He wanted to ask why this kid didn't stand up and help yesterday. But he didn't have the strength to ask. Sarutobi's strength is naturally strong. But he is an old man after all, and there is no problem in releasing some powerful ninjutsu in the early stage. But when he wanted to save Chakra, and then summoning the ape demon came out to melee, let the ape demon transform into a huge golden hoop to sweep the battlefield and open up the situation to stabilize the situation. Mutation. The ape demon actually went on strike. According to the monkey demon, the working environment is too harsh, humid, and smells of the sea, and even went to the abandoned land. It actually wants to resign. Without a powerful summoning beast, Sarutobi had a tough fight. Sarutobi is strong. A big reason is the help of the ape demon. For example, the Nine Tails Rebellion knocked Nine Tails out of the village with a stick, and for example, the Chunin exam, which can interrupt the wood style of first generation with a stick. But now the ape demon strikes. After he ran out of chakra, he could only choose melee combat, and his strength had indeed dropped too much. Take control? It's an opportunity for him to survive. God knows how much Obito hates Konoha. With a twisted mind, he turned all his anger towards Bai Ye into Sarutobi, and let White Zetsu disguise himself as a root ninja and kill him happily. And Orochimaru not to mention. A clean shot, aimed specifically at Danzo's family. The reason is better explained. He complained that Danzo told Uchiha Bai Ye about how to contact him, and he was beaten badly. Is Orochimaru the kind of person who is willing to be subservient? Never was. He was only suppressed by Bai Ye's power and had to obey. But it started because Danzo betrayed him. Otherwise he wouldn't be beaten either. The feuding Orochimaru had an unexpected matchup with Obito, and it seemed to work well. Call. Kakashi took a deep breath. Yes. The Sarutobi family. Anbu. Root. Plus how many people died in the Shimura clan. It doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that civilians have died a lot, and now the opinion of the villagers towards you is not so great. Do they even have an opinion? Sarutobi was furious. How many clansmen died in the old man? How many did Anbu die? Do you still have any opinions on the old man? The old man is the hero who stopped the disaster. The old man saved their lives. Why are you yelling so loudly? Kakashi pulled out his ears and his face was paralyzed without any fluctuations. No, you didn't stop the disaster, and you didn't save everyone's life. Hundreds of civilians died. This responsibility cannot be avoided. He speaks 4.6 has always been straightforward. And this is what Sarutobi told himself to report, I will say whatever you ask. This is what Kakashi does. Even Kakashi felt that his words were too euphemistic. If it's direct enough. If in other words, it's like this. Although you were injured, your clansmen suffered heavy casualties, and more than half of your Anbu died, even if this is the case. Your reputation also stinks. After Kakashi finished speaking, he didn't care about third generation's feelings at all, and left with a happy hand. Behind. Sarutobi was trembling all over, his blood was surging, he just felt that there was a rush of anger that couldn't be vented. Turn around and take heavy steps. He came to the familiar prison step by step. And in the depths of the prison, Danzo smiled, as if welcoming his husband's wife. He was looking forward to the praise from his old buddy, and then took himself out of here. But... snapped. When a heavy slap slapped his face. Something seems to be shattering. Like his fragile and sensitive heart. Danzo covered his face. He got it. Sarutobi has changed. All these years of love and love, after all, is wrong. Chapter 87. Konoha. In a dark prison. Danzo. You said you did it on purpose. The old man kindly planned to save you, but you actually hit back and tried to eradicate the power of the old man. Does the token you gave the old man have other meanings? Why do ninjas from your roots attack the old man's people? You talk, Danzo. Sarutobi's face was ashen. There was nowhere to vent the anger, and now seeing Danzo, his hand seemed to slap uncontrollably on Danzo's face. He beat me. He actually hit me. Danzo didn't pay attention to Sarutobi's words. Just covering his face and looking at Sarutobi in disbelief. After a long time, he recovered. The eyes looking at Sarutobi were full of disappointment. The old man is really helping you. People at the root will also cooperate with your actions. The problem should be you. It should be someone you offended. This old man doesn't know. He waved his hands, his heart was ashes, and Danzo of about to blacken was exhausted. After waiting all night, it was only Sarutobi's anger. The old man is tired, you go. Crouch in the corner. Danzo shook his head and lost the thought of talking to Sarutobi. And the gaze he looked at Sarutobi changed from the soft one before to the sharp one. Since ancient times, love to hate has been caused by a misunderstanding. But Danzo, who was already dirty in his heart, once hated someone, the consequences could be imagined. But Sarutobi has no idea about that. He gritted his teeth and scolded Danzo for a long time, and found that Danzo didn't return his mouth, so he lost interest and left. He has a lot more to deal with than berating Danzo. Get out of jail. 29 Sarutobi frowned in thought. Where is the problem? Yesterday's roots were clearly in the wrong state. If Danzo isn't working behind the scenes, who's targeting him? If you think about it, what Danzo said isn't really a problem. Now the two are grasshoppers on a rope, and as long as Danzo is not a fool, he will not give up the chance to get out of the prison. Is the problem with the old man? Sarutobi's eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yesterday, he looked at the two people who massacred his subordinates with masks, and it always felt a little familiar. But he had no idea where that familiar feeling came from. Could it be that Uchiha Bai Ye is targeting himself? Impossible. The guards under his command are all in Yunja Mountain. That flamboyant guy never hides his whereabouts, and if he wants to hit the old man in the face, he should hit him directly. It is impossible to use these methods. Who is that? Sarutobi, who had not slept all night, had a headache. Now he has too much to deal with. Dissatisfaction in the village. The clan's spying and impending impeachment. Plus the settlement of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. Master Patriarch. Just then, an elderly Sarutobi clan came over. This person's name is Sarutobi Rishin, and he is his clan brother, and he is of the same generation as Sarutobi. He survived last night and was here to report to Sarutobi. In the Sarutobi clan, when dealing with the Sarutobi clan's problems, the clan people call Sarutobi the clan leader. Hokage is only called when in the village. The family has settled down, but there is one thing I don't know how to deal with. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi hesitated and spoke again. That monster fox kid. Here's the thing. Since Minato's death, Third Generation has claimed that the Minatos and their children were sacrificed. As for the candidate for Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it is another baby. Also known as Uzumaki Naruto. He follows motherhood and no one knows his identity except Sarutobi. And Naruto was naturally taken care of by Third Generation's subordinates. Predictably. Not knowing Naruto's true identity, that person only thought he was the reincarnation of a demon fox, and his attitude towards Naruto was normal. Just to fulfill the order of the Patriarch, the food had to be delivered on time. Send it to the prepared place and monitor it at all times. Sarutobi waved his hand wearily. The Naruto thing is just trivial. Anyway, no one knows Naruto's identity, and now he exists only for the Nine Tails chaos, to vent the anger of everyone. He had prepared Naruto's house before, the kid is very smart, and now he has learned to live a simple life. Giving some money on a regular basis shouldn't be a problem. I'm afraid Kushina could not have imagined that Naruto, who was only 4 years old, lived alone without the care of others because of this accident. In the original, Naruto moved into that cramped room at the age of 5 and started to stand on his own. Snow that year. He met Hinata and got into a fight. And now, Third Generation is absolutely unthinkable. Because of his hasty decision, he will face the wrath of a mother directly. What a mess! After sending away the younger brother of the Sarutobi clan, Third Generation returned to the central square. Nowadays, many villagers and Konoha's ninjas have already gathered. They were waiting for Hokage's explanation. Konoha had such a big incident, and he, the Hokage, was not to blame. In the face of loss, he, Hokage, who did not completely turn the tide, seemed a little incompetent. Cough cough. Stand in front. Sarutobi struggled, trying to smile softly and kindly. Everyone. Master Hokage. Go and invite Master Bai Ye back. Yes, Lord Hokage, Konoha can't do without the guards and Lord Bai Ye. Konoha can't rely on Lord Hokage alone, please send someone to invite Lord Bai Ye back to the village. While Sarutobi was still thinking about how to appease the villagers, he didn't expect that his words would be interrupted directly. But he couldn't make it happen. Because it wasn't one or two villagers who spoke, or even the entire gathered group was saying one thing. Konoha, can't do without the guards. Can't live without him Uchiha Bai Ye. Lord Hokage. An excited villager let out a groan. For the sake of the village, please contact Mr. Bai Ye. Otherwise, what should we do next time this happens? Why can't even a group of criminals be suppressed by Lord Hokage's subordinates? The village can't stand this kind of torture. This is a New Year's festival, Lord Hokage. One after another, the heart-piercing cry hits Sarutobi's fragile heart. Sarutobi's face twisted. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Torture? Can't be suppressed? Is this all my husband's fault? According to the villagers, are all his subordinates dead in vain? That's all his confidant? Obviously, until now he has not recognized his own problems. He would never think that the internal reason for this matter was caused by his own selfish desires. He put all the blame on the man against him. I didn't realize my mistake. Dignified Hokage, how could it be wrong? But now he has to admit his mistake. The villagers had long since disbelieved his ability. The guards are not in the village, and they haven't had a good year. How does this make them trust Hokage and Konoha? Word after word, the village could not be separated from the guards, and Sarutobi nearly spit out blood. Not slept all night. He worked so hard for the village, not only did he not get any respect, but was forced by all the villagers to invite Uchiha Bai Ye back to the village? Don't worry, I will definitely bring him back. Even when Sarutobi was still stunned and held back his anger, Mitarashi Anko actually took the initiative to stand up and became the messenger recommended by everyone to ask Bai Ye to return to the village. What is this? Sarutobi was in a hurry. If it really develops according to this situation, doesn't that prove that his Hokage is a piece of shit? Can't leave the guards at all? No. Absolutely not. Don't go. Sarutobi said loudly, and for a moment, attracted everyone's attention. The guards are still on vacation. They have worked diligently for Konoha for a year, and they can finally rest. You can't disturb them. With the old man in the village, there will be no problems. His voice was sharp and his words were very sincere. However, the villagers just glanced at him and lost interest in continuing to listen. There's not even someone whispering. Lord Hokage can really brag. Yes, yes, if Hokage-sama can do it, why can't the riots be suppressed? It's the 013 truth. I heard that the Hokage family was killed most of the time, and they were not the enemy's opponents at all. I heard that the Sarutobi family were all strong from outside and hard at work, and they were abolished after 3 minutes. Hey? Really? No wonder my friend told me yesterday that Lord Hokage was very violent at the beginning of the battle, and then wilted after a while. Well, not only that, you don't know, Lord Hokage summoned his summoning beast, but what did his summoning beast say after he came out? He went back. Summoning beasts think Lord Hokage is not good? My god, how weak our Lord Hokage is! Discussions like this are not loud or small, but just enough to reach Sarutobi's ears. Is he weak? Obviously, as an ordinary person, the hexagonal warrior with ordinary blood is not weak. But his grade is old after all, chakra is extracted from the cell vitality, and his fighting power has dropped a lot in old age. He is not in the state of impure world reincarnation, and he won't use Dalian a few times. No one singled him out, and it was even more impossible for him to use the ghoul seal to perish. The most important thing is that the ape demon's strike has a great impact on his combat effectiveness. Besides, he also secretly hated that he drank too much at Danzo yesterday, causing his butt to hurt so much that it took a lot of effort to move. For all reasons. In that battle, it would be good for him to show 30% of his strength. It is normal to feel weak. Seeing that he couldn't stop the villagers from wanting to find Bai Ye, Sarutobi decided to change the subject, such as selling a miserable one to win everyone's sympathy. But don't wait for him to speak. A figure rushed over and knelt directly in front of him. The man was very excited, obviously running all the way. It took him a long time to calm down before he let out a loud roar. Lord Hokage! The news of Lord Bai Ye has come back. He had a very loud voice. Just a moment. Everyone around them gathered their gazes, waiting for his follow-up. Could it be that Uchiha Bai Ye pretended to be in trouble and was beaten to death? Sarutobi was overjoyed and waved quickly. Read. Chapter 88. Sometimes. In fact, as a woman of Bai Ye, there will always be some pressure. They will be afraid that they are not good enough to be worthy of Uchiha Bai Ye. And the more they understand Bai Ye's true strength, the deeper they feel. Therefore, they will try their best to improve themselves while serving Bai Ye. Even if Bai Ye doesn't need the help of his own women, they will try their best to grow, hoping that one day in the future, if Bai Ye needs their strength, he won't be like a vase that can't do anything. The women of Bai Ye, there is no doubt that they are all excellent ninjas. Even without Bai Ye, they would still have enough status in their respective villages. But his beliefs have not changed in the slightest. When Bai Ye confirms one thing, he will become unexpectedly resolute. That decisive look is extremely attractive to the opposite S**X. No doubt. Terumi Mei is also the one attracted. Although the relationship was only confirmed yesterday, and she felt incredible and unreservedly sent herself out. But Terumi Mei has no regrets. Maybe before the trip to Kirigakure, she, like Bai Ye, took this time as a deal. She knew that she couldn't stand beside Bai Ye and accompany him like everyone else. It's all a crazy outcome. But everything changed after the trip to Kirigakure. Strong men always attract the opposite S**X. Mu Jiang's psychology has taken root in Terumi Mei since childhood. And Bai Ye, who she can never surpass, believes that she will follow her left and right. Terumi Mei is also not a vase. With Bai Ye's power, she completely controlled Kirigakure in just one night. She proved her thunderous means to everyone. And naturally, because he killed 3 tails, he won the recognition and trust of the villagers. But when she succeeded in ascending the throne, the series of orders issued surprised the ninjas of Kirigakure. But she defied the odds, and anyone who objected paid the price. Although it is Mizukage, her warmth has been given to Bai Ye, and others will not experience any tenderness from her. So, that night, after Terumi Mei ordered the revival of Kirigakure, a news that shocked the ninja world was also passed from Kirigakure. The 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure announces to the entire ninja world. The announcement reads as follows. Konoha Central Square. The place where Bai Ye used to try Danzo and Raikage before. It's a mess at the moment. But the ninja who sent the order didn't care at all, with a very excited expression, holding a statement from Kirigakure. It has the seal of Mizukage engraved on it, so it cannot be faked. And this thing is fake as an enemy of Kirigakure of the 5 great ninja villages. No one would be stupid to do that because of a false statement. So obviously this statement is true. Kirigakure is not very far from Konoha. Across the sea, rushing through the night. The messenger of Kirigakure had already reached Konoha and was heading towards the next shinobi village, so he left the statement and left. Is this a statement from Mizukage? Third Generation frowned. Isn't it the news about Uchiha Bai Ye? How did you get involved with Mizukage? And Kirigakuru's Mizukage, not the fourth Mizukage Yagura, when did it become the fifth generation? Could it be that Uchiha Bai Ye angered Kirigakure, and the fifth Mizukage declared war with Konoha out of shame? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, and then his face was solemn. War is scary though. But right now, this seems to be good news for him. Since the fifth Mizukage appeared in Kirigakure, there should have been changes in the interior, so even if there is a war Mizukage makes people make a declaration of war, there is no need to worry too much about the final effort. After all, Kirigakure's position is doomed, and even a full-scale attack is extremely laborious and requires a lot of time to coordinate real supplies. But if it was Uchiha Bai Ye who really angered Kirigakure, wouldn't it mean that his opportunity had come? Thinking of this, Sarutobi's face was full of anticipation. The content of the announcement is as follows. From now on, Kirigakure will unconditionally cooperate with Uchiha Bai Ye's guard in all operations. Kirigakure voluntarily contributed to Mingshan Island, the country of water. Meishan Island will become Captain Bai Ye's private property after today, and Mizukage will welcome Captain Bai Ye to Mingshan Island on behalf of Kirigakure. Mizukage also welcomes the guards to settle in Kirigakure, waiting for you at any time. It means that Kirigakure can set up his own guards for Captain Bai Ye at any time. Kirigakure Mizukage hereby warns. The warning is as follows. Anyone who is an enemy of Uchiha Bai Ye will suffer the wrath of Kirigakure. All ninjas in the land of water, see Uchiha Bai Ye as Mizukage himself, must be given the highest respect. Konoha Central Square. When that ninja with an extremely loud voice finished all Mizukage's statement in one breath, the originally noisy square has become extremely quiet. That silent atmosphere, as if breathing loudly would be a sin. People's eyes were filled with astonishment, puzzlement, confusion, and finally turned into exclamations. What did they hear? This. Is this statement really believable? If it's the same as the statement says. If one day Uchiha Bai Ye enters the battlefield, will Kirigakure follow him and help kill the enemy? What kind of statement is this? It's all about the oath of allegiance. People can't believe it. But they know in their hearts that this is probably true. It was as miraculous as Bai Ye forced Raikage to cede land and pay indemnity, but it happened even though it was impossible. And compared to Raikage, Mizukage is more straightforward. In addition to offering an island to Bai Ye as a gift, he also blatantly started digging. Mizukage is shameless. A certain Bai Ye's little fangirl said angrily. In terms of life, Mizukage even blatantly said that if Bai Ye needed it, he could provide the duties of the captain of the Kirigakure Guard. In other words, even if Bai Ye left Konoha, Kirigakure would greet him with a job offer. He's still the captain of the guard. They have to admit. Now, it's not Bai Ye who needs the village of Konoha anymore. Rather they need Uchiha Bai Ye. It's hard to imagine what Konoha would become if Uchiha Bai Ye left the village. Many villagers are worried. Have a look. The guards have only left for a few days. How many people have died? Everyone knows how rubbish Hokage is. It turned out that when the guards were there, everyone felt that they should guard the village, but now this feeling has changed. Konoha is really inseparable from the guards and Captain Bai Ye. At this moment, the villagers and Konoha's ninjas have only one idea. Even if he is not in the village, there are legends about him in the village. In the distance, Hyaga Hayashi, who was watching the fun, swallowed involuntarily. Uchiha Bai Ye, what kind of existence is he? When people are still fighting for power in the village, his vision has been put into the whole ninja world. Silently, he actually made the entire Kirigakure surrender. But think carefully. In fact, this accident can also be relieved. Look at the attitude of Raikage before and after to understand. Kirigakure's Mizukage was probably also surprised by some of Bai Ye's methods. In fact it is. Is this statement bad for Kirigakure? It is estimated that the entire Kirigakure will feel that fifth Mizukage, who has just ascended, seems to be carried away by love. But only Terumi Mei and Ao, and Reikage of Cloud Shinobi Village know. It's all about Kirigakure holding an incredible thigh. Seems like a big price to pay. In the end, it's just a statement. How can a real strong man take a fancy to the ridiculous power of Kirigakure? The so-called 5 great ninja villages, Uchiha Bai Ye, can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. So who is taking advantage? Ridiculous Konoha has a treasure without knowing it. If such people were in their village, they would be able to unify the 5 great ninja villages in less than a month. But at this time Hyaga Hayashi. But he was admiring Bai Ye's vision. The whole village, even the patriarchs of Konoha, were also amazed. They are all fighting for power and profit for their own ethnic groups, and they all focus on one village. Compared with Bai Ye's gas volume, they really are nothing. He way strong? He's there, but you don't dare to look at him at all. If he is not there, you will feel that his prestige is still there, and you will not dare to act rashly. Uchiha Bai Ye. He just went out on a trip with the guards. But a trip can directly let Kirigakure make such a decision. It was enough to shock them. Is this real? Sarutobi's eyes were red. He was slapped in the face again, and he no longer knew what to say. He didn't believe, and didn't want to believe that what was in front of him was the truth. It's very real. The person who sent the statement is a ninja from Kirigakure, and it is estimated that besides us, many ninja villages know about it. Dazhao, until now, Kirigakure has not refuted the news. That's it. Sarutobi smiled miserably. Lord Hokage. Please allow Mitarashi Anko to invite Lord Bai Ye back to the village. When Third Generation's mood turned upside down like a roller coaster, the pleading of the villagers reappeared. And this time, it is no longer a discussion in 2s and 3s. It was all the villagers and ninjas in the square who spoke together. Lord Hokage. Please agree to ask Lord Bai Ye to return to the village. This moment. The will of the people. Sarutobi's face flushed. He opened his mouth angrily. The next moment. Puff. The Third Generation couldn't bear the night's battle any longer, and today's excitement spurted out a mouthful of blood. Feeling dizzy, he involuntarily smashed his head to the ground. Lord Third Generation agrees. Lord Hokage nodded. As witty as Anko, she immediately exclaimed when she saw Sarutobi's head hitting the ground. The villagers and ninjas understood in an instant. Thank you Lord Hokage for your kind permission. Without saying a word, Anko set off directly. This moment, Anko felt the weight on his shoulders. A destined sense of responsibility struck, making her clench her fists fiercely. Facing the expectations of the villagers, she embarked on the road of Bai Ye to find Captain Bai Ye. Chapter 89. The ninja world is surging. Different from the chaos of Konoha. When Kirigakure's statement reached the land of wind and land, 4th Kazekage Luosha and 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji, their first reaction was that Mizukage was crazy. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. These days, their spies are concentrated in the land of thunder. But Reikage doesn't know what's going on, but if he sees suspicious people approaching the land of thunder, he will immediately expel them. Expulsion cannot be done directly. So they probe messages very slowly. I only know that Konoha's guards are currently playing in Yunja Mountain under the leadership of Uchiha Bai Ye. And Reikage's Cloud Shinobi village ninjas are just acting as bodyguards. After this news is confirmed, the most powerful people in the ninja world were basically silent. Crazy. All FG crazy. What's wrong with this world? Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village, which were inextricably fought in the Third Ninja World War, became what they are now because of a guard captain. Reikage and Mizukage are also shameless incarnations of licking dogs. Are the ninjas in their village okay? Check. It is necessary to find out the real reason why Reikage is willing to cede the land and pay indemnity and become a bodyguard. Also find out why the 5th Mizukage Terumi made a gesture of unconditional support for Uchiha Bai Ye. The war between ninjas is an intelligence war. Master intelligence, and kill with one hit. Konoha, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure tripartite change. Can't help but make Onoji and Luosha a little nervous. They are very afraid of the current situation. Intelligence control is too low. If at this time, the news of the alliance of the 3 shinobi villages suddenly came out, what should they do? Unquestionably, the person who connects the 3 ninja villages is the mysterious captain of the guard. What the hell did he do? Does it have something to do with the map change of the Land of Thunder? What dirty deal is hiding behind 5th Mizukage's ascendance? These things do not understand, they have some trouble sleeping. Countless spies ran in the country of thunder and water, and also sneaked into Konoha to investigate intelligence. The country of thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Inside Raikage's office. Boom. The rude Raikage couldn't hold back his anger, and slammed the table in front of him into a pulp. Even though his hands and feet were once interrupted by Bai Ye, his tyrannical strength could still easily achieve this level. The sackcloth next to this is not surprising. Raikage has been cranky since Mizukage's announcement. Without him, he always felt that Mizukage took advantage. And the attitude is much more sincere than Cloud Shinobi Village. It's not a good feeling to be preempted to express loyalty. Originally, Cloud Shinobi Village was forced by Bai Ye to sign a contract to cede land and indemnify. It was done reluctantly. But look at how sincere Terumi Mei is. Actively offered the island, and unconditionally obeyed any orders from Uchiha Bai Ye. It is no exaggeration to say that Raikage even suspected that Mizukage took advantage of her beauty in order to succeed in ascending the throne. Being one step ahead. Ai's face was not very good. The linen next to him was also a little embarrassed. These 2 days. She also wandered around in front of Bai Ye when she had nothing to do. But that terrifying man didn't seem to have any thoughts about her, and his attitude was still at the stage of being inferior to friends. There was nothing she could do about it. You can't let Sam Yi make it easy for him and let him climb onto Uchiha Bai Ye's bed, right? Lord Raikage, should we also make a statement? Ma Bai, who knew Bai Ye's strength well, gave his own advice. It's useless. Raikage smiled wryly. Even for things like allegiance, it's important to show your attitude. Cloud Shinobi Village was forced to make a decision. Now even if the announcement is made, there is only a feeling of a clown jumping on the beam, and even this kind of action will be despised by Kirigakure. Moreover, he has already spoken before. Anyone who dares to disturb Uchiha Bai Ye and the guard's vacation are his enemies of Cloud Shinobi Village. A statement has been issued, what can be changed by issuing it again? What we have to do is a matter of attitude. Let Captain Bai Ye feel the enthusiasm of our Cloud Shinobi Village with practical actions. 4th Raikage said to Ma Bai solemnly. Okay, I'll discuss with Samui. Ma Bai gritted his teeth, even for the sake of the village, he had to completely hug Uchiha Bai Ye's thighs. This spirit of active devotion is clearly worth learning. And she also wanted to know what Samui said about flying into the sky. The top of the cloud world. When the entire ninja world was frantically searching for news, wanting to know what kind of existence Bai Ye was. Our captain of the guard is sitting lazily on the deck chair, looking at the scenery below from the top of the mountain. The scenery of the Land of Thunder is truly unique. Looking at it here, there is quite a feeling of flying through the clouds. Bai Ye looked back. Behind him is a spacious hot spring. Tsunade and the others were still soaking in it, and every now and then, the playful voices of the girls could be heard. All in all, it's very pleasing to the eye and also very freehand. But he was destined not to stay in one place for too long. The island Terumi Mei gave him, he had seen on the map. So before leaving, he planned to take Tsunade and the others over for a picnic. If only there was a yacht. Bai Ye thought to himself. Before going out to play next time, let Orochimaru come out as a yacht. It's so much easier to play. In terms of his chakra amount, it is completely different from worrying about power. The breath that leaks inadvertently on that trip will make the engine full of power. I said, Lord Captain, whom the people admire, are you sure you won't go back to Konoha? A long voice came. Bai Ye followed his gaze and rolled his eyes. He thought that Mitarashi Anko would come, but he didn't expect her to come so quickly. And with the expectations of the Konoha village people, I respectfully invited myself to return to the mission of Konoha. Something happened to Konoha. After hearing the cause and effect, Bai Ye really wanted to laugh. He expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to do something when he left the village. Similar to the methods used against the Uchiha clan, or other clans. But this kind of self-directed and self-acted drama is too casual. But I have to say that third generation as a politician, Kyeg, his ideas are still very good. If successful. On the contrary, it can improve some prestige, and Father Danzo may be able to release it in advance. But he failed. And paid a heavy price. Who started it? Bai Ye touched his chin and took Anko into his arms. It's all delivered to the door, Bai Ye will not be polite. Dare to mingle with his women in the hot springs, it will definitely pay. If you ask me to go back, I have to go back. Bai Ye laughed and grabbed a ball from Anko's mouth and took a bite. Say a month, it's a month. It doesn't matter if Konoha is ruined this month. Konoha becomes like this, that's Hokage waste, what does it have to do with me? Take a vacation. Obviously also in line with what a qualified captain should do. So he can still get settlement rewards every night. Even after helping Terumi Mei that day, the reward has increased a lot. On his system panel, in addition to the position of Konoha Guard Captain, there is also a Kirigakure Guard Captain. This is already obvious, the system has identified Kirigakure as his backup. But Bai Ye didn't do anything about switching to someone else's door. As a strong man, it is a bit embarrassing to do so. But this does not mean that Bai Ye has to obey the call of the people and return to the village. Take a vacation, take a good vacation, and go to work. His life is still very full. The day goes on. There was another woman beside Bai Ye. That night, at the invitation of Uchiha, the two went to Bai Ye's room. I heard that after that day, Kurane Ui and Anko lay down for 3 full days. Everyone didn't know what happened, only that Rabbit would show contempt at Bai Ye from time to time, and then Bai Ye would grab his ears and slap his butt violently. The guard's trip was not delayed. The Land of Thunder and Cloud World Mountain are just one of the stops on Bai Ye's itinerary. Live life and travel to the fullest, and let them enjoy it. As for the expectations of Konoha village residents, Bai Ye didn't take it seriously. The journey continues. He took his women on a tour of the mountains and waters, and it was a pleasure. Konoha. Fortunately, the worrying thing did not happen in Konoha. Blink of an eye. A month has passed. Nothing exciting happened in the ninja world this month. After all, with the precedent on Kirigakure's side, other rumors are obviously not very interesting. And these days, Konoha's most obvious change. It was the villagers who were choking on time, and when they counted down a few days, they spontaneously began to wait at the entrance of the village. They looked into the distance quietly, wanting to hear the familiar humming sound. But time is running out. Bai Ye naturally wouldn't sacrifice his vacation time. A month is a month. His time critical is much stronger than others. Finally, the 30th day has come. This day, all the villagers and ninjas of Konoha got up early, and then gathered at the entrance of Konoha's village. It's too early. The early morning mist with fresh air lifted their spirits. The weeds on the ground were dyed with white dew, welcoming the sun and the arrival of a new day. Everyone is quiet. For fear of missing the guard's iconic outing. Buzz. Coming. I don't know who was the first to speak. When the sun rises completely. There was a pleasant humming in the distance. At this moment, they no longer disliked the huge sound of the motorcycle. Instead, she burst into tears of excitement. Hearing the sound of the police motorcycle, the restless heart calmed down. That's the security the guards give them. A long time. The buzzing sounded from far to near. Bai Ye led the team to the entrance of Konoha village. Glancing at the ninjas gathered at the entrance of the village, he was stunned for a while, and then waved his hand to the back freely. Check in, go to work. Gaze. He looked to a corner. In a familiar location, Third Generation was still watching secretly. A chuckle came from Bai Ye's mouth. Bai Ye exuded perception, checked the situation in the village and spoke slowly. "Sa, the new year is over. Next, it's your turn." Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 90. Konoha Village Entrance. Captain Bai Ye has never changed. He just had a beautiful rabbit in his arms. And when Bai Ye announced to clock into work, the members of the guard team instantly adjusted from their playful state. That's what the regulations are. Have fun playing. This month, they knew how Bai Ye treated them. Following Bai Ye, the captain, they felt that their life as a ninja had changed dramatically. This is someone who has affected their life. Play once. Make the whole guard unit more united. Open up everyone. From now on, they are true brothers. And now back to Konoha. They have adjusted and prepared. Work hard. The villagers consciously gave way to a road and waited for the members of the guard to return to the embrace of the village. But right now, Tsunade suddenly jumped out of Bai Ye's exclusive car. She took a deep breath and looked at Bai Ye, meeting his encouraging gaze. Back to the village. Clean up the mess and fix a few people. By the way, Tsunade's long-cherished wish is fulfilled. This was promised to her early in the morning at the hot spring. Bai Ye dotes on his woman very much. Plus I own a reward. So even if Tsunade doesn't have this determination, he will help Tsunade make this decision. There is only one dead end for the Senju family to continue. Now, it's up to her, the granddaughter of first Hokage and second Hokage, to step up. Everyone wait a minute. Tsunade's face originally followed Bai Ye's coquettishness, but now it became solemn and solemn. It is obviously not an easy task to gather people from the whole village. So now this scene is a bit hard to come by. Tsunade had made up his mind, and took this opportunity to announce his decision. She stood against the wind, but she had the style of fifth Hokage after that. Bai Ye didn't say anything, just stayed by her side. Here is his attitude and support. Aside from the natural relationship between the two, Tsunade is also the medical captain of the guard. This identity alone is enough, not to mention that she is Bai Ye's woman. Now, all eyes. Konoha's ninjas found that things didn't seem so simple, and looked at Tsunade with puzzled eyes. Noeki, come here. Take a deep breath. Tsunade tugged at his slightly bewildered brother, then removed the disguise on his face in front of everyone. Next second, Noeki has reverted back to that fat little guy with baby fat. This is the true appearance of Noeki. The disguise made before coming to Konoha is now invalid. Far away. Itachi frowned, he was a little unsure, what did Mr. Tree do this kind of thing for? Why don't you show your face? But right now, he understood why. He's my brother, Noeki. Proudly speak. Tsunade introduced his identity in front of everyone. Elder sister. Noeki seemed to understand, showing a clear look. Then everyone who looked at Konoha waved. Nervous? How is this possible? Is there anything more stressful in the world than the coming of death? Someone who died once. I've been training in the guards for so long. Noeki naturally has no stage fright. He accepted everyone's scrutiny, and also showed a gentle smile. He is such a sunny boy, with the same temperament as Naruto. The only difference is that he has a very clear understanding of his own level and will not make meaningless mouths. So Bai Ye really likes this brother-in-law. Nawaki? Did I hear it right? Isn't he dead? Yes, died in the Second Ninja World War. I heard that the death was very miserable, and the bodies that were blown up by the explosive talisman were all broken. What's going on here? Is Tsunade-sama's younger brother resurrected? I don't know, let's keep reading. Even if Nawaki is resurrected, it shouldn't let Tsunade-sama announce it at this time. There should be other things. There was a lot of discussion. While shocked by Nawaki's resurrection, they also wonder what Tsunade's purpose in proclaiming Nawaki's identity was. Look at the situation. Tsunade looked solemn and spoke again. Nawaki did die in the Second Ninja World War. As for why he's here. Tsunade looked at Bai Ye and frowned, then smiled. It's a secret. Even if Bai Ye had told her, he was not at all afraid that others would covet his power to control life and death, and he was even less afraid that others would think of him. But as a woman of Bai Ye, she needs to think more about Bai Ye. Tsunade is by no means a brainless person, and will publicly announce the powerful strength of his man. Define this as a secret, and you can save your man less trouble. Although she is a gambler and has a straightforward and carefree personality, once she is recognized by her, he will never become a burden to his own man, and he will never act arrogantly, seemingly cranky. But it also depends on who. Bai Ye is someone who can calm her down and think seriously about how to be nice to him. This woman. Bai Ye smiled and said nothing. As for why Nawaki's identity was announced, Tsunade turned his head again, looked at the gathered ninjas on Konoha's side, and took a step. She took a roster out of her arms and even used her chakra to make her voice travel farther and clearer. Take Nawaki's hand. Tsunade was excited and finally spoke up. I, Senju Tsunade, as the grandson of Senju Hashirama, hereby declare. Release the Patriarch's order and cancel the move to merge into Konoha. From now on. Senju of the Forest. Assemble. For a moment, there was an uproar. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was peeking from behind, couldn't stand. He is afraid. Senju reunited? What a joke! Where can you get so many Senju clan members out of Konoha now? After the death of second Hokage Senju Tobirama in the 12th year of Konoha, the clansmen carried out the orders of the clan leader. It took another 5 years for the Senju family to fully integrate into the Konoha shinobi surname. Now, 40 years have passed. In addition to the 5-year implementation phase, there are still 35 years. 35 years! From the beginning of the Senju clan's babies, to the young adults, they have grown old at this moment. And under the unremitting efforts of myself and Danzo, those of the Senju clan rarely have the opportunity to leave offspring, but are instead arranged to execute various dangerous characters, which can be said to be the best use of everything. During the Second Ninja World War, many ninjas who integrated into the Senju clan were sent to the battlefield. Even Nawaki was given to Orochimaru as a disciple after graduating early. So many years have passed. The influence of the Senju clan was finally reduced to a minimum by him. And the Senju clan does not exist 1 out of 10, and there is no possibility of a comeback. Now, Tsunade actually took out the roster and announced the reunion of the Senju clan. He even changed his name. Senju Tsunade. This means that she carried the banner of Senju and chose to succeed the Patriarch. Do not. The Patriarch should have left it to her brother. She will definitely hand over the authority of the Senju clan to Nawaki herself and marry Uchiha Bai Ye after Nawaki becomes an adult. Move too fast. Quick. Sarutobi was not prepared for anything. An extremely bad feeling rushed into my heart. This time, he seems to have no chance of turning over again. As long as Tsunade's blatant investigation continues, he will surely find out who arranged the events of the Senju clan. Why did Tsunade announce the reunion of Senju? Sarutobi doesn't know. He looked at the figure tremblingly. Yes. She is the granddaughter of First Generation. As long as she wants to give the order to renew the Senju clan, the only remaining descendants of the Senju clan will definitely stand up. Although integrated. But the older generation, after all, is not dead yet. Third generation obviously doesn't know. When a traveler wants to deal with a person and vent his anger for his woman. How cruel would that be? Senju clan? This is just the first step. What he cared about, what he valued, what he was nervous about. We'll leave him when he can't do anything about it. This is the reward he originally planned to give to Noeki, but now it's the same as Tsunade. 0. Senju Panjin met Princess Tsunade. Accompanied by Tsunade's roar. The voice entrenched in the air of Konoha is long and continuous. Finally. An elderly man walked up to Tsunade step by step, half kneeling on the ground. He was the first to stand up. But not the last. Between the Senju wall, I saw Princess Tsunade. Another old guy. And he was the immediate family member Tsunade knew. It is the cousin of her second grandfather Senju Tobirama, and she has to be called the second grandfather. Then, after confirming the roster between Senju walls, the scattered Senju clan finally came out of the villagers of Konoha. But when the scene calmed down, even the divine tree clenched his fists, his face full of resentment. How so? 35 years ago, a family with only 300 people left. And half of them are old and weak women and children. The younger generation is even more pitiful. This is Senju of Mori, who once named after the Uchiha clan and even slaughtered the Uchiha clan. How many people were there in the former Senju? Maybe other people have no idea. But as long as they are in the same period as second generation and feel the style of second generation, they will definitely call the Senju family of that period the most prosperous time. Just 35 years. Senju regroups again, but gives a feeling of decline and sadness. Elder sister. Noeki opened his mouth. He was simple, but the scene in front of him was enough to make him want to understand something. Hui clan land. Tsunade looked calm. Before she assembled, she had already investigated the situation of the Senju clan over the years. And what happened today is obviously not over. She looked around and finally looked at Bai Ye and nodded to him. Today, she can't go to accompany her man. I will investigate the family's affairs, and I will definitely report to my respected teacher. Let's talk about it. Boom. Hit the ground with a punch. The Tsunade chakra rioted, unable to hold back his anger. Ground shatters. Along with her roar, trees full of vitality rose from the ground one after another. At this moment, wood style sees the light of day again. The fist smashed the ground, and also cut off the master-disciple relationship. Now, there is no master and apprentice, only the Senju clan and Hokage. Chapter 91. Fire Country. Konoha. There are always some shocking things happening in the village recently. Such as the bloodshed at the roots when the guards were on vacation. Another example is the return of Captain Bai Ye and Tsunade announcing the order for the Senju clan to regroup. Even the resurrection of Tsunade's younger brother Noeki was shocking. They are all guessing where this magical power comes from. Take control of life and death. Resurrect relatives of the Second Ninja World War. What kind of power is this? Tsunade is right. Although Bai Ye is not afraid, this kind of power that can revive others will always make people feel uneasy. If it is exposed, Bai Ye will definitely be disturbed from time to time, and even affect his daily work. But the discerning person has analyzed the time period when Noeki and Tsunade came back, and may also guess that this matter is related to Bai Ye, but after all, there is no evidence. Tsunade's rallying orders were still in his ears. That day, the towering tree at the entrance of Konoha village is also standing. Senju assembles, Tsunade takes control of Wood Style, and if they release the wards, they will investigate why the Senju clan has become like this. Anyone with a keen sense of smell knows that there will be a big event in Konoha soon. It's always quiet before a storm. In the village, both the villagers and the ninjas felt that the atmosphere was a little depressing. But this has no 017 effect on Bai Ye. The work of the guard is back on track. Anyone who repairs the road. Guard headquarters. Bai Ye was sitting on the Taishi chair smoking a cigarette, listening to Uchiha Shanyang reporting the situation below. Yes, Captain. The prisoners who built the road before, including the former prisoners of the Danzo routes, and the former village management brigade of the Sarutobi clan. But the riot at the New Year's festival led to the annihilation of all the root ninjas except Uchiha Shisui. At the end of the battle, the Sarutobi clan elites from the village management brigade were also dispatched, and they were killed and wounded, so. Simply put, Laogai committed a riot and died in the direct line of civil strife. Now half of the roads in the village have been repaired, and they have to stop. But it is said that Uchiha Shisui did not give up and is still working hard. In addition to this, there is also the wood for the expansion of the guard headquarters. Uchiha Sanyo diligently reported again. I don't have enough wood to deal with. Bai Ye waved his hand and didn't care. For wood stuff, just ask Tsunade for it. Wood styles are readily available. Tsunade is still investigating the Senju clan. After gathering all the clansmen together, the speed of the investigation is obviously much faster, and it is estimated that the results will come out in the next few days. And she was able to awaken Wood Style, which was obviously Bai Ye's credit. Day and night with Tsunade to discuss the meaning of life, her blood strength has been greatly improved. As for Wood Style is really strong, and after Senju Hashirama, only Yamato can use it. On the other hand, there is also a person in Boranswan who also awakened Wood Style, but the power is just like a joke. Awakening Wood Style definitely does not mean that you can reach the combat power of Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is stronger in the amount of chakra in Pervert, and stronger in chakra by Ashura. The strongest is never Wood Style itself, but the people who use Wood Style. If Tsunade wants to reach the level of Hashirama, he has to exercise with Bai Ye. Expansion of the guard headquarters. This is what Bai Ye thought a long time ago. The current headquarters has been used for a long time. For Bai Ye, a good working environment will make him feel relaxed. Therefore, the headquarters not only needs to be expanded, but also needs to be renovated. As for road repairs, Bai Ye touched his chin and was about to say something when Brother Kong suddenly walked in. Master Captain. Brother Kong bowed respectfully. Say. Bai Ye leaned back on the chair, raised Erlang's legs, and nodded with satisfaction to Brother Kong. This kid is getting more and more decent. He decided that when the guards grew to a certain extent, he wouldn't even use the headquarters to sit in the right place to fish. There is a Kirigakuer ninja named Hoshigaki Kisame at the entrance of the village. He brought a construction team from the land of water and said he came to see you. Terumi Mei? Bai Ye smiled. This woman is really thoughtful. Konoha's riot a month ago obviously couldn't be hidden. Because he was not in the village at that time, it is estimated that many people came to Konoha to inquire about the news. News of the prisoners' deaths had apparently reached Kirigakuer. As expected of her, she is still thinking of herself in the land of water. Bai Ye was very emotional, and immediately decided to go to Kirigakuer to check out Mizuki's water style after 2 days off. Let Hoshigaki Kisame come in, and the construction team will hand over to Uchiha Shisui to continue to build the road. In fact, the construction progress of the prisoners was not slow in the past. If there were no riots, it is estimated that the construction will be completed in at most half a month. At that time, the members of the guard team will be able to boldly rush through the streets of Konoha. Yes. Brother Kong took the order and went out to work. Just returned to Konoha, the guards have a lot to do. especially the impact of the previous riots, and looking at the criminal record for a month during the holiday. But these are what Uchiha Shanyang and the others need to worry about. Bai Ye doesn't intend to make himself so hard. It's a pity. Because Tsunade is very busy these days, the medical captain of the guard is replaced by Shizuan, which makes Bai Ye unable to continue spreading dog food in the guard. But the words come back. I always felt that Shizuan looked at him in the wrong way. Bai Ye touched his chin and looked at the infirmary with flickering eyes. That bed, only he and Tsunade had tried. Right here, a figure walked in. He first looked at Bai Ye, and then leaned aside with some fear. Hoshigaki Kisame. Iconic shark face. He wasn't tall, but he looked strong. After Bai Ye glanced at him, he reached out and tapped the desk in the office. Koala, a real man Hoshigaki Kisame. Now he also lacks the iconic sword Samehada on his back. Think about it too. Because of his intervention, Kisame was taken to Konoha before he could get in touch with Obito. That broadsword Samehada is also in the Watermelon Mountain puffer fish now. This is not in a hurry. Go back and grab that kid's knife. Why does he look at me like that? Hoshigaki Kisame's shark eyes were filled with doubts at the moment. In fact, he didn't even know why the Mizukage in his own village asked himself to come to Uchiha Bai Ye to report. He even said that he would be the man's subordinate in the future. Is Mizukage-sama kidding? Kisame didn't understand at all. But with the orders given by Mizukage-sama after taking office, he seemed to understand again. Send people, send the construction team. Is he just a cargo? So, is this the truth he sees? Knew it. Everything he saw was false. Kisame chose to look at Uchiha Bai Ye. Guy. But watched it for a long time. Bai Ye didn't communicate with him directly. Instead, he called out a weird man with a watermelon head. Said he was weird. It was because the man was all green all over his body. That out-of-place training uniform is very eye-catching. But that's all. The moment he saw this man, the man bared his teeth and stuck out his thumb. What is the meaning of this feeling that this fate must have this catastrophe? Kisame was bewildered. He gave it to you, join the reserve team to train together. Unlike the original. This time, Bai Ye planned to let the blue beast influence the shark. Believe in coexistence day after day. A guy must be able to remember and distinguish the faces of dried persimmon Madara and Uchiha Kisame. Then Guy gave him a big hug under Hoshigaki Kisame's bewildered gaze, claiming that he is his own from now on, and he will take him to recognize his colleague first. Are Konoha's ninjas so enthusiastic? Kisame was obviously a little uncomfortable. But no way, his fate was already doomed when he was sent to Kirigakure. False? Reality? Does it make sense to think about that? Entering the guard team, Hoshigaki Kisame will find the meaning and value of his existence, which does not need Bai Ye to worry about it at all. Lunch break. The busy captain returned home on his beloved motorcycle. Meal is ready. The house seemed very lively. There are a few more people. Touching his chin, Bai Ye seemed to be thinking about re-expanding his mansion. After a trip, Duzukiyuan and Uihong, plus Mitarashi Anko have officially moved into Bai Ye's home. Except that Mikoto can only sneak over here, all the women of Bai Ye are assembled here. Sitting at the dining table. Bai Ye suddenly looked at Kushina. I can tell. The woman's mood was not very good, and her smile was a little reluctant. Third generation made Naruto move out. Bai Ye asked calmly. This has been known since he returned to the village. You knew already. Kushina looked at Bai Ye in surprise, then nodded with a wry smile. Maybe this time, you think he wants Naruto to change the environment and take care of someone else. Bai Ye chuckled and said what Kushina thought. Is not it? Kushina didn't have any confidence in what he said. It's been a few days. What she saw was Naruto living alone. It's hard to think that this is something a 4-year-old should go through. Bai Ye didn't speak. Some things are far better for him than seeing with his own eyes. It is estimated that Kushina still thinks that third generation will send people meals every day, and let people take care of them secretly. When she finds out that Naruto adds milk to instant noodles every day and feels happy eating a bowl of ramen, she will probably go wild. Remember what I said back then? Bai Ye asked calmly. It was a night. It was also the beginning of a change in the relationship for both of them. That morning, Bai Ye and Kushina said a word. I remember. Kushina nodded and finally smiled. He told him that if he chose to follow him, he would not regret it. With him, he will protect her for life. Bai Ye is a different kind of person than fourth generation. He chose home first. Village? What it is? I'll wait for you to go to the police to call the police. Under Kushina's puzzled eyes, Bai Ye showed a weird smile. Chapter 92. Fire Country. Outskirts of Konoha. Next to a river that spans the land of fire. Bai Ye held the fishing rod in one hand and stroked the rabbit in his arms with the other. At this time, his face was relaxed. Fishing stuff. It's his way of self-cultivation. Today is his public holiday. But his women were rather busy. Tsunade has found key evidence and is about to do it. And Uzuki Yuin is working hard to take over Enbu's job. Under the guidance of his father, Uchiha also practiced delusional magic. This is rare. When there is no opposite S**x around Bai Ye. Certainly. The rabbit in his arms can only be defined as female, not female. Incomprehensible person. The goddess of tried to struggle from Bai Ye's arms. After that, she gave up her resistance. Raising his head to glance at Bai Ye, Kagaya fell into deep thought. During this time, she kept rubbing around Bai Ye, observing his every move. By the way, he absorbed the breath that Bai Ye inadvertently released to increase his power. The effect is obvious. At this moment, she has even collected half of Xiao'erhe's power. As long as it continues, infinite Tsukuyomi is probably unnecessary. This is also the reason why she chose to follow this man back to Konoha. Regain strength. Then he broke out his true body and taught this man a good lesson. That's what Kagaya is thinking at the moment. Then go to find your own ineffective ideology. Recently, she has fully understood how long it has been since she was sealed. 29,000 years. What the hell is that unfilial son of Black Zetsu doing? Lying in Bai Ye's arms, under the sun, she stretched lazily. Speak up. She seems to be used to the current life. Although she still can't understand this person who is keen on primitive human actions, this does not prevent her from despising Bai Ye in her heart. A mighty man capable of destroying 6 paths planetary devastation. He even ran into a village full of weak people and became an out-of-control captain of the guard. Is this something a normal person can do? Thousands of years ago, she unified the chaotic situation with absolute power, known as the goddess of Mao. On that day alone, she felt the power of faith. Using that power, he and his own chakra created 2 life forms. 2 unfilial sons. They didn't even understand what they were doing. What can a weak human being do in the face of a powerful enemy in the future? The weapons made by infinite Tsukuyomi are their final destination. The strong can shelter the weak. But it is also the worthy weak that are sheltered. This is Kagaya's concept. She still couldn't understand Bai Ye's actions. Hooked. Right now. Bai Ye, who was leisurely basking in the sun, suddenly moved, picked up the fishing rod and swiped, and a plump carp was caught and thrown into the bucket next to him. Pack the fish. Bai Ye and Kagaya's eyes shifted to another direction. There. A person wearing a cloak who looked extremely strange appeared in their field of vision. The cloak wrapped him tightly. Can't even see his face. And that man, he was also holding a fishing basket and rod, and it seemed that he was here to fish. Come yet? Concubines will incarnate. There was a playful smile on Bai Ye's mouth. But Kaguya in his arms suddenly became cold, and glanced at Black Zetsu calmly. Yes. It's Black Zetsu. At this moment, his heart has set off a storm. What did he see? His mother, in the form of a soul incarnation, became a rabbit. And honestly squatting in the arms of that man named Uchiha Bai Ye. Black Zetsu was never an adventurous person. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today. After planning for 1,000 years, how could he choose to appear recklessly in front of a stranger? But today, he had to. Because since Kaguya came to Earth, he has released a trace of his own breath, intentionally or unintentionally. Black Zetsu is the product of Kaguya's consciousness, how could he not feel it? As long as he passed the position where Kaguya was before, he must be able to perceive this, and then slowly follow it. This is how Kaguya connects with her children. You can think of this thing as a message board. But even so, Black Zetsu was still worried. Tracking down to Konoha, he did not dare to go in and observe. Without him, the man Uchiha Bai Ye is too mysterious to know if he has a way against himself. After all, the pupil skills of the Uchiha clan are very strange. So he didn't dare to approach it rashly. But everything changed when Bai Ye took Kaguya out for fishing today. Far away, Black Zetsu spotted the man and the rabbit. And at that moment, he couldn't even help exclaiming. Why is the rabbit so familiar? No, the breath is exactly the same as the mother. Is that the FK? That's FG. The power of the same source, Black Zetsu confirmed the identity of the rabbit in just an instant. Just like now, the rabbit looked at him indifferently with an aloof attitude. Familiar look. That is the pride of the mother in memory. It is the aura cultivated by the respected goddess of the ancestor of Chakra and the goddess of Mao. Black Zetsu was thrilled. Mother is out. Although he only appeared in this way, he could feel that Mother was regaining her strength. So now, he appeared here as a villager who went out fishing in a certain village in the country of fire. He wanted to get in touch with his mother further. See if it was Uchiha Bai Ye who forced her mother to keep her by her side. If it is, he has to find a way to solve this further. Snapped. Available in the next second. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. What did he see? There was an extra hand on the butt of the rabbit transformed by the proud goddess of. What's your look? Bai Ye said to his rabbit. People are just here to fish, what are you pretending to be? Didn't I tell you last time, do you have to report to me before you want to pretend? God gave you a report. Black Zetsu was furious and wanted to go up and beat the man who was holding the rabbit's butt on the ground. Is that what you can hit? You beast! Let go of my mother! But something even more shocking happened to him. At this moment, Mother actually chose to compromise in humiliation. The arrogant goddess, she actually nodded to Bai Ye, and then the grievance was in Bai Ye's arms. Mother! You are not a real rabbit. You are the ancestor of Chakra. What about your pride? Hit him. What are you afraid of him doing? Black Zetsu was stunned. He even forgot his purpose of approaching Kaguya rashly. But even remember. Those are not important now. Obviously. Uchiha Bai Ye did not use any technique to imprison his mother. He even hated his own mother. For example now. A slap was not enough, so he threw the rabbit on the ground and made an inviting gesture to Black Zetsu. Come fishing? Together? I'll tell you the story of Nanhi River. Did IFG come to fish with you? Black Zetsu shivered and looked at his fishing rod. Incomprehensible. At this moment, he had the same emotions as his mother Kaguya. Confused. Completely bewildered. Why did things turn out this way? What about infinite Tsukuyomi? To do or not to do? Looking at Bai Ye's rabbit, Black Zetsu struggled frantically inside. Mother! If you are being coerced, just hint me. I'm fighting to destroy Obito and Nagato and get you out right away. Want to deal with Uchiha Bai Ye? Let's ya organization in him, how easy is this? For Black Zetsu, it's just a matter of telling Obito that Uchiha Bai Ye will inevitably become a resistance to Project Tsuki no Mi in the future. In fact it is. After all, in Bai Ye's hands, the two of them are Jinkriki from Wooden Golem. Sooner or later, he will meet Akatsuki. Pity. In the expectant gaze of Black Zetsu, Hokage just looked at him indifferently, then licked his face and jumped into Bai Ye's arms. No way. She was used to absorbing the breath he leaked from Bai Ye. That feeling made her extremely dependent. Between the shit shovel officer and the pet, their relationship is gradually deteriorating. Maybe one day, when Bai Ye hugged the rabbit and shouted for me to transform, Hokage really transformed on the spot. After all, she is the goddess of Mao 017 who can change in size anywhere. Sina. Black Zetsu was full of sadness. Mother, you have changed. The proud goddess of Mao had changed. Turned into what he hated the most. How can you be a licking dog? You are a rabbit. Black Zetsu thought angrily. Do what you need to do, and don't disturb my peace. A cold voice suddenly resounded in Black Zetsu's mind. Yes. As an orthodox soul incarnation, wanting to send a message to one's own ideology, at such a close distance, this is just an easy matter. They are the same source of power. Besides, Hokage's strength has recovered a bit now. Do the right thing? You mean, fishing? Black Zetsu opened his mouth, looked at his fishing rod, then silently chose to squat on the stone next to Bai Ye. I asked you to. Nan Hechuan, do you know what happened here? Hokage's voice transmission was suddenly interrupted because of Bai Ye's words. Black Zetsu also instantly became nervous because of Bai Ye's actions. I don't know. He was cautious, adhering to the mentality of less talk and less exposure, and just responded with a simple sentence. It has to start with Sengoku. Bai Ye opened his mouth slowly. You know the god of ninjas, right? And that guy Uchiha Madara. The two of them have urinated in this river, and they have urinated farther than anyone else. Black Zetsu was silent, thinking what the hell did this have to do with him? Their love was originally young and heavy. Wait. If you say love, I won't be sleepy anymore. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up and his ears perked up, no wonder that Madara guy had to put Senju Hashirama's face on his chest. This is a hint. Is he my sweetheart? Good guy. He seems to have found the truth. Bai Ye continued to speak. Their love is tortuous and bizarre. But one day, a third person named Satsuki Black Zetsu appeared among them. This moment. Black Zetsu is creepy. The third. Chapter 93. Nanhi River. Familiar river. What happened in this river is far more classic than what Bai Ye told. It tells Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's friendship, from beginning to breaking. And then to the resurgence. But in Bai Ye's view, this kind of friendship has already deteriorated and is heading towards love. Only out of love, can I let go of the death of my younger brother Izuna and create Konoha with the Senju family. It's a pity that Black Zetsu, as a third party, ruined the love between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. And Senju Hashirama misunderstood Uchiha Madara's idea. Establishing Konoha is clearly not at the level of peace. Madara is right to want a unified mind. It was a misunderstanding and it made them go further and further. A poignant love story always ends in tragedy. For example, that despicable third party, he just wants to save. Speaking of which, Bai Ye looked at Black Zetsu with a gentle smile. But on this warm spring day, there was nothing in Black Zetsu's heart except the icy chill. I have something to do at home, let's go first. Standing up tremblingly, Heiju turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a moment. And Bai Ye's voice sounded right behind him. Wait. Wait the FK. This man knows 100% of Infinite Tsukuyomi's conspiracy. 100% know who I am. When will you not run now? At this moment, Black Zetsu was no longer pretending, and a mayfly technique directly dived into the ground, instantly disappearing from Bai Ye and Kagaya's field of vision. What did you say he ran for? Bai Ye shook his head and looked at the fish basket and fishing rod beside him speechlessly. I just reminded him to take the rod away. Obviously. Black Zetsu was already startled by his actions. Bai Ye did know the identity of Black Zetsu. But what about this? He is on a public holiday today, and this is not in Konoha. Black Zetsu didn't even spoil it. Squeezing him to death was just an easy thing for Bai Ye. So he never took Black Zetsu seriously. The dutiful son didn't mess with him either. As for Xiao's organization to collect tailed beasts in the future? Try it if you have the guts. See if Nagato can destroy any Konoha that the guards are sheltering. But it should be said or not, this kid is really filial. Bai Ye said with emotion. Say something. In terms of filial piety, Black Zetsu lives in a world that is proud of killing relatives with righteousness, and it is obviously worthy of admiration that he can still keep his heart and complete the story of saving his mother. His actions are even more so. Can be called Hokage's only dutiful son. It is estimated that there will be no second person in this world who has planned 1,000 years to save his mother. In the Far East, pay attention to filial piety first. Bai Ye still appreciates this kind of person. Certainly. The premise of your filial piety is not to mess with him. He doesn't appreciate others and show mercy. Planning for a millennium? So what is he planning? Kagaya in Bai Ye's arms fell into contemplation. It seems that the captain of the guard seems to know that his child is planning something. Then you. Why let him go? Kagaya looked up at Bai Ye's eyes in confusion. Look at the fart dot. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and froze at Kagaya's forehead. You are waiting for your concubine. Annoyed, Kagaya bared his teeth at Bai Ye. But that cute appearance really has nothing to do with being ferocious, but it made Bai Ye burst into laughter and hug the rabbit in his arms and knead it. Comfortable. With a wave of his hand, he put away the fishing rod and basket, and Bai Ye walked towards Konoha humming a song. Simple and fulfilling life. Patrol every day, clock in at work, and exercise. Amuse the conspirators in the ninja world and do sports with their women. He fully brought hedonism to the fullest. This kind of life. It seems quite enviable. Kagaya got out of Bai Ye's arms, and this thought suddenly flashed in his mind. 1,000 years ago, if she could do the same. Will the ending be different? This is a question worth thinking about. And she will not know. Even if she pursues Bai Ye's way of life. That Toad Maru will not allow an alien species to rule the earth and rule the ninja world. Sealing is inevitable. Toad Maru is the real writer of the history of the ninja world, the real conspirator. You usually eat this. The hard work of the day is over. Night falls. Between shifts of people monitoring Jinkraki. Inside the cramped single apartment, a woman calmly looked at the child in front of her. At this time, she stretched out her finger and pointed to the remaining instant noodles on the table that had not been cleaned up, and next to the instant noodles was the milk that was about to expire. You are. Even if there is a sense of intimacy that is difficult to express in words, Naruto, who is only 4 years old, still cautiously asks. Do you usually only eat this? Endure the sadness. The anger in Kushina's eyes was almost impossible to hide. Hey, this is cheap. Naruto gathered his courage, looked up at the woman and replied. Do you want to eat? There is still one in the refrigerator. I invite you to eat. Hear this. Kushina burst into tears on the spot. Why, there should be a living allowance for you, right? How about just eating these? He is still growing. Naruto heard the words. After a moment of silence, he took out his wallet from his arms. That was the living expenses he had just returned to receive. By the standards of Konoha village orphans, it should be average. Not much, but enough to eat. What about money? Kushina's face was blank. Even she has left enough family property for her children. Not to mention fourth generation savings as Hokage. The reward for an S-rank quest ranged from several 100,000 to several million, and the rest except the ones handed over to the village were enough for Naruto to live for a few lifetimes. So, why is this happening? No one takes care of you? Kushina asked tremblingly. Naruto was silent, then shook his head. They call me Yahoo! You're the first person to come to my house. Demon Fox? Kushina turned pale. Reminds me of what could be called the dark years. That was when she had just become a Jinchuriki. It's the same look. Yes. Now Naruto seems to have started to become independent. He's going to touch these things too. Intolerable. This moment. She understood Bai Ye's strange eyes. Also understood at the beginning, Bai Ye told her the reason why she would be disappointed in the future. That man, is that how he takes care of his children? Intolerable. Grabbing Naruto's hand tremblingly. For the first time in 4 years, Kushina has been in contact with her own child, but now she has no emotions of joy. Only anger. Go. Let's go. Where? Go find someone to do justice. I'm a demon fox, no one wants to talk to me. It's okay, he doesn't care. Then how should I repay him? From today, you will call him Dad. 4-year-old Naruto is very sensible. But not very knowledgeable. He just felt at ease being pulled by Kushina and was willing to follow her. This man is what he wants to believe. Stop. Anbu, who is in charge of guarding Jinchuriki, has returned from a shift. And when they saw an angry woman, holding Naruto in one hand, milk and instant noodles in the other hand, came out of the room aggressively. They quickly stepped forward to block. That's Jinchuriki. No one is allowed to contact privately at this moment. Maybe when Naruto is bigger, they will let a small number of people touch Naruto, but not now. Go away. An explosion came. In just a split second, the originally black hair turned blood red under the infection of the runaway chakra. The blood-red pepper of the famous Konoha threw out the adamantine sealing chains without any mercy, and entangled the person who blocked it. She is dead. Uzumaki Kushina. Now, she is alive. She wants to talk to her child. But at the same time, she was also worried. Afraid that his actions will make Bai Ye jealous. It was a careful man. She also told him that she followed Bai Ye, said goodbye to the past, and changed her name to Uchiha Naraku. But Naruto she couldn't let go. If Naruto lives well, she can choose to guard the child in the dark. But now, she's gone. Never mind. In the future, I will give birth to 2 for that enemy, no, give birth to 3. Wrong. He can live as much as he wants. There's no way that careful man will let her go. And now? She just wanted to vent her anger. Then find the man who gives him a hug when he is desperate and makes him dependable, and cry in his arms. Tell him he was wrong. She understood what Bai Ye's words meant. I also wanted to say sorry to him, but she would never let go. Adamantine sealing chains provide instant control. Then throw the blocking person into the air from a distance. Little Pepper's eyes gradually became firm. She pulled Naruto and walked towards the Hokage building step by step. Boom! One punch. Chopped the door panel of the Hokage building. Her red hair moved with the wind. Under everyone's horrified eyes, he kicked open the door of the office. Just for a moment. Sarutobi was already startled. He saw a dead man and took his child to stand in front of him. You give him this. Without a trace of emotion on his face, Kushina held up the instant noodle milk. You. Sarutobi was incoherent. He was shocked by the situation in front of him, and desperately wanted to say something to explain. Why? Why is Kushina here? Isn't she dead? In the end, what happened? He had spent a lot of energy these 2 days just dealing with Tsunade's investigation. Unexpectedly, the negligence on Naruto's side led to the current situation. How to do? Third generation is like ants on a hot pan. You're giving this to the son of Hokage. Kushina remained expressionless. Boom. Squeezing the milk with one hand, she flung the residue at Sarutobi. Pity. Dinner is gone. Naruto was a little heartbroken. But Kushina next to him had already pulled him around. And before leaving, Kushina left only a few words, without any emotion other than the chill. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I swear. You will pay for your actions. Chapter 94. Inside Hokage's office. When Sarutobi recovered from the shock, he frowned. Doing nothing is not his style. Think about it. He thought about the problem from Kushina's point of view. As a mother, to get revenge on a Hokage who scolded his son. This problem is not really big. But think about who that kid is. That's fourth Hokage's son. If Naruto's identity is exposed, the impact can be imagined. But it's not impossible. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and lit his pouch. He can explain that his actions are to experience Naruto, prepare him to become Hokage in the future, etc. But how to suppress the villagers' dissatisfaction with him gave him some headaches. To know. Now Konoha basically everyone looks at him wrong. That's not watching a Hokage at all. It's like a jumping clown, a trash sitting in the Hokage seat without any abilities. This became more serious after returning from the guards. Because the obvious can be seen. After Bai Ye came back with the guards, the village's security situation and atmosphere were much better than before. People all sighed that if the guards were present when the riots at the root, it would not have caused disaster. This strong contrast makes him sit here on pins and needles. This situation must be reversed. Sarutobi squinted as he wiped the table soiled with expired milk. Kushina resurrected. Whose hands this matter came from, it can be determined now. Just now, the subordinate who was attacked by Kushina has reported the situation. From his description, Kushina is the maid who has been serving beside Uchiha Bai Ye, named Uchiha Naraku. So can you make a fuss about it? Make the big 017 preconceived think that Kushina is messing around? Have to plan well. Things haven't gotten to the point where they can't be resolved. He is Hokage, and he still has the master initiative. Sarutobi's idea is beautiful. But the fact, is it really so? Guard headquarters. When Kushina leads Naruto is coming. At the door of the headquarters, 2 people have appeared. One of them was silver-haired, and he was standing in front of a notice board, seemingly hesitant. Hitaki Kakashi. Konoha's position is the captain of the Anbu squad. Now Anbu is undergoing restructuring, and he is also waiting for future work deployment. He wants to join the guard. I don't want to continue working under Hokage's staff at all. But when he came, a look at the notice board revealed that the guard has recently expanded into a new business. That is to accept private commissions. This business is Bai Ye's new move to send those hot-blooded young people away so that they don't feel bored. Paid commission. Business surveys can be conducted while at work. This greatly enriched the life content of the members of the guard. And on the other hand, it also allows the team members to collect extra money, which is a business that everyone chooses to expand when they are bored. When seeing this new business, Kakashi suddenly had an idea. When Bai Ye became the captain of the guard, all the resumes have been seen so far. There was no doubt that he was an amazing man. Amazing to do anything. If it was him, would it be able to help him solve some problems that have been bothering him for a long time? His commission was not intended to be taken by ordinary guard members. But he didn't have the confidence to come up with enough chips to make Captain Bai Ye's heart move. So hesitant here. While he was waiting, the little princess of the Senjuan, Kyeg, family, who caused a shock a few days ago, also came to the headquarters of the guard. Senju Tsunade. She restored the Senju family name. In recent days, the Senju clan has made a lot of movements. Everyone knew that Konoha was about to change. The Senju clan, like the spiritual totem of Konoha, will move. This is definitely not a trivial matter for Konoha. Master Tsunade, this is. Taking a look at Tsunade, Kakashi asked with some doubts. Shouldn't she continue to investigate the truth at this time? Why is it here? Are you going to start the job of the guard's medical captain again? I'll call the police. Tsunade looked as usual and glanced at Kakashi indifferently. What about you? Are you calling the police too? I think so, after all, you are the son of Senior White Fang. Tsunade Hime, one of the Sunin. She naturally lived through that era. At that time, White Fang was in the limelight in Konoha, and many people even suggested that Hotake Sakumo should succeed Hokage. But then he was ostracized by everyone because of the failure of the mission, and he chose to commit suicide. Think about it now. There must be a reason for what happened in the first place. How could a strong man like Hotake Sakumo end his life so easily? The strong have their own pride. When someone provokes the authority of the strong, resistance is inevitable. Then, the only reason why White Fang could hold back his resistance was Kakashi. Come in together, just to add to his crime. Tsunade nodded to Kakashi, and was about to step inside. Father thing. Is it really related to third generation? A look of struggle appeared on Kakashi's emotionless face. Although he was prepared in his heart, it was still a little difficult for him to accept it for a while. But he didn't turn down Tsunade's invitation. Come, always try it. There's nothing wrong with what Tsunade said. As a son of man, there are only so many things you can do for your dead father. Even if you give him an innocence. That was Konoha's White Fang, the father he respected and the ninja world feared. Father is not a sinner. But when the two just made a move. Far away. Two figures, one big and one small, appeared. Red hair like fire. With a determined look on Kushina's face, he walked towards the headquarters of the guards step by step. Is she here too? Tsunade was not surprised at all. Especially when she knew that her teacher hid Naruto's identity, but claimed to be Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Combined with some recent rumors. She even knew Kushina's purpose. A mother who seeks justice for her children is worthy of respect. Are you ready? There is vengeance for vengeance and vengeance for vengeance. Tsunade nodded to Kushina. At this moment, the three walked into the guard headquarters together. They are determined. You must seek justice for your relatives and your clansmen. And the guard. It's the fairest place in Konoha. Master Captain is on public holiday today. But unfortunately, when Uchiha Kong saw the three people who came to report the crime, he scratched his head in confusion. In the whole Konoha, Bai Ye can do his own thing like this. As a ninja, it is natural to arrange rest days for yourself. There is no such thing as an emergency gathering in him. Is that really the case? Kakashi held his forehead. It seems that every time I have to make some decisions, there are always surprises. Kushina and Tsunade also fell silent. Forget it, I still want to make a joke with you guys. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little dull, Uchiha Kong didn't dare to talk nonsense, and quickly turned serious. A public holiday is a public holiday, but the captain said that if it is Tsunade-sama or Naraku-sama to report the case, you can choose to work overtime. Has he already thought of it for himself in advance? Tsunade and Kushina were deeply moved. Heaven and earth conscience. Who knows how rare it is to let a man who does whatever he wants to work overtime. If he doesn't want to. Not to mention them, even the man who was invaded by Konoha didn't bother to move. And now, he is willing to work overtime for himself. There is no doubt that this is true love. It is estimated that Bai Ye himself did not think of it. His accidental actions moved Tsunade and Kushina badly. So, when he appeared at the headquarters with bunny ears, looking at Kushina who threw himself into his arms, he was a little confused. Sorry. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and saw Naruto beside him who was a little confused. Then he understood. Finally found out? 2. It's about time. But he didn't expect that when Kushina saw him, the reaction will be so great. And when he opened his mouth, he actually expressed his apology. For fear of being too guilty, caring about Naruto and wanting to vent his anger on Naruto will make him dissatisfied. Live so carefully. Are you not tired? Bai Ye sighed slightly and patted Kushina's back. I have everything, take your time. Still so reliable. It still makes her infatuated and dependent. Kushina, who has never been treated differently, is only moved at this moment. She vowed to give Bai Ye a few babies. His eyes changed. Bai Ye opened his hands. Uchiha Chuan, who was promoted by Bai Ye to be his personal bodyguard, hurried over and put the cape of justice on the captain. Busy time for the Senju family in Tsunade. Bai Ye, who likes to look at beauties, naturally followed Uchiha Spring, who took the initiative to wander beside him. Certainly. He wasn't ready to attack a 10-year-old girl. Just let her act as an eye-catching bodyguard. Then, it's time to do the right thing. Bai Ye waved his cloak and sat upright on the Taishi chair. What grievances do you have? Just speak up. This moment, the members of the guard were also nervous. This is not a process, this is not a drill. This is the warm-up before starting. Today, something big is bound to happen. I report that Sarutobi Hiruzen used power for personal gain, embezzled 4th Hokage's inheritance, and blamed the son of Hokage. Kushina spoke directly. Son of Hokage? Who said it? That guy is so miserable. Naruto, who was not far away, was full of sympathy. Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? It sounds familiar. Has the 4th generation money been robbed by him? How interesting. You're in a hurry. Tsunade suddenly shook his head at Kushina. If you move him, you need evidence, otherwise what do you think I'm delaying this rescue for? Evidence? Bai Ye may be too lazy to ask for that thing, but Tsunade wants face, and he wants to make that person faceless from today. She took a step forward, handed a stack of documents angrily, and looked at Bai Ye. I, Senju Tsunade. As the acting patriarch of the Senju clan, report 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for personal gain. Murder the Senju clan. Snapped. Putting his hand on the document, Tsunade's eyes burned. This matter, the evidence is conclusive. Please, Captain Bai Ye, start the public trial. Chapter 95. Guard Headquarters. The entire lobby was silent. The guards watched Tsunade and Kushina in shock. Did they hear it right? Is this reporting Hokage? And it's the kind of solid evidence. First came the so-called sons of Hokage. And now the acting chief of the Senju family is directly and ruthlessly bombarded. What will the captain do? Involuntarily, the brothers in the guard team looked at Bai Ye with incomparably excited eyes. Yes. It's been a long time since the guards moved with much fanfare. Under the management of the guards, Konoha has not had a major case for a long time, and the chances of them being able to act logically are also decreasing. And now, the opportunity seems to come. But Bai Ye was very calm. He had known the results long before Tsunade investigated. And this is what he was leading. It was he who gave Tsunade the courage to stand in front of everyone and shout that Senju of the forest to regroup. So the result is already obvious. The end of Sarutobi Hiruzen was already doomed. In fact, it also speaks to Bai If it wasn't for Tsunade saying to find the evidence for himself, he can easily handle this. But Tsunade seemed to prove her ability to Bai Ye to prove her growth, so she did all the investigations by herself. Bai Ye also chose to believe her. His woman can't be a vase. And this moment, standing next to Tsunade and Kushina, Kakashi was extremely numb and confused. When he saw Kushina, he wanted to exclaim. But Tsunade had already walked in with someone. And when he just recovered from the shock, he was struck by Kushina's words again. Naruto, turned out to be the teacher's child? Is this the truth about the legendary Nine-Tails Fox? He would be a little unacceptable for a while. But Bai Ye's eyes had already looked over, his eyes were full of inquiry, and it was obvious that he was asking what Kakashi was here for. Yes. The three came in together. Now it seems it's his turn to report the crime. But he originally entered the headquarters of the guard force to find the content of the commission that Bai Ye said. What should we do now? In front of this scene, a small commission, I am afraid that Captain Bai Ye is too lazy to watch it. Report it. Gritting his teeth and stomping his feet, Kakashi finally made up his mind. I lift. Okay, I know. That's it. When Kakashi went through the twists and turns of the new road, when he mustered up the courage to speak, he was directly interrupted by Bai Ye. You knew already? What do you know? The combat power measurement unit looked at Bai Ye dumbfounded. I accept your request. Since Kakashi thinks that your father's death has something to do with Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, then the case will be accepted together. What the FK? Did I say so? Does this matter give you a certainty so casually? Kakashi scratched his head blankly. At this moment, he had some doubts about life. However, Bai Ye obviously didn't give him another chance to speak, and suddenly stood up from the chair and waved his hand. Gather. Sure enough. As expected of the captain. The members of the guard team looked excited, and they knew that even if they were reported, the person who committed the crime was Hokage, and the captain would not let him go. Guardians. Emergency assembly. Uchiha Sanayo took the lead, roaring into the walkie-talkie. In an instant, the entire guard headquarters was like an activated machine, and it began to run rapidly. How to do? Beside the corner. Because Nawaki returned to the clan, and he was busy with Tsunade these days, Itachi, who seemed a little lonely, blinked at the moment. No doubt. He is an undercover. A Hokage undercover. He finally believes in himself, and has always acted at Hokage's orders. But not long ago his life changed. He joined the guard. The people here treat him like their own family. This is a bunch of brothers who treat you with sincerity. One side is righteousness. On the one hand, it is the duty of being an undercover agent. At the moment, Uchiha Itachi seems to be caught in some kind of undercover movie, the emotions that the complicated protagonist encounters. How to do? As an undercover agent, it is natural to send a message to Hokage in advance to remind the other party to prepare. Can I really betray them? Itachi looked at the guards who had already started to line up in confusion. Or, even if I betray them, can Hokage run away? Does not. It doesn't seem to make a difference whether he delivers the message or not. Want to understand this? Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he came to his place with a solemn look. But he didn't know. When emotion breaks the shackles of reason, some things are only zero and countless times. Today, he complied with his heart's choice to side with the guards. The same option will be selected countless times in the future. I'm afraid even Uchiha Itachi himself doesn't know that he has changed. Just 3 minutes. All free guard members gather at the guard exit. And behind them was a police motorcycle. Bai Ye stood in front. Next to him, Brother Kong respectfully handed a cigarette to the elder brother to light, and then stood at attention. Pre-departure training is a necessary process. But according to what he knew about his own captain, the process was very short. After all, once they got down to business, their captain would go from being lazy to being aggressive. Even when working overtime. Not much nonsense. Bai Ye looked down indifferently. Today, there is only one thing. That's catching criminals. And we are likely to encounter resistance, so everyone needs to be ready for battle. He took a puff on a cigarette. Bai Ye threw it directly to the ground with great waste, and stepped on it with his foot without paying any attention. When you look up again. The scowl flashed across his face. "Say, little ones, let's make a big fuss. I, Uchiha Bai Ye. In the name of the captain of the guard, order Zhukun to arrest the criminal Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rebels, life or death." Boom. Straddling in the captain's car. Bai Ye twisted the accelerator, and the cloak of justice behind him looked quite dazzling in the sunlight. Set off. Boom. When Bai Ye's chakra hits the engine, the motorcycle rushed out like a bolt of lightning. And behind him, the members of the guards followed closely, following Bai Ye's grinning look. What kind of captain has what kind of subordinates? This principle has not changed since time immemorial. When Bai Ye got serious, let alone catching fish, they would all become enthusiastic, eager to stab the criminals through a few transparent holes. Are the guards out? My God, Captain Bai Ye is also out of the team. Wait, who is the one who committed the crime? There are probably not many in the village who can let Captain Bai Ye go out in person. They went to the Hokage building. The villagers were speculating. They had not seen this kind of battle for a long time, and they were full of curiosity about it. You can pass along the way, because the road is still completely repaired. So Brother Kong had to shout while taking advantage of his neck, and then honk his horn again. The guards are out. Irrelevant people wait to retreat. The suspect orangutan. Not finished. Brother Kong, who was smart since he was a child, still stopped shouting. This kind of thing is kept secret until the criminal is caught. Who knows if Sarutobi has a backhand, in case he escapes. He cannot take this responsibility. But Brother Kong obviously thinks too much. When the guards completely surrounded the Hokage building. Even if you are a fool, you know who is going to be arrested today. Completely block the exit of the Hokage building. Bai Ye walked towards the door under the escort of Uchiha Sanyo and Uchiha Kong. And there, Yuhako's father, Yuhama Mako, who survived the Nine Tails Rebellion, is standing there. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura in Third Generation's offices. Uimahong glanced at Bai Ye with a complicated look, then sighed and didn't stop her. It is true that he is the acting minister of Anbu. But Ui Zhenhong has no reason to go against her son-in-law. 0. After today, the uncle's agent will be done. Bai Ye smiled kindly. Is this going to kick me out too? The corners of Ui's red lips twitched, but then his eyes lit up. Acting minister, doesn't removing the deputy just leave the minister? Good boy, as expected of you. Ui Jinhong nodded in satisfaction. This kid is good in everything, but he is too fussy. But this is Hong's own choice, and he can't stop it. Meeting Ui is really red, this is just a small episode. But also because he is here. So after Mako Ui didn't stop him, the other ninjas in Anbu also gave up and clashed with the guards. Naturally, Bai Ye led his two members, Admiral, to the door of the office unimpeded. Brother Kong has been smart since he was a child. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't push the door by himself, he knew it in his heart. Roaring through the door. Listen to the people inside. You are surrounded. You have only one choice, put down your weapons and surrender. Boom. A roar. Just in case, Brother Kong even turned on the state of asking God's upper body and smashed the door of Hokage's office with one kick. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are under arrest. Presumptuous. Be bold. Sarutobi, who was sitting in a tight position inside, stood up on the spot. I could tell from his trembling body. The old boy was obviously angry. Reverse. Reverse. District guards, they caught Hokage's head. He didn't hear the movement downstairs just now. But Sarutobi really didn't expect that Uchiha Bai Ye would be so rude. Not even a single temptation did not directly arrest anyone. Why is he? While quibbling, he winked at Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu. At this time, the identity of Hokage's consultant was highlighted. As long as the three of them resisted together, could Uchiha Bai Ye really dare to arrest people? Just a pity. Sarutobi counts a lot. Not counting Mitokado Homura has already discovered his wife, as well as the relationship between Uchiha Koharu and Sarutobi. He came prepared, and immediately knelt down on one knee to Bai Ye. I report it. Third Hokage oppresses people with power, strong J Hokage advisor Uchiha Koharu. This moment, not only Sarutobi was stunned. Everyone in the office was stunned, and they called out to the good guy in their hearts. Chapter 96. Konoha. Inside Hokage's office. Sarutobi looked ferocious and looked at Mitokado Homura, who was on the verge of defecting with anger on his face. Miscalculated. At such a critical juncture, he was betrayed by his teammates. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu, along with Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Kagami, who also served as second generation's escorts with him during the second Hokage. Has the camaraderie at that time disappeared? The old man expects you to speak for the old man. You backhanded and reported the old man strong J Hokage consultant? What a joke. The captain of the guard is here, even if it is just framed, he can bear it. Earlier he had Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu come over. The discussion was on how to reverse the situation and reduce the influence of Kushina after the trouble. Now suddenly being stabbed with a knife, some can't accept it. Obviously. Sarutobi at this time had no idea of the seriousness of the matter. Tsunade has found key evidence and went to the police to call the police. And Kushina never thought of using Hokage to criticize Naruto to make a fuss at the beginning, and took the upright path to report Hokage for embezzling personal property. No way. As a politician, an insidious person thinks in a completely different way than everyone else. Same. Uchiha Itachi didn't act as a competent undercover agent, and also made third generation completely passive. 020 This is a big matter, you can explain it in detail. Bai Ye said to Mitokado Homura very seriously. But his expression that couldn't help laughing was obviously just wanting to eat melons. Mitokado Homura took a deep breath, stood up and tugged at Uchiha Koharu. It is certain that third generation's move is an act of revenge. Yes. Just revenge. Knowing that Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sarutobi Asuma are not the biological son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was on guard against Sarutobi's actions very early. So also through chi with Uchiha Koharu. To be frank, he is also getting revenge. When a father loses his son, what he can do is terrifying. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Uchiha Bai Ye are his targets of revenge. Because in his opinion, if Sarutobi didn't propose to let his two sons make up for their faults and commit crimes, Uchiha Bai Ye would have no reason to exile them. These two people, both should pay for the death of Shinashuk and Asuma. But right now, he naturally didn't have the strength to take revenge on Bai Ye, so it was the best move to take revenge on Sarutobi first. Thinking about the recent period of time, seeing Lake Biwa's haggard old face, Mitokado Homura's heart is twisted. The one in her heart, I am afraid she has been tortured by ape demons a lot these days. But now Sarutobi is watching very closely, he doesn't even have a chance to condolence, let alone close contact. He's getting revenge on Danzo. Despite selling Sarutobi, Mitokado Homura doesn't want to get involved with himself. By the way, he also took a look at Uchiha Koharu. Seeing Hokage lose power, Uchiha Koharu is also very shrewd. She chose to sell Third Generation together and fight for a future. Although he won't be able to enjoy the power of the ape demon in the future, now is obviously not the time to think about those things. Yes, besides me, he also forced Danzo's wife Shimurakuwa. I heard about it from his summoning beast. There is even evidence. Bai Ye smiled and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, in order to cooperate with the law enforcement by the guards, please also ask Lord Hokage to summon the ape demon. Witness Uchiha Koharu. Evidence plus crime tool ape demon. Both are present now. Even if Bai Ye captures Sarutobi and brings him to justice, it is a legitimate move. But Bai Ye was really curious. Why does the ape demon know about Shimurakuwa? And tell Uchiha Koharu? What a mess in here. It's out of the question. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu are slandering the old man. Sarutobi gritted his teeth. If this thing does happen, I'm afraid his Hokage has really come to an end. Now he must grit his teeth and carry it to the end, so that he can have a chance. Didn't you see what happened to Strong J criminal Shimura Danz? He didn't want to have his tools confiscated. Fine. Surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bai Ye just sighed regretfully. Since Lord Hokage is unwilling to cooperate, the evidence of the ape demon, as well as the testimony of witnesses Uchiha Koharu and Shimurakuwa, will be displayed at the public trial meeting. A public hearing. Sarutobi was stunned. What's the meaning? If he carried it to the end, Uchiha Bai Ye would have no reason to arrest him. Why are there still public hearings? Konoha doesn't have any major cases to deal with recently. The first public trial meeting after the New Year's festival, is this going to be used for him? Announce it. Bai Ye, who was too lazy to explain, waved at Uchiha Kong. Brother Kong understood, took a step forward and arrogantly took out an arrest warrant. But Sarutobi's guilt was apparently not fully recorded on the arrest warrant, and he even took out a pen on the spot and added another one below. Statement of the Guard. Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because of being suspected of forcing J, using power for personal gain, murdering ninjas in the same village, maliciously leading Y Theory to kill his colleagues, persecuting minors, etc. guilt. The guards are now making arrests. Click. Take out the handcuffs. Brother Kong walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and handcuffed him without any explanation. Joke. For Satoshi, who is playing more and more fancy eye skills, the combat power after Manjiki is turned on is by no means comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was not afraid of Sarutobi's resistance at all, and announced that Sarutobi would be arrested and brought to justice. And this moment, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Mitokado Homura who had just framed Sarutobi, and even Uchiha Koharu, they were all blindsided. When I mentioned the public trial assembly before, they never lived God. Now, listening to Uchiha Satoshi's guilt. What the hell? This really is the third generation incident. People are not here to pretend to be coercive, nor to show off their force. It's the real thing to catch Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen would still be arrested even without the strong J case that Mitokado Homura detained for Sarutobi. The powers of the guards are too great, right? Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu look complicated. This is Hokage. You say arrest is arrest? Just like when this man arrested Raikage, he didn't give you any chance to explain. This old man is Hokage. You can't catch me. You caught the old man, and Konoha will be in chaos the next day. How can you take responsibility? Sarutobi finally recovered and began to struggle violently. Sadly, the characteristic handcuffs have isolated his chakra, and the knot can't do anything at all. Resist? Only use brute force. But in the face of the arrogant brother Kong, brute force is of no use at all. Snapped. For criminals. Brother Kong will not give any face. To Sarutobi's face is a big psy kabuto. The earth turns the same without everyone. Don't take yourself too seriously. Bai Ye laughed and walked to the wall of the office with disapproval. Here. This is where the pictures of Hokage from the past are hung. He reaches out. I took the photo of Sarutobi off the top, and then naturally threw it on the ground and stepped on it. Click. Fragile glass shatters. In the photo, Sarutobi's face has a fresh footprint. You don't think you can still be Hokage, do you? Does anyone really take themselves so seriously? Bai Ye took a leisurely stroll and walked to Sarutobi. Reach out. He placed his hand on Sarutobi's head with a very skilled gesture. Just like when the two met at the guard headquarters. At this moment, he is like a mature elder, encouraging his younger generation. No one takes children seriously. But the premise is that it's not a bare child. Bai Ye said something that confused third generation. In fact, now that he was handcuffed, he couldn't even touch his head. Hokage-related matters will be handed over to Tsunade as soon as possible. Let her use the fastest speed to master the business. Until a new Hokage is established, she is acting as Hokage. This is what Bai Ye said to Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu. Although these two are not good things. But before killing them, it is also necessary to squeeze their value and use them as waste. Even after the capture of Hokage, has the village already figured out how to deal with it? You also said you had no idea about the location of Hokage. The laziness of the Buddhist system has always been FG pretending, right? Uchiha Bai Ye, who had long been aiming for Hokage's position, has only now shown his wolf ambitions. Today this incident is clearly premeditated. Coming from the guard team, until he was caught, Uchiha Bai Ye didn't give him any chance to fight back. If you don't move, you're done, if you move, you will kill with one strike. Sarutobi's face was contorted, looking at Bai Ye's eyes full of resentment. What the hell are you looking at? Snapped. Another big guy Kabuto slapped Sarutobi's face, and Brother Kong cursed fiercely. As a criminal you have to have your own consciousness. Dare to look at your boss like this, when he is eating rice. 4.6, who made up his mind to teach Sarutobi a lesson, vowed to confiscate his crime tools when he went back to the interrogation room. Follow Bai Ye all the way out of the Hokage building. This moment. The surrounding villagers and ninjas exclaimed involuntarily. It is true. Uchiha Bai Ye, the captains of the guards actually arrested Hokage. Who will handle Konoha's government affairs while Hokage is in prison? In the crowd, many people from the Uchiha clan who were watching the excitement suddenly became enthusiastic, and they danced with excitement. I even want to shout out that the Uchiha clan is finally out of Hokage. Because in their opinion, Uchiha Bai Ye will definitely sit in that position by himself. That is a symbol of power. As long as Bai Ye can ascend to the top, the status of that clan in Konoha will instantly rise. Now, just waiting for Bai Ye's words, all the clansmen will rush over and shout Hokage. Even Uchiha Fugaku, not far away, was short of breath. The pressure of the family is always there. Is Bai Ye really going to do it? Bai Ye faced everything indifferently. He looked around, and then spoke out loudly. The criminal has been arrested. Tomorrow, the first public trial meeting of the new year will start. The judged. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 97. Konoha. At this moment, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha looked at the scene in shock. Bai Ye announced that the arrest of the criminal was complete. Behind him, Uchiha Sanyo and Uchiha Kong were holding Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly. Hokage's hat has been taken down, revealing Sarutobi's old hypocritical face. It turns out, whoever violated the rules of the guards and acted improperly against the village, the guards will arrest him. Even if this person is Hokage, it will not be tolerated. This was the change that Bai Ye brought to the guards after he took office. More importantly, Bai Ye not only said to arrest Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also personally stated that there will be a public trial for Sarutobi tomorrow. A public review meeting once a month. If it's just some petty criminals, it doesn't have to be a big deal at all. It's been a month since the New Year's Eve. They thought that no one in the quiet Konoha would be qualified to open a public trial meeting. Think and know. This Hokage assistant from Shimura Danzo. Then go to Raikage at Cloud Shinobi Village. Those who can go to the public trial are all people with heads and faces. From this point on, Sarutobi is qualified enough. Ironic. As Konoha's guard, the first public trial of the new year turned out to be the interrogation of Hokage from his ninja village. This can no longer be said to be shameful. There is probably no second copy in the entire ninja world. Sarutobi can be said to have created a precedent for the entire Konoha ninja world. From the time of the public trial to the conviction, Konoha's government affairs are carried out by Senju Tsunade. Everyone can rest assured that 29 is just a criminal, and it will not affect the normal operation of the village because of him. Bai Ye emphasized again. The villagers below were also relieved. Senju Tsunade. Taking on the Senju family name again, she is now in charge of the Senju family as the acting patriarch. Even if the Senju clan is in decline, her identity is still eligible to sit in the Hokage's position. But why didn't Captain Bai Ye take the job himself? People looked at Bai Ye curiously. I want to find the answer from him. Especially the clansmen of the Uchiha clan, all of them are extremely hideous. For the first time, I found that power was so close to myself. But the traitor of that family, he actually handed over his power to others. And let the descendants of the Senju clan. The current Senju clan is also worthy to compete with their Uchiha clan? Why? First generation, second generation, and now the Hokage agent. Are they all from the Senju family? What about the Uchiha clan whose CEO created Konoha? The guard does have a lot of power. But now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the guards no longer belong to Uchiha, but belong to his private soldiers of Uchiha Bai Ye. Even now, he has never thought of striving for the interests of the family. What is he going to do? Is it a blatant betrayal of the family? It's full of malice. Bai Ye glanced at those extremely dissatisfied clansmen with disdain. The world is not fair and it is also fair. Want to gain power? Then use your ability to fight for it. It is no exaggeration to say. Bai Ye was able to achieve today's achievements and status without relying on the power of the family, and never relying on the family to put pressure on so and so. He is confident. Confidence comes from great strength. Even if it's just an ordinary ninja, he can be the most prominent one and live the life he wants. Dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan? What does that have to do with him? The clan meeting made it very clear last time that if someone makes trouble, he doesn't mind pinching other people's eyes. And don't say he didn't give the Uchihas a chance. Even more than one chance. The first time was when Bai Ye personally participated in the clan meeting. If at that time, those clan elders are willing to take a correct attitude and make the positioning of the clan a little clearer. Even let Bai Ye give his opinion, and then rectify the family and so on. Bai Ye might not be able to help Uchiha. But what did he see? When he came up, he was a disgusting one, and asked him why he didn't follow the rules of the family. Shit rules. What does that have to do with him Uchiha Bai Ye? It was the first time the family missed the opportunity to change themselves. The second time. It's a disaster for the New Year's Eve. Sarutobi tried to get back his prestige by directing and acting in vain, and that time Konoha was scratched. The Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, and the ninjas at the root of Anbu suffered countless casualties. This is a natural opportunity. Whenever the Uchiha clan is a little self-motivated, they join in and let the villagers and ninjas see Uchiha's changes. Don't say anything else. The hearts of the people will definitely be able to collect a large number. Can Sarutobi see this? He Uchiha Fugaku can't? Can't the other Uchiha clan people see it? But what they chose was to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, watch the two sides fight fiercely, and laugh at Hokage's incompetence afterwards. Say something. If you think of yourself as the ninja of this village, you can't let this go on. This is what Hyuga Hayashi does well. He took the clan to protect the affected villagers well, and brushed the sense of existence severely. The opportunity was in front of the Uchiha family, but they didn't want it. Is this weird Bai Ye? Obviously no wonder. On the contrary, now that the third generation is about to fall, they saw an opportunity and wanted to use their identities to directly help a family gain power. Isn't this bullshit? Shake your head. Bai Ye was too lazy to look at those disaffected clansmen. Again. What do you like? Just jump around in front of him and he will clean it up. If these people are smart enough and observant enough, they will know the fate of offending Bai Ye. Third generation has fallen, what are you guys? The conflict between Uchiha and the village cannot be resolved overnight. At this point, Bai Ye has plans in the future, so there is no need to worry. And that's not the main thing right now. What needs to be done now is to deal with tomorrow's public hearing. That's the big game. With a big wave of his hand, Bai Ye announced the closing of the team. The motorcycle hummed, and third generation was rudely held behind, and was watched by everyone like a parade. Unquestionably. Today, everything the third generation cherishes, cares about, and has will be gone from him. Want face? Then tear off his disguise. Want power? That would pull him out of the Hokage position. This kind of treatment is the most uncomfortable for Sarutobi. He is not afraid of death. What I am afraid of is the reputation of my life that was destroyed before death. Destroy everything he cares about. This is Bai Ye's simple and crude idea. When the guards returned to headquarters, Tsunade and Kushina over there hurried over. And when Sarutobi saw Tsunade, he seemed to understand something. She has grown up. After not choosing to learn the truth, he went to Hokage's office to make a fuss. On the contrary, it is a public trial with the help of the power of the guards. I can tell. She followed Bai Ye and learned a lot. Sarutobi, who seemed to think of something and didn't want to miss any opportunity, suddenly flashed a kindness on his face. Sometimes. Play emotional cards, and then rely on the old to sell the old. This is an advantage that comes with older people. After all, it's a public place now. And Tsunade is his own disciple anyway. If you can, gain sympathy and go to the top of morality, and you can complete a counterattack anyway. Think of this. The kindness on his face was even better, and with nostalgia and emotion, Sarutobi spoke slowly. Tsunade, remember when? Snapped. Are you too embarrassed to mention it? Tsunade slapped Sarutobi's old face blankly. It wasn't that she didn't know what Sarutobi was going to say. It's nothing more than those mentoring and apprenticeships, mentioning the days when he took Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and her to study together as a child. But the more he recalled the past, the more angry Tsunade was with his teacher. On camouflage. The old man in front of him said the second, no one in the ninja world can claim to be the first. Hard to imagine. Facing her teacher with a gentle smile when she was a child, she almost killed her clan behind her back. Even if it was Danzo who did it. But no matter how you look at it, there must be his inspiration behind it. 3 knives on both sides. Not worthy of sympathy. It's not that old people get bad, but bad people get old. Come in you. I was directly slapped by Tsunade. Uchiha Satoshi didn't even bother to give him a chance to continue struggling and pushed him directly to the interrogation room. Bai Ye, on the other hand, took Tsunade and Kushina, and Naruto, who was a little confused, to the lounge. Naruto needs to find a place to settle. Bai Ye would not let any male creatures except him approach his mansion. But obviously because of Kushina's relationship, Naruto can't be placed too far. However, Bai Ye had already thought about where to go. Sasuke is also 4 years old, and he looked so cute in a dress yesterday. Well, hope Naruto likes it. Trial. Brother Kong is obviously professional. I saw him slap the table, look at Sarutobi with a grim face, and say his iconic opening remarks. Who is in the hall? What did you do? Sarutobi was completely dumbfounded. Who is the old man? Are you sure you don't know? It hasn't been 10 years since cerebral hemorrhage could ask this question. UFG arrested me just now, you don't know what I did? Then why did you arrest me? On the other hand, the members of the surrounding guards were not surprised by this. Brother Kong is like that. There is something wrong with the brain. Unless it's dealing with the captain, there will always be a lack of strings. Or how to say Konga is just like his name. Uchiha is a unique flag of the guard. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Sarutobi's face was ashen, and he looked at Uchiha Satoshi in anger. Good boy, you dare to be arrogant when you come here. I've seen you upset for a long time. Shit, Uchiha Itachi. With a roar, Brother Kong roared towards the door. Arrive. Itachi walked in nervously. He never expected that Brother Kong would directly arraign Third Generation. As the team's deputy, he naturally also got on the field, and it was inevitable that he had contact with Third Generation. Sub-Commander, you. Tentative opening. Uchiha Itachi always had a bad feeling. Brother Satoshi arrogantly threw a knife to Uchiha Itachi, and then pointed at Third Generation. Go, slap him. This moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood what this arrogant Uchiha was going to do, and a cold feeling sent a chill down his lower body. That is the guard's ultimate punishment for the coercion. This is the situation. In the interrogation room, Itachi fell into complete silence. Chapter 98. Konoha Guard Headquarters. Interrogation Room. The atmosphere in the arena is extremely anxious now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the knife in Uchiha Itachi's hand, trembling all over. That's the ultimate weapon for confiscating Danzo's tools. But now Danzo is the culprit who speaks like a sissy. What are you waiting for? Seeing that Itachi seemed a little hesitant, Uchiha Satoshi frowned and urged. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hokage advisor Uchiha Koharu, this matter is well documented and will only be tried tomorrow. Don't feel guilty. In the interrogation room, no one is wronged. You have to remember that we are doing things for the captain, and the captain often warns us that as a law enforcement officer, we must not have the kindness of women. In Brother Kong's view, he is giving Uchiha Itachi a chance to experience. Judging from his level, the vice-captain of a third detachment in the future is by no means his end. After he was promoted, the position of the sub-commander was definitely Uchiha Itachi's. And he is now. But it's adding a lot to Uchiha Itachi's resume. Not everyone has this opportunity to be able to brush political achievements in an open and above-board manner. I'm so kind to Itachi. Brother Satoshi thought that in the future, Uchiha Itachi's ninja resume will be filled with a resume called the Third Hokage castrated by himself, and he felt a little proud. See it? That's the little brother I brought out. Sinah. Unfortunately. How could Brother Satoshi know the inner thoughts of Uchiha Itachi now? When he took the knife and walked towards Sarutobi step by step, Itachi was struggling inside. As an undercover agent, it was clear that he had not performed well since he entered the guard. Didn't even tell Sarutobi Hiruzen at all when he acted today. This behavior is tantamount to betrayal. Before he could claim that he had no chance to tip off. But what to do now? Not everyone is willing to fill in the glorious deeds of so-and-so on their resume. What's more, this person is Konoha's third Hokage. Gritting his teeth, Itachi pointed the knife at Sarutobi's tool. He was struggling fiercely in his mind. His philosophy has always reminded himself that he is a ninja who obeys Hokage. But now he has another identity. Vice-captain of the third squad of the guard. Uchiha Itachi. You dare! Sarutobi struggled hard, but the handcuffs of that special nature were extremely powerful when dealing with normal people in the ninja world. At this time, the third generation had no chance to resist. The old man is Hokage. The old man is Hokage. Uchiha Itachi. Remember who you are. Under panic, Sarutobi roared in victory, and even started to threaten above board without saying anything. Remember my identity? Lord Hokage, are you trying to expose that I am the undercover agent you arranged for the guard? Itachi panicked. But suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Yes. I am under Hokage's orders. Now Sarutobi has been sent to the interrogation room, and when he comes out, he is 100% not Hokage. Dilemma? Non-existent. He wants to be a good member of the guard team and a good ninja of Konoha. Sorry. Lord Third Generation. In the end, Itachi had made up his mind and stabbed Sarutobi's tool. What surprised both him and Uchiha Satoshi? This knife stabbed in the air. Like when he stabbed Danzo for the first time. FK, I thought Danzo was bragging when he said you're not as good as him, but it's true. Uchiha Satoshi said in shock. Then he seriously started telling Uchiha Itachi. You've got it right before you start. It's too small to aim at. Why don't you start Sharingan? Itachi understands. Stab again. This time. In the interrogation room of the guards, the piercing scream finally came out. Strong J criminal Sarutobi Hiruzen, the number 1 crime tool was confiscated and destroyed successfully. The number 2 crime tool and physical evidence, the ape demon, is gaining momentum. With Sarutobi arrested, the guards also got busy. They are checking the evidence brought by Tsunade before and after running, and they are also tracking down the legacy left by the 4th generation based on the clues provided by Kushina. Besides, in the lounge, Bai Ye was looking at Kakashi in front of him, and Naruto who was puzzled and didn't move. Father. After Naruto was patted by Kushina, he was sensible and called Bai Ye daddy according to the woman's explanation. Where does this come from? Bai Ye was stunned for a moment, and said in his heart that he couldn't afford it. Is Naruto's dad that good? With a system, he doesn't care about the so-called metaphysics of luck. But Naruto's forgiveness is too strong. Be his father. One day he was beaten to death, and he was afraid that he would choose to forgive the other party under the various unavoidable circumstances and difficulties of the other party. Although Bai Ye's strength was already destined that he would not die so easily, he still couldn't help feeling a little nervous in his heart. Obvious. As the protagonist in the original novel, it seems that Naruto is a hot-blooded young man. Actually, that's it, even a little bit of the virgin. Equals 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 blank. More novel resources are welcome to join the group. This group shares the whole network novel resources such as Philo Hedgehog Cat, Pineapple Bun, etc. Welcome to the group. Fiction Exchange Group 102-211-5028. Dimensional Exchange Group 2877161717. Internal Group of Novels 2205234149. The resource comes from the internet and is only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you like the resource, please buy the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource infringes your rights, please notify us to delete it in time. Equals 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 equals. Click the link to join the group chat novel exchange group. https://jq.qq.com/_WV equals 1027 and K equals diff 4KZ9X. Just look at the selection in his original book. Don't say anything else. Empty.white/6989/25850. There are only 2 points that make Bai Ye puzzled. Once Nagato attacked Konoha, killing more than 1,000 people. Naruto went through all the hardships to come to Nagato's body, and then, chose to forgive him. You must know that Naruto at that time did not know that Nagato could revive villagers. This kind of behavior seems to be generous, but it is not, and even a bit selfish. The second point is even more outrageous. The fourth ninja war. How many ninja allied forces did Obito kill? Then Naruto said that he understood the other party and forgave Obito, who indirectly caused the death of his parents. In Obito's consciousness, he chose to reconcile with the other party and embrace each other. This can be said to be filial piety. What about revenge for Neji? CO authoring Neji is dead in vain? The ninja allied forces died in vain? Does he know that as long as he escapes, the villain can be transformed into a helper? Just these 2 points. Bai Ye felt very fed when he saw Naruto in front of him calling him dad. Come here. Touched his chin. Bai Ye hooked his fingers at Naruto. He has no habit of being a father, so it is impossible to accept Naruto as his adopted son. Of course, Bai Ye also recognizes Naruto's sunshine and sincerity compared to those forgiving colors. Think of him as Konoha's descendant, no need to treat him differently. But Bai Ye was curious. If Ashura's soul is completely wiped out now, change it to the same as Sasuke, and only keep Ashura's chakra, so that he will not be affected by Ashura's soul, will Naruto still be like the original? Hold out a hand. Put it on Naruto's head. Bai Ye's eyes were deep, and it seemed like he was looking through 1,000 years. In just one look, he has captured the power of the sun hidden by the 6 paths. As the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. In fact, they already have these 2 powers in their bodies. At the moment of death, with just a little guidance from Sage of 6 Paths, you can fully awaken. And Bai Ye is now doing the work of the 6 Paths old man, but he has gone a step further, obliterating the souls of the 2 sons of the 6 Paths, leaving Ashura and Indra completely dead, leaving only their chakra to continue. Clack! With an easy snap of his fingers, Bai Ye retracted his gaze and rubbed Naruto's face. I hope you grow up healthy and don't let me down. Kill Ashura's soul influence. Bai Ye also doesn't know if Naruto's personality will change in the future. After all, he didn't know whether the color of forgiveness came from Naruto himself, or was influenced by Ashura. Normal people would find it outrageous anyway. Maybe this is the protagonist? Satsuki Hago Romo is going to be PD off now, right? With a chuckle, Bai Ye seemed to have seen the violent old yin in the Pure Land. That is the person who really uses chakra to observe the ninja world and control the ninja world chessboard. He teamed up with Kamamaru, and every once in a while, Ashura's reincarnation became a savior, and he found something to do for the boring ninja world. It can be said that he is the writer of the history of the ninja world. What happened? Naruto looked at Bai Ye in confusion, then looked at Kushina. Everyone present probably didn't know what Bai Ye had just done. Even Kushina doesn't know. Available in the lounge, in Bai Ye's arms. At this moment, Kaguya stared at Naruto with bunny eyes. Only she, the goddess of Satsuki Kaguya, knows what just happened. This horrible man. Just now, I caught a certain imprint in the soul of that child at a glance, and then destroyed it at will. That is the power that comes from the feather clothes. This child is definitely a direct descendant of Yu Yi. What does this mean? Explain Uchiha Bai Ye, his strength is enough to fight or even surpass his own unfilial son. Still underestimating him? Kaguya looked up at Bai Ye in a daze. Maybe. After recovering, this man will give him huge resistance on the way to conquer the nursery. Or just be a rabbit? It's over, Kagaya's eyes wandered, seeming to be in some kind of tangled state. Bai Ye was too lazy to talk to Kagaya. After all, this rabbit will show the emotion of thinking like a human when he has something to do, and he and the people around him have long been used to it. So, it's your turn. Bai Ye looked at Kakashi. As for your father's matter, based on what you said, it can be determined that there are two directions for detection. Yes. It's time for Kakashi. Bai Ye has always paid attention to the efficiency of solving cases. He is even more clear about Hitoki Sakumo. With Kakashi dictation, he has found his way. But this direction may surprise Hitoki Kakashi. First, why did your father's teammates feel grateful to your father when they were rescued, but just like the villagers, they started blaming your father in a few days? That is a life-saving grace. Even a white-eyed wolf has to undergo a transformation process, so it is very suspicious. Kakashi is also very clear about this. But he remained silent. The reason is simple. My father's teammates all disappeared shortly after my father's death, and there was no way to investigate. Second. Bai Ye showed a weird smile and stepped in front of Kakashi. As strong as Senior Bai Ye, will you really commit suicide if you are accused of a few words? Ask your father yourself, and he will tell you the answer. Chapter 99. Headquarters. When Bai Ye's words came out, Kakashi was stunned on the spot. What happened at that time? Naturally, Hitoki Sakumo himself knew better. But isn't the father dead? If he didn't die, why bother to find Bai Ye now to find the truth? But apparently Kakashi is not a fool. Especially after experiencing the resurrection of Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki, he knew something in just a few seconds. Then he looked at Bai Ye in shock. Although there is an inference. After all, whether it is Nawaki or Kushina, their existence is related to Bai Ye. So some people in the village have guessed, does Bai Ye control the power to bring people back to life? No evidence. In addition, this kind of power is too bizarre, so few people believe it. Kakashi is smart. He felt that Bai Ye had a high probability of possessing that kind of power. But he never thought to ask Bai Ye to resurrect his father. After all, he and Bai Ye are not related, and one of them is the guard and the other is the captain of Anbu. With third generation here, I'm afraid the two of them can't even be ordinary colleagues, and they're on opposite sides. Third generation once asked itself, who is more powerful than Uchiha Bai Ye? This is an obvious question. It also proved that third generation once wanted to take a shot at Bai Ye, but in the end it had to give up because of the huge gap in strength. Bai Ye, you. Kakashi looked excited. That paralyzed face, as always, now has a drastic emotional change. No need to say more. Bai Ye shook his head. He had his own considerations, but inadvertently, he glanced at Tsunade. After the public trial of Sarutobi, not to mention the third Hokage position, Sarutobi will definitely be sent to jail pending final verdict. Therefore, the position of Hokage must be vacant. Now the only people in the village who are qualified for the position are him 020 and Tsunade. And Bai Ye is obviously not interested in his position for the time being. According to his words, it is not interesting to be a shadow of a village. To be the shadow of the entire ninja world. Now, he is still the captain of Konoha's Guard, he has long been accustomed to being lazy, and it is more uncomfortable for him to stay in the office every day than to kill him. Don't look at the captain of the guard in the office like this. But as the captain, he wanted to skip work, go wherever he wanted, and brag with the members every day in the office. This kind of daily life made him very enjoyable. He prefers dry Hokage to dry Hokage. That's probably what it means. Therefore, since it was decided to support Tsunade in the top position, it is also appropriate to add some fighting power to Konoha. Resurrection from the dead, wash away the grievances. With the characters of Hitoki Sakumo and Hitoki Kakashi, he will try his best to assist Tsunade in the future, and he will also make Tsunade feel more at ease in that position. When Iyu Narashika Issa and other think tanks, Takeo Hitaki Sakumo and his son, plus the surrender of Hyuga Hayashi, and one of the old husbands, Yui Mako, the Anbu minister. Konoha doesn't have to worry about anything in the short term. After Tsunade came to power, there was obviously no need to worry about Konoha's stability. You go and dig up your father's grave first, and prepare the things for me. Indulge for a moment. Bai Ye suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Kakashi. Impure world reincarnation needs to use the parts of the dead as a medium. For sacrifices, the death row prisoner of Konoha can be used. Anyway, it wasn't his body that was used in the end. Pupil, the mystery of the reincarnation lifting is that as long as you capture the soul drawn by impure world reincarnation, you can reshape the body for it. The difficulty lies only in how to draw the soul out of the pure land. Digging ancestral graves? Kakashi's mouth twitched, but he didn't grumble, and nodded quickly. Resurrect your father? I completely owe Bai Ye a lot of favors. Brother Kai took a deep look at Bai Ye, and then glanced at Tsunade, who was very moved. He already understood the meaning of Bai Ye's actions. Be kind, do your best to repay. Starting today, Hitaki Kakashi will be doing his best for Tsunade. Maybe one day. He has done enough credit, can he beg Bai Ye to resurrect Obito and Lin? He does not know. He didn't come up with his own ideas. Saying that now is obviously pointless. Kakashi will use his own actions to serve Bai Ye and Tsunade. He will work hard for this goal in the future. One more person was resurrected. A man who controls the power of life and death. Also depend on yourself. Tsunade leaned against Bai Ye's arms, and she didn't say anything at this moment. Just want to enjoy the comfort of the present. Kushina looked as usual, and said nothing about fourth generation. She pulled Naruto sensible and left the scene. The next step is to arrange his residence. There is also a mansion next to the Uchiha clan, not far from Bai Ye's mansion. It is suitable to arrange Naruto there and find someone to take care of him. She didn't take Naruto's mind personally. Go see him during the day and teach him, but at night Kushina still has to go back to Bai Ye. Having decided to follow Bai Ye, this level is enough. After all, if it wasn't for Naruto being criticized, she would choose to guard each other silently in the dark. Ready to be a fifth generation character? Tsunade. Lounge. Bai Ye and Tsunade snuggled together, feeling the woman in his arms rubbing against his chest. The man smiled and said, "What fifth generation project? I probably won't have time to go to the casino by then." Tsunade sighed and said somewhat dejectedly, "At the end of the day, if you're a Hokage, it's definitely better than me. With your prestige, you don't have to worry about people being dissatisfied, and you can manage the village better." Having said that, but Tsunade also understood. It is impossible for a person like Bai Ye to sit in that office and get tired every day. If he did that, he wouldn't be Bai Ye anymore. Randomly. Carefree. This is Bai Ye's way of life. When Bai Ye asked her to be a Hokage before, Tsunade also refused. But Bai Ye directly told her that if she didn't want the Konoha built by her grandfather to be destroyed, then she would take responsibility. Obviously. The man didn't take Konoha seriously until now. Within his power, he is the greatest. Apart from the authority of the captain of the guard, the destruction of the ninja world has nothing to do with him. Kyeg. Annoying and reluctant to be angry. Time flows. Night falls. Bai Ye clocked in after get off work. Ding. Host has conscientiously completed the duties that a guard captain should perform. Your impartial law enforcement behavior has improved the overall evaluation of the mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new power, Ashura Chakra, Yang Dun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting one Uzumaki Naruto's escape, your eternal Mangekyou Sharingan has been promoted to a stackable hidden version Rinnegan. Ding! Congratulations to host's bloodline being strengthened again, your bloodline power surpassed the Tsutsuki clan and reached a new level. A masculine escape from Uzumaki Naruto? Bai Ye closed his eyes. Get a taste of the newly unlocked Rinnegan. Suddenly opened. Circle after circle of reincarnation lines appeared for a moment, and then they were hidden again. His system has always been very caring. Knowing that he didn't want his eyes to look like circles and circles, he set up a controllable Rinnegan that could hide the superposition ability at will, and show it at will. What is the overlay version? Kun disappeared after Uchiha Madara became 6 Paths Madara and Uchiha Obito became 6 Paths Obito. Did their Mangekyou abilities mysteriously disappear? According to the original book, Bai Ye also has his own guesses. There is no doubt that Rinnegan is above Sharingan. But after being promoted to Rinnegan, it is equivalent to switching to the B mode, and the pupil technique of the A mode cannot be used. Similar to 6 Paths Obito can't use Kamui, and 6 Paths Madara can use Kamui with an Obito eye. Just switch modes. Bai Ye's hidden version, Rinnegan, with stacking properties. That means he can have the powers of Eternal Mangekyou and Rinnegan at the same time without switching back and forth. And in the end how the pupil of the eye changes, he has the final say. The power has increased again. Next time, it's Tensagen, right? Bai Ye's pupils returned to normal, he chuckled lightly and walked towards his motorcycle. However, when looking up, a figure suddenly landed in front of the motorcycle. It was a tall man with white hair. After the wretchedness on his face disappeared, he looked very serious. Jiraiya. Before the New Year festival, Bai Ye chose to travel, and Jiraiya left Konoha to continue looking for news of Orochimaru. So it was a matter of course that he didn't catch up with Konoha's change. And now that he is here, Bai Ye also understands why. Going for a drink. Sending out the invitation, Bai Ye's smile was as gentle as ever. You guy. Jiraiya gave a wry smile and sighed. He did not refuse Bai Ye's invitation. Konoha. Inside the largest bathroom. Bai Ye and Jiraiya appeared in the luxury box. He let go as always, leaned lazily beside the pool, and the little massage master handed him a cigarette. Jiraiya was sitting not far away wrapped in a bath towel, holding a wine gourd and drinking non-stop. Teacher he. It seems that he was in the country of fire, and he rushed back as soon as he got the news. So Jiraiya looked a little tired. Drinking wine, the bold man suddenly felt a little lonely. Those things you should know more or less. Bai Ye shook his head, not even bothering to explain why he caught Sarutobi. He didn't believe Jiraiya didn't know anything about it. Especially Tsunade's sudden and strong gathering of the Senju clan, and so many things that happened to Konoha. Combined. Anyone who isn't a fool knows there's something wrong with Hokage. The man in front of him was a very kind person. But if he learned that someone was endangering the village, he would choose to kill him without hesitation. Even Tsunade was threatened by him. So it's said that you are very annoying. I won't care about this shit, but as a friend, do you have to pay for today's consumption? Jiraiya was speechless and took a deep breath. He understands the reason. But that was his teacher after all, and there was always some difficulty in it. This kid actually hit the pain point. He does not know? Maybe he doesn't know? But some things have to pretend to be confused. Come on, I didn't arrest you as a suspect who didn't know anything about it, so you can be content. You have to buy this order today. Okay, the captain is mighty. Jiraiya was obviously not short of money, and after he finished speaking, he looked straight at Bai Ye. So, be sure to leave a good spot for me at the conference tomorrow. Chapter 100. Fire Country. Konoha. It is still the familiar central square. It was the second morning. The early spring sun shines on the earth, dispelling the chill of the night and bringing warmth to people. It's too early. But many villagers and ninjas have gathered here and started to wait. Even the patriarchs of all ethnic groups got up early, waiting for the first public trial after the Konoha Guard's New Year's festival. The witnesses who attended the public trial meeting this time were obviously more than the last time. Without him, there is only one criminal today. Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This news alone is enough to ignite the atmosphere of Konoha. Maybe the ignorant villagers, they really think their Hokage is insufficient. I also thought about letting Sarutobi come down early and send someone who can become Hokage. But they never imagined that in addition to being incompetent, their Lord Hokage would actually do something detrimental to the village. This is a question worth pondering. What exactly does Hokage do? Has it come to the point where a public trial has to be held? They thought that even if the guards caught Hokage, it would be because of Konoha's face problems, and they chose to keep things quiet and make things small. But he never expected that Captain Bai Ye's attitude would be so firm. After arresting the person, it was directly announced that the public trial would begin the next day. Many villagers and ninjas are a little worried. The impact of this incident today is so great that it is unimaginable. They didn't know what kind of impact the public trial of Hokage would have on Konoha when it spread to the ninja world. The only consolation is that Tsunade has become acting Hokage, handing over to Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. Over time, the atmosphere of Konoha also started to get weird. The members of the guard team, after Guy's training in the morning, appeared in the square in neat steps and began to maintain order. They looked solemn. There is no relaxation at all because the identity of the criminal is Konoha Hokage. Uchiha Kong and Uchiha Shanyang are like two generals, carrying the Taishi chairs and placing them on the top. After dividing each area, they began to wait silently. As for their captain Bai Ye, according to speculation, there is a high probability that he is still resting. During the public trial, there is a high probability that it will be Bai Ye's public holiday. After all, I have to be busy all day, and it is boring to spend the rest of the time in the office. So he naturally indulged last night. What surprised Captain Bai Ye was that last night Kushina said that he would give birth to him like a madman, so he tossed it very late and completed the achievement of Han Xi again. Unfortunately, Bai Ye knew in his heart, after his bloodline was strengthened again yesterday, the level gap between him and Kushina is even bigger. Originally, it only took a few years to successfully produce the first offspring, because this strengthening has to be delayed for a while. Not to mention Kushina now, even if Kaguya personally goes to battle with the speed of light for free, the chances of conception will be reduced a lot. But on this kind of thing, Bai Ye has always been very Buddhist, and it's good that the descendants have a destiny. Although the difference in life level is too great, he has never used an umbrella to protect his safety, so this thing may be available one day, and there is no need to worry about this problem at all. When he wants a baby, he will. Mansion. Bai Ye dressed lazily under the service of wooden golem and Samui, and came to the table for breakfast slowly. Said it was breakfast. In fact, it was already noon. This kind of thing is not a noun, but sometimes it is a verb. And this verb is also very suitable for Bai Ye. Perhaps the entire Konoha, and even the entire ninja world, is paying attention to this public trial meeting. But in Bai Ye's view, this is simply a trivial matter. He could crush Sarutobi Hiruzen to death like an ant at any time if it wasn't for Tsunade's breath. From beginning to end, he never regarded Third Generation as an opponent. You see, with just a little effort, he's gone. Can such a person be called an opponent? Obviously not. Master Captain, I have something to report to you. But it was when Bai Ye was eating. Little girl Uchiha Chuan rode her little motorcycle to Bai Ye's house. She came in right? How dare she enter this animal's mansion? Wooden Golem and Samui looked at each other, shook their heads speechlessly. Doesn't this girl know what it means? But he was only in his early 10 years, so Bai Ye wouldn't really do it, would he? Say. Bai Ye's expression was the same as usual, and he didn't cut off Uchiha Chuan at all, so he felt any guilt for Uchiha Itachi. Joke. This girl is very lovable and has a very good personality. After growing up, it is also a level of disaster for the country and the people, and it is not bad to play the series occasionally. But having said that, now he doesn't have any evil thoughts. It's like this, I don't know why. The Fire Country daimyo suddenly came to the village and said that he wanted to participate in the public trial of Third Hokage. Then, a strange look appeared on his face. Uchiha Izumi squeezed his fist. Then, relying on his identity, he wanted to communicate with the criminal, and was beaten by Captain Cong. Here's the thing. The news that Konoha was going to judge her Hokage spread like wildfire yesterday. As an absolute supporter of Sarutobi Hiruzen, daimyo of the Land of Fire, who has supported the third generation countless times, was undoubtedly shocked. So the next day, when the public trial was about to begin, the daimyo quickly came to Konoha with his guard of honor and went straight to the central square. At this time, the third generation, who was a criminal, must have been pushed over there to await trial. The daimyo can also see him naturally. Naturally, daimyo walked over, wanting to say something to Sarutobi. But the guard has the rules of the guard. No one outside the guard is allowed to touch the offender until the trial has begun and without the permission of the captain. So the daimyo also violated the rules of the guard. Who is Brother Kong? How could he, the number one general under Bai Ye, see this situation happen? Did not say. He went up and pressed the daimyo to the ground, and then brought his admiral Uchiha Itachi to beat the daimyo, saying that the daimyo violated the regulations of the guard and was arrested on the spot. Therefore, after being pushed to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen and listed as the subject of interrogation, the Fire Kingdom daimyo also fulfilled his purpose of coming to Konoha to a certain extent. Master Bai Ye, you mean? After a brief report on the reason for the incident, Uchiha Izumi carefully tested it. That's a big name anyway. The main source of support for Konoha's finances. Training ninjas costs money. The Fire Country provides Konoha with a large amount of money every year, if their actions provoke the daimyo. No, it must have been PD off. Vice Captain Uchiha Shanyang was not sure about this matter, so he sent her over to report to Bai Ye. Whispering sound. Hearing this, Bai Ye just calmly drank the ginseng soup fed by Wooden Golem himself. The sweet taste made him a little distracted. Ugh! It's easy to get excited in the morning. Shaking his head, he looked at Uchiha Chuan, and snorted disdainfully. When, in my ninja world, need to look at ordinary people's faces. This is a world where the strong are respected. I don't know what was wrong with Senju Hashirama back then, so he went everywhere to kowtow to people and worshipped such a bunch of ancestors. Is the country of fire and Konoha a partnership? Stop farting. Without these ninjas, the country of fire would have been wiped out countless times. Who gave the face of daimyo to make him come to Konoha? This is his territory. Only he Uchiha Bai Ye can pretend, others can't. To provide funds for the development of the village? Isn't that a protection fee? Bai Ye's face was full of course. This is not a protection fee. What is a protection fee? You give money, you are the daimyo, the king of ordinary people in the land of fire. If you don't give money, I'll change the name to someone who gives money. It's that simple. Uchiha Satoshi has done a good job and deserves praise. Bai Ye first gave Brother Kong a high evaluation, then stood up and put on the cloak of justice. The name of the country of fire. 0. He must be rich, right? It's enough to be eligible for a public trial. After listening to Bai Ye's words, Uchiha Chuan nodded his head fiercely. That's right, the rules set by Lord Bai Ye can also be broken by him. This girl is small. But the momentum is sufficient. As expected of the person who dared to compete with Obito in the original book. But if she follows Bai Ye and grows up like this, Bai Ye is sure that she is afraid that she will become Bai Ye's second general after Uchiha Satoshi. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, when there is a place for her. Come on, let's start the trial. Picking up Uchiha Chuan and putting her in front of him, Bai Ye twisted the accelerator and rushed out of the mansion. The first time on the captain's motorcycle. This girl Uchiha Izumi was a little excited, and she was habitually twisting back and forth in her elation. It's also a shame that this girl is young now. Otherwise, Bai Ye had to go back and deal with her on the spot. Reverse. Reverse. Konoha is really against it. What a guard, how dare you do something to this daimyo? Who gave you the power, who gave you the courage? Hey! Central Square. Even if they were far away, many villagers and ninjas could hear the angry voice of the daimyo. They looked at each other, a little overwhelmed by the situation. That's a big name. But now, they are still caught by the guards. It turns out. Don't provoke the authority of the guards, or even the daimyo will be caught for you. What the hell is he talking about? Brother Kong frowned and looked at the ugly man who shouted dissatisfiedly. Big name? He only recognized one boss, and that was Captain Bai Ye. What is a big name? Think about it. He looked at Uchiha Itachi below. Itachi, go and force Kabuto to the two of them, and let him be quiet, so that he won't make a fuss with Lord Bai Ye. Me again? Weasel was startled. Why does Ga Danzo Fan Shisui and Ga Hokage do all his work? But no way. All eyes are on now. He is also the deputy of the guard team, and the first-level officer crushes people to death, and he must execute the order. It's the rules of the guard. Gritting his teeth and stomping his feet, Itachi walked up to the daimyo and slapped his rounded arms in front of his startled eyes. Chapter 101. Konoha. Central Square. The Fire Nation's daimyo looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer, and his raised arms were full of horror. What is he going to do? Does he really dare to call his name? Although when he was arrested just now, members of the guard force pushed him to the ground very roughly, and the man named Uchiha Satoshi even kicked his ass several times. But in the final analysis, that was the behavior of the arrest, and now that the slap is really slapped, it is a personal insult. I am the famous name of the country of fire, you dare to fight? Snapped. A good sound is a good ear. Itachi slapped the daimyo's face with a solid slap. How dare you openly beat the daimyo of the land of fire? I, Yamazaki Ryaji, will never let go. Snapped. Another slap. Yamazaki Ryu, the famous name of the country of fire, has not finished speaking, and his face is covered with anger flashing in his eyes. Sarutobi. This is your Konoha's ninja. This time, he saw that Uchiha Itachi didn't make sense, and Yamazaki Ryaji turned his head to look at Third Generation. Responding to him is Uchiha Itachi's stalwart Kabuto. Snapped. So what are you going to do? Yamazaki Ryaji looked at Uchiha Itachi indignantly with a sullen face. SHH. Itachi put his hand to his mouth and made a silent gesture. You said it earlier. You said earlier if I didn't. Snapped. 020. Shut up, old man. When Lao Tzu returns to Daming Mansion, you will look good with Konoha. Yamazaki Ryaji gritted his teeth. But this time he learned to be smart, and finally didn't dare to make a sound. Shouldn't it be over already? Itachi looked at Ryaji Yamazaki speechlessly. This is good, another glorious act of beating the daimyo will appear on his resume. Anyone in the guard will leave a file. This kind of thing will naturally be recorded, and it will have a follow-up impact on his life. It's hard to imagine that he, the one who was conscientious in the guards, who slapped Sarutobi and beat the daimyo, turned out to be Third Hokage's undercover agent. Boom! The signature humming of the first-generation police motorcycle comes. This moment, in the entire central square, originally because of Uchiha Itachi's beating of the daimyo, the chaotic people all quieted down. They looked at the direction of the engine humming in unison. There, a dashing and elegant man held the handlebars in one hand and the Uchiha spring in his arms with the other, preventing her from twisting back and forth. Then a graceful parked the car. He came. The absolute authority of the Uchiha Guard, the absolute idol of the entire Konoha shinobi, the man whom the villagers believe in, Uchiha Bai Ye. No doubt, when he's on the court. He is the prettiest cub. Don't move back and forth in my car next time. However, Lord Bai Ye doesn't seem to be in a good mood. He looked at Uchiha Izumi with uncertain eyes, bent over and sat in the car and threw Uchiha Izumi down. He has no intention of being a lolicon. Never believe it. Cuteness is not worth mentioning in front of sexy. This is his purpose. Never break your precepts just because of a mere Uchiha spring. You can't shudder. Uchiha Izumi, who had no idea what kind of trouble he was in, whispered with a blushing face. Obviously. In this precocious world where you can have a good impression at the age of 5 or 6, and even believe that a person will live a lifetime in the future, Uchiha Izumi seems to have discovered something wrong. She decided to go to the bookstore tonight to buy some useful science books. You wait for me. Bai Ye rolled his eyes, calmed down for a while, and finally got out of the car. Team leader! Team leader! Uchiha Shenyang and Uchiha Kong bowed respectfully, then tried the stability of the Taishi chair, and invited Bai Ye to take the seat. Here comes the captain. It means that the trial assembly officially begins. He didn't care at all, as if he was going through an ordinary process. He stretched out his hand to take the cigarette handed by his younger brother and leaned back. The audience. He was the only one who was casual and frivolous. He was relaxed. He didn't take the word interrogation Hokage seriously at all. Look down. He saw quite a few familiar faces. Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, stood in a corner of the auditorium with his henchmen lackeys. Hyuga Hayashi wanted to show more face in front of Bai Ye, so he stood at the front. Next to him are the patriarchs of the Inoshika clans, and the heads of the various secretarial families. On the other side, is the high-rise backbone of Konoha. With Tsunade and others as the main group, they are waiting in full force at this time. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, now standing among the tainted witnesses. Jiraiya does have a separate place. This is what he himself requested last night. It's not to show the particularity of his identity or anything, and the hero doesn't care about those false names. He just wanted to see his teacher up close and listen carefully to what he was doing. Although there are some guesses, after all, he wants to ask his teacher why. This is all there. What should come and what should not have come. Bai Ye glanced at the daimyo who was squatting with the third generation on the side of the criminal field. Shake your head. He didn't understand a little. You said that a mortal with power, why does he have to be involved in the world of ninjas? Big name? What is that thing? Ignore the rules of the guards and catch them when they should. This is what Uchiha Satoshi did really well. Don't say big names, Hokage these. Look at Nagato Uchiha Madara and the others, if they dare to provoke the existence of the guards in the future, they will be treated like this. Even if Sage of Six Paths came, he had to respectfully call him captain. It's just so pretentious, so high profile. He has the capital to enjoy the current treatment. Let's start. Lifting Erlang's legs, Bai Ye looked at Uchiha Kong. Why let him come in person for some trivial matters? Isn't that what raising a younger brother is for? Yes, Captain. Uchiha nodded respectfully, then stepped forward and waved. Bring strong J offender Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now. Sarutobi's body shook. He paled from the bloodshed because of the confiscated tools. He looked at Uchiha Satoshi tremblingly. This son of ABCH, does he have to call himself that? Didn't you see that the big name next to you looked at you and your eyes changed? Yes. The name was really surprised. He had heard that Sarutobi had committed a crime, so he wanted to come and see it, by the way. But what do you mean when you come up and declare a strong J criminal? Pity. He didn't dare to ask now, didn't he look at his current pig head? That's all from Uchiha Itachi. The old man is not strong J Udaten Koharu. Sarutobi was stunned and pushed to the center of the field. He knew what Uchiha Satoshi was going to do now. It is to take his crimes apart, deal with them one by one, and finally declare guilt. But until now, he still didn't give up. His mouth can speak. He can still fight for himself. This old man is Konoha's third Hokage. The old man must be able to stand up. Not only Udaten Koharu, Shimura and the others are also voluntary. This old man's behavior is considered a green hat to others. This kind of behavior is not illegal. And if this old man is guilty of this behavior, then Uchiha Bai Ye and Uzumaki snapped. This time, before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi slapped his face. Itachi, who has been guarding by the side, is afraid that Sarutobi is now telling everyone that he is undercover in front of everyone. So wait for the opportunity. Actively asked to act as a escort. Prevent this from happening. Nothing else. He didn't care about his face. But if the undercover identity is exposed, he feels sorry for his brothers in the guard. Since he joined the guard, the mentality has changed without him even knowing it. This will be magnified infinitely in the future. He doesn't want to disappoint those who trust him. Don't say insignificant things. Itachi said with a fair face. Yes, as expected of the admiral trained by the sub-commander. Uchiha Satoshi nodded in satisfaction. That's the rule, answer whatever you are asked. I'll talk about other things later. Master Captain will never wrong others. Since you said they were voluntary, please ask for evidence. Done. Brother Kong respectfully bowed to Bai Ye, and then handed Bai Ye a scroll. On the real. The pact of Sarutobi Hiruzen's blood and summoning technique has been established. But he couldn't give the ape demon to summoning without Sarutobi himself. And according to Sarutobi's own account, after the last time Ape Demon resigned, unless he forced summoning out of Ape Demon would ignore him at all. It can be seen from this. How much resistance does the Ape Demon have to his work environment? Bai Ye understood. Calmly clapped it. Boom. There is a medium. No one in the ninja world could refuse his call. Chakra urges. Summoning was successfully performed. And the body of the ape demon also appeared on the field. How am I here? The ape demon looked around blankly, with the towel still on his body, as if trying to wipe himself. Is this the ape demon? The summoning beast of the third generation. It seems to be the strongest summoning beast in rumors. It seems to be able to turn into a 4.6 wishful golden hoop rod and change its size at will. No wonder, if I also have an ape demon, my wife must be very happy too. Hey? Brother, something is wrong with you. There was a lot of discussion off the field. And this obviously did not affect Brother Kong. He greeted the ape demon. Don't be nervous, the monkey family has always been Konoha's friends. I called you out today to let you cooperate with the case. Brother Kong looked solemn. He was smart since he was a child, and he had already figured out a coping strategy. You don't need to do other actions, I will use pupil power to let you restore some of the actions that Sarutobi used you to do at that time. Some action? The face of the monkey demon changed suddenly, but just as he was about to go home to complete the reverse summoning, he met Uchiha Satoshi's Manjiki. Please, how pervert is Kongatong Gli who is in the state of the upper body? At least in illusion, it is easy to surpass Uchiha Itachi. Controlling the ape demon, Brother Kong gestured at it with a solemn face. Please. The ape demon is ordered. With a bang on the spot, it turned into a small wishful golden hoop. Then, it was in front of everyone, and it began to twitch violently by turning into an electric drill. This moment, the audience was silent. Chapter 102. Hokage-sama is amazing. It can be developed. Fantastic, can summoning beasts still be used like this? Show. Tianxiu, Dai Hua's show. Dr. Ninjutsu is as his name suggests. I'm not as good as me. Off the field. Countless old drivers showed their eyes that they understood. The innocent boys and girls showed a suspicious look. Only Sarutobi, his face is grim at the moment, with a distorted expression, he can't wait to kill Uchiha Kong on the spot. He didn't know why his summoning beast was forcibly summoned. I don't know why after the ape demon was summoned, not only did he not obey his orders, but he was also controlled by Uchiha's Sharingan. Sarutobi only knows one thing. The name of this strong J criminal, he can be considered to be completely true. At this moment, the certified evidence is all there, and he has no way to quibble. Do you want to be put in jail like Danzo? This moment, Sarutobi really panicked. In fact, before he was caught, he had already left a backhand for himself. The first movers are Mitokado Homura and others. But they have defected. The second behind is the name of the country of fire. In Sarutobi's view, you Uchiha Bai Ye don't give Hokage face, you have to give daimyo face, right? Sadly, the latter also declared bankruptcy. Uchiha Bai Ye didn't give the daimyo any good face at all, and even after coming to the central square, he didn't bother to say hello to the daimyo and started the public trial directly. This proves that people don't take big names seriously at all. Now, he has encountered a real dead chess. As Bai Ye said, once he starts to deal with a person, the end of this person must be miserable. 29 started as early as the moment when it was intended to support Tsunade as Hokage. Sarutobi's end is doomed. And today's public trial is to deprive him of everything he cares about. Strong J offender? This is just the beginning. The evidence is all there. Now you can't tolerate quibbling. Brother Kong took the lead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes are extremely heinous, and the strong J case is just to ensure the fairness of the trial. All the facts of his crimes, others have long been confirmed. Are there other cases? Isn't it just about Hokage-sama and J Hokage's advisor? Joke. The naive villagers thought Sarutobi committed the same crime as Danzo. However, it was just an appetizer. Pick up the verdict. Brother Kong looked around, and then spoke again with a solemn expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Manipulating the direction of speech, threatening his descendants, forcing the same village Tadara, the Konoha hero Hitaki Sakumo to commit suicide. This is one. In order to stabilize the position, the Senjua family, the meritorious family who founded Konoha, was murdered, resulting in the Senjua family being 1 out of 10, and the wolf's ambition. This is 2. Using power to oppress people, strong J Hokage advisor Udaten Koharu, Hokage assistant wife Shimura Kiwa, bad behavior, these are 3. As a Hokage, I have no tolerance, no ambition, and I only promise to attack the outside world and attack hard from the inside. These are the 4. Knowing the law and breaking the law, as a person in power, you can't lead by example, and you can't bring benefits to the village. Knowing that Danzo, the leader of the root group, will never stop him from doing bad things, these are 5. Teached from second Hokage, and was taught by first generation when he was a child. After second generation banned human experimentation, he condoned Danzo and Orochimaru to conduct research. After the experiment of Orochimaru was successful, after the completion of the wood-style experiment, he slaughtered the donkey and shirked himself. Responsibility, causing the village to lose scientific research talents, this is 6. Blame Uzumaki Naruto, the son of 4th Hokage, greedy for the legacy of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, hide his identity as the son of a hero, and cause him to be hated by the villagers. This is 7. The behavior seriously violated the Konoha Public Security Management Regulations, and the evidence is conclusive. In one breath, Uchiha Satoshi publicly declared Sarutobi Hiruzen all guilt. Then he stopped. Next is the penalty stage. Because of the identity of the criminal, the final sentence needs to be brought by the captain in person. Brother Kong looked at Bai Ye and waited for his action. 7 deadly sins. Even Brother Kong, he felt his heart beat faster after reading these things. Not to mention the villagers and ninjas who eat melons. They didn't even know that Lord Hokage, whom they respected on weekdays, had done so many things behind the scenes. They were silent at the moment, shocked inside, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They stared blankly at the completely dumbfounded old man, unable to accept this fact for a while. The guards say the evidence is solid, then it must be solid evidence. This is a public trial. There has never been an innocent person for Captain Bai Ye's trial. 7 deadly crimes. Bai Ye sighed slightly. Perhaps, the strong J or something is because of the butterfly effect brought about by his crossing. But the other 5, these are the facts in front of you. Perhaps there is something suspicious about Orochimaru's defection. But it doesn't matter. Important. Now, Sarutobi was torn apart by him in front of the whole village. He is completely finished. Standing up, Bai Ye walked to the field step by step. Light up your cigarettes. He reached out his hand again and placed it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. You're getting old, Sarutobi. Familiar words. But with a touch of indescribable sarcasm. Bai Ye's expression is always so concise. I'm not old. Sarutobi looked at Bai Ye coldly. He knows. When Uchiha Satoshi finished talking about those crimes, he knew how the day would end. He also knew. There is no chance of a comeback. Without him. Because he had seen Hotaki Sakumo who was talking to Kakashi on the witness stand. He should have thought of it long ago. The resurrection of Senju Nawaki is related to this man. It's not too simple to resurrect some of the dead and find evidence of what he did. So, struggling is useless. Oh? So what? Bai Ye smoked his lungs, and the smoke sprayed on Sarutobi's face. Even if the old man dies, he will take you to hell with you. A strange look appeared on his face. Do you know that last night, although the old man was injured, he also learned something new because of excessive pain. It seems to have found a turning point. Sarutobi struggled with his last strength. He jumped hard into the air. Then his feet suddenly jumped back and forth quickly. And far away. Jiraiya suddenly let out an exclamation. Print with your feet. This is his unique stunt. When did his sinful teacher learn? Not good. It's the ghoul sealed up. On the other side, Uzumaki Kushina, who was leading Naruto to watch the trial meeting, was furious and wanted to rush over desperately. But Tsunade next to her suddenly grabbed her and stopped her from moving. Don't worry, do you think Bai Ye can't recognize him? Tsunade said calmly. If Bai Ye's life is really in danger, even if it is a public trial, they will rush over to help even if they try to violate the rules. But Tsunade saw clearly. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen has completed the seal, Bai Ye's face did not show the slightest panic, on the contrary, he had a confident look. But that's... Kushina thought for a while, but still had a worried look on her face. God knows what she was feeling when she woke up and brought Naruto to watch the public trial meeting. Instead, she saw the scene in front of her. Trust him. Tsunade shook his head. After becoming the agent of Hokage, she has matured a lot mentally again. His own man is not a big caretaker, he only pretends to force when he is sure. The situation, apparently as Tsunade expected. When Sarutobi is done with a footnote print. He also summoned 2 clones by the way, and then controlled Bai Ye from left to right. With a wicked smile, he stared at this hateful man. Today, Uchiha Bai Ye ruined everything for him. He knew that he had nothing left, and even if he lived, he might not have a better life. So it's better to take this person to death with you. The ghouls are sealed, the expected cards. Bai Ye didn't panic at all, holding a cigarette, calmly glanced at the shadow of Shinigami behind Sarutobi. Shinigami? Is this thing really worthy of the name Shinigami? Anyone like Orochimaru can bug this guy, let alone Uchiha Bai Ye. Also, he doesn't need a bug at all to deal with Shinigami. The man who controls life and death. Why are you afraid of Shinigami? This thing is said to be Shinigami, in fact, it is more suitable to be called a Soul Reaper. It depends on whether the other party is under control, and the risk is extremely high. It belongs to the strong and does not need to be used. If the weak use it up, it is very likely that the enemy will not die, and then he will die. 023 In the original book, Sarutobi used this trick to seal Orochimaru's hands. A pair of hands, plus 2 shadows that can't show their strength. Predictably. If it is the first generation and second generation during the Fourth Ninja World War, it is impossible for Sarutobi to use this move to seal. You want to die? Bai Ye glanced at Shinigami lightly, and then said softly to Sarutobi. You can die, it seems a little too cheap for you. Hey, that's fine. The man gave a gentle smile. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, I didn't give the Sarutobi family a chance. What you did to the Senju clan should be repeated with the Sarutobi clan. Starting today, all members of the Sarutobi family, men, women, and children, will accept 3S level missions unconditionally and without pay. If the mission is successful, he can be considered useful to Konoha, and he can live as an atonement for you. If the mission fails, or if you cannot bear to defect, you will kill a Sarutobi clan with your own hands. Lord Third Generation. Oh no, Konoha won't have any rumors about Third Hokage from today, so it's not appropriate to call you Third Generation now. So, are you satisfied with this sentence? This is forcing Sarutobi to kill the Sarutobi clan. Its heart can be punished. An angry Sarutobi activated the seal instantly. Let him live like that? He would rather die. Pity. When that Shinigami moved, Bai Ye just raised his head and glanced at the thing, Manjiki in his pupils spun rapidly, and his pupil power spread wildly. Shigami. I don't know if Shinigami will die. Boom. The momentum exploded. Just a moment. That ferocious phantom instantly turned into pieces. Some people's cards are so insignificant in front of him. It's like doing a little thing. Bai Ye ignored Sarutobi's shock. Throwing down the cigarette butts, turned around and waved. Pressed to jail. Break the limbs and execute the trial. From now on, there will be no third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 103. Brother, do you think I'm awesome? Don't look, and I stress, you don't have that organ. Ah, is that so? Then Nissan, can you accompany me to practice shuriken? Forgive me Suzuki, next time. Uchiha Extraterrestrial. Location close to Nanga River. Following Uchiha Itachi's fingers, he tapped hard on Sasuke's forehead. The crisp voice made his fingers numb. But Uchiha Itachi didn't change his expression, just looked at his brother apologetically. Sorry Sasuke. I don't have that much time right now. Adding to his mind, Itachi turned to leave, struggling, and something Sasuke couldn't understand in his eyes. Now he always gives people a feeling of being overwhelmed. 3 years. Look at the village in the distance. Itachi sighed deeply. It has been 3 years since the last public trial of the Konoha Guard that shocked the ninja world. Konoha changes a lot. Since the 5th Hokage Tsunade ascended, her series of orders were successfully completed with the support of the villagers. Konoha village is still that Konoha village. But compared to Konoha 3 years ago, he was a little more angry and more prosperous. Guards are still busy. But after Hokage was pulled down by the guards, there was no one in the village to challenge the authority of the guards. 3 years ago, because of Bai Ye's shot, the ghoul was sealed away without even taking Sarutobi's soul away. So naturally the old boy survived. But in prison, what he encountered was more uncomfortable than letting him die. First, the third Hokage became a taboo for Konoha, and his Hokage Yan Yan was smashed to pieces. What Captain Bai Ye said, telling him that Konoha would never have third Hokage again, was not just talking. Third generation became a blank history. The Sarutobi family also suffered a disaster. But Bai Ye did give them a chance. Use 3S rank missions to prove their abilities are useful to Konoha. This is an act of redemption. Those who are really willing to pay for the village don't care about it. But many of the timid ones defected. And every time he defected, Sarutobi had to be forced to kill his own people. His hands were stained with the blood of his own people. There is nothing to say about this result. The Senju family has also experienced this kind of thing. Sometimes as ninjas, they know the mission is dangerous and they might die if they do it, but they have to go. This is the case with the current Sarutobi clan. After being eliminated, only a few people survived, and they would sincerely sacrifice themselves for the village. And Sarutobi, under the intense mental stimulation, has some mental disorders, and is still in prison. Sarutobi is just past tense. And the great name of the country of fire, it was not worth mentioning that he finally surrendered to the might of Captain Bai Ye and even scrambled away. After all, this is the world of ninjas. Ordinary people are just sheltered beings. The events 3 years ago, together with the development of the village and the thriving scene in front of them, are all gratifying. But Uchiha Itachi wasn't happy at all. Uchiha clan. Weasel's eyes struggled. After changing Hokage, the conflict between the clan and Konoha not only did not decrease, but even intensified a lot. This is what Itachi didn't expect. The clansmen are dissatisfied with the 5th Hokage, and they are still members of the Senju clan. They will open a clan meeting almost every few days to discuss this matter. Even many radicals want to secretly make small moves. What are they going to do? Don't you know that Tsunade is Captain Bai Ye's woman? In this matter, Lord 5th Generation seemed to want to prove something to his man, so he didn't let Bai Ye do it. Otherwise, what the clan is like now, Itachi knows very well. It must not go on. Otherwise there will be big problems. In recent days, as the son of the patriarch, even if he is a member of the guard team, he has to take time to participate in the clan meeting. This has already represented the determination of the clansmen. But they forgot. Forget about Captain Bai Ye's thunderous means. He thought that Captain Bai Ye didn't do anything in the past 3 years, but just brought his women to be active in everyone's sight, giving them the illusion that they didn't care about anything. This is obviously an illusion. After all, there is nothing to do in the village, how can he make him feel alive? Bai Ye is still the captain of the guard team, the most special existence in Konoha. There is no doubt about that. But at the clan meeting yesterday, what did he hear? Those clansmen thought that since Bai Ye's surname was Uchiha, they would turn a blind eye even if they made a move. Just fart. Forgot what the captain said 3 years ago? Dare to violate the guard's regulations, only a dead end. How to do? The footsteps were gradually messy, and Itachi walked towards the familiar Nanga River. Today was originally his day off. He intends to spend time with his brother. But Shisui had something to discuss with him, so he had to go. It's just that Itachi doesn't know that. After he turned to leave, Suzuki forced the king to pouted, and then shot 1,000 birds through a big tree next to him. Suzuki has a secret. After opening his eyes at the age of 4, his level in all aspects skyrocketed. In fact, a year ago, the King of Forest felt that under the guidance of his godfather, he was no longer on a par with his brother. Now, asking Itachi to accompany him to practice is just wanting to stay by his brother's side. If not, All he could do was find the yellow-haired second gang to play with. Sasuke got a headache thinking about that kid. He now fully understands why his eldest brother will hold his forehead and try to escape every time he sees Nawaki. Too sticky. Can't escape. A shiver. Sasuke is too lazy to chase after his elder brother, he always feels that there is something wrong with his elder brother. But don't know where the problem is. The hotter the family is, the more extreme it is, I guess they will take action soon. Nanga River, Shisui looked solemn. Blame me. Itachi sighed and sat down beside him a little tired. Blame your father. Shisui said sincerely. Do you really blame my dad? Itachi smiled bitterly. I don't know why in the past few years, my father's temper has become more and more irritable. The year before last, I had a fight with my mother over a trivial matter, and then my mother moved out of the Uchiha family land and lived in Kushina in a rage, and she never returned home. The family is now in high spirits, which is why his father suddenly became tough. Could it be that the relationship between the mother and Captain Bai Ye was discovered? Should not be. As he got older, Itachi also understood some things. But he has no right to care about his parents' affairs, nor can he accuse Bai Ye of being a third party. And it's clear that his father's problem seems to be his own. This can be seen from the day when he was forcibly taken to the custom shop by the brothers of the guard, and saw his father being mocked by a big sister of the custom shop. The big sister seemed to say something that was useless, unusable, and so on. He didn't understand it either, but from that day on, the father became irritable and never went to the custom shop again. According to rumors, the male clan members always look at their father with a hint of pity in their eyes. He doesn't understand. But it seems to understand a little bit. Anyway, we have to find a way. Shisui looked solemn. What do you want? Itachi pondered for a moment and asked curiously. I'm going to ask Lord Hokage, and then talking to Lord Danzo, he's out of prison today. Shisui held back for a long time and touched his eyes. There is a way, anyway, I have to talk to Lord Hokage first. Ning is a genius. Danzo. Weasel's mouth twitched. Does Hokage really work for this? And what the hell is Danzo? Do you know when he got out of jail? Your old subordinate is really competent, and your boss knows how to greet him when he is released from prison. Well, Mr. Danzo has a lot of knowledge, and before he was imprisoned 3 years ago, he said that the problem of the Uchiha family is not difficult. This time I will discuss an idea. Shisui said sincerely. To put it bluntly, Mr. Danzo was blinded by the third generation before, and he did a lot of things for the third generation, and he was also punished for the strong J. I don't think it's a big problem. So why do I think it's a big problem? Itachi was lost in thought. Is this how you see Danzo? He agrees with Shisui's idea for the village, but he doesn't agree with the idea that Danzo is a good person. Don't look for Danzo, I don't think he's a good guy. However, Shisui did not heed the persuasion, and the topic was eventually diverted elsewhere. The duo are still chatting. On the other side, the lower reaches of Nanhi River. When Sasuke walked over casually, he saw 2 figures and a fishing rod in the distance. Godfather is still so shameless. Despite the distance, Sasuke could still recognize who the man was. As for women, today, it should be the one named Chuan who is following, right? What's better than a woman, not as good as Naruto? Sasuke coughed loudly in disdain, all as a reminder to his godfather. Godfather's temper is clear to him. Sometimes it feels like a male creature takes a look at his godmothers without authorization, and that's a sin. But don't dare to take advantage of this time to blatantly go there. Is your kid sick? Heard movement. The man stood, all right, and got up. As always, 3 years have passed, not only has his appearance not been affected, but he has a little more temperament. This is a metamorphosis of a dimensional form. At this time, Bai Ye really wanted to come up with a line where you practice ninjutsu and I cultivate immortality. It's a pity that this state is somewhat mysterious, and he is too lazy to study it. Anyway, after 3 years of exercising as always, receiving the captain's reward, he naturally became the current pervert powerhouse. No, Godfather. Sasuke pouted and saw the spring in Bai Ye's arms that he didn't dare to look at. I'm just here to tell you that my eldest brother is looking for Shisui-san again. Yeah? Count the time, Danzo is out of prison today, right? Bai Ye smiled. Keeping Danzo is to play his last role. Otherwise, he cannot continue to live. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's accomplice, he will definitely receive an increased sentence. But he still came out. This is Bai Ye's consideration, and it is also a trial and an incentive. The tempter and the motivator are never Shimura-dans. But... Godfather! The fish is hooked! Sasuke suddenly exclaimed. He picked up the fishing rod with a laugh, and pulled out the big fish inside. Yes! The fish is hooked! Bai Ye's eyes were deep, he was in control of everything, and he looked like he was talking and laughing. It made the Chuan in his arms more and more obsessed. This man! He has never changed. Chapter 104 Fire Country Konoha. Inside the prison next to the guards. Outside a prison. Looking at the cloudy eyes inside, there is no longer that kind of high-spirited and scheming man. Danzo's clenched fist tightened. 3 years. This was the first time he saw the person he was thinking about again. Although in prison, Danzo occasionally gets some news from the guards. Such as the big events in the village. Of course he knew of Hokage's trial 3 years ago. Wait, Sarutobi. In 3 years, he has completely adapted to the role of father-in-law. Talking in his throat, Danzo took a deep breath at this moment and turned to leave. Unlike him, Sarutobi was sentenced to life in prison. In addition to life imprisonment, voluntary labor, such as street sweeping or something. The old man finally came out. Facing the sun, he walked out the door. At this time, Danzo wanted to let out a roar to vent the grievances he had received in the past 3 years. 3 years. Only he himself knows how he has spent the past 3 years. As an old yin, his life is also very hard, and his awareness of survival is equally exaggerated. Just like in the original book, Danzo, who didn't want to die, ran out of cards and was cornered by Sasuke. He still chose to use his broken body to turn around and try to escape. It's a pity that Sasuke didn't give him that chance. Lord Danzo! At the gate of the prison, Shisui shouted softly with worry on his face. Not knowing the truth, he still thinks that Danzo is a good person, just with the wrong person. Now that Danzo is out of prison, he has said goodbye to the past. 3 years is enough time for a person to reform himself. He believes in Danzo. The difference is, in order to avoid his Shisui-san being bewitched by Danzo. At this moment, Itachi also stood beside Shisui and looked at each other calmly. The old man wants to be alone, and I will talk about it tomorrow if there is anything. With a wave of his hand, Danzo just glanced at the two of them, and then turned and left after 023. After 3 years, even a fool can be calmer after being imprisoned for 3 years, so even Danzo, he didn't plan anything immediately. Only himself and Shisui were left at the route, and he believed that Shisui could not help but go to him. That's when it's time to plan. And he needs time to analyze what happened between the 3 years. Alone back to the routes that have been completely abandoned. Danzo looked towards the familiar room. A figure seemed to have been waiting for a long time. You really came? Danzo looked coldly at the mask on the other's face. Think about it too. Except for this kind of public holiday where Uchiha Bai Ye would definitely rest, this person would never dare to appear in Konoha. The seeds are almost ripe, I need you to stimulate over there. With the mask on, Obito's voice is hoarse. Now. The two are grasshoppers on a rope. Konoha's stable development as it is now is definitely not something Obito and Danzo want to see. So naturally the two came together again. Also, like during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obito had contact with Danzo in advance. Otherwise, why didn't the Root die alone, and Danzo didn't die? Anyway, as long as Konoha is in trouble, then Danzo will definitely not be there. They all wanted to get revenge on Uchiha Bai Ye. But he didn't dare to go ahead blatantly. Find an absolutely safe time, and when you communicate with him, I want to meet him. It is self-evident who it refers to. The seeds he planted 3 years ago allowed him to open Sharingan, and he has struggled with the family and the village ever since. Even under Sarutobi's control, he became the only three-sided spy. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi didn't control the pawn well, it was his lack of ability. Kyeg, Danzo at the moment has a lot of confidence in what he does. Uchiha was the first target to be operated on. For the village? Shit for the village. He wants revenge piece by piece to go back. Okay, I'll find a safe time for you to get in touch with Itachi. But the old man has a question, and I want you to tell me. Danzo narrowed his eyes and chose to meet the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. The old man wants to deal with Konoha, deal with Uchiha Bai Ye, and want to deal with the Uchiha family. There are plenty of reasons. For example, because of Uchiha Kong's false accusation, the old man spent 3 years in prison, and his roots were swept away by the guards. For example, the old man was confiscated. Having said that, Danzo took a deep breath and paused to look at Uchiha Obito. How about you? Why do you deal with the Uchiha clan and against Konoha? This is what Danzo has always wondered about. This man calls himself Uchiha Madara, but only an idiot would believe him. No outsider would believe he is Uchiha Madara, except that Obito himself has stepped into the role. But why did he help himself against Konoha and help himself against the Uchiha clan? Is it really because of Uchiha's ancestral mental illness? When it's done, I want half the Sharingan. Obito obviously won't talk more to a leader who has lost his power. If it weren't for the sharing of information, this man needed to bewitch Uchiha Itachi, and he wouldn't have risked being here. Leaving a sentence, Obito cast Kamui and left Konoha. Danzo's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he finally sat cross-legged. He is waiting. Waiting for Shisui to arrive. It's just that he doesn't know. At this moment, Shisui was half-kneeling in the office, looking earnestly at Tsunade on the chair. And Tsunade's face was deeply suspicious. Are you kidding me? How can it be a joke? Shisui froze for a moment, then quickly changed the 3 tomo in his pupils into manjiki, and pointed his finger. Oh distinguished heavenly gods! This is distinguished heavenly gods. So what? Tsunade frowned, not knowing why Shisui was so confident. Put away your manjiki, Konoha knows you are the manjiki Sharingan, and can release Susanoo. But I doubt the authenticity of your pupil technique. Unconsciously and completely control a person. Even if the distinguished heavenly gods you mentioned are really that powerful, I still think your plan is bad. Yes. Just now. Shisui told Tsunade about the power of his pupil technique. Distinguished heavenly gods. Known as the strongest illusion under infinite Tsukuyomi. It can control a person's mind unknowingly. In addition to the relatively long cooling time, there is no unacceptable disadvantage in his opinion. Why? Shisui frowned, a little indignant. Wouldn't it be wrong to control Uchiha Fugaku with distinguished heavenly gods, and then let Fugaku change his mind and suppress the dissatisfaction of the clan? Uchiha's problem cannot be solved by a patriarch. Tsunade slapped the table and said succinctly. She is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. She knew very well what was wrong with the Uchiha family. Those radicals are just as rhythmic as mental illnesses, and she is also thinking about strategies, but she has no clues yet. Take a step back, the distinguished heavenly gods you mentioned, I don't think it works. Tsunade continued with his hands resting on his chin. According to reliable sources, Uchiha Fugaku's pupil strength is actually not weak, and it is very likely that Manjiki was also turned on. It will end up being a confrontation between Manjiki. Then take a step back and say, even if you successfully control Uchiha Fugaku, can you guarantee that others will obey his orders and be honest? And can you guarantee that your illusion will not be lifted by others? If at that time, you find that Uchiha Fugaku, who is being controlled, chooses to die, what will you do? A series of questions. It made Shisui's scalp tingle, but he still felt in his heart that his plan was not a problem. That is the patriarch, and he must have said that. This also corresponds to what Itachi said about his character, typically not hitting the south wall and not looking back. After working under Danzo for so long, he didn't find Danzo's problem, and even in the original book, he took the initiative to tell Danzo the role of distinguished heavenly gods. Isn't this what it is? And after 3 years of growth, Tsunade's way of thinking has changed a lot. The questions she asks also go deep into the soul. Unwittingly controlling people? No one else said. Tsunade felt that Bai Ye would stand there and let Shisui release distinguished heavenly gods would not be hit. And her man also told her, except for Bai Ye himself. The women who are close to him are basically immune to the illusions released by others except Bai Ye. In short, Tsunade told Shisui generously. Your plans are useless, don't tell anyone what distinguished heavenly gods do, that's it for now. But is Shisui the type to listen to persuasion? Never. So he walked out of the Hokage office glumly. Also coincidentally, Bai Ye was bored after get-off work, and when he passed the Hokage building, he planned to find Tsunade to do something he liked, such as playing Hokage. Isn't this Shisui-san? Bai Ye looked at Shisui curiously, and then at Tsunade, who was full of disdain and even disgust. Does Lord Bai Ye know about distinguished heavenly gods? See Bai Ye. Shisui's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked quickly. Lord Tsunade is Lord Bai Ye's woman. If Lord Bai Ye knew about the power of distinguished heavenly gods, he would definitely persuade Lord Tsunade to listen to his opinion, right? I know, that illusion that claims to be able to control others silently, can be used to cool down for decades at a time. Bai Ye yawned and said indifferently. In the original book, Danzo was suspected to have used distinguished heavenly gods during the Five Shadows talks. Then it was discovered by Qing with his white eyes. It has to be said that the particularly blue eyes are stronger than the eyes of the Hyuga family. Once saw through Obito's illusion on Mizukage, and once saw through Danzo's illusion with Shisui's eyes. In short, very naughty. So distinguished heavenly gods are awesome, right? Shisui was thrilled. Bai Ye sat on Hokage's chair dashingly, and hugged Tsunade in his arms naturally. The husband and wife have become accustomed to this kind of intimacy. Afterwards, Bai Ye raised his head and spoke sincerely to Shisui. Great? I can't talk about it, I feel that my reincarnation lifting and the master of time and space are the strongest pupil techniques. Distinguished heavenly gods? I really feel normal. Others don't know, but at least I can't use them, my little brothers are very good. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui completely closed himself. Another person who doesn't like distinguished heavenly gods has appeared. Chapter 105. Fire Country. Konoha. In Hokage's office. Shisui, who was hit hard, was gone. Quiet in the office. Tsunade leaned against Bai Ye's arms, with longing in his eyes. Now, she is working hard to restore the strong Konoha from the time of the eldest grandfather and the second grandfather. Although as a Hokage, it is inevitable to get along with Bai Ye in daily life. But their relationship was not affected in any way. She has already thought about it. In a few years, find an outstanding junior to become the 6th generation. Then hand over the Senju clan to Nawaki, and she can accompany Bai Ye left-right. Just hold on, after all, this is the lifelong hard work of the eldest grandfather and the second grandfather. Whether it is the Senju clan or Konoha, Tsunade has a responsibility to protect them. Don't be forceful. As if he felt something, Bai Ye held Tsunade with more strength. Bai Ye knew very well what was going on in the village. In addition to the expressions of the Uchiha family, Konoha's development is still very good. And he, the captain of the guards, was business as usual and lived comfortably. As for what he said, don't be brave. In fact, it is to remind Tsunade that if you don't hold on when you encounter difficulties, you are still in Konoha, and there is no reason for Tsunade to fight alone. But this woman was used to being stubborn since she was a child. He was worried that Tsunade would prove something to himself in order to be brave, and then it backfired and was hit. I won't be brave. Tsunade rolled his eyes. Don't worry, if I can't handle Uchiha's matter, I will definitely tell you. Men conquer women by conquering the world, and women conquer the world by conquering men. What's so bad about this? Although Bai Ye didn't have that thought, Tsunade knew it. She became the fifth Hokage because of Bai Ye's existence, and she didn't have the habit of standing still. Speaking of which, this year's ninja school has begun to recruit students. Your two godsons are also going to school, right? Tsunade's beautiful eyes moved slightly, as if he remembered something. The new generation of Konoha is finally about to grow up. Others may not know the pervert of Naruto and Sasuke, but Tsunade knows it well. Sometimes the two kids who weren't even ninjas fought, and she, the Hokage, looked a little terrified. Are you sure it's two kids? She is sure that when the children of this class grow up, Konoha will re-enter the heyday of that year. Do me a favor. Thinking of this, Tsunade suddenly exhaled in Bai Ye's ear and said his request like a spoiled child. 3 years ago at the ninja school, I wanted you, the captain of the guard, to talk to the children about your experience. It was a special course. They told you before that you refused. This time I, Hokage, asked you for help, why don't you go? Tsunade really had nothing to do with this lazy man. Except for the affairs of the guards, basically Bai Ye is too lazy to participate in other affairs of the village. There are many fans of Bai Ye in the ninja school, and they all want to get in touch with Bai Ye, the captain of the guards. But this man has always been too lazy to deal with it. It happens to be the opening ceremony tomorrow, so please do me a favor. In order to achieve his goal, Tsunade has used the beauty trick, leaning against Bai Ye's ear and biting lightly. I can agree to your proposal that day. Bai Ye looked solemn. On the day's proposal, it was a great decision. For example, come to the Hokage office to do Hokage, try the Hokage feeling. This is a great and lofty ideal, but after all, this is a sacred place, and people with evil thoughts like him have never had the chance to do Hokage. Really? As expected of Tsunade. After becoming Hokage, there are more routines. Bai Ye nodded solemnly, set up a closed barrier, and released his perception. Then, he gave his answer very sincerely. Think. This BD is probably waiting here. Fifth Hokage blushed slightly, and finally could only step down from the title of Hokage and put on the Hokage cloak. The next day. Konoha Shinobi School. Today is a big day for the children of Konoha. After reaching the age of 7, they have the opportunity to enter the ninja school. Even if the talent is insufficient and the performance in the test is not satisfactory, you can wait for the assessment next year. But this class of students is not easy. The gate of the ninja school. The teachers in charge of receiving the parents looked solemn. They looked at the list and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The direct descendants of the Inoshika patriarchs. Nara Shikamaru, Akime Ichichi, Yamanaka Ino. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the future patriarchs of the Inoshika clan. Besides, Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan, is also a student this time. That's not all. The second son of the head of the Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Naruto, son of 4th Hokage. In addition to them, the inheritance fire of the secretary family is also listed. Inyazuka Toga, the heir of the Inyazuka family. Abarame Shino, the heir of the Abarame clan. This year is really exaggerated. Iriko looked into the distance with a complicated look. There, a young man with yellow hair was walking side by side with a young man with a proud face. Uzumaki Naruto. The original surname was not restored to follow the father's surname. According to Naruto, at the most difficult time, a woman surnamed Uzumaki helped him, and a man surnamed Uchiha took him in. So according to Naruto's original statement, he even wanted to follow Bai Ye's surname Uchiha. But the idea was temporarily abandoned after a fight with Sasuke. According to Naruto's meaning, one day he will prove that he is better than Sasuke, and then he is worthy of the surname, and then he will find Bai Ye in an open and honest way. Nine-Tails Fox. Son of the 4th generation. Iriko looked more complicated. His father died in the Nine-Tails Rebellion. It stands to reason that he should hate Naruto. But after the trial of the 3rd generation, everyone knew that Naruto was the child of the 4th generation. And the woman with fiery red hair who occasionally appears next to Naruto is Kushina. But about the identity of that woman, they can only keep it in their hearts and few will discuss it in the open. Without him, Konoha's dog Parker all knows that Kushina is now Uchiha Bai Ye's maid. But there is no doubt about it. Naruto is the child of the 4th generation. This will make the hearts of the villagers who originally hated Naruto extremely complicated. In this case, their attitude towards Naruto, although not as bad as it used to be, is only complicated and lukewarm. After all, although he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his father is Hokage who saved the village. All in all, Naruto is much better now than it was in the original. At least Sasuke has a good relationship with him. The two have played together since childhood, and even like to compare each other very much. They are the real fateful opponents. And now, the two 7-year-olds were walking towards the school step by step under the leadership of a tall white-haired man and a youth guard who was much taller than Sasuke. Mikoto and Kushina didn't deliver it themselves. Nothing else. Don't worry, so relieved. You can never imagine the scene where these two idiots are dominating the Uchiha tribe. After erasing the influence of Ashura and Indra on the two teenagers, they have changed a lot, but not a lot. It's as if they were what they were, without the awkwardness of the original. All in all, the character flaws are slightly compensated for. The mother of two did not come. So that also gave Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya a chance, and the two followed behind Sasuke and Naruto, looking at the figure in front. I said, why are you so worried every day? Jiraiya raised her eyebrows, looking at Itachi's worried expression. She didn't seem very comfortable. Strange to say. After the 3rd generation went to prison, Jiraiya spent more time in Konoha. And as if it was destined, he had a special feeling for Naruto, and he accepted Naruto as his disciple straightforwardly. Certainly. It was impossible for him to tell Bai Ye directly that he just wanted to win Bai Ye once. After all, after he chose to teach Naruto, Sasuke found Bai Ye unwilling to be lonely, so now Sasuke has been cleaned up by Bai Ye very skinny and resistant to beatings. 0. Are you worried? The tear grooves on Itachi's face that resembled the nasolabial folds became deeper as he got older. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask you. Jiraiya shook her head. You do not understand. Itachi's face was full of incomprehension. I don't know shit. Isn't it just Uchiha's shit? Who doesn't know Konoha? Should you say it or not, you're the only one who takes that shit. Jiraiya looked contemptuous. Now Konoha is the only one left with the Uchiha clan who can't see themselves clearly. As the eldest son of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi was naturally worried. But is this really the case? Do you really think the guards are idle? Do you really think the day will come when things get out of control? Do not make jokes. Hokage is his Uchiha Bai Ye's woman. Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt awkward, no longer arguing with Itachi, and looked at the two children in front of her. And now, the two children are having a strange comparison. You are not as strong as me. Naruto casually gestured at the leggings he borrowed from Guy. He was always stronger than Sasuke in weight training. I've learned about chakra attribute changes. Sasuke said calmly. God knows how ashamed the ninjas would be when they heard this. You don't eat as much as I do. Naruto stressed out anxiously. I stopped wetting the bed when I was 3 years old. Sasuke looked proud. My godfather kissed my mother. Naruto was furious. Hey, how fresh, my godfather also kissed my mother. Sasuke sneered, with a face full of indifference, and performed the dimensionality reduction attack again. Is it better? My brother dares to eat shit. Naruto took 2 steps back with a pale face, struggling to stretch out his fingers. You wait, sooner or later, I will let my mother give birth to a brother for me. God knows what kind of magical brain circuit he is. Do you want to call the younger brother elder brother? Sasuke didn't talk nonsense, he seemed very happy that he won, and raised his middle finger to the sky. Have their symptoms always been like this, or have they appeared suddenly? Behind him, Jiraiya was silent for a long time, then turned to look at Itachi with a black line on his face. And also, you really dare to eat shit? Chapter 106 Konoha. Inside the Uchiha tribe. Today, Bai Ye rarely wakes up early on a rest day. No way. An indescribable achievement was achieved yesterday. But he also promised Tsunade to go to the ninja school to show his face. As a young idol with countless fans in Konoha, although Bai Ye is not interested in this kind of idol effect, he has to pay attention to his manners. Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang finally gathered. This also means that the plot will officially begin. However, it is estimated that because of Bai Ye's existence, the plot of this world will be very messy. Bai Ye didn't care about that either. Anyway, the general direction has not changed. Inside the room, Bai Ye dressed under the service of Mikoto and Kushina. Looking at what the mothers of these 2 destiny children are doing, it's no surprise why they didn't send their children to school. One person took a sip, Bai Ye let them have a good rest, then rode away on his motorcycle, and finally came to the ninja school when the opening ceremony was about to start. Welcome to Konoha Guard Captain, Konoha's Justice Executor Uchiha Bai Ye, who took time out of his busy schedule to come to the ninja school. Everyone applauds warmly. Irika took the lead in the front, and said to the children below with enthusiasm. And Bai Ye 023, wearing the cloak of justice, walked to the stage step by step. Looking at the excited and green faces below, Bai Ye let out a chuckle. Speaking of which, standing here is quite a strange feeling. Nothing else. Before the 3rd generation stepped down, he did not miss the opening ceremony of every ninja school. Then tell everyone the essence of the will of fire and complete the first brainwashing. The irony is that now this kind of work is actually done by Bai Ye. But he wouldn't mock 3rd generation's brainwashing work while doing it himself. The strong do not need to use words to emphasize the importance of the will of fire. It doesn't take that kind of brainwashing to keep everyone loyal to the village. Bai Ye is standing here. That's the best motivation for these kids. And he didn't like those flashy rhetoric. Waving at the children below, Bai Ye smiled gently. The guards in the future, you are welcome to come. Of course, the premise is that you can pass the test. The current Konoha shinobi members are honored to be able to enter the guard. No way. Just seeing the members of the guard team patrolling on motorcycles every day made them feel envious. In Bai Ye's view, this is the normal reaction of people to seeing the guards. As a law enforcer, it is such a sacred and admirable existence. In the original book, the cart before the horse is completely turned upside down. After a few simple words, Bai Ye walked off the high platform without wasting too much time. However, instead of leaving the ninja school directly, he walked over to Jiraiya and Itachi. Today is just a report, a simple quiz, and then a class. The method of the quiz is to check whether the children have the talent to become a ninja, not the combat ability. Similar to Guy who is not suitable for ninjutsu, after Rock Lee appeared last year, the ninja school has already set up a martial arts class, so there is no need to worry about this kind of problem. Captain, I'm going to work. Itachi bowed respectfully to Bai Ye. The guards were about to clock in a while, so he also took a leave of absence from Guy in the morning and came to see Sasuke after missing today's training. Now that Bai Ye is here, he doesn't have to worry about Sasuke's problems. Good job. Bai Ye glanced at Itachi calmly. The trial has already begun. Although Uchiha Itachi has been in the guards for several years, he is more and more able to integrate into it, and treats the people around him more and more as a brother. But this does not mean that Bai Ye can 100% trust this man who can destroy his father at any time. This temptation is an opportunity for Uchiha Itachi to look directly into his heart. After all these years, Uchiha Itachi's work in the guards is a little reward for his dedication. Now that he was in the guard, no matter where he came from before, it was Bai Ye's younger brother. After the last trial, Itachi can be treated as himself. But the chance, Bai Ye gave. It is up to him to decide whether he can win it or not. Anyway, Bai Ye will never despise people who despise family affection. It is not incomprehensible if the parents are guilty of grievous crimes. But in the face of Itachi, who was still unarmed, Bai Ye really couldn't appreciate it. He hopes that the subtle influence of the past few years will allow Itachi to make the choice he strives for. I heard you were teaching Sasuke recently. Jiraiya spoke suddenly. Do you want to have Naruto and Sasuke compare? I'm afraid I won't be able to win against you in my life, but I think my disciple is very fierce. Start it again. Don't you just see Naruto's talent and find a good seedling? Bai Ye was helpless, he was about to say something. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred, the space beside it was distorted, and the space channel of Huangchuan Hirazaka suddenly appeared. Then, under Bai Ye's calm gaze, a rabbit came out of the crack in the space of Huangchuan Hirazaka. Yes. Just a rabbit. When you just look at it, you will feel ashamed. And when it looks at you, it will feel that it is despising your rabbit. It is generous, noble, and indecent, and its elegant steps are completely different from other hopping rabbits. It chooses to take small steps, and finally walks to Bai Ye's side and jumps into Bai Ye's arms. Forgot to bring this guy before leaving. Bai Ye licked the rabbit naturally, ignoring Jiraiya who was suspicious of life next to him. Have you seen it? I can hang and beat you as a rabbit, don't talk about me. Bai Ye shrugged and tapped Kagaya's head with his chin. Do you know what breed this is? Tsutsuki rabbit, have you heard of it? It's just my rabbit, so it shouldn't be hard for you to imagine that if I were teaching Sasuke, Naruto couldn't be 100% his opponent. Can that be the same? Jiraiya glanced at the rabbit with some trepidation. Just now, when the rabbit walked out of the space passage, he casually glanced at him, and then he had a feeling of being frightened. That feeling of being pinched to death just now is definitely not a dream. Tsutsuki Zyobai. This is Zyobai's new name. It was also Bai Ye who noticed that the rabbit seemed to be able to rely on the breath leaked out by himself, and then became stronger after cultivation. What surprised him even more was that this rabbit could use Huangchuan more than Liang Zaka. It was clearly something only Kagaya and Urashi could use. Fortunately, for the time being, apart from this move, this rabbit did not use other earth-shattering moves. But one thing is for sure. Bai Ye could clearly feel the power of this rabbit. He doesn't know who is stronger between his rabbit and the legendary goddess of Mao, but look back and wait for Kagaya to be released, you just clean up that BCH for me. Bai Ye said with satisfaction. Did your concubine offend you? Why pick up a concubine? Kagaya's rabbit eyes stared directly at Bai Ye, as if thinking about when she had sinned against this man. And would it be rude to call a concubine a woman? Kaguya thought to herself, but for the past 3 years, she has been more shocked and puzzled. That's right. Within 3 years, just by absorbing Bai Ye's aura, and occasionally being rewarded with a slap by Bai Ye, her strength has strangely returned to its heyday. The goddess of Mao in her heyday. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, she can even turn into another divine tree in an instant. The strength is stronger than before. But even so, when Kaguya stared at this man was still like a vast universe, completely unable to see through. It is still the feeling that he will be controlled at any time, and will be pinched to death at any time. It seems that it is not the same dimension as the concubine. Outrageously strong. Invincible. Continue to lurk and become stronger. This is what Kaguya really thinks. No one refuses to become stronger, especially Kaguya, who has enemies to deal with. So naturally, she still stayed by Bai Ye's side. Even generously showing that the concubine is very strong, the concubine is not a waste, don't lose the concubine. So now Kaguya has firmly established the identity of Bai Ye's pet sister. Parker didn't dare to stand to pee when he saw her. The closer you get, the more you maintain the current state with this man. The more Kaguya felt that this man was different. So, you are so strong, why not be like Satsuki Zuxing, to rule the universe you? Kaguya stared at Bai Ye, still unable to find the answer. If Bai Ye knew what she was thinking, he probably would have wanted to laugh. Rule the universe? He also has to know how Satsuki rely on the planet for teleportation. According to the history of Satsuki, they seem to have ruled many planets. Pity. Bai Ye hasn't discovered other planets for the time being, but he's too lazy to go. You are strong, and your rabbit is strong, but that doesn't mean your disciples are also strong. In the end, Jiraiya blushed and pulled Naruto, who was reporting the completion of the placement test, over in disbelief. Naruto, how is the summoning technique I taught you? What's going on here? Naruto nodded 4.6 in confusion. Since Bai Ye and Nine Tails had a good chat, Nine Tails is not making trouble, and occasionally lends Naruto a little chakra, so his talent has already emerged. The mere summoning technique, naturally there is nothing to say, and it is not a difficult technique. I'll see with one. Jiraiya folded her arms proudly, then glanced at Sasuke, who seemed to be showing off something. Do you want to learn summoning technique? Bai Ye tilted his head and glanced at Sasuke, who was coming over, and asked, he really can't deal with this thing, there is no way, he thinks that there is no summoning beast worthy of his identity in the entire ninja world. I think it's an external force, and it's really strong when you're strong. It's like Godfather, you never use it. If you have to use it, I think Nine Tails is reluctant. Sasuke said very seriously. You are really capable. Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what Nine Tails would think when he heard it. The group came to the clearing, and according to Jiraiya, Naruto began to seal. Summoning technique. Boom. When the huge toad appeared, everyone nearby was shocked. But in the meanwhile, the rabbit in Bai Ye's arms was also fried, and it flew into the air with red eyes. 80 Gods Air Strike. Chapter 107. Konoha. The spacious training ground of the ninja school. Jiraiya brought Naruto and the others here with the intention of showing off his disciples' summoning technique. But accidents always appear along with the ups and downs of life. When the huge toad appeared, before Jiraiya pretended to show off his disciples' skills, Kaguya is already in the air. Rabbit's eyes are red. But now there is a white light shining. And on the rabbit's forehead, the lines that resembled 9 Tomo Rinnegan also shone with a terrifying blood red. On the playground, when Toad Bunta was smoking a pipe and wanted to reprimand Naruto, who summoned him without authorization, countless fist shadows swept in directly. Only by exercising chakra to ultimate, can he exert his supernormal physique? When the rabbit stretches out its paws, her pupil power was released at the same time. The 80 Gods airstrike followed. This offensive and defensive formation is similar to the 8 trigrams palms of the Hyuga family, but its power has been improved by an unknown number of grades. Works best with White Eye. Bang bang bang. There is no unnecessary nonsense in actions of the other party. Countless fists smashed on Toad's body, which was definitely a disaster for Toad Wenta. Before it even recovered, it was knocked to the ground by Kagaya's fist, wailing in pain. Then, it glanced at Naruto very complainingly, and Jiraiya behind Naruto, and disappeared in the square very decisively. Yes. It ran away. It can't do without running 29. It swears that if it gets hit twice by that fist again, it will definitely die. The movement of the 80 Gods airstrike is not small. When Kagaya got down from the air and lay down in Bai Ye's arms again, more than half of the exercise place provided by Konoha Learning for Children has been scrapped, and countless smoke and dust have dispersed. Finally, all dust settled. Jiraiya and Naruto, Sasuke, they all fell silent. They looked at the smashed ground on the playground, and the fist marks that were deeply engraved on the concrete floor for 10 meters and fell into contemplation. A long time. Jiraiya recovered. He looked at the rabbit in Bai Ye's arms tremblingly, and finally spoke slowly. You rabbit, how much does it hate toads? When to messed with it? Jiraiya swears. If it wasn't for toads running too fast, he would have been killed by those fists if he turned on the reverse summoning after the first blow. What kind of rabbit is this? Not to mention that when Tai's move just now, even if he played in person, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take it. Can you do this? What a great hatred this is. Ah! Deserve it. Kagaya gave Jiraiya a cold look. If this man didn't seem to have a good relationship with Bai Ye, who was holding him, she would probably have given him a reward to kill the ashes together. Without him. 3 years. Follow Bai Ye. Satsuki Kagaya naturally learned a lot of secrets that she didn't know before. For example, 1,000 years ago, the manipulator behind it turned out to be a toad named Toad Maru. The toad, who claimed to be an immortal, bewitched his own child, which led to Yu Yi's merciless sealing of her. With such deep hatred, how could she not take action? So now she is very upset when she sees the toad. Especially just now, Kagaya has felt the familiar chakra from the body of Toad Buntat. 1,000 years ago, she didn't know that her child was walking very well with a toad, but she didn't take it seriously. But now it's different. One person and one toad are destined to be enemies. This is the situation. Jiraiya's heart trembled. Naruto looked at the fist marks on the ground at a loss, and the voice of Nine Tails came from his ears. Sasuke carefully looked at the rabbit in Bai Ye's arms with great interest. At this moment, he suddenly became interested in summoning. Could this ninja rabbit be his godfather Bai Ye's summoning beast? Certainly. He didn't have the courage to ask Bai Ye for this rabbit. Just wondering if this rabbit will leave offspring in the future, can I ask my godfather to reward me with one? According to his mother, this rabbit seems to be a female. It's not impossible for this to happen. Are you finished yet? Naruto suddenly opened his mouth, but as if he felt something was wrong, he quickly closed his eyes and appeared in the sealed space. Kurama, are you finished? They said that my body is not yet officially bound to you, so I can't let you out now, so I can't let you wait for a while. Yes. Now Nine Tails is in harmony with Naruto under Bai Ye's teaching. And Bai Ye also said that if Nine Tails can wait 2 years, maybe give it a chance to let it out. But that will have to wait. My uncle said that's not the case. Kurama was so excited that he barked and grinned. This uncle is telling you, stay away from that rabbit, don't get close to it. Do you know the old 6 paths? That chakra just now, the old 6 paths can be crushed to death by it, you know? Forget it, you don't know. Anyway, don't make that rabbit unhappy. That's very likely to be you, or the ancestor of this uncle. Don't you know that you can't offend me? Naruto was silent, and after a long time, there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Nine-Tails. Why do you see Uncle Ben like that? Nine-Tails was stunned, and asked with a puzzled face. No, I just think it's no wonder that you were sealed, so how many people have you been educated before? Remind me one by one. Naruto said with emotion. This is the first few. Before, when Naruto first came into contact with Kushina, Nine-Tails issued a warning, saying that Kushina has changed, why is it so loud, and Naruto should not be shy, that woman can no longer be provoked. And then there's Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke's mother. When I happened to see Mikoto driving Manjiki to water the vegetable garden that day, Nine-Tails hurriedly warned him that Manjiki was too restrained on the tailed beast, so he told him to stay away and deal with it carefully. After that, it was Tsunade, who saw Tsunade put wood style on Konoha that day, and Nine-Tails appeared again. It told Naruto that we can't afford anyone who knows wood style, and also told Naruto Tsunade's grandfather that he was bullying. One bite of it was too strong, and he sealed it with one hand, saying that Tsunade's grandfather was not a thing. Then it's even funnier. Guess what? As Nine-Tails, I suddenly saw Airway Jinkriki 2 from Wooden Golem, who took the initiative to release Airway from the body, and when they were riding Airway for a walk, they met Naruto again. No way. Because of the cat-eared girl, Wooden Golem has been serving Bai Ye at a high rate over the years, so the increase in strength is a bit too strong. Then Nine-Tails marveled at Airway's power, and was extremely shocked by Airway Jinkriki, saying why this happened, why Airway had more chakra than Nine-Tails' chakra, and said a bunch of things that Naruto couldn't understand at all. All in all, this leaf. There are too many people Nine-Tails can't mess with. Then, you're Nine-Tails. That's just a rabbit. You're scared to pee. Naruto said that he hated iron, and glanced at the yellow liquid on the ground with contempt. This is really not his Nine-Tails. It is called the strongest tailed beast, but it is too weak, right? Bai Ye's godfather didn't say anything, that strong is indeed a bit too much. His godmother Naruto couldn't afford to offend him, and Nine-Tails didn't dare to offend him. Now I am afraid of a rabbit. Too much. You are Nine-Tails. Recall all the past. Kurama also fell into silence. Obviously. It was also seriously stimulated. Nothing else. There are too many people who Konoha can't afford to offend. It was completely different from when it was having fun in Konoha. Now even if it is pretending to be with Naruto, saying how fierce he used to be, a tailed beast bomb almost wiped out Konoha or something. Naruto didn't believe it at all, and thought that Nine-Tails was too rubbish to make it to the table. But Naruto didn't say it directly, just recited it in his heart. But why it and Naruto are Jinkriki and tailed beast, you can know directly by meditating. So, Nine-Tails, who doubted his life, closed himself. It tucked its head into its crotch, let out a long sigh, and silently sent off. It is still the safest in this sealed space. The outside world is too dangerous. 027. Could it be that Senju Hashirama saw this, so he felt that he was very dangerous outside and sealed himself? Is he still a good guy? At this moment, Nine-Tails was lost. A long time. Nine-Tails sighed again, and the reason seemed to hold. And it's very smooth, sealing himself, as if he's really protecting himself. Senju Hashirama is still a loyal man. Purely ill. Naruto shook his head and left the sealed space. Why are you dumbfounded? Sasuke looked at Naruto confused, came over and patted his head in confusion. No, I just feel a little emotional. Naruto exclaimed, you said the same tailed beast, why is the second tail so powerful? You didn't see it that day, Nine-Tails trembled in my body when the godmother of Wooden Golem was walking Airway. I doubt that the yellow liquid in the sealed space is its urine. Is it so disgusting? Sasuke's expression changed, and he quickly took 2 steps back. It's hard to imagine what Naruto has been through all these years. I'm afraid he has become the taste of 9 tails. By the way, I always feel that the rabbit is very uncomfortable looking at the toad. The shrewd Naruto gave his analysis. Glancing at Bai Ye, who was being puzzled at the moment, the rabbit who was studying with his ears said. Nonsense, I can't see things that Parker can see. So I think you should use that trick less in the future, at least don't use it in the face of Satsuki's Iobai. Sasuke has it all. It's okay to be beaten, don't affect me. I'm hoping that one day Satsuki will give birth to a little rabbit. Just finished speaking. Sasuke suddenly felt a chill, then turned his head shiveringly, just in time to meet Kagaya's eyes. Next moment, his body seemed to be out of control, and he gave himself a big force kabuto. This is a white-eyed illusion. Kagaya's powerful illusion to control Hamura. Chapter 108. Ninja School. Everyone was stunned by the abandoned playground in front of them. And on the edge of the playground. Snapped. Snapped. The big push kabuto continues. Sasuke has a passive skill. Every time, whenever he tried to pretend, he would always be slapped in the face. And this time, he didn't even wait for him to pretend and want to accept a rabbit as a summoning beast. It has been ruthlessly beaten in the face. What's wrong with you, Sasuke? Sasuke, say something. Stop hitting Sasuke, it's all swollen. Sasuke, don't scare me. Beside, Naruto was shocked and tried to stop Sasuke's actions. But Sasuke's power suddenly became incomparable, and he kept trying to force his face. Obviously, Sasuke is a demon. Anxious Naruto had no choice, he quickly rode on Sasuke and pressed him to the ground, then looked at Bai Ye with a look of help. Bai Ye didn't refuse. The pupil power spread, and Sasuke's illusion was dismissed lightly. What's wrong with me? When Sasuke rubbed his face that turned into a pig's head, he asked Naruto in confusion. You beat me up. What am I beating you up for? And even though he was very unconvinced, if the two of them were fighting with all their strength now, they would probably not be their opponents. Naruto got off Sasuke with a blank face, and then gave a serious look. I seriously suspect that you also inherited Uchiha's history of mental illness. Let's go back and look at Lord 5th Generation. You are mentally ill. Sasuke rolled his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he looked at the rabbit cautiously. He always felt that he had just been controlled and had something to do with this rabbit. But now, apparently Bai Ye is more interested in studying this rabbit than Sasuke. 80 God's Air Strike. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. The illusion of complete control. Touching his chin, Bai Ye still held Kagaya's ear with a very interested look. Now, unless he is a fool, he will definitely find clues. These abilities. Throughout the original work, it only appeared in one person. With surprise on his face, Bai Ye approached Kagaya's eyes and looked at the rabbit's forehead, which was very similar to the lines of Tomo Rinnegan. This moment, he got it. Damn it, are you the cerebral palsy of Satsuki Kagaya? Concubine's identity revealed? Wrong. How could the concubine be cerebral palsy? After following Bai Ye for so long, Kagaya naturally knows that the term cerebral palsy is used to curse people. With a face full of resentment, Kagaya shook his head nervously. Hey, that's not right. Bai Ye touched his chin with the other hand and looked at Kagaya with doubts. There is no doubt that Kagaya at this time is a powerful energy body. That small body, with snow-white hair, contained a terrifying power that even surpassed 10 tails. It's really not right. Bai Ye frowned. It stands to reason that if you were that Kagaya girl, you should be angry at me for slapping you like that. Talking to himself, Bai Ye stuffed the rabbit into his arms and rubbed it vigorously. Snow-white hair, soft belly. Satsuki's Iobai is full of irresistible cuteness. And isn't that BCH on the moon? Before this, Captain, I released my perception, and I saw that the BCH was sleeping well, but she didn't sleep well, and her clothes were all messed up. The captain also used the physical spiritual power to rub the opportunity. Just a moment. Bai Ye said his lewd behavior generously, and then looked at Kagaya with even more novel eyes. What kind of species is this? The real body of the concubine is naturally on the moon. But is the sleeping appearance of the concubine really that bad? And where did you need? How dare you disrespect this concubine, the cat girl? Kagaya thought angrily. The rabbit she incarnated was a product created by the power of the soul and the secret techniques of the Tsutsuki clan. It can be said that she is Kagaya herself. Completely different from Black Zetsu's existence that is similar to executing commands. If she wants to now, she can directly unlock 6 paths planetary devastation, and then fuse directly with the body to wake up, and then it is critical ninja world. If you have to describe it, it can be described as an out-of-body soul, but it has an entity that can fuse with the body. The world of ninjas is magical. The secret methods of the Tsutsuki clan are also strange. Otherwise, how could Black Zetsu use Madara's body, directly transform it into Kagaya's form, and use Madara's 6 paths power to forcibly resurrect? Kun is in the realm of ninja. This was indeed Kagaya's plan after he just contacted Bai Ye and wanted to absorb the power. But when her strength recovered, this idea was temporarily cancelled. Without him, can't beat it. When Kagaya was recovering, he compared himself with Bai Ye. And then found out. If she does it, she will definitely be simply hanged and beaten. According to this man's nature, he will definitely lock himself in that bedroom and make the same voice as those despicable humans. Is there such a thing as living or dying? Kagaya thought to herself, and couldn't help but despise those women. Kagaya stared at Bai Ye. Bai Ye is also staring at her. The two sides have been facing each other. Bai Ye has even turned on all his pupil power, carefully observing the existence of Kagaya. Powerful soul wave, comparable to the chakra energy of 10 tails. Hirazaka has the ultimate power that can only be used by the Tsutsuki clan. Undoubtedly, the facts in front of him told him that if anyone in the ninja world could do this, she would be Kagaya. But why did she turn into a rabbit? Think of yourself meeting Kagaya. Bai Ye suddenly became enlightened. In analyzing things, this is not his weakness. But at some point his power was destined to be useless to think, just punch him to death. But that doesn't mean he's stupid. On the contrary. He uses the urine technique who needs IQ very well. And Uchiha Itachi, who is using the urine technique, has a problem with his conditional thinking. So, scratch it all over again. Meeting Kagaya for the first time. It is the entrance to the passage to the moon there. And moon, at that time, was called a pariah because he was called by Tsutsuki Sharon. So, in a fit of rage, across the aisle, the moon was shivering. Until now, the moon in the eyes of people has never been consummated. The day after that, Kagaya appeared in front of him. He really didn't associate the rabbit with Kagaya at the time. After all, he hadn't seen Kagaya and couldn't remember her soul wave and chakra wave. Thinking about it now. Close your eyes. Bai Ye's perception spread. In just an instant, his perception covered the entire Konoha, and then began to expand frantically with Bai Ye as the center. Fire country. Rain country. 5 countries. At this moment, he sensed everything he wanted to know. Out of the village chatting with Obito, planning to approach Danzo of Uchiha Itachi. Nagato in a wheelchair, standing on the ugly building in the land of rain, staring at the dazed Konan in the direction of the land of fire. Squat on a rock and count the kakuzu harvested today. The kingdom of ghosts is mysterious and unpredictable, the sealed sprite, and the white-haired man waiting at the entrance of the seal, are teaching mate Rhea, his daughter Shin. Strange meteorite in Hoshinan village. The struggle for power in the Snow King family. Perception continues to expand. When he broke through the clouds, sent his perception deep into the interior of the moon, and landed on the sleepy Kaguya. Bai Ye was stunned. Familiar soul fluctuations. Although there is only a trace, it is consistent with Satsuki Zyobai's soul fluctuation. Maybe a few years ago, his perception was not very clear, so he ignored it. Now that his spiritual power is close to that of thousands of Kakashi, and with the blessing of his own bloodline strength obtained by breaking the limit, that faint soul fluctuation finally has nowhere to hide. Suddenly opened his eyes. Bai Ye looked at the bewildered Kaguya with a solemn face. So, there is only one truth. Concubine found. Oops. Kaguya is creepy, it's over, it's over. This man knew everything about her, that the goddess of you was from the Satsuki clan. Is he finally going to start the battle for the nursery of the earth with his concubine? But the next moment, Kaguya was stupid. There is only one truth. You are the illegitimate child of Satsuki Kaguya and Rabbit God 1,000 years ago. The atmosphere was stagnant. Kaguya looked at Bai Ye strangely, and then... Woohoo! She desperately bit Bai Ye's arm. Quack! The sound of the big die shattering made the scalp numb. Still the same result as 3 years ago. There are no changes to the result. Not to mention hurting Bai Ye, her teeth did not leave a single imprint on Bai Ye's arm. God and Rabbit God's illegitimate child. Where did the concubine know what Rabbit Gods? Kaguya was shaking with anger. But Bai Ye looked at her as usual, close to her ear. Rabbit God and Kaguya's illegitimate child, you come to me. What are you doing? The voice was indistinct, and an unpredictable feeling hit my heart. At this moment, Kaguya's nervous hair stood upside down. I warn you once, Zyubai. The man's voice came again, but this time, it brought a cold, Tizhao, threat. Those who dare to touch me will end badly. He knows. He knows his identity. Just didn't break it. Kaguya looked at Bai Ye in shock, and the man's eyes were calm, as if this had no effect on him. Yes. At this time, Bai Ye naturally knew the identity of this rabbit. But he just thought it was funny. The dignified goddess of Mao, turned into a rabbit, and followed her casually. Whatever her purpose is. This made his peaceful life suddenly interesting. It's okay to tease the rabbit to relieve the boredom, it seems to be pretty good. As for her being detrimental to those around her? Bai Ye chuckled and threw Kaguya to the ground very casually. Come and try. What about the concubine's knife? Rabbit looked inexplicable, looked at Bai Ye and didn't know what he was thinking. But for sure. If you make him in a bad mood, it will end badly. That's it. Kill less then. Or just kill the mastermind who calculated himself. The bones that killed the ashes fell in the claws. Never mind. Except for the mastermind, let's keep the others. Anyway. It's the summoning beast of that guy's F. Life is not easy, Kaguya sighs. The goddess of Mao finally chose to give in. Chapter 109. Ninja World. Fire Country. It was still the familiar Nanhi River. After coming out of the ninja school, Bai Ye came here with a fishing rod. Today he chose to go fishing downstream. Somewhat unexpectedly. He didn't even have a female companion to accompany him. Instead, Suzuki sat next to him with a small fishing rod. And beside him, the rabbit didn't know where to go. Godfather, are you sure that Satsuki's kind of ninja rabbit can run around fine? Suzuki asked cautiously with a worried look on his face. He is obviously not worried about rabbits, but about people who encounter rabbits. I just saw that Zyubai seemed murderous. As for Bai Ye, he doesn't care. As long as it doesn't disturb him and the people around him, Kaguya can go wherever he likes. Don't touch Terumi Mae's Kirigakure and the current Konoha, as well as Cloud Shinobi Village, which provides a lot of protection money. Elsewhere, she just tossed about it. And Dad, are you sure that fishing can improve your strength? Sasuke looked at the fishing rod with a tangled face and said. What is strength? Bai Ye calmly asked back. Sasuke was startled, but didn't answer immediately. When you have great strength, you become impetuous. I even think that the boss of the sky is your second child. Then the mental state is also affected. I even feel in control of everything and don't take anything in my eyes. This disease, called arrogance, is a lack of mood. Bai Ye carried the fishing rod leisurely, and did not feel that waiting was boring. Even if there is no girl in his arms. Is also like this. Self-cultivation. After his strength became stronger, Bai Ye did a good job of tempering his mental state. Certainly. This kind of fishing behavior is just a basic step in self-cultivation. 027 As for Bai Ye, the content of self-cultivation that he made for himself, the most included is the last word of self-cultivation that is not suitable for children. Joke. With his beautiful wife and concubine by his side, and the daily beauty as his company, his mood was in a mess. At some point, he was really the kind of person who was easy to satisfy. Is it a disadvantage to like to collect beautiful women? Obviously not. Father, I have been taught. Sasuke nodded sternly, no wonder the opponent was so strong, and he was still tempering his mood. Be the beneficiary of Indra's power, though Indra's soul has been wiped out. But the character who likes to pretend really needs to be tempered. Sasuke agrees. But it should be said or not, his father's name is getting more and more smooth. It's Godfather. Bai Ye calmly pointed out Sasuke's mistake. It doesn't feel much different. Sasuke shook his head, thinking in his heart that it was inevitable that his father and mother would divorce, and that his mother would most likely live with Bai Ye after the divorce. Well, they already live together now. There's nothing wrong with this dad's name in his opinion. On the contrary, on his father's side, the most affectionate temper is getting more and more weird, and he will smash things he is not used to. Supposed to be sick. Sasuke looked serious. According to the uncles of the guards, as the strength of the Uchiha family grows, the disease will be more or less. That is the history of mental illness in the Uchiha family. And that kind of disease, you can only save yourself. But his father. The root cause of the disease, according to Uncle Kong of the guards, was because of the dark wounds left on the battlefield before, which made him unable to be a man. So, Dad. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Bai Ye curiously. What do they mean when they say that my father can't be a man? Uncle Kong said that he can be a man for 3 minutes and is above the average level of the guards. What does that mean? And Sister Hong from the custom shop mocked me Fugaku father that day. Stop. Bai Ye's mouth twitched and stopped Sasuke's topic with his eyes. Why did Fugaku change like this? He didn't quite understand either. Nothing, it's not a sin. His wife is very good. She has done all his work and relieved him a lot of pressure. What a wonderful life. Dedicated to the development of the clan, it is very fragrant to be a happy clan leader. Who knows what's wrong with him? He actually stood on the side of the radicals. The original storyline has completely deviated. But this has little to do with Bai Ye. The Buddhist line is like him, but in the past 3 years, he has become a CAO thief thousands of times. It's not a brother or a person, it's that the sister-in-law is too charming. Bai Ye sighed with emotion. Glancing at Sasuke, Bai Ye didn't say anything in the end. If it weren't for the fact that his women were coincidentally a little busy today, he wouldn't be too lazy to take Sasuke out fishing. Fishing is indeed a practice. Self-cultivation is only for Bai Ye. The benefits to Sasuke are huge. Even Bai Ye's occasional breath would have a guiding effect on Sasuke's power. If nothing else, this kid can activate Manjiki with a very simple stimulus now. Ah! There is no hindrance, and even the Indra Chakra, with his enhanced pupil power, is better than the original Indra himself. A fish is hooked. And right now. Sasuke suddenly stood up excitedly and pulled his fishing rod forcefully. You have to go step by step, don't push too hard at the beginning. Bai Ye taught patiently. No way, Dad, that fish is too big to pull it off. Sasuke's face flushed, and he looked to Bai Ye for help. Then you use chakra. Bai Ye said blankly, doesn't this kid know how to use chakra to strengthen his body? Ninjutsu or something is that simple. Father, you didn't teach me. Sasuke said sincerely. I see. Bai Ye suddenly realized that he pulled Sasuke's face and snapped. It was a big push kabuto, and then he used the principle of chakra to drill into Sasuke's head. Is it so casual? As expected of a godfather, he came out to fish for cultivation. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then smirked and started to exert his strength, trying to increase his strength by means of ninjutsu. Whoosh! Immediately after, when the behemoth appeared from the river. Kyeg! Sasuke's expression went from surprise, to shock, to doubt, to anger. In the end, everything turned into confusion and shock. In his eyes, Three Tomo was also spinning rapidly at this moment, and the emotions brought about by anger and confusion stimulated his eyes wildly. Suddenly, Three Tomo reorganized, and the new Manjiki appeared in his pupils. Starting today, he Force King Sasuke, 7-year-old Manjiki. Amaterasu. Even feeling like he was being toyed with, Sasuke, in a frenzy, used Amaterasu involuntarily at what he caught. Sharingan. The Eye of the Soul. Some people's awakened pupil technique is related to his own wishes. Others are just basic abilities. Examples are Amaterasu and Flame Control. Among the known records of the Uchiha clan, there is also the second Hokage Senju Tobirama mentioned during his lifetime that in the Uchiha clan during the Sengoku period, there were not a few people who could use flame control. Bai Ye doesn't know whether Urshiza's two pupil spells confirm the Eye of the Soul portrayal, but like the original book, he still awakened these two powers. An Amaterasu, an ability that can change Amaterasu's form into Inferno-style flame control. Release Amaterasu for the first time. Sasuke seemed to sense the novelty of this power. But then, he was stunned. With doubtful eyes, he looked at the thing, and then pulled Bai Ye who was motionless beside him with his small hand. Dad, I caught Brother Shisui. Bai Ye was silent for a while, then waved his hand impatiently. Then throw it back. Real or fake? Sasuke twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at Shisui wrapped in Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Known as the strongest fire, never go out. In the original book, up to 2 white Zetsu were burned alive. So lethal, it's just starting to burn Shisui's clothes now. But Sasuke got angry and turned off Amaterasu with another flame control, and then quickly probed Shisui's breath with his hand. Dad, Brother Shisui is still angry. It's just that the eye socket seems to be empty, and the eye has been buckled. Sasuke reminded Bai Ye again. You're angry? Then you won't make a knife and throw it into the river. Bai Ye said calmly. Shisui appeared in the river, is it a surprise? Obviously not unexpected. Even just now Shisui almost rubbed his hook. However, he was too lazy to care, jumping into the river was the boy's own choice. Generally speaking, men who choose to commit suicide have already made their own psychological preparations to save a person who wants to die privately. More or less hot face and cold A. Wanna die? Let him die. Not surprisingly. Danzo should have started today, Shisui didn't accidentally get an eye from Danzo. Then the kid gave Itachi the other eye and told Itachi to protect the glory of the family and the village. Asking him to say that Shisui is somewhat irresponsible. If Uchiha's glory was so well guarded, he wouldn't have chosen to dive. In the original book, Uchiha's clansmen suspect that Itachi killed Shisui. After all, if he chooses to rebel, Shisui is a very powerful help. In order to clear the suspicion of Itachi, Shisui also informed the clansmen that he did not want to participate in the rebellion, and then committed suicide by jumping into the river. And he was afraid that his eyes would be taken away by Danzo, and what the clansmen knew would intensify the conflict with the village. Isn't this purely a serious illness? Danzo is not a high-level Konoha now, you still think so for Danzo? It's really hard work, you, the number one loyal minister at the root. Okay, if you don't get up again, I'll throw you back. Turning his head slightly, Bai Ye looked at Shisui who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. When this kid was burned by Amaterasu, he was already sober. It just seemed awkward or something, so he didn't move. As for why it's embarrassing? So I've said it all, sooner or later you're going to be blinded by Danzo. Bai Ye struck mercilessly. Danzo. Shisui's voice was hoarse, and he seemed to have no idea what to say now. A family, he cannot save. The village, he seems a little unworthy of guarding. So, what the hell am I, Uchiha Shisui? The bet continues. Bai Ye gave Shisui an inscrutable smile. Guess what Itachi will do? Will he be the father, or just count? Chapter 110. Ninja World. Fire Country. Nanhi River. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Shisui was a little puzzled. Will it count? What does it mean? He couldn't understand Bai Ye's words at all. But Bai Ye obviously didn't intend to continue talking. Go. To make Shisui understand what Bai Ye wants to do with Danzo, it is probably more difficult than reaching the sky. Wrong. In terms of Bai Ye's strength, it was relatively easy to ascend to the sky. That is to destroy the universe. Rather than explaining it to Uchiha Shisui, he prefers to wait for the day when the power is strong enough to destroy the universe. Shisui, this person. He is loyal to the village. But his mind, his way of thinking, his end is already doomed. This kind of person can be regarded as a knife, and you must hope that he can break through the limitations of the village and consider some big issues. So Bai Ye just didn't even bother to fish him up. It can only be said that Shisui was lucky. He happened to bring Sasuke today, and Sasuke happened to catch him with a fishing rod. There was an eerie silence. Sasuke saw that he couldn't speak, and continued to fish. But at this moment, the space beside it suddenly distorted. A big snow-white rabbit suddenly came out very gracefully, and then glanced at Shisui and Sasuke blankly. Good. No one took the concubine's place. God knows that when Bai Ye is fishing every day, there is a woman without eyes in Bai Ye's arms. Not bad today. Only brought 2 men. Kagaya happily moved to Bai Ye's side and wanted to jump into Bai Ye's arms. Unfortunately, after Bai Ye glanced at her, he carried Kagaya's ears and walked to the river in disgust. I don't know where you went, but you smell like a toad. Bai Ye pinched his nose and pushed Kagaya directly into the river, still scrubbing her up and down. Does the concubine smell like toads? Kagaya also reluctantly followed Bai Ye's rhythm to cleanse himself. Really? There are countless toads in the place of Mount Maiboku, and they will get this strange smell just after a trip. Somewhat disgusting. Kagaya didn't resist, and followed Bai Ye up and down very obediently. And instead of using her chakra to hold back the water, she got her hair stained with the river water. But the river is really dirty. After being thrown ashore by Bai Ye, Kagaya, who is very obsessed with cleanliness, released a water style in front of him, and then began to comb his hair. As if not wanting outsiders to see her posture, she released another small illusion to block Sasuke's vision. Joke. The concubine is the goddess of Mao, and mortals are also worthy of watching the concubine and combing her hair? Kagaya sneered. Dad, I'm blind. Sasuke was terrified, and then, according to what he remembered, he wanted to rush to Bai Ye to find comfort. Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and he kicked him aside in disgust. You don't say it. Sasuke also had the signature bloody tears on his face as he just started Manjiki. Coupled with his terrified appearance now, those who didn't know really thought he was blind. Just wait a while, remember, don't always use Manjiki for the time being, otherwise it doesn't matter if you are blind. I wonder if your brother will be blind because of your blindness in the future. Bai Ye reminded calmly. In the original commander, he overused his eyes, transplanted Itachi's eyes and opened the eternal Manjiki. So now according to Bai Ye's thoughts, Itachi obviously doesn't need to die. If the two brothers exchanged eyes with each other, would it be useful to put a blind Manjiki on Itachi? Bai Ye doesn't know. After all, Itachi is not the reincarnation of Indra, so it is not certain whether eternal Manjiki Sharingan can be turned on. Can only say. If he does well with the Uchiha clan. It's not that Bai Ye can't help him. Sasuke opened Manjiki. Beside him, Shisui, who was bandaging his eyes, suddenly froze. Then looked to Sasuke in disbelief. Is this difficult? Sasuke asked innocently. One thing to say, he is really not pretending now. It's that he simply doesn't know what Manjiki means. You have to understand. He was 3 tomo at the age of 4. In his self-perception, this was considered a normal level among the Uchiha clan. After all, although he is a little genius, he still knows less about his eyes. So he thinks 3 tomo and even Manjiki are common. Don't talk, I want to be quiet. Shisui wanted to cry, but he looked up at the sky. Sinah. Compared with Sasuke, what kind of horse is he? You dare to think about being quiet? Aren't you afraid of your godfather hitting you? Sasuke sneered suddenly. Quietly. Known as Shizun's nickname. Listening to his mother, Bai Ye suddenly said that he wanted to be quiet that day, and then Shizun's godmother blushed and went over. Then for 3 consecutive days, Shizun's godmother asked for leave and did not go to work. Ro. I'd better shut up. There is no doubt that in the next sentence, there will be another nickname among the wives of that man. Great fishing today. Afternoon. A little tired, Bai Ye, who was planning to go home and take a nap, put away the fish basket. After Sasuke and Shisui left, he also set off to return to the village. Shisui is smart, and he chose to continue the game without knowing what the bet was. He changed his appearance, put on sunglasses, and shaved his head to make him look bald. His temperament has also undergone earth-shaking changes because of the mustache he glued on. Now, his identity is the blind massage master that Uchiha Sasuke met outside. Sasuke saw him as pitiful, so he took him in as a private nurse. In short, it's messy. Konoha. Bai Ye walked leisurely on the street, holding Kagaya in his arms, and put his hands on the rabbit's upper body shamelessly. This pose naturally shames Kagaya. But she didn't resist at all. He rarely rides a motorcycle when he is not at work. Visible to the naked eye to discover, to feel the changes in Konoha in the past 3 years. A friendly greeting to the villagers is also Bai Ye's daily routine. But what's wrong with you? At the entrance of a custom shop, on the bench, Bai Ye asked in a puzzled look at Jiraiya, who was holding his own book and reading it with tears streaming down his face. It's not because of. Jiraiya's face was full of grief and anger, as if she wanted to say something amazing, but after looking at the rabbit in Bai Ye's arms, she shivered and interrupted the casting. Shut up! Talk a lot more carefully. Jiraiya sighed and told what happened to him. Just now, when Tai came to find me. It says that an hour ago, a rabbit calling itself Tsutsuki Kagaya killed Mount Maiboku with a bone knife that turned to ashes when touched. Bai Ye was silent for a while. He glanced at Kagaya in his arms, and suddenly realized. No wonder Kagaya smelled like toads when he came back. It turned out to be Mount Maiboku. Think about it too. This is the quantum forged thousands of years ago. Anyone whose sun is calculated, and then his own son listens to other people's words and seals himself, will be very angry. It's not Kagaya's fault for this. And Kagaya can leave her chakram mark on the previously attacked Buntat, and then open Huangchuan Hirazaka to travel through space and descend on Mount Maiboku. This is not difficult for a life at her level. Is Mount Maiboku in a bad mood now? Bai Ye coughed and asked curiously. Is that okay? You don't know how domineering your rabbit is. Anyone who dared to attack and stop her was turned into ashes by her, and finally fought with the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage had never fought before. It was chopped into several pieces, and then turned into ashes. Unlike those toads blocking the road, they can leave some ashes, and the ashes of the Great Toad Sage have been lifted. Jiraiya said sadly. Normal. Bai Ye is deeply sympathetic to this. If he was Kagaya, I'm afraid he would be a little harder. You see, Jiraiya still knows what happened now. Obviously, the toad was not killed completely, and someone came out with information. But, you're going too far when you say my rabbit is not related to Tsutsuki Kagaya. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders. You know, my rabbit is called Tsutsuki Zyobai. 0. What does what Tsutsuki Kagaya do have anything to do with my Tsutsuki Zyobai? This thing. Obviously Bai Ye couldn't do justice to Jiraiya, and it wasn't what happened to Konoha, and it had nothing to do with him, the captain of the guard. After all, this is the rabbit he picked up, and it has brought him a lot of joy. Although she is indeed Kagaya, it doesn't hinder Bai Ye. After all, it's just revenge. What's wrong with her? She just killed a few toads. Mount Maiboku is kind to Jiraiya, but not Uchiha Bai Ye. Don't say no kindness, maybe that old yin forced to use a special method to pass gas with Sage of 6 Paths, and they calculated him in total. Who asked him to kill the reincarnated souls of the 2 destiny children? Already hostile. What happened to Jiraiya? He deeply sympathized. But he kept the rabbit in his arms. This is his Bai Ye's attitude. Sighing regretfully at Jiraiya, Bai Ye hugged the rabbit and turned to leave. But just after taking a step, Bai Ye suddenly looked into Kagaya's eyes in his arms. He could see why Kagaya didn't kill Mount Maiboku. Most likely, he and Jiraiya seem to have a close relationship, and they are afraid that killing so many toads will make it difficult for Bai Ye. However, is there any difference between killing a few and killing a group? They even got people caught, and it is estimated that the 3 holy places now know that the Toad Maru of Mount Maiboku was slaughtered by a man named Tsutsuki Kagaya. And it won't take long for this news to spread to the entire ninja world. Next time, if you do something like this. Bai Ye pinched Kagaya's chin, and met her pitiful expression trying to get through the level. Is this to reprimand the concubine? Shouldn't the concubine really take revenge? Kagaya gritted her teeth, seeming a little resentful. She hates toad pills. But what if Bai Ye is really angry? Just the next second. The words that made Kagaya a little shocked came floating in the air. Next time, remember to kill it cleanly. Maybe years later, Kagaya intends to write a memoir. This moment will definitely be recorded in it. And the memoir, probably written like this. That moment. The heartbeat of the concubine stopped, if there was color in the pupil of the concubine at that time. That color must represent emotion. Chapter 111. Ninja World. Fire Country. Konoha. On the bustling streets. Jiraiya was a little depressed. He couldn't possibly be angry with Bai Ye. After all, this matter has nothing to do with Bai Ye. Bai Ye also didn't instruct the rabbit what to do. The reason why I complained to Bai Ye was because the immortal Fukasaku under Toad Sage was the teacher who taught him magic. He and Great Toad Sage himself have little to do with each other. Just gave him some prophecies. It said that its disciple, who will save the ninja world in the future, is the savior of the entire ninja world and the child of destiny. It is also because of this prophecy that when he sees good seedlings, he will accept them as his disciples and teach them the principles of life. Nagato is like that, and so are Yahiko and Konan. Minato has sacrificed for the village. The three of Rain Shinobi village, he hadn't contacted him a long time ago. Recently he thinks Naruto is good, so he has started teaching each other. But strange to say, on Mount Maiboku, the great Toad Sage said a bunch of inexplicable things to him the other day. For example, the calamity of the world is coming. Konoha Shinobi hides a shocking darkness. It is necessary to dispel the disaster for the world. Let Jiraiya guide Destiny Child well, and it is best to bring Destiny Child into Mount Maiboku to practice. Haha. Pity. He didn't even think about Naruto 027. I had planned to communicate recently, but the great Toad Sage was directly slaughtered. Even the ashes were lifted by the rabbit. How much hatred this is! Jiraiya sighed. Not to mention sadness. Speaking of his relationship with Mount Maiboku, he is more familiar with immortal Fukasaku. It's just that now he, sandwiched between Bai Ye and Mount Maiboku, is a bit difficult to be a human being. After all, Bai Ye has a powerful rabbit in his hand, and he can't hide it from others, and Bai Ye has never wanted to hide a rabbit. Maybe immortal Fukasaku and the others already knew the reason, and then they targeted the rabbit in Bai Ye's hands. I hope I'm unfounded. It's best to persuade immortal Fukazuo not to confront Bai Ye. Jiraiya, who had a headache, reluctantly chose to go into the custom shop to release the pressure. No way. Even to commemorate the great Toad Sage's death anniversary, he had to make a few more rounds. But he understood. This incident will not affect his friendship with Bai Ye. Summoning beast, to put it bluntly, is a word for beast. What matters between beasts is not sophistication, but the strong prey on the weak. The great Toad Sage was killed, in the final analysis, because of his own lack of strength. If Mount Maiboku has the skills, find that rabbit for revenge. Forget it, don't. Jiraiya, who walked into the custom shop, shook her head and walked over to meet the young lady. Rain Country. A place forsaken by God. Some hidden corner of Rain Shinobi village. Wearing a raincoat, Black Zetsu reached out and grabbed Obito, who wanted to teleport from Hollow. Actually, I really don't recommend you go to Konoha to do things. Yes. This is really the truth of Black Zetsu, the kind of liar BD. He lied to everyone, but now it's a heartfelt reminder. As a know-it-all in the ninja world. He already knew what happened yesterday. Just yesterday. Your own mother has taken action. He even took the initiative to reveal his identity as Tsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of, and went to Mount Maiboku to slaughter Toad Maru with his own hands. Happy. How delightful. As the enemy of Mother, Toad Maru can live for 1,000 years, and it is estimated that she will be slaughtered by Mother herself. If it wasn't for him to guide Tsutsuki Hago Romo, how could Lord Mother be sealed? It is also thanks to the fact that the mother was not familiar with the immortal arts on earth at that time, otherwise it would never have suffered such a big loss in the hands of the unfilial son. Now that Kamamaru is dead, Black Zetsu has even decided. After a while, I will find an opportunity to transmit the coordinates of Mount Maiboku, and then throw it hundreds of thousands of firecrackers and fireworks. Nothing else. Happy. But on this day of celebration, Obito is about to die again. Don't worry, Danzo and I are connected outside Konoha village. As long as we don't enter Uchiha Bai Ye's sphere of influence, it will be fine. Obito adjusted his mask, then deliberately coughed a few times, adjusted his voice to the same style of Uchiha Madara, and said solemnly. He is not happy. Like Danzo asked him that question. Why hate Konoha? That's not easy. The Nine Tails Rebellion is the one who complained that his teacher was always slow at a dangerous moment. Of course, forgetting that Namikaze Minato saved him countless times in danger, Obito only remembers that Rin was in trouble. Minato came a step late and Kakashi had to kill Rin. Uchiha clan? It's easier to destroy them. He needs a lot of Sharingan reserves, either to save his life and release Izanagi, or to prepare for the future. The main thing. It's revenge Uchiha Bai Ye. There are so many members of the Uchiha clan, although they are all from the guards. But his younger brother's family is also the Uchiha clan. Killing them should make Uchiha Bai Ye uncomfortable, right? That kid. With a murderous look in his eyes, Obito squeezed his fist. The last time he went to Konoha and was beaten, he had already remembered this hatred. But apart from this incident, what made him even more angry was that Kirigakuru's fourth Mizukage was killed by Uchiha Bai Ye. This is just great. There is no way to continue tormenting Kirigakure. It will take several years to wait for the resurrection of Three Tails, which is a waste of Akatsuki's time. He wants to create a world where Lin likes him. For this goal, he can give up everything. The new top 5th Mizukage is not easy to mess with. He tried to control the opponent, but every time he appeared, Terumi Mei would find him to attack mercilessly. And what Obito didn't understand even more. In the past 3 years, Terumi Mei's strength has visibly improved. 3 years ago, he was even able to play tough without taking damage from Terumi Mei's attack. Today, 3 years later, Terumi Mei can even block the space for a short time, so that his Kamui can't play. Isn't this bullshit? How can a mortal without blood become so strong? Even more outrageous. One day, while Uchiha Bai Ye was out fishing, he wanted to enter the Uchiha clan's clan to investigate the situation. God knows what he saw. The two were walking their way by wooden golem, and then Uchiha Mikoto was watering the flowers with manjiki. Tsunade used wood style to plant trees and Uzumaki Kushina used adamantine ceiling chains to jump rope for Naruto Sasuke. Isn't this bullshit? What's wrong with this world? Really can't afford it. So this time, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. You don't have to go out on your own, let Itachi do it. Is he from the guard, or Uchiha Mikoto's son? If he does enough for you Uchiha Bai Ye, right? Take action to kill, your woman will wash your face with tears all day long. That feeling will definitely make Bai Ye very sour. Obito smiled sinisterly. Seriously, I beg you, don't go to Konoha. Black Zetsu couldn't persuade Obito, so he eagerly raised his voice. You believe me, you believe me. If you go to Konoha this time, you will definitely be beaten. It's not just Uchiha Bai Ye that's not to be messed with. His mother is still there, and now he is completely unsure of what his mother is going to do. It can be seen from the fact that Mrs. Mother killed Toad Maru at will. The current Mrs. Mother's strength is probably almost restored. Looking at it from a distance before, he felt terrified. But his mother was too lazy to communicate with him, just let what he brought to go and do what he should do. No way. Eye of the Moon continues. But what about Obito's death-defying behavior? In case Obito dies there, who pretends to be Uchiha Madara at Nagato? He can't steal Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, can he really revive Madara? What? It seems okay. Obito is so disobedient, it seems like it's okay to be killed. Okay, you go. Black Zetsu suddenly let go. He suddenly realized that Obito was not as important as he thought. Impure world reincarnation. When he happened to pass by a cemetery, he found the magic that Orochimaru was using. Pretty outrageous technique. Second Hokage really sucks. You. This guy suddenly stopped stopping him, and Obito looked at Black Zetsu a little confused. Why did his attitude change so quickly? Too lazy to care. Obito didn't say anything, and a Kamui disappeared in place. He had to go check the situation first. Danzo said that tonight he was looking for an opportunity to reconnect with Itachi. This time, he will continue as Itachi's assistant. Then Itachi will provide Uchiha Bai Ye's work and rest time, and when he will not take action against people, that is, Bai Ye's rules and so on. Familiar with those, it is better to sneak into the clan of the Uchiha clan. For example, Bai Ye occasionally spends the night in places other than his mansion. That's his chance to do it. At this time, Obito was full of confidence. He believed that under his own calculations, Uchiha Bai Ye would definitely feel very uncomfortable. In fact, is also like this. But Bai Ye's discomfort now is completely different from what Obito imagined. Call. Inside Hokage's office, Bai Ye finally got out of Tsunade's arms, looking in the direction of the door of Hokage's office, very unhappy. Do the right thing first. Isn't this the right thing to do? Bai Ye pouted. Tsunade took a few deep breaths. Finally, looking as usual, he spoke again with majesty. Come in. The door was pushed open. The figure of Itachi walked in. At this time, he looked serious, bowed respectfully to Bai Ye and Tsunade, and then half knelt on the ground. He knew that when Bai Ye got off work, he would always get tired of Mr. Hokage. It is also known that after Lord Bai Ye entered the Hokage building, it was basically announced that 5th Hokage was off work. In one case, no one can disturb them. Even if Bai Ye didn't want to, everyone couldn't approach the Hokage building. But today, he has something important to discuss, or a request. So I had already greeted Tsunade during the day, which is why Tsunade didn't let Bai Ye succeed. She can be shy, but only in front of Bai Ye. Others can only see her serious side. Half kneeling on the ground, Itachi slowly raised his head and looked forward. Lord Hokage, Captain Bai Ye. My subordinates need to report something. Chapter 112. Fire Country. Konoha. Hokage Office. At this time, the expressions of the three people were different. Bai Ye yawned while holding Tsunade in disapproval. It is inevitable that things have come this far. And the Itachi, who was half kneeling on the ground below, did not disappoint him. At the beginning, Bai Ye noticed some changes in him when Itachi chose to join the guard. People are affected by subtle influences. This point, I may not feel very clearly, but outsiders can see it very clearly. Bai Ye guarantees. Itachi must have struggled inside before entering Hokage's office. But it's obvious. This time, the genocide of the Uchiha clan will definitely be different from the original. 5th Hokage Tsunade looked calm as she waited for Itachi to speak first. She took the initiative to tell Bai Ye that she wanted to try to deal with this kind of big thing, and Bai Ye also gave her a chance. Uchiha and the others were able to jump around like this without being killed. It was a Hokage experience for Tsunade. After this incident, Konoha doesn't have to worry about some things about him at all, and he can happily be a salted fish captain. First of all, there is some guilt in the low post. Finally, Itachi spoke again, looking at Bai Ye with extremely sincere eyes. Before he came, he hesitated, which made him feel uncomfortable. As a law enforcement officer in the guard, this emotion shouldn't come to me. I feel very guilty about this humiliation. After expressing his attitude, Itachi took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. The struggle in his eyes has disappeared. This time, he did not choose to carry 29 losses all by himself. Instead, speak your mind and let Captain and Hokage give advice. The family has not reached the point where there is no cure. Look at the problem from a different angle, and you will always find a turning point in things. Itachi, who had to destroy everyone in the original book, also grew up. The change was doomed the moment he chose to be loyal to his beliefs between Sarutobi and the guard 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he disobeyed Sarutobi's orders for the first time. As an undercover agent, he did not inform him, which was an opportunity. Once there is the first time, there will be countless times. When the seeds sprouted, and habitually regard the regulations of the guards as the purpose of life, it is not surprising that he appeared here. A few days ago, Danzo was released from prison. Itachi calmed down and put away his complicated emotions. As if a competent subordinate began to report on everything that happened recently. He first contacted Shisui, and then learned about the current situation in the village, the problems of the Uchiha family and the village, and he regarded it as an opportunity. Shisui is pure-hearted. I once stopped him from contacting Danzo, but he still can't see the dark side of Danzo, and thinks that Danzo is doing it for the sake of the village. Itachi had a bitter expression on his face, and then silently summoning out a crow. Crow's eye, for Shisui's Manjiki. Here are his eyes. The other one has been taken away by Danzo. Distinguished heavenly gods? Tsunade was a little surprised. Don't tell me. Shisui went to Danzo and told him besides telling me about the effects of distinguished heavenly gods. That's it. Itachi nodded apologetically. He knew from the beginning that Shisui-san is the type of person who doesn't look back when he doesn't hit the southern wall. Persuasion is useless. But he didn't expect Shisui, who was ruthless, to entrust the other eye to him, and then choose to commit suicide. Even he couldn't understand Shisui's brain circuits. Danzo is not a high-rise now. He said that it was a Jainin wandering in Konoha in a good way, and a criminal who was released after serving his sentence in a bad way. Even if the Uchiha clan knew that Shisui was attacked by Danzo, it wouldn't have anything to do with the top of the village. How can the conflict with Danzo intensify? Danzo lost. This is also a big reason why Itachi did not follow the trend in the original book and chose to exterminate the clan. In essence, the current conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village is not so exaggerated, nor has it reached the point of life and death. Tsunade is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, she has no plan to completely destroy the Uchiha clan, and she will not sit back and watch the conflict expand. She also has her own means of stabilizing the Uchiha clan. And it really doesn't work, and Bai Ye is still here, her man won't let his woman feel wronged. After that, Danzo found me. Itachi said with a heavy face. I don't know where Danzo's confidence came from. He even threatened me with the existence of my younger brother, and wanted me to take action against the Uchiha family, and then put the captain in a dilemma. So, I originally wanted to shoot him and bring him back to justice. As a guard, he took action against Shisui without authorization, which has already violated the rules. _ 6989-25850 But I didn't do that. Itachi's eyes flickered and he said his reason. There are two considerations for this subordinate to do this. After listening to the captain, please decide whether to arrest Danzo or not. He looked straight at Bai Ye. To put it bluntly, if Bai Ye doesn't like Danzo, he can grab him again, or just crush him to death. But Itachi wanted to squeeze the last of Danzo's value. Say. Bai Ye was as concise as ever, and he had already guessed what Itachi was going to do. In fact, this is the temptation he speaks of. Look at the original. Having someone like Uchiha Itachi as his subordinate will never be so easy. And after this test, you can officially represent Itachi as your own person, and you can use it with confidence. Weasel is here. Take the initiative to speak, the test is successful. Weasel didn't come. Acting without authorization, the temptation fails. It's that simple. First, my subordinates decided to take care of the plan, and promised him for the time being to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Killing intent flashed in Itachi's eyes. These days I have been investigating radicals who are fanning the flames and deliberately sowing emotions within the family. Other clansmen were not dissatisfied with the village, they were all encouraged. My subordinates believe that by taking this opportunity to purge the radical Uchiha tribe, there will be no possibility of the Uchiha tribe rebelling again after this move. In addition, this subordinate wants to ask the captain and Lord Hokage to show mercy. The other Uchiha people will not die for their crimes, so please give me a light sentence. Change has come. From the original book, the ruthless men who wanted to destroy all the Uchiha clan, old and young, turned into the hopeless radicals. This change is gratifying. The problem between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is on both sides, not just one side. The intensification of the contradictions in the original book was caused by the deliberate guidance of Sarutobi and Danzo, and the fact that the Uchiha family was dissatisfied with the status quo. But the real conflict is always decided from the beginning. The Senju clan is the victor, second generation has been guarding against Uchiha, and the existence of the Uchiha clan in Konoha still feels awkward. They think that they are also the founders of Konoha, why the treatment is so different from the Senju family. This contradiction became more apparent after the second Hokage boss took a series of measures against Uchiha. The Uchiha family needs a fair chance. The Konoha side needs a correct attitude. Both sides are wrong. But before solving the problem, what is needed is not a coup d'état, but a quiet time to discuss the issue. In Tsunade's view, discussions are natural. After all, she is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, and she is not afraid of the Uchiha clan's power, because with Bai Ye around, the Uchiha clan will not be so big if they are powerful. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of his own village, and there is nothing to deal with. But under the premise of discussing this issue, the Uchiha family can't make trouble. For example, those radicals now say that they want Tsunade to step down and immediately support Uchiha Fugaku to become Hokage. Isn't this funny? The opportunity has been given, but he himself is hopeless. Finally figured this out? Bai Ye nodded slightly. In the end, under his deliberate guidance, this subordinate who was able to use it a little did not embark on the path in the original book. Keep the radicals quieter and talk calmly about Uchiha's future. It's not that hard to solve either. As for flipping the table during negotiations, the guards would not agree. So what kind of genocide? Bai Ye didn't take it seriously at all. That being so, do you know why I kept Danzo alive? Bai Ye spoke suddenly, then took out a piece of paper from his arms and threw it to Itachi. Even the radicals, those are human lives. It's time for the pot shadow to play its role. 027. This is a list of incurable radicals? When Itachi took the paper and glanced at it, his pupil shrank, as if he had found something extremely shocking. It turned out that the captain had already thought of everything. He even found a reason why he didn't have to bear the guilt. Has the captain been thinking about me? At this moment, Itachi's heart was extremely complicated, and he looked at Bai Ye with gratitude. The captain has always known that. He even thought that he would bear the guilt of killing those clansmen alone, and even found a scapegoat for him. Danzo was not in prison for 3 years. He wanted to take revenge on the captain. He took advantage of the captain's overnight stay in the Senju clan and attacked the Uchiha clan, causing the death of the people above. Bai Ye chuckled lightly. The pot shadow must have the appearance of the pot shadow. Danzo, who doesn't take the blame, why do you want him? Others don't care. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and looked at Itachi. Your father, what are you going to do with it? Itachi's expression did not change, but he just picked up the crow in his hand and gestured. Distinguished heavenly gods fail, I will personally send him to the guard. Even so, it still can't stop father and son from killing each other. Bai Ye nodded slightly. However, Lord Captain, Lord Hokage. Itachi spoke again. Just now, it's just the first reason why my subordinates didn't arrest Danzo on the spot. The downside is the more important factor. The subordinate discovered the existence of a suspected Uchiha Madara, and he integrated Danzo for cooperation. There seems to be a larger organization behind the suspected Uchiha Madara. Subordinates think that organization will be detrimental to Konoha. Tonight, Danzo will introduce his subordinates to connect with Uchiha Madara. Introduce him to be his subordinate's helper. What Madara? Obviously it's Obito. Bai Ye was not surprised by Itachi's report. But he suddenly looked over with a strange look, and asked something inexplicable. Itachi, tonight, are you riding Lin? Chapter 113. Fire Country. Konoha. A suburb not far from the Uchiha clan. Danzo looked calm, looking at the night sky with his hands behind his back. At this time, he had a feeling that everything was being planned. Everyone knows that Danzo spent 3 years in prison, but only Danzo himself felt that he didn't get anything. Even, in addition to the loss of his tools as a man, he has gained a lot. The old man's heart has completely settled down. Apart from this old man, who can turn their hands into clouds and cover their hands into rain like this. Take advantage of Uchiha Shisui in a small way, and threaten Uchiha Itachi with Sasuke in a small way. Everything is under control. Glancing at the figure coming from a distance, Danzo's eyes flashed with pride. Does he think he has grown up? When Itachi came over, looking at Danzo's expression, he couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. In the past 3 years, didn't he really think that he was the only one who grew up? It doesn't seem right to say that. Danzo's growth? Don't be kidding, just when he was still alive 3 years ago and thought that his root leader still had real power and the ability to threaten Sasuke, Itachi knew that he seemed to grow up, but in fact he went backwards a lot. At least 3 years ago, what Danzo did was helped by his roots, but what about him now? If it wasn't for Shisui's help a few days ago, this self-proclaimed great shinobi of the ninja world would not even be able to eat. After all, it is a strong criminal who is shouted and beaten by everyone in Konoha, and it is normal to have this treatment. 3 years. Danzo didn't make any progress. He couldn't even see how Konoha village had changed after Tsunade-sama took over. Unlike 3 years ago, when the major races were more or less complaining about 3rd generation, 5th generation Senju Tsunade is very popular, and he has done a lot of practical things. It can be said that with the exception of the Uchiha clan, everyone else respects Tsunade. Again, Tsunade is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, she is also Hokage, but what she seeks is not to consolidate her Hokage status, but to do something for the village from the perspective of a real shadow. For the time being, I will not mention the construction of roads with the guards and the expansion of Konoha streets. Improve the treatment of ninjas, build a commercial street, and even modify some regulations that are beneficial to the village and major families. Now Konoha has become an interest group. The Uchiha clan wanting to rebel is completely a dream. With the presence of the guards, Itachi didn't even care about Danzo threatening him with Sasuke. With a target in his hands that needs to be purged, he fully understands the problems of his family and village, his father Uchiha Fugaku, and even Tsunade-sama and Danzo. In the eyes of the captain, that is really not even a fart. It seems that the captain eats, drinks and plays all day, but everything has long been under his control. You think he's wasting his life, but it's not. That's because people are assured of the village, confident in their own strength, and feel that even if something is tossed out, it is not impossible to solve. After all, the gap between himself and the captain is too big. Capacity, vision, mind, strength. Not as good as captain in all aspects. It is a kind of admiration from the heart. With Uchiha Bai Ye and the guards in Konoha, he is the #1 ninja village. Itachi was even a little proud at the moment. Wait patiently, he'll be there soon. Glancing at the time, Danzo gave an order. I'm not impatient either. Itachi sneered. It is estimated that this fellow is impatient to wait. The more you emphasize the patience of others, the more anxious you will be. If Captain Bai Ye faced this kind of thing, I'm afraid he would smoke a cigarette quietly and put his hand on Danzo's head indifferently. Just wait. The captain said that he would surprise the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. But what the surprise was, the captain didn't tell him. It doesn't really matter to the weasel. Now, he has already thought about what to do next. Perhaps, before heading to Hokage's office, he will be a little confused about the future, and then hesitant to think about his inner thoughts. But now those confusion and hesitation have turned into firmness. He has already decided. Sasuke has the captain to take care of him, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Mother's side. Lord Mother has her own decision, and he will not interfere, he only expects Lord Bai Ye to treat mother kindly. Then he can achieve his ideal. Contact Uchiha Madara, inquire about the inside information of that mysterious organization, and become a sharp knife planted by the village in that organization. He will use his own actions to tell the captain that his trust is worthwhile. This time, he took the initiative to find the secret of that organization, and penetrated into the enemy as an undercover agent. He was not allowing anyone who would threaten the village to exist. Finally, night shrouded the earth. Moonlight shines. But it looked a little dark. In fact, after the moon trembled, the moon in this world has never been round again. A figure came quietly. There was such a hint of ridicule in the hoarseness. 7 points of pride, 2 points of disdain, and 1 point of indifference. He opened his mouth in a signature Uchiha Madara tone. Long time no see, Itachi. Is it behind you this time? The Scarlet Three Tomo in Itachi's eyes turned slightly. Although he was already mentally prepared, he understood that the helper that Danzo introduced to him was probably the masked man who friendly opened his eyes when he was on a mission 3 years ago. But apart from that time, the two never saw each other again. Are you really Uchiha Madara? Itachi did not look back, guessing the true identity of the other party in his heart. When we first met, Itachi was still very weak and watched helplessly as the masked guy killed his comrade. But he used this disgusting tone for his own good. I do it for you. Then kill your teammates to open your eyes. In a way, after being educated by Uchiha Madara, Obito has perverted as a whole. His inquiries went unanswered. But next, Itachi felt a chill from his body. A shadow that seemed to be an entity actually passed through his body and walked over. Obito is used to this kind of trickery. The first time I met Nagato and Konan, even though Yahiko was still alive, he used Kamui's hollow to give Nagato an unfathomable feeling. Even the current Akatsuki organization is his actual leader. As you can see, this world is fundamentally false. Time and space pupil art Kamui. This is Obito's presumptuous capital. He proudly crossed Itachi's body, the mask covered his face, and educated the younger generation with a tone like Madara. But when he turned around, he found that something was not quite right. Without him. At this moment, Itachi 3 Tomo is spinning like crazy. The indifference and calmness on his face disappeared. It was replaced by the terrifying ferociousness. What's wrong with you? Just passed through Itachi's body, so Obito and Itachi are relatively close at the moment, and at this moment, he also cancelled his Kamui hollow. What did you do to him? Danzo also frowned. In his opinion, it must be a trick played by the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. He's in a wrong state, he seems to be saying something, let me listen. Obito frowned, staring at Itachi's current appearance with a bad premonition in his heart. Inexplicably, he remembered what Black Zetsu said to him today. Don't go to Konoha, you will be beaten if you go. How can that be possible? This is the suburb of Konoha, the suburb, Uchiha Bai Ye doesn't care about things here. How can you be in danger? Obito comforted himself, then leaned closer to Itachi's mouth. And this time, Uchiha Itachi's whole body seemed to be in a state of confusion, his whole body was twitching and trembling frantically, and his mouth was still muttering. What the hell is this talking about? It seemed to be a little vague, and Obito approached curiously. Ride, linear. Ride Rin. Minasan. Ride Rin together. Ah. Ignite the air with flame, attract thunder with yourself. The name of the art is called Kylin. Just a moment. Obito took 2 steps back in shock as if shocked. Then the Scarlet Three Tomo began to exude murderous anger, and boundless anger welled up in his heart. What did he say? Beast. Say it again. Who are you riding? An enraged Obito roared. What did he just hear? This guy Uchiha Itachi actually said he wanted to ride Rin? Forget about riding Lin, and invite everyone to ride Lin? BD. What do you take Lin for? The angry Obito lost his mind, and with a wave of his hand, Uchiha slapped Itachi's head with a round fan in his hand. You calm down. Next to him, Danzo frowned when he realized that something didn't seem right, trying to calm the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. But the next moment, his block turned into a rapid retreat. Without him. At this moment, the world is changing. The fire light mixed with the thunder light hit all directions in an instant. Good, dark clouds block the moon and darken the earth. But the thunder that seemed to come alive fell directly from the sky, and the thunder light illuminated everything. Even when the thunder light poured into Itachi's body, the surrounding space was already distorted. After the energy was accumulated, Bai Ye's illusion was completely induced. I don't know how many times the power of the enhanced class unicorn has been increased compared to the original version, and it has become the killer of Itachi at this moment. Itachi's expression was twisted, his face full of grimness, his neck was pulled, his teeth grinned, and he roared at Obito with red eyes. The name of the art is Kylin. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color. Under the night sky, the thunder light shone on one side of the world, and the flames shot into the sky. The huge unicorn in the air turned into an emoji of a cute girl, and then the cute girl hooked her fingers towards the void, looking very charming. Then, Uchiha Itachi jumped into the air and smashed down on the girl. Obito was furious and let out his own roar. Lin! That's Lin! Do you really dare to ride Lin? I fought with you! Ride Lin explodes. Like the beginning of the world. A spark of fireworks that sparkled in the night sky began to lift off. In the Hokage office in the distance, Tsunade who was lying by the window and Bai Ye who was at the back enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the night. The two depended on each other like a picture scroll. Silent is better than sound at this moment. Chapter 114. What kind of celebration is today? I don't know, it should be the Uchiha clan celebrating something. I see, it's Uchiha, that clan is really incomprehensible, but these fireworks are really beautiful. Indeed, the fireworks displayed at the New Year's Eve are not so pretty. Should I say that the firework master did a good job this time? Did you see the girl just now? I think it's quite cute. Well, but that girl exploded like fire country. Konoha. It was born with Kylin. The villagers who were just about to sleep and rest suddenly became excited, and many people took out benches and held wine glasses to celebrate together. They don't know what day it is. But they didn't bother to care about the Uchiha family. If it wasn't that Lord Bai Ye was also from Uchiha, they would probably feel disgusted with that clan now. But who can resist a beautiful fireworks? The most important thing is to watch it for free. Very comfortable. Konoha celebrates with the whole world, and together they know that Kylin was born. And at this moment, Hokage Yanyan. Holding a short sword, Kakashi looked at the weird girl's emoji and fell into contemplation. What's wrong? Didn't you take a break before? Hatake Sakumo walked over as usual. He is teaching Kakashi to learn swordsmanship, which is what Kakashi himself is going to do. For 3 years, Kakashi has made rapid progress under his guidance. Combined with Kakashi's Sharingan, Reikari can even be used on the short sword to give the enemy a fatal blow. He believes that if Kakashi's chakra is more abundant, this kind of slash will not be used as a big move, but a flat A use. By that time, Kakashi would have completely surpassed him, both in swordsmanship and otherwise. It's a reassuring kind of blue that is better than blue. In the dimensional world, swordsmanship and swordsmanship are collectively referred to as kendo. 030. Kakashi had studied with him for a while when he was a child, but when he hanged himself, Kakashi gave up his swordsmanship and became a copy ninja instead. Now resurrected, Hatake Sakumo enjoys teaching his son besides helping Tsunade every day. Everything has a choice, even the truth. Inexplicably, Kakashi looked at his own hand. The girl was too close. Done. The son's second-year illness was committed again. Hotake Sakumo was speechless, probably because Kakashi had a good relationship with the guard named Uchiha Satoshi recently, and he contracted the same problem with him. Uchiha Satoshi he knew. Not bad by nature, and takes things seriously in the guard. He didn't prevent Kakashi from making friends, but his performance as a middle schooler from time to time, coupled with Kakashi's habit of using swords now, the middle school atmosphere was too strong. But what Hotake Sakumo didn't know was, at this moment, Kakashi is not sick, but thinking about the day when he pierced Rin's heart with rakery with his own hands. Blood stained that hand. Kakashi's expression froze, and he aimed at the void in front of him with his short sword. Ah! Lightning flashed, and Kakashi's inner throbbing finally calmed down. This sword is good. Hotake Sakumo nodded again and again. Yeah, killing technique. Kakashi shook his head and sighed in relief. If the sword could have been successfully cultivated back then, it might have been able to destroy the spell on Lin's heart, instead of hurting Lin's heart. Pity. There is only one chance. And he chose wrong. He endured this mistake and paid the price. Next time, he will never choose wrong. The atmosphere of Konoha is warm. In Hokage's office, after finishing the hard work of serving, Kyege, Tsunade lay lazily in Bai Ye's arms. Then helplessly, he took out a document from the drawer on the side and threw it to Bai Ye. That's why I said do the right thing first. Wasn't that the right thing to do just now? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, took the file, opened it, and glanced at it. Then, his expression changed from laughter to understanding. The document is a handwritten letter from Kirigakure Terumi Mei. In addition to the handwritten letter, there is also a seal scroll. Bai Ye read the contents of the letter, and then threw the seal scroll on the ground. Boom! The seal is opened. A blood-stained white coat appeared in front of him. It's a bit like the guard's cloak of justice, but with a different style. Tsunade glanced at it and analyzed it with some curiosity. Is it the Kirigakure side that is also working on the guard division? She also thought that this was Terumi Mei's decision to seek Bai Ye's opinion. This guy? Tsunade pouted, looking at Bai Ye with contempt. Since Mizukage made a statement in the ninja world 3 years ago, she knew there was something tricky. In the process of communicating with Terumi Mei over the years, I also communicated with Mizukage many times about the friendly development of the two villages. She recognized the woman's identity directly when they met. Really? As long as they get on their own men's motorcycles, everyone can escape the clutches. Not a guard cape. But Marine's cape, over there, positions above lieutenant are allowed to have justice engraved on the back. Bai Ye laughed, pulled away and stood up. After getting dressed, he stood again by the window of the Hokage building and looked out. At the same time, his character panel appeared in front of him. Host, Uchiha Bai Ye. Age, 23. The basic property values are as follows. Strength, 887 calories. Speed, 845 calories. Constitution, 907 calories. Stamina, 1124 calories. Mental power, 933 cards. Chakra amount, 517 Satsuki Kagaya. Glamour, heterosexual killer. The advanced properties are as follows. Ninjutsu power increase, 547 Uchiha Madara. Taijutsu power increase, 664 8 Gate Guy. Illusion power increase, 741 Uchiha Itachi. Pupil power amplification, 424 Hyaganiji plus 308 Indra. Bloodline, 175 Indra Yin escape plus 121 Ashura Yang escape. Evaluation of bloodline enhancement level, 348 Satsuki clans, surpassing the Satsuki ancestor royal family, have reached a new level and cannot be evaluated. When using bloodline power, the basic attributes and special attributes will be multiplied. Slightly. One thing to say, Bai Ye is too lazy to look at his character attributes. Especially in the back, after he became the captain of the guard for longer and longer, his daily basic exercise reward did not change much. The improvement is still 2 random entries plus attributes. But as he served as the captain of the guard for longer and longer, and the presence of the guard became more and more exaggerated, he found that the reward for the captain of the guard after completing the check-in every day became more and more exaggerated. This is also the reason why his current attributes are already strong enough to explode. In short, this captain of the guard is a little stronger. Certainly. He didn't read the attributes, and he didn't even bother to scroll back. The main reason to open the system panel is to look at your task list. Just a few days ago, after a strange ocean tornado appeared in the boundless sea of the land of water, a task called Dimensional Barrier and a reminder of the sublimation of the guards appeared. Self-disciplined Captain of the Guard. You are a self-disciplined strong man, and the guards you belong to naturally have to perform their due responsibilities. Mission requirements: complete the various tasks of the guard team every day, and maintain the peace of the village. Mission rewards: rewards will be distributed in batches every day according to the performance of the guard and the host, and a huge reward will be obtained when the mission is over. Prompt: please confirm whether this mission is sublimated to Ninja World Guards. Confirm sublimation. The task sublimation, the reward changes. If it is not sublimated, the task will continue to execute, and the reward will remain unchanged. Of course, this quest change occurs because of the quest prompt below. Dimensional Barrier and the Lord of the World. Detect that the host has destroyed the Ninja World Order, false savior and false remake, self-directed and self-acted by the original World Lord. Host obliterated the souls of the 2 actors Ashura and Indra, which made the actors unable to reincarnate. The destroyer and the savior stopped reincarnation, and there was a loophole in the rules of the world. When there is a dimensional barrier in the world, it will collide with the world of another level. The host has 2 options. The choices are as follows. 1. Before the collision of the 3-dimensional barriers, replace the original World Lord to become the new World Lord, and then reshape the rules to repair the world barriers. The world will continue with the simple Tsutsuki as the world background, and will not experience dimensional collisions in the future. 2. The world is sublimated. After the completion of the 3-dimensional barriers, the world fusion progress will be started, and the main world, Ninja World, will be used as the background to expand and annex other dimensional worlds. 3. Lie flat, sit idly by, your powerful strength is not afraid of everything, and the small world is nothing to worry about. Tip: whether or not to accept this quest is decided by the host itself. The quest reward is linked to the world of dimensional collision, and there is no danger. The first dimensional collision is the result of the host's curiosity to see what it is, so there is no hidden threat. This prompt appears because the host's strength is strong enough to destroy the world's barriers by himself, and he can also use his own power to consume the world's energy to repair the barriers. To sum up, please host whatever you want. It turns out that on the opposite side of the sea is the world government. After sweeping the task, Bai Ye yawned. The task is obvious. It means that his strength is very strong, and he does not need to worry about the collision of the world. Even if it collides, he can repair it at any time. The prompts for the tasks are also obvious. As long as Bai Ye thought about it, the ninja world was his back garden. He didn't want to. The ninja world would be used as the main world to attract other small worlds with small gaps to collide with each other, and then if Bai Ye was happy, he would annex that world and expand the original ninja world with incomplete rules. In addition, the world opposite the dimensional barrier does not know and has no right to interfere. He is the only master, and even if he is happy, it is no problem to break the barriers and pretend to be in the past. But talk later. With his super standard strength, It must have been a bit bullying in the past. Bai Ye casually stepped on Marine's cloak of justice, and then pounced on Konoha's 5th generation. A new task. The flavoring agent of boring life, a small episode can't be more small. He still likes this nuclear ninja world, such as now. Still here? Haven't you finished watching the fireworks? Tsunade's expression changed and he let out an exclamation. Shizuan, save me! Chapter 115. The next morning. The suburb outside the Uchiha tribe. At this moment, a lot of people have gathered outside. There are members of the Uchiha clan, and there are Konoha shinobi who are curious to watch the fun. The fireworks last night were really shocking. It's hard to imagine how manpower made a girl emoji that can warm the bed all over the sky, and then kept hitting the earth with this visual effect. But when they came over, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. The devastated land, plus the jungle swept by fire and thunder. At this moment, it has completely turned into a bare one. What the hell is going on here? Why did it become like this? The villagers and ninjas were stunned. He just stared blankly at Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in the center of the center in a daze, with tattered clothes. And under the watchful eyes of all, Itachi was stunned to hold the half-mask in his hand. He was sure it was left by the guy calling himself Uchiha Madara. In addition to this mask, there are other things scattered next to it. Uchiha Group Fan. This thing was originally the property of the successive patriarchs of the Uchiha clan. How to use it, Itachi doesn't know. What he is confused about now is why he rode Lin like crazy and hit the ground like crazy last night. He was even more confused as to why the man named Uchiha Madara, after hearing the name of this art, attacked him like crazy. What happened to Kylin? Uchiha Itachi was puzzled. There are many things he doesn't understand. For example, why did he suddenly acquire such a powerful technique? And when I saw that Uchiha Madara, I wanted that move as if I had triggered a passive skill. Key linear. Itachi fell into thought. It seems that I understand the principle of this trick a little bit. This is indeed the case. It's all under Bai Ye's control. He performed illusions on Itachi, which he had prepared long ago, in order to give Obito a small surprise. God knows how strong the unicorn after his strengthening has evolved into Kylin. Anyway, this once dense jungle is ruined. If Tsunade finds out that he's going to kill someone in anger, he'll have to start all over again with wood style. Cause trouble. That's not the point. Itachi looked down at the mask in his hand. This person is a bridge to explore that strange organization by himself. What if he dies? It's still too heavy to start. Itachi sighed. Then he looked at Shimura Danzo, who was electromechanically beside him. Danzo is not dead. After all, this move was aimed at Obito. Although he was controlled by the illusion to release Kylin, except for the first shot, he was far away from Danzo. Itachi doesn't know if Obito is dead or not, all he knows is that there are several grey-white Sharingans falling out of the mask. But Danzo certainly wasn't dead, he was just piggybacking off a layer of skin. Barely able to move. At this moment, Danzo stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at Uchiha Itachi with a look of hating iron. You are sick. He's an old man, a helper for you. You said are you sick? And you have such a strong strength, you said it earlier. Although injured. But Danzo is actually quite satisfied. That being the case, this kid doesn't seem to need a helper when it comes to genocide. Now he was even more sure that Uchiha Itachi could do it. Itachi was expressionless. He was a little uncomfortable. The people of Xiao's organization have cut off the clues. How can they investigate an organization with suspicious behavior? I'll do it tonight. Leaving Danzo a word, Itachi dragged his weak body, hid the mask in his arms and turned away. He felt that the Sharingans who were grey and lost their power seemed not to be that simple. The country of the river. Familiar underground caves. The water is ticking. The dark, damp environment was far less convincing than the prison where Danzo lived. On one bed, Obito was covered in bandages, squirming with help from White Zetsu. I've said it before, if you go to Konoha, you will definitely be beaten. Black Zetsu said sarcastically. I can tell you, White Zetsu is almost finished by you, Rinnegan is in Nagato's hands, there is no way to release more White Zetsu to heal your wounds, Madara left all the White Zetsu with first generation cells cultivated for you. Used. That's all the fighting power of the Eye of the Moon in the future. And the Sharingan that Madara stocked up when she was alive, you've used up this time too. Hate that iron is not steel. Danzo has this feeling about Itachi. Black Zetsu also has Obito. Obito is rubbish. At this time, Black Zetsu wanted to spray Obito to death. But he still calmed down. That's fine too. Obito can only lie down now, with less trouble. Next, find a chance to communicate with Orochimaru. The secret of impure world reincarnation should not be so difficult to obtain. Why, to ride linear? A faint sound came from inside the bandage. Continuous use of hollow ability, plus Izanagi, Obito has completely entered the stage of autism. The pleasure of the body is nothing. What he couldn't bear was that in one night, his goddess Mim was ridden dozens of times by that guy named Uchiha Itachi. Help me, find out, why Itachi knows linear. Ask him, who else besides him, has ridden linear. Unyielding obsession made Obito pass out after saying these words. At this moment, he was even worse than fighting Konan and being bombed by the sea disguised by the explosive talisman for 10 minutes in a row. Kamui is not invincible. Konan, who has been in contact with him, knows this. Obito would probably have been killed by Konan if Izanagi had not been used while fighting Konan. Although the enhanced Kylan's range is not as exaggerated as the 600 billion detonating talisman, it can't be found anywhere. All in all, if he ran into Itachi, and there weren't so many Sharingan backups, Obito would definitely die. I don't have much time to waste with your dream lover. Black Zetsu ignored Obito's last words and rejected his request with disdain. Joke. Now he has seen it. With Obito alone, Project Tsuki no Mi wouldn't have been possible. This is pure rubbish. It's not easy to hold it, the kind that has to be given away. Konoha. The days remain. Although everyone is a little new to what happened last night. But the guard has already explained the matter. It appears to be Uchiha Itachi, the deputy commander of the 3rd Division of the Guard, who has completed a new technique. Hence this result. Everyone was amazed at the strength of Itachi, and this matter spread in Konoha. Punch at work, lunch break, punch at get off work. Bai Ye's life is as always. But after get off work tonight, he took the girls in the mansion early and went to the Senjua family to find Tsunade to play mahjong. This situation did not arouse suspicion. After all, although their captain of the guard is romantic, he is really kind to his own woman. Knowing that Tsunade-sama worked hard, it was normal to bring people over to relieve the boredom. In this way, night falls. A figure fell on the high platform of the Uchiha clan. He looked down. In his eyes, the scarlet three-tomo turned slightly. No hurry. He took out the list in his hand. Darkness pervades the earth. He found the first target. Murder emerges. He neatly sent Kyowo into the opponent's heart, and he looked in the next direction. The quiet night continued. Itachi's movements were obviously not slow. He is like a machine, looking for one target after another. Betray a family? Captain Bai Ye said that the Uchiha family once died. A family can be proud. But you have to find the capital you can be proud of. A clan can also be aggressive. But the radical direction cannot be mistaken. This is an opportunity. A chance for the Uchiha clan to break through. The killing continued. Before you know it, all the radicals are about to complete the harvest. For shinobi, there were too many ways to kill quietly. In addition, he deliberately concealed himself, but he did not disturb others. The last one left. Itachi looked at the list in his arms and took a deep breath. This man. The most radical man of the family. A man he knew very well. Uchiha Fugaku. 0. Own father. The head of the Uchiha clan. Tonight, he wanted to have a good chat with his father. As for whether this conversation will turn into a contest between Manjiki, it depends on how your father chooses. Step forward. Itachi opened the door. No surprises. Fugaku didn't rest, but looked like he had been waiting for a long time. You came. You shouldn't have come. I'm already here. The brief conversation made Fugaku smile. Since he sent news to the leaders of the radical faction at night and asked them to discuss things at night, and then those people all broke up. Fugaku knew something was wrong. But he kept silent, waiting for the person who shot him to arrive. No surprises. It was his son who came. The rising star of the guard, the genius of Uchiha who paid a fine in the morning for destroying a forest. Father, stop it and go see the captain with me. Itachi pondered for a moment, then spoke his thoughts. The Uchiha family shouldn't be like this. In fact, the clan has long been in Konoha's position, and Hokage's position is not without opportunities, but it needs fair competition. This is what Tsunade himself said. Fair competition. You need to contribute to the village and let the villagers see the benefits that you will bring to the village if you become Hokage. Instead of using the power of a family to pressure everywhere all day. This kind of competition is inherently unhealthy. If you become Hokage in that way, will other people obey your orders? You came here to tell me this. Fugaku said calmly. And if I'm not mistaken, the people who were with me all day trying to stage a coup were all killed by you. Bang! Just when the father and son were in love and wanted to chat. The 7-year-old forced king suddenly kicked the door open. He was domineering. His face was full of disbelief, and then he suddenly muttered and scratched his head. My father is going to stage a coup? My brother killed the clan. Snapped. The boy's face was grim, as if when he was hanging out with Uchiha Kong, he had learned how to see Uchiha Kong arrest others, and clapped his hands in a good manner. Then he said the words of filial piety. Father! Brother! I declare in the name of the Guard Reserve that you are under arrest. Chapter 116. Uchiha Tribe. The home of the Fugaku Patriarch. When Sasuke's roar reaches Fugaku and Itachi's ears, they were silent. Confused is a very mysterious emotion, which can sometimes be expressed as shock and doubt. Uchiha Itachi frowned, sighed, and walked towards Sasuke step by step. Say something. Sasuke came back at a bad time. He was still busy talking to his father. There are two options. First, his father was obsessed. He forcibly took his father into the guard and handed it over to the captain tomorrow. Second, my father understood that Uchiha's rebellion was meaningless, so he decided to make a drastic correction, ask Captain Bai Ye to admit his mistake, and then pay the fine that should be paid, so that the impact of this incident might be minimized. This is the limit of what Itachi can do. He never thought that Sasuke would appear in front of him. Although at the beginning, he had already thought about the worst outcome. Maybe he will take this opportunity to stimulate Sasuke and let Sasuke grow up quickly. But they said that was the worst possible outcome. Now Sasuke is studying by Bai Ye's side, and he has a friend like Naruto by his side. Itachi expresses his relief. Watching Itachi walk step by step, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and showed a weird smile. It's also a coincidence. Today, Bai Ye's godfather is not in the clan's land, and he is also bored to stay at 030. After walking around Konoha with Naruto, he always feels a little restless and comes back. I didn't expect to come across this good thing when I came back. Yes. Good things, 100% good things. One thing to say, the current guards are not so easy to get in. In addition to the members of the Uchiha clan, many other elites joined. If Sasuke can enter the reserve, he has to go through the review of Kong. Brother Kong is very meticulous in this kind of thing. As long as it is an order from Bai Ye, he will do it with all his might. Brother Kong, who turned into a loyal dog, didn't give anyone a chance to go through the back door. To put it bluntly, the reserve is the place where fresh blood will be added to the guards in the future. As long as they become regulars, they will be full members of the guards. Sasuke also entered by strength. That is, Itachi was busy with other things recently and paid too little attention to his younger brother, otherwise he would have known about it. But if you become a reservist, if you want to become a regular, you have to make some contributions to the village. For example, catch some criminals while on a mission, brush a sense of presence, things like that. Sasuke is always looking for opportunities. Now, the opportunity presents itself. As long as the brother who killed the clansman and the father who wanted to rebel are sent to the prison, his chance to become a positive person will come. By the time he forced King Sasuke, 4-year-old 3 Tomo, the man of 7-year-old Manjiki, will officially join the guard in the same year. Ninja school? What is that place? Can it be compared to the guard? Even if you become a non-staff member of the official army, and you make a name for yourself in the guards, you will instantly become the object of worship in the school. As for the righteous extermination, Sasuke, who is familiar with the regulations, is not worried. He didn't know the result of Itachi, and his father guessed that it would not be a big problem to pay the ransom in prison for a while. This is a chance for my father and brother to make a change. Not to kill them. So Sasuke's psychological burden is very small. Besides, Bai Ye's godfather said that if you do something that endangers the village, you will have to pay the price. It's also good to send it to the prison to reflect on it. Moreover, the changes in his father over the years have also made Sasuke a little troubled. It's good for Sasuke to take this opportunity to calm down his father. At least don't drop things every time you go home. But Sasuke looked at Itachi, who was walking step by step, and suddenly turned his attention to his own father. Father, tell the truth, you rebelled because my godfather brought you green. Now. Sasuke's words were obviously not finished yet. But Itachi's expression changed suddenly. He's grown up and understands what an insult to a man like that. If Sasuke really said this, I'm afraid he's not beating his father's face hard. No. Can't let him finish. Itachi gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, and then released Tsukuyomi at Sasuke with great reluctance. Next moment, Sasuke stood there dumbfounded, and didn't say anything after that. What did Sasuke just say? What godfather? What green? Fugaku's voice came from behind. Itachi sighed. At this moment, he understood. It has nothing to do with Captain Bai Ye when his father became like this. It seems. Until now, Fugaku didn't care about that green hat. Without answering Fugaku's words, Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke apologetically. He knows about Sasuke's 4-year-old 3 Tomo. So I never thought about using Tsukuyomi to stimulate my younger brother to make him stronger after Manjiki was turned on. On the contrary, he didn't want to put this kind of pupil technique, which had great mental lethality, on his younger brother. But there is no way, just now in a hurry, ordinary illusions are not very useful to his younger brother. He is also 3 Tomo, and his resistance is too strong. So I can only choose Tsukuyomi to let Sasuke calm down. But after Tsukuyomi, Itachi had some regrets. Sasuke has not been very smart since he was a child. He likes to pretend all day long. After this time, I don't know if there will be any sequelae. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi sighed with guilt, and reached out to touch Sasuke's forehead. This is his signature pose. Represents his guilt towards Sasuke. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last. What the hell? Sadly. The next moment, his expression changed suddenly. Sasuke, who was originally stunned, immediately shot, grabbed Itachi's arm with his backhand, and then ninjutsu. Break out. With the strength of his arms, he directly pressed Itachi to the ground, and even skillfully pulled out a pair of special handcuffs from his back and handcuffed Itachi. Although I don't know what Nissan did, you just bring me into that illusion space. But Nissan, can't you use a little more force next time? What's the point of having enough pupil strength? Sasuke shook his head, always thinking that he was the average Uchiha, but at this moment he only felt that his brother was too weak. He can't even control this average, what a genius. Just the pupil world just now? That thing was gone as soon as he turned on Manjiki. So, Nissan, you're under arrest. With Manjiki shining in his eyes, Sasuke sat on Itachi seriously and said with a serious look. Wan. Manjiki. Weasel was stunned. The whole person was completely dumbfounded by being pressed to the ground. Just kidding? This is the 7-year-old Manjiki. If you want to start 3 tomo at the age of 4, you can already call it pervert, and everyone should know what the gold content of the 7-year-old Manjiki is. Nissan, your expression is too exaggerated. Sasuke frowned. As DK as I am, there should be a lot of people in the clan. 7 years after all. Powerful. But he didn't know it. After practicing with Bai Ye, he saw that Bai Ye was too strong. In his cognition, mature adults are such terrifying existences. Therefore, he has always been pretending to be forced, always looking for children to pretend. For example, Inyazuka, who always liked to ask questions behind Hinata at school, was less handled by him. Ah! Like Hinata, you should be a godmother. Young age. Sasuke is already thinking about how to bribe his godfather to get benefits in the future. This is much stronger than Naruto, who haunts little Sakura all day. Hinata, little Sakura, Ino. And the 2nd grade day. It looks like it should be worthy of a godfather. Sasuke nodded deeply, retracted his thoughts, and looked at his father. As expected of my son, yes, I knew you would choose to help me when you saw your brother embarrassing your father. Fugaku smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Father, stop joking, handcuff yourself. Sasuke looked calm and rejected his father's behavior. Joke. As a guard reservist, he has his own consciousness. Anyway, after going in, his father and his brother should be able to change their past. He is doing good deeds. Fugaku's expression changed, and his old face turned cold. He felt that whether it was Sasuke or Itachi, they were a little bit out of it. At some point, he even suspected that these two were not his species. This is the same result that the strange walking doctor told him. It's still a wound from the Third Ninja World War. Fugaku's eyes were full of pain and struggle, recalling the contempt that the custom shop Xiaohong had for him. But Sasuke obviously didn't give him a chance to think further. It is the duty of the guard reserve to arrest criminals. When Fugaku 3 Tomo was spinning rapidly and transformed into Manjiki, the 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan finally met. Look, I'll say Manjiki or something, it's the average level of the clan, and my father has it. Sasuke said seriously. What the hell do you think of Manjiki? Uchiha Itachi on the ground has some doubts about life. What's wrong with this world? His weak younger brother just released his Tsukuyomi in an instant, and then pinned him to the ground with a great force, and took out the handcuffs to arrest him more skillfully than he was. Did I fall into an illusion? Itachi was once again in self-doubt in 4.6. It's normal for him not to understand. God knows how strong Sasuke is with the power of Indra's eyes. Although for the time being not as good as the eternal Manjiki and the Rinnegan above. But busting at Tsukuyomi, that's really not a problem. And Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki has not been around for a long time. Whether Tsukuyomi has the strength to make Kakashi lie down for so many episodes in 1 month's eyes remains to be verified. Now, though, is clearly not the time to think about these things. The younger brother over there is already going to fight with his father. As a brother, how can you be ashamed at this time? Itachi frowned. Sasuke's plan had been disrupted, but it didn't seem to be completely disrupted. His younger brother also came to arrest his father. This is very filial. But is Sasuke really the opponent of Fugaku after opening Manjiki? Itachi was a little worried. The handcuffs must be released immediately. And when he does something. Another voice came from the side. Immediately afterwards, in Itachi's pupils, a bald man with a mustache was reflected. What about my eyes? Give it back first, and I'll stop them from fighting. Itachi sighs by default. Uchiha clan. It's really a riot of demons today. Chapter 117. Uchiha tribe. Reversed several times. At this moment, violent chaos broke out in the clan. First, Uchiha Itachi came to kill him, trying to send his own father to prison. Then Uchiha Sasuke rushed out and caught Itachi by surprise. Then he attacked his biological father, and even wanted to send his father and his biological brother to prison. Now, a man with a bald head and mustache stood up again. Although the form and temperament are somewhat different, Itachi has clearly recognized Shisui's identity. Isn't Shisui dead? Why is it here? And where did this blind massage dress come from? You open it for me first. After a moment of silence, Itachi understood that now was not the time to ask those questions as Sasuke and Fugaku opened up. Originally, he was going to hand over Shisui's eyes. But Tsunade and Captain Bai Ye seemed to dislike it. So the distinguished heavenly gods are still in his hands. Shisui didn't have any ink. Recently, he has practiced his blind elephant skills quite well. He grasped the handcuffs very skillfully, and turned out the spare key that Itachi was hiding. Just kidding, the guard reserve is the reserve. Itachi, an official member, can't really be controlled for too long. Shisui is also convenient. Opening the handcuffs, he took out the crow and handed it to Shisui. Shisui was even more decisive, shoving his eyes directly into his sockets. How do you feel? Itachi is more curious about the process of changing eyes. The younger brother and his father are competing in illusion, and both of them are trying to force Kabuto to themselves. Sasuke should be at a disadvantage by now if the number of wins against Kabuto is determined. But don't worry. He's playing 29 to leave his eyes to Sasuke, so it's always good to absorb the experience of changing glasses first. A little sore, a little numb, and very swollen. Shisui gave his own statement. Although it was his own eyes, he was still a little uncomfortable after putting it on. Chakra connects the nerves, and when he sees the light again, 3 Tomo also takes on the form of Manjiki. Boom! Suddenly. Snapped. Clap clap. There was a sound in the distance. Manjiki Sharingan's illusion battle has been decided. In the end is the reincarnation of Indra, although the technology is not very mature, but the results are good. Just now in the illusion competition with Fugaku, he gave himself 20 Kabutos. And Uchiha Fugaku gave himself 21 hardcore Kabuto. All in all, he won. After all, being a son is not good for his father, so Sasuke asked his father to do it himself. It's really worth it. Fugaku was furious, rubbed his swollen face, and then the huge chakra came out, and Suzanu's bones began to show. Is it open? No, it must be stopped. One-eyed Shisui also turned on Susanoo without hesitation, and the green light shot up into the sky. Itachi frowned in thought. Susanoo. A synonym for rumor busting. Not long after he awakened Manjiki, he is still getting used to this trick. Do you want to try it? Take me one. While Itachi was still hesitating, Sasuke had put on his purple armor and soared into the sky. You too? Itachi was shocked, he always felt that he was a little out of place today. What about the genocide protagonist? He forced his brother to pretend to understand, so what should he do? No way. Itachi, who was gnashing his teeth, was cruel and began to adapt to Susanoo's power. And this moment, when 4 lights of different colors rose into the sky, the patriarch's home was naturally destroyed. Black, green, red, purple. In Fugaku's Black Susanoo has reached its 3rd stage, wrapping itself in heavy armor. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo are a little behind, only reaching the 2nd form of skeletal flesh. Shisui and Fugaku are level, and after 3 years of hard work, the 3rd form has been opened. Now, Uchiha tribe. Demons dance. Countless clansmen woke up from their dreams when they heard the movement. And they were greeted by countless screams. The Uchiha clan has always had a large number of radicals. When they found out that the people around them had died, and the time of death was not long before. Chaos, complete explosion. Lord Patriarch. Many guards rushed to the Patriarch's house, looking at Fugaku with shock and anger. Seems to want an explanation. After all, so many clansmen were killed, and the Susanoo party was held in the Patriarch's house, which was shocking no matter how you looked at it. But at this moment, what to say? After the guards rushed over, the first reaction was that the Patriarch was leading his 2 sons, and Shisui, who had been resurrected inexplicably, wanted to find the enemy angrily. No way. Now Fugaku is angry when he sees it. The clan naturally defined the reason for his anger as the fact that the clan was killed. Taking revenge with his 2 sons and the inexplicably resurrected bald Shisui makes perfect sense. Lord Patriarch, I don't know who slaughtered my Uchiha clan, please Lord Patriarch. After the people were excited, they quickly and respectfully reported the situation. There is no doubt that when he said the people who were killed, they were all invited by Fugaku tonight. They all have a brand, that is, radicals who want to rebel. I don't know who did it, but Danzo did it. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, he also looked at Shisui who was a little confused beside him. You're right? Shisui-san. Danzo first took action against you, and now finds someone to assassinate our clansmen, his heart can be punished. Don't know who did it, that's what Danzo did. Obviously. Shisui himself is still thinking about the problem. This word. How the FK does that sound reasonable? Shisui's mouth twitched, and finally he could only nod his head. No way. His eyes were taken away by Danzo, and then he went through life and death. Combined with Itachi's performance now, he can understand that Danzo is definitely in a hole. I was really blind before. No, he is still blind in one eye. All in all, I think everyone calm down now. Shisui took a deep breath and looked at Sasuke who was eager to try. I can't calm down. I'm a reserve officer of the guards. Today, my father who wants to rebel must be arrested. Sasuke said righteously. Of course, and Nissan. Can't make it through, right? Sasuke, I just let you. And this matter is not as simple as you think, I can't beat you. Itachi frowned, Susanoo's 10-fist sword gestured at his stupid brother. Why does Sasuke like to pretend so much? There are so many fine traditions in the Uchiha family and Captain Bai Ye, you just learned this? Seriously, Nissan, I was able to push you to the ground when I was 6 years old, but I've been giving you face all the time. You don't really think I can't beat you, do you? Sasuke raised his eyebrows, remembering his Nissan's broken appointments from time to time, and even nodded his forehead. To be frank, a little PD off. Can you be more serious? I'm rebelling, don't you know? Fugaku frowned, only to think that both of his sons had problems with their heads. Lord Patriarch, calm down, you just said that Danzo did it, why don't you just surrender to the guards and wait for the trial? It's no good to be against Uchiha. Shisui persuaded bitterly. Tired, destroy it. Fugaku sneered, taking the chakra longsword and hitting the green Susanoo against Shisui. And this time, clearly opened the battlefield. Sasuke wants to take his father and Nissan to jail. And Uchiha Itachi wanted to use his brother's identity to keep Sasuke away from these troublesome things, but Sasuke disagreed and attacked. Shisui just wanted to stop the fight, but didn't expect Fugaku to attack early. No way. A great war broke out. Susanoo and Susanoo collided, making a loud noise and the shock of chakra blasting. What is certain is that now the whole Konoha is disturbed. But grit your teeth. Shisui obviously didn't want to fight Fugaku. It seems that there is only one trick. Mangekyou's light flickered slightly, and Shisui seemed to hesitate. Can you release distinguished heavenly gods with one eye? Can you completely control your pupil strength and prepare Uchiha Fugaku? It's worth trying. But just when he was about to act, a loud shout suddenly resounded through the sky above Konoha 030. Is it over? Uchiha Itachi, you can't do such a small thing well. Let me see if I'm pretending. Go to the interrogation room for Lao Tzu. Boom. Earth shakes. When a ray of golden light swept across the entire Konoha from the Senjul land, and then hit their Susanoo like a baseball bat, their sturdy armor shattered. Immediately afterwards, the baseball bat radiated golden light very powerfully, and directly lifted the four men who had just been showing off their power in the air, and threw them towards the guard headquarters. What is the strongest defense, what represents destruction, cannot be resisted under that golden light. Obviously. The battle between them affected Lord Bai Ye, who was fighting in the Senju clan. It seemed to disturb his interest. Or maybe one of his women was taken aback and nearly made Bai Ye ascend to heaven. What is certain? Captain Bai Ye was very angry now, and directly wiped out the warm situation on the field with one stick. The members of the Uchiha clan looked at each other, dumbfounded, and fell into contemplation when they looked at the dilapidated patriarch's house. The four pretending Uchihas are gone. But more serious questions seemed to await them. The Uchiha family, are they like this all the time or occasionally? Outskirts of Konoha. Konan retracted the telescope in his hand, pondered for a moment, and asked Black Zetsu next to him. You mean, sickness? Black Zetsu asked with some difficulty. I mean, will Uchiha Madara get sick one day and want to do things the same way? If so, I'm afraid she has to have a good chat with Nagato. What if that guy gets sick and kills them? Do something? Obito was almost killed. Does this count as a disease? He doesn't get sick, and I don't risk my life now, wanting to find out about my mother's popularity and ask her what she thinks about the resurrection plan. This moment, Black Zetsu was silent. Night shrouded. This night is destined to be restless. Chapter 118. Fire Country. Outside Konoha village. Black Zetsu, who had been waiting all night, did not wait for his mother. So at this moment, he can only implement the strategy of the mother before, and let him do whatever he needs to do. In Black Zetsu's mind, he clearly knew what to do. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Gather the chakras of the world, and then bring out the chakra of his mother to bring her back to life. Then Obito is in a coma and may even be killed at any time. How should the plan work? Obito is in a coma, which is actually not good for Black Zetsu. He needs Obito to give Akatsuki some orders. For example, to communicate what the Akatsuki organization should do at this stage, Nagato will basically agree to Obito's orders to complete it. You see, Obito mentioned Uchiha Itachi before, right? Then Konan came to check Uchiha Itachi's strength. The examination has been checked, but it seems that they are not very satisfied with the psychiatric history of that family. It is not known whether Nagato's decision will continue to absorb Uchiha Itachi into the Akatsuki organization. Without a person to give orders, he would definitely not be convinced when he went to Nagato himself. To be precise, because of Obito's random actions, he lacks a Uchiha Madara who can give orders to Akatsuki. Well, since there is no Uchiha Madara, make one Uchiha Madara. Thought here. Black Zetsu, who had been waiting all night without Kagaya's attention, burrowed into the ground. Gotta go and talk to Orochimaru. Even about the core content of Xiao's organization, part of it must be released in advance. Before Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization, it was done at the invitation of Pain and others. And the purpose of telling Orochimaru Akatsuki's organization is also to use Pain's reasons, such as collecting tailed beasts, to achieve the goal of shocking Ninja Village. Clearly Orochimaru was not interested in this goal. Take a look first. If not, he can only do it himself. Guess Uchiha Madara will be very disappointed with this. Shaking his head, Black Zetsu left Konoha. It's too dangerous here. According to Konoha's rumors, Uchiha Bai Ye will start exercising after dawn. Occasionally, he chooses to run outside Konoha village. The only way to stay here is to die. Compared to Obito, Black Zetsu is much more cautious. Even if there is mayfly technique to run away, and the last time I met, I ran away smoothly. But he always felt that it was the result of Uchiha Bai Ye not being serious. Didn't you see that the mother was hung up and beaten by him? Be sure to stay away. What if the mother has her own ideas? Didn't you see that mother's strength has recovered a lot? You can't spoil your mother's plan. Within the village. Guard headquarters. When Bai Ye finished exercising and went home to take a shower, he led Uchiha Chuan into the interrogation room. Tsunade didn't come, he seemed a little embarrassed. No way. At first Tsunade planned to let Bai Ye see his abilities, but he didn't expect that he messed up in the end, which made her a little embarrassed. And the matter of the Uchiha family has been resolved to some extent. It was solved perfectly. But after all, there was a lot of uproar, and it was right to have a meeting to appease his subordinates, as Hokage was so busy. Bai Ye suggested to her, for example, to form a council and be the chairman himself. Just leave ordinary things to your subordinates to handle, why make yourself so tired? Tsunade had absorbed his opinions, but it was just the beginning, and there were still many things to do. Tell me. Sitting on the chair, Brother Kong smartly lit a cigarette for Bai Ye. Bai Ye spoke leisurely and glanced at the 4 criminals below. Danzo did it. Uchiha Itachi followed Bai Ye's instructions in Hokage's office and reported the work directly. Shisui looked at Itachi, and the corner of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he chose to keep his mouth shut. Having died once, he also understood that he was really brainless in the past and caused a lot of things. It is better to talk less and do more things in the future. Dad, I'm catching criminals, why did you catch me? Sasuke pouted and seemed to move awkwardly. No way, now he's handcuffed too. What does the first regulation of the guard reserves say? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and looked at Sasuke and felt a pain in his a. There are so many simple things, the genocide thing is easy to clean up those radicals and the rest. Let Fugaku admit his mistake, and then issue some regulations to change the Uchiha clan, completely consider himself a part of this village, and there will be no major problems in the future. How could he know that Sasuke was so brave yesterday, so he went straight up and pushed Itachi to the ground. Then Shisui, who was caught by his fishing, also joined in. In short, it's very messy, because of a Sasuke, the 4 people on the night of the genocide played Gundam in a mess. I know, Dad. Sasuke said proudly, if you find a violation of discipline, report it to the official members of the guards as soon as possible. Don't do it without authorization. I was wrong. Sasuke, are you calling in the wrong direction? I'm not dead yet. Not far away, Fugaku cursed inwardly with a red face. That's it. They're so out of touch, right? Although he and Uchiha Mikoto are considered divorced, Sasuke changed his words too quickly, right? I know, rich dad. Suzuki said helplessly. But you made a mistake. The teachers at the ninja school have said that if you make a mistake, you must admit your mistake and have the courage to correct it. As a reservist in the guard, do I have to watch the two criminals leave? Have a look. Not even a 7-year-old is sensible. I've made a big decision to catch you and Big Brother, okay? Suzuki seemed to feel a little wronged. And I've said it all, if you arrest you, I will intercede with your godfather. Who told you to resist? Fugaku and Itachi fell silent for a while. It turned out that Suzuki thought so in his heart. Make mistakes and have the courage to correct them. Children understand the truth, but they can't see clearly. But the water here is too deep. Can't Itachi say that this time he volunteered to be a knife to cut off the unstable factors in the clan? The less people know about this, the better. He didn't want Suzuki to be burdened with this at such a young age. I don't want this crap. Bai Ye waved his hand and motioned for Uchiha Kong to do something. Brother Kong understood and took out a verdict. Yesterday, the Uchiha family was attacked. After investigation, the case was planned, perfected, and accomplished by Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku fought hard to resist the attack. He suffered heavy damage and is still in a coma. He disappeared the next day for unknown reasons. As he was dying, Uchiha Fugaku handed over the position of the head of the Uchiha clan to his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. After investigation, Shimura Danzo cooperated with an evil organization in an attempt to destroy the village and provoke the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. They acted badly. Now the evidence is conclusive, it is hereby announced. Shimura Danzo is sentenced to death, and it must be enforced immediately. This verdict? In the part about Danzo, there's obviously nothing wrong with that. Already that was Danzo's original idea. And this time, Bai Ye released him from the prison, in order to let him bear the blame and play his last value. Godfather, I'm not convinced. Suzuki expresses his dissatisfaction loudly. FKU boy. Bai Ye glared, just about to say something about Lao Tzu's verdict, are you still not satisfied? But Suzuki kept talking. Why can my brother, a criminal, be the head of the Uchiha clan? He can't beat me, so I should be the one. Godfather, don't worry, as long as I become the patriarch, I will turn back and send all the good-looking clansmen to your room. Check it out. What a sensible child. Bai Ye's face was full of relief, and one of these little brats finally understood his heart. But it should be said that there are really many beautiful women in the Uchiha family. What do you mean you can beat me? And even if you send it, I will send it to the captain, right? Itachi frowned. He always felt that his younger brother was too capable of pretending recently, especially when he was pretending, he didn't forget to give himself a kick. I need to clean up. And let me emphasize that now that Lord Bai Ye is here, I will say it straight, Danzo did what happened last night, not me. Whispering sound. It's like I don't know anything. Suzuki glanced at his big brother disdainfully. Captain, I want to go home and educate my brother. Finally. No matter how good-tempered he is, and he pampered his younger brother, Itachi couldn't help it. I am a big brother. Can you dance like this, boy? FKU 3, don't forget to bring Danzo back for trial. Bai Ye was too lazy to pay attention to these two idiots, and didn't even say a word to the one-eyed Shisui. He still had to talk to Fugaku though. After everyone left, Bai Ye sent Brother Kong out by the way. Then he looked at the old patriarch and let out a sigh. Can you tell me why you did this? He still doesn't understand why Fugaku is what he is now. Man's dignity? He didn't think Fugaku couldn't see his relationship with Mikoto. He should have known it even a long time ago. Having a big fight with Mikoto probably gave Mikoto a good excuse to go directly to Bai Ye's place to live, and the two of them were still sneaky. This is a man who can endure a green hat. It can be seen that he is a man who is stricter than himself. It is impossible to start indulging the guys in the Uchiha clan for no reason, and it is even more impossible to join in so casually. Equals, V equals comma plus number. Brother, let's be honest with you. Fugaku gave a wry smile and sighed. He knew that he couldn't hide the man in front of him. But now, he can speak his mind. After all, there are only him and Bai Ye here. The day you decide not to be Hokage, the outcome for those people is already doomed. And even if you are Hokage, they will be a destabilizing factor. So that day, I made a decision. Rather than letting those people live and continue to influence other clansmen, it's better to be ruthless. But they can't do anything by themselves, and they can't fool other clansmen. And to cut off Uchiha's dross, someone needs to be responsible. Speaking of which, Fugaku suddenly smiled and looked outside the interrogation room. I'm glad it was Itachi who carried out this mission. If it wasn't for Suzuki and Shisui coming over suddenly, I might take the initiative to hit his knife. Bai Ye smiled casually. That's it. Live and see their future. Maybe this is real father. Chapter 119. Konoha. Former Hokage consultant, home of Midokado Homura. At this moment, the three admirals of Konoha are gathered here. Shimura Danz, the original Root Admiral, is now the Bear Commander. Midokado Homura, former Hokage consultant, Old Lady Killer, known as the White Dragon in Liulang. Yudin Koharu, the former Hokage consultant, the 3-year-old aunt of Konoha-chun, who is over half a century old and blooming, attracts countless admiral to bow down. Now, the three of them are gathering together. Danzo is drinking tea in the main seat, and the old god is present, and the appearance of strategizing is the same as before. Say something. At this moment, he felt that he had succeeded 100%. Did you hear the angry and helpless voice of Uchiha Bai Ye last night? His plan has worked. The next step is to see Uchiha Bai Ye's reaction, and then attack his prestige. The Uchiha family is now completely blocked, and the loss is not small at first glance. It is very pitiful that those clansmen have been slaughtered by Itachi. As expected of Danzo, the first shot is a killer move. Midokado Homura naturally expressed his admiration. Aunt Chun next to her, Yudin Koharu, also joined in, nodding incessantly. Two Hokage consultants who were forced to retire after being squeezed out of all their value and handed over to Tsunade 3 years ago. And that's not all, a surprise inspection by the guards confiscated all their illicit property. These 3 years, Midokado Homura and Yudin Koharu had a miserable life. Lost status and lost money. The small families that were originally attached to them are no longer convenient for them. Face? They are gone. And now, Danzo found them again and gave them a good show. Not surprisingly, the current guards must be in a mess, and the Uchiha clan must be wiped out. All of this is just a little trick of Danzo. How can people not admire it? The next step is to tell 030 Sarutobi the good news and get him back on his feet. Midokado Homura pondered for a moment, resisted the suffocation in his heart, and said his suggestion. Sorry for not being in the first place. To avenge his 2 sons, he framed Sarutobi Hiruzen against Yudin Koharu. But the actual situation was that he had greeted Aunt Chun in advance, Yudin Koharu, and asked her to take the initiative to seduce him, and then leave evidence. But he never expected that Sarutobi had committed a lot of things and was directly put on trial and sent to prison. Although his child died because of Sarutobi's proposal. But it has to be said that without Sarutobi, they realized how dashing they were in the past. And now, there was only one path before him and Yudin Koharu. That is to restore the old team before. Otherwise, this Konoha would have no place for them. Sarutobi, not to mention. Danzo looked sad for a while and shook his head. He went to see Sarutobi before he was released from prison. His old partner, he doesn't even know him now. That expression was definitely not fake. Insane, he has to execute the Sarutobi clan rebels who were captured. This double blow on the mental and physical level has completely ruined Sarutobi. In the end, our plan was successful. After Tsunade was brought down, who would be Hokage? Yuta and Koharu frowned, their Konoha F4 would not be perfect without one. The old man will do it himself. Danzo said solemnly. Is that so? Mitokado Homura and Yuta and Koharu understand. Danzo has already told them all the detailed plans to be done in the future. The extermination of the Uchiha clan is only the beginning. The next step is to target other families. When there is a problem with one family after another, it is the ability of Hokage that is not good. Then he used Uchiha Madara behind him to forcefully restore Konoha's situation. At that time, he would be the only hero. Under a series of operations, you can definitely re-up. Besides, even if the plan fails. Touching his bandaged eyes, Danzo smiled slightly. Uchiha Shisui, you are such a good person. Knowing that the old man lacked equipment, he even took the initiative to send it over. Watch Danzo smile. Mitokado Homura and Yuta and Koharu also laughed. But when the three of them just laughed and wanted to share a drink for their future plans. Boom! Konoha's third generation police motorcycle made an even more shocking humming sound. Not much movement. Coincidentally, Hyuga Hayashi was leading her daughter Hyuga Hinata out for a walk. Like other villagers, the two of them acted as spectators and watched. In sight, a figure smashed the door of Mitokado Homura's house. The three were furious and looked over quickly. Then he found a young man who was not very tall, but with an invisible force. This way, Danzo is hiding at Mitokado Homura's house. He took out the walkie-talkie and forced King Sasuke to report the situation in a dashing manner. Say something. Bai Ye's warning was extremely effective. As a reservist of the guards, this time the king chose to report the situation to Uchiha Itachi, and did not act without authorization at the first time. 1 minute. On the walkie-talkie side, Itachi finished speaking neatly, turned the gas pedal, and headed straight for Mitokado Homura's house. The current Konoha is not the Konoha of 3 years ago. The streets have been expanded and spacious. Because Orochimaru's technology has been fully promoted, many villagers have also rode their beloved sheep. But things like traffic rules are still up to the guards. The little sheep of the civilians can't beat the third generation police motorcycle 100%, and the wide passage in the middle can only be used by the guards. So now the speed of support of the guards is obviously not the same. Uchiha Sasuke. Not to mention Itachi rushing fast. Here, Mitokado Homura was immediately furious, stood up and rolled up his sleeves and said to the rushing king. But the king was too lazy to pay attention to him at all. He threw 3 pairs of handcuffs directly to the ground, then looked straight at Danzo, and slowly opened his mouth, imitating the arrogant appearance of Brother Kong when he arrested people. Danzo, you are under arrest. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Mitokado Homura and Yuta and Koharu were shocked. Danzo was stunned. The old man was arrested again. The old man just came out, you told me that I was arrested again. Sasuke didn't respond. Instead, he looked into the distance. Really? In less than a minute, Itachi had already rushed over on a police motorcycle with Shisui. Danzo, something happened to you. Itachi looked indifferent, and also dropped a pair of handcuffs. And this pair of handcuffs is obviously a notch higher than Sasuke's. Joke. The vice-captain of the third team is also very good now, isn't it? Well, the death penalty. The bald-headed mustache Shisui also jumped out of the car, and the one-eyed 3 Tomo was spinning slightly. Really came to arrest the old man. Danzo looked ashen, and seemed to understand something at this moment. Uchiha Shisui is not dead. It was Uchiha Itachi himself who came to arrest him. It seems that the plan failed. Danzo took a deep breath and calmed down at this moment. After 3 years in prison, Danzo naturally thinks he has grown. Since it failed, then change the solution. He has his own trump card. That's Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Relying on this, he can also escape smoothly under the situation in front of him. He glanced at the three people who had blocked his way. Danzo narrowed his eyes and analyzed it. Uchiha Shisui's fighting power is good, but I don't know if I can control the pursuit of Shisui with Shisui's eyes, so here's a question mark. Uchiha Sasuke? He's just a little talented kid, and it's probably not much use to control him except to threaten Itachi. Well, it's better to directly control Uchiha Itachi himself. Just do it. Danzo lifted the bandage covering his eyes and aimed at Uchiha Itachi. Distinguished heavenly gods. Pupil power spreads. Sharingan, the use of outsiders will consume a lot of chakra. But now Danzo clearly doesn't care. Obey with me. A simple command, through Shisui's Mangeky's rapidly spinning distinguished heavenly gods, directly changed Itachi's will. This is not surprising. Itachi in the original book can even override impure world reincarnations commands using distinguished heavenly gods. This naturally proves that with Mangeky, even Itachi in full blue state will be controlled by distinguished heavenly gods. Inexplicable. Itachi stood in front of Danzo in an instant and confronted Shisui and Sasuke. I've already said it, Nissan really can't do it. If you let him be the head of the Uchiha clan, it is estimated that we Uchiha will be finished. Sasuke didn't panic at all, shaking his head and starting to taste the effect of distinguished heavenly gods. Shisui next to him was embarrassed. It's over, barbecue. It looks like he'll have to release Itachi's control and use the distinguished heavenly gods override command again. Hard to imagine. His two pairs of eyes, in the end, are fates that confront each other. At the end of the day, it is the trouble that I have brought, and I have to stand up and solve it. But maybe I can get some credit this time? Shisui took a step forward silently, but when he just wanted to move, a voice suddenly came from behind. The Weasel Deputy is under control. It's him. I happened to pass by Hyaga Hayashi watching a play. He had opened his eyes and stared at Itachi curiously. God Grandpa! Go Mom! Seeing the people coming, Shisui was still wondering why he could see the effect of distinguished heavenly gods, while Sasuke respectfully bowed to Hinata and Hyaga Hayashi. You boy! The corners of Hyaga Hayashi's mouth twitched, and Konoha knew that Uchiha Bai Ye was Sasuke's godfather, so he called his daughter a godmother. It's self-evident what he wants to do. Oh shit! He thought Uchiha Bai Ye was a good person, but he didn't expect such an animal. How old is his daughter? Damn it, he must have ordered Sasuke to do this. Hyaga Hayashi sighed painfully, and then lost the idea of continuing to communicate with the two, and directly released his pupil power to Itachi. Understood. You guys are busy, I'll go first. Waving his hand, Hyaga Hayashi, who was passing by, left the scene sadly when Hinata asked her if she was the godmother, if the godfather was Lord Bai Ye. He did pass by. And when Qing Neng saw through the Five Shadows talk, the leader of the Iron Kingdom was under control. As a genuine user of the Zong family, how could he not see it? No one can prove that Danzo used distinguished heavenly gods in the original Five Shadows talk, but no one can prove that he is useless. But now it is 100% distinguished heavenly gods, but because of the weakness of the user Danzo. Hyaga Hayashi, who was passing by, solved the illusion easily. Sasuke was taken aback. So, no wonder your godfather dislikes you, Shisui-san. This is the strongest illusion. Distinguished heavenly gods. Chapter 120. Fire Country. Konoha. With Danzo arrested again, the guard will also announce the final verdict. Only then did the villagers know what was going on. The interior of the Uchiha clan was quiet, and Itachi hurried back to stabilize the situation of Uchiha after catching the people. Now that he is the head of the Uchiha clan, there are many things that need to be done. But he obviously didn't want to resign from the guard, so he got very busy. I didn't expect the final result to be like this. Hokage office. Tsunade seemed to say with some emotion. Beside him, Bai Ye was not surprised at all with the rabbit in his arms. The so-called night of extermination, in his opinion, is a small episode of a peaceful life. There will be more or less such episodes in the future. Next, the ninja world will enter a period of rapid development. Bai Ye opened his mouth slowly. The new generation of Konoha is already growing. When the 12 Xiaoqiang stood up, the village would return to its heyday little by little. But Tsunade seems to think that she, the 5th generation, can't do it at that time. No one wants to sit in an office all day, especially a playful type like Tsunade. But for Senju, in order not to stabilize the village left by the eldest grandfather and the second grandfather, she still had to persevere for a while. When the council is established, her Hokage will be able to relax a lot. In 2 days, the guard team will be built, and the village will be handed over to you. Bai Ye said with a smile. In the past few years, he has basically played the ninja world with his women. But this year, he found a good place again. There is still a long time before the New Year's Eve, and he plans to investigate the terrain in a few days. It was a trip like no other. Bai Ye stretched out his hand, stroked his eyes, raised his head and stared at the broken moon in the sky. The ninja world is amazing. And the Tsutsuki clan are equally magical. When the extremely pure white eyes, combined with the blood that surpassed the Tsutsuki clan, a kind of metamorphosis occurs in the white eye. The process of metamorphosis is called fetal movement. After the transformation is completed, the brand new Tensagen will replace the white eye and be promoted to an existence of the same level as Rinnegan. Yes. After Bai Ye conscientiously performed the duties of the captain, the purity of his white-eyed eyes, let alone Hyuga Hanabi, can't even be compared to anyone from the Tsutsuki clan. In such a case, turning on Tensagen was a natural progression. But his eyes seem to be different from those of Tsutsuki Shiren in the original book, which takes longer and means stronger than Shiren's Tensagen. When the fetal movement was completed, Bai Ye planned to go to the moon and absorbed his golden wheel Tensagen as well. Those are the energies released by all the eyes of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon gathered together, don't be in vain. Bai Ye understands. Those energies will feed his eyes and make him stronger. But Bai Ye was not in a hurry. The moon is there, and you can't run away. And in the moon, Kagayaji's real body is still sleeping very peacefully. He plans to travel for the next New Year's festival, so he will take Yuhahikane and the others to experience the vastness of the universe up close. The man became stronger again. In the arms, Kagai raised his head and stared into Bai Ye's eyes. She could clearly feel that there was a palpitating power brewing there. When the brewing is over, and he is opening his eyes, the world will be completely different. What is the ninja world like in Tensagen? At this moment, Bai Ye is still unclear. But Kagaya was already starting to tremble. That pupil power. I'm afraid it's more terrifying than the Tsutsuki clan's patriarch who he's seen once. Uchiha Bai Ye, how can this mere junior make such a step? As Kagaya's strength increased faster and stronger, the more she could feel the gap with Bai Ye. It seems that they no longer exist in the same dimension, but he is there, going to get off work and going to work every day, and visiting custom shops with friends. So, why is he so powerful? Kagaya was lost in thought. Thinking of what the man said yesterday, I cursed in my heart. When Bai Ye was chatting with people yesterday, he mentioned Tsutsuki Kagaya again. At that time, the animal was like him, calling himself Xiu Chongji directly, and said that he wanted Tsutsuki Kagaya to kneel on the ground and press his feet. Son of Abch. How could the concubine give in? Wait for the concubine. As long as the concubine is squatting beside you, sooner or later, she will become stronger than you. It's time for you to put your feet on your concubine. Naive Kaguya. In terms of her wisdom, if she wants to understand why she becomes stronger when she stays by Bai Ye's side, and why she feels Bai Ye more terrifying when she is stronger, it will probably take another 10 years. Konoha, everything is the same as before. The guard is handing over the job, ready to patrol the entire Fire Nation in 3 days. This is a special operation by the guard. It is also a kind of team-building activity. Unlike the one 3 years ago, this time it will only be cruising in the land of fire, so the villagers are not worried. And just 2 days before the departure of the guards. Country of Field. In a base in Orochimaru. Today's Mr. Leng Kun met a special guest. He calls himself Uchiha Madara. The massive plan of the Eye of the Moon is being communicated to him. Mr. Snake listened to the nonsense of the masked man with great interest, showing a smile that was not a smile. Uchiha Madara? Still wearing a mask? What are you kidding? So, it's a great idea to build new world. This is the purpose of Akatsuki's organization. Now, I, Uchiha Madara, in the name of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, formally invite you to join us. Obito. Oh no, it's the Obito that Black Zetsu split from the White Zetsu he fused with his own body, the Obito, disguised as Madara's voice. At this time, he was conducting a trial. Black Zetsu was never the type to put himself in danger. Even in contact with Orochimaru, he still uses the identity of Obito. No way. Now Obito is still in a coma. He has to find a way to stabilize the situation. The most effective thing is to test Orochimaru's tone and plan together. But he clearly didn't trust Orochimaru. It's still the way to fool Obito, saying that the Eye of the Moon can create a world that has everything you want. Obito was fooled by this idea, believing that the Eye of the Moon could create a world with Lin. So he wanted to try the same way to see if Orochimaru could be fooled. And because of Uchiha Madara disguised as a fake Obito, it attracts Orochimaru's attention from the front, which makes it easier for him to explore Orochimaru's base and find what he wants. But collect tailed beasts, create Eyes of the Moon, and create the world you want. What a noble idea, what a tempting invitation. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but there was some kind of sarcasm in the corner of his eyes. So, Mr. Madara, do you know what I heard in your Daxia? I'll give you a hint, there are only 2 words. Fake Obito was silent for a while, and with White Zetsu's IQ, he obviously couldn't understand what it meant. MLM. With the Kusanagi sword drawn in disdain, Orochimaru aimed at Madara's neck where White Zetsu was disguised. Don't say anything else. Although I don't know how much power that Rinnegan kid can exert, he is by no means an opponent of Uchiha Bai Ye. If you want to collect tailed beasts, the second tail next to him will also be the target, so you will definitely meet him. In that case, why should I provoke a strong enemy for myself? Justified. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be at all interested in the so-called Eye of the Moon. Without him, he is cold kun Orochimaru, even if it is a conspiracy, the more he leads the way. If it was the war he led, the project Tsuki no Mi he led, he would only care. Other things have nothing to do with him. A standard careerist, Orochimaru has long known what he should do in the future. He will go to test the true strength of Uchiha Bai Ye. But not now. That technique has not been completely perfected, the strength of those 2 pieces is really limited, and he does not want to take risks. 0. Before breaking up, Orochimaru has been doing business with Bai Ye with all his heart. Thanks to the financial support of Bai Ye, his various techniques are far superior to the original. Naturally, he was thinking about how to perfect the technique, so that the strength of the person summoned by the technique could be restored to its peak. This is his latest problem. It seems that Uchiha Bai Ye can do it. Orochimaru is not convinced, he also wants to try. All in all, before the technique was perfected, he still chose to stick to it and show kindness to Konoha. So rejecting White Zetsu's proposal is very logical. Swish! No chance was given to White Zetsu. The sword light flashed, and there was a body of White Zetsu on the ground. Just you or Uchiha Madara? If you are Madara, I'm his father. Lenkun put away White Zetsu's corpse in a tragic manner. This kind of person of unknown material is worth studying. He always felt that the aura on this White Zetsu was somewhat familiar. Seems like Senju Hashirama's cells. Although it is rare, it is not impossible to cultivate. At this moment, Lenkun's face was full of ambition. Being squeezed by Bai Ye for 3 years did not make him give in completely. What can't knock him down will only make him stronger. What? And when Orochimaru returned to the laboratory and was rummaging through the documents, he suddenly frowned. What's the matter? Where's the original Poor Impure World Reincarnation Scroll? Where did it go? After flipping through the file again, Orochimaru finally scratched his head suspiciously. Shouldn't be. Shaking his head, Mr. Lenkun sighed. Forget it, in that version of Impure World Reincarnation, 10% of the strength of the deceased could be brought into full play. The formula is not too complicated, so let's rewrite it. Overturn the rebuild and add new elements into it. For example, Senju Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru, still doing his research. At this moment, Black Zetsu is moving fast underground. In his hands. It's the base Impure World Reincarnation Scroll that couldn't have been worse. With excitement in his eyes, he went straight to where Madara had been before she died. Lord Madara! You are about to see the sun again. First of all, let me dig your grave first. Chapter 121. The Country of the River. It's not too far from where Obito cultivated. Under the throne where Madara was connected to Gedo statue and survived. Hey! I'm sorry, Madara-sama. Be patient, Madara-sama. Hey! I'm going to work harder, Madara-sama. Boom! In that dark, damp cave, Black Zetsu took off Akatsuki's fire cloud suit and put on a white coat for himself. Now he is sweating profusely against the tomb in front of him. While planing, he was still muttering words. But it doesn't seem like a good word to listen carefully. Ninjutsu stuff. With the formula, know the principle, and know the way to lead the chakra knot. With these, it is not difficult to get a successful release. Black Zetsu has lived for thousands of years, and he still has some strength himself. So Orochimaru came up with a very detailed first-generation version of Impure World Reincarnation, which he had figured out overnight, after several experiments. He already has a grasp on it. Now, the work that needs to be done is to dig up Madara's grave and obtain part of Madara's remains. As for the sacrifice of Impure World Reincarnation, he intends to use the White Zetsu split from his other side to take it. Black Zetsu is smart. He knew that the number 1 White Zetsu he possessed was special. There is also a small amount of first Hokage Senju Hashirama Fine 033 cells in it, which seems to be quite good as an offering. It's a pity that, for the time being, he doesn't have the master's method of cultivating White Zetsu on a large scale. Gedo statue is also not under his control. Some things you want to do but can't do. But now, after Black Zetsu held up Madara's head with a weird smile on his face, he was finally relieved. Check the offerings and add a few remains of the deceased. Seal. Satsuki, little scientist, Takako, Black Zetsu, started his move. Yin, Si, Su, Chen. Hands together. Impure World Reincarnation. A hoarse voice came. Black Zetsu stared at the sacrifice that began to change. Painful howls came. Even if White Zetsu was only a product of infinite Tsukuyomi thousands of years ago, and had no consciousness at the moment, or was a product of confusion, the sacrifice still looked extremely hideous. The screaming and wailing continued for a long time. And when the sacrifice disappeared completely, a tall man stood in front of Black Zetsu in its place. With a killing mat shape, it seems that the hair that has not been rested for more than 10 years is scattered on his shoulders. Slightly different from the old age before his death, Madara is a little younger at this moment. Although the sacrifice is not specially made like Yakushi Kabuto, Black Zetsu has also added some yin and yang products. Therefore, the man in front of him now has black hair. The thick armor shows the force, and it is different from the panic after the resurrection of other dead people. The man in front of him was standing with his arms folded in his hands, giving people a feeling of contempt for the world. Uchiha Madara, resurrect now. But as the caster, Black Zetsu suddenly frowned, feeling that something was not right. This is so. It seems a little weak. Which direction of surgery is the problem? No, he was completely following the ritual on the Orochimaru scroll. And the people who have been resurrected before, feel the same way. It's not really to blame for Black Zetsu. Time is tight and the task is heavy. He just tested it twice. And the strength of the people who were resurrected twice was really too bad, so bad that they retained 1 or 2% of their strength after the resurrection, but they couldn't see it. But now, Madara was standing right in front of Black Zetsu. If you have to describe the current Black Zetsu's heart, that is the current Uchiha Madara standing here, giving people a very difficult to mess with. He is very powerful, but in fact that aura is very fragile. Niobe has become pretentious. It's the kind that breaks when touched. Joke. Black Zetsu has seen the power of Uchiha Madara at its peak. It was also because of this that he felt that something was wrong. Madara at the moment. Too weak. The sense of oppression that gives people stays at the cage level at most. This is also the result of adding a lot of special materials to the sacrifice. If you use ordinary people as sacrifices, I'm afraid Madara can play Janin's strength enough. Why is this happening? Black Zetsu was confused. Finally, contact generated. Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation suddenly opened her eyes. In just a moment, a domineering aura rushed around. Has it finally come to this point? That kid Nagato. Emotions seemed to be still brewing. But before Madara's words were finished, he saw a familiar scene. This is where he was before he died. And glancing at the grave next to her, Madara fell into deep thought. If nothing else. So, someone digged up my Uchiha Madara's body and used Impure World Reincarnation. Feel the body. The feeling of weakness made Madara turn back in anger and look at Black Zetsu, who was still stunned. The Impure World Reincarnation connection has been established successfully. He naturally knew that the person who resurrected himself in this way was Black Zetsu. Sir Madara. Black Zetsu was stunned, and quickly recovered Shikai. Lord Madara, you believe me, the situation is a bit complicated now. Complex? So just resurrect me this way? Madara still folded her arms and looked at Black Zetsu with a very bad look. What kind of shit is this resurrection? He just tried it. I don't know what level Impure World Reincarnation is, but he can't even play the Eternal Eye, and can use the normal Manjiki level at most. Not to mention the complete Susanoo, it is difficult to estimate it in the ordinary third form. As for wood style, without a strong strength to use that move, there is no lethality at all, and you can only go to plant trees. All in all, too weak. Weak is outrageous. This is by no means the body that my Uchiha Madara admits. Where's Obito? After a moment of silence, Madara frowned and suddenly asked. Since it has been resurrected. Although resurrected in this form. But Uchiha Madara is confident that as long as there is no Hashirama kind of existence, he still ignores others. Cage level. Should be enough. Madara is confident, and there is only Hashirama in his eyes and chest. Even if he is resurrected in this form, he is still confident that no one can stop him. Seriously injured, unconscious. Black Zetsu pointed in a direction and took Madara to the cave next door. There, Obito was still lying in bandages. What was he talking about? Madara frowned and took 2 steps to find Obito's lips trembling slightly. After getting close, he seemed to understand something. Riding Lin? Riding what Lin? Who is riding Lin? Madara looked at Black Zetsu suspiciously. He seemed to want to hear Black Zetsu's explanation. Have you forgotten? It's that Lin, who was suddenly ridden that day. Black Zetsu said with emotion. Obito can't be counted on any time soon. Now he seems to be a little out of his mind. It's frustrating to make this happen, but there's nothing you can do about it. After all, Obito went dark because of the girl's death. He, who already had a mental illness, suddenly saw Lin being ridden dozens or hundreds of times. It was heartbreaking to think about it. This is still Rin riding in front of him. Where is Nagato? How is Rinnegan's master? Is Ryan Tensei already available? Obito couldn't count on it, Madara asked again. Although he is still confident in this body, he still does not have the feeling of blood boiling after all. It is also completely incapable of experiencing the joy of fighting. Land of Rain, I'll take you to check his homework. Finally got to the point. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief, but he hesitated, pulling a mask from his pocket and handing it to Madara. Lord Madara, take it with you, lest Nagato not recognize you. Make me Uchiha Madara wear a mask? Madara's expression changed. Who is he? Uchiha Madara, who doesn't even care about Hashirama. Since he is resurrected, why hide his appearance? But think about it. In the end, he chose to take it with him. Madara has decided to take off the mask after seeing Nagato in a while. This will better identify his Uchiha Madara's identity, better understand Nagato's heart, and check if he has Master Ryan Tensei. Black Zetsu is no nonsense, rapped Madara and started to use the Mayfly technique. The biggest purpose of resurrecting Madara was naturally to consolidate his control over the Akatsuki organization during this time. After all, Obito didn't know when he would get up, and Akatsuki absolutely couldn't stray. Rain Shinobi Village. Konan was still staring at the direction of the Land of Fire in the distance. In the past 3 years, I have met Bai Ye only a handful of times. But the figure in his mind couldn't be erased. She didn't know she was like that. Inexplicably longing to live by that man's side, this is not a good thing. The big pig's trotters. Konan snorted coldly. Suddenly turned around and looked over. There. A man wearing a mask walked over with disheveled hair. When did Madara change her hairstyle again? Konan frowned. Wasn't Madara's long hair cut short before? And something is wrong. Every time Madara appeared before, she would use Hollow's ability to act like a ghost, and even appear directly next to you to scare you. Why did it come step by step this time? Not right. My name. Uchiha Madara. Where's that kid Nagato? A surge of arrogance came over him. Completely different from Obito's sinister tone, Madara's tone was full of pride and disdain. Even to check Nagato homework. He is still very proud. Hashirama is dead, Madara stands. He is already invincible. Unfortunately. What responded to him was the detonating talisman that Konan threw at random. Boom. When the body is blasted open. The scattered impure world reincarnation confetti was flying all over the sky, and Konan completely realized that something was wrong, followed by a sneer. You? Uchiha Madara. Don't be ridiculous, not anyone can pretend to be Uchiha Madara with a mask. It's so simple that Hollow can't do it without ignoring the damage, and you still say you are Uchiha Madara. Boom. A pair of origami wings appeared behind Konan. At this moment, Angel, Zai White Tiger IQ is online. Say, what's your purpose of pretending to be Uchiha Madara? Where is the real Uchiha Madara? Don't give each other any chance. Her bombing has just begun. And in the demolition center. Black Zetsu rushed to Madara's side with the blasting talisman against the wind and rain, crying and howling. Lord Madara! I told you I'd take you to Konan, why do you have to go on your own? Konan can seal. Hurry up and run. You'll have to die again later. Chapter 122. Fire Country. Inside a stronghold once abandoned by Madara. The relieved Black Zetsu looked to the side. There, Madara's face was obviously not very good. He is Uchiha Madara. When it comes to combat, there is never an option to run away. Besides, it is now the body of impure world reincarnation, he burst out with all his strength, and defeating Konan should not be a problem. But both remained silent. Black Zetsu knew exactly why he was holding Madara. That's Konan. Not to mention what Nagato, who is like his family, will make after learning that Konan has been beaten. Just saying that Konan is the target of Uchiha Bai Ye's eyes, is one of his many ambiguous objects. That was definitely not someone Madara could move. Lord Madara, the matter of testing Nagato needs to be postponed. As Madara's right-hand man, Black Zetsu's mind is still very clear. Compared to those, I think it's better for Madara-sama to understand the current situation of the ninja world. The resurrection of you this time is definitely not just because Obito is seriously injured. The ninja world is completely different from before. Black Zetsu said seriously. Changes in the ninja world? Madara's indifferent eyes did not fluctuate at all. After Hashirama died, the peace agreement was naturally broken. A war is inevitable. He saw through this and started arranging infinite Tsukuyomi. No matter how the ninja world changes, what can it do? Madara stood up and sneered disdainfully while holding her chest. The Dance King never fears these. Could it be that the 5 major ninja villages are now unified? He didn't believe that someone could do such a thing after him. To his surprise, Black Zetsu nodded solemnly. Although it is not completely unified, the situation is almost the same. If the man wants to, he should be able to do any step at any time. Interesting. Madara's curiosity was suddenly aroused, and she motioned for Black Zetsu to continue. You should know about Konoha's guards. Madara nodded calmly. The organization set up by second Hokage in order to divide Uchiha and make Uchiha lose the people's hearts. It's a very simple conspiracy, but no one in the family can see it. If this development trend is followed, the environment of the Uchiha family in Konoha will get worse and worse, and the guards will become more and more hated, isn't it? Madara raised her eyebrows to look at Black Zetsu. His analysis was absolutely right. Although he left the village, he was very aware of the establishment of the guard and Anbu. It's a long way off, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu smiled wryly. There's a strange, terrifying, strong, and terrifying person in the guard. He's your descendant, and his way of doing things is completely different from other Uchihas. He set up regulations, charged protection fees, and put anyone who violated the regulations to jail. You know, Hokage, right? Hokage made a mistake and shared the crime with the common people. The Konoha third Hokage had his limbs broken by him, and he played with his head against the wall in the prison like a madman every day. The guards are completely different. That man is very strong. If you say that, I won't be sleepy. Madara's eyes flashed with excitement. Powerful? No matter how strong, can he be stronger than Hashirama? In addition to his own strength, he also does a good job in training his subordinates. Even, Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure have now become his appendages. As long as he gives an order, the 3 shinobi villages are his sphere of influence. He will be a difficult problem for us to solve in the future, because Fudoujinkriki is his woman. Black Zetsu said with emotion. To be able to do this, Uchiha Bai Ye's strength can be imagined. Unify the 3 ninja villages. Madara frowned. This was beyond his expectations. Once in Konoha, he mentioned this to Hashirama, that he wanted to integrate the ninja world to the point of true peace. But Hashirama confirmed that protecting a village is enough, and there is no need to start a war. The short-sighted behavior made him shake his head. But now, there is another interesting guy in Konoha who made the same choice as him? What method did he use? Violent unification? Conquest? Madara asked with interest. No, it was solved easily, the two ninja villages surrendered very casually. Black Zetsu shook his head. Cloud Shinobi village was beaten and threatened because Raikage violated Konoha's regulations. Kirigakure is purely voluntary, after all, Mizukage is a woman, and she was rushing to put that guy to sleep. Is it so weird? What happened to this ninja world? Madara was silent for a while. After a long time, he looked outside. Here, it should be not far from Konoha. Can't hit Konan, killing her will make Nagato run wild. But since Airway and Nine Tails are both in Konoha, this trip is necessary. Sir Madara is going to Konoha. But as soon as he heard his words, Black Zetsu exploded on the spot, and hurriedly stopped him earnestly. Wipe, big brother. You are so fierce. Is Konoha a place you can go? I tried so hard to resurrect you to discuss how to regain control of the Xiao organization and give orders to the Xiao organization. Whether it's to use Obito's eyes first, or to show down directly to Nagato to identify himself, it's much better than going to Konoha. What is your decision? Lord Madara, listen to me. Black Zetsu grabbed Madara seriously. Don't go to Konoha. Lord Madara, you believe me, times have changed, and the ninja world is developing. Konoha is as strong as your peak, and there are several more. This is what it says. Have you seen my heyday? Madara gave Black Zetsu a cold look, then stepped forward. No. Madara-sama, you can't die. Black Zetsu was startled. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, he quickly squeezed a seal, trying to use impure world reincarnation to control Madara and make him calm down. Just a pity. Madara started to seal without turning her head, and slammed on the ground with a bang. Impure world reincarnation. Solution. No one can control him. Uchiha Madara. No one can do it. Forbidden technique is not something children can play. Leaving Black Zetsu a word, Madara strode away from the abandoned stronghold. And Black Zetsu looked at his back. There was always a feeling of parting, that kind of wind and Xiao Xi Yishuian, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Messed up. Totally FG messed up. Tired, destroy it. With a headache, Black Zetsu could only watch Madara go away. In fact, entering the country of fire like now, he has a feeling of trembling. Not to mention going to Konoha with Madara. Madara is proud. He believes that with his current strength, although he can't push horizontally, it is more than enough to clean up a junior. Jinkriki or something is even more handy. He is more confident. After finding a chance to let Black Zetsu possess Nagato and release Rain Tensei to completely resurrect himself, he is the most well-deserved strongest in this world. With Rinnegan eyes, even Hashirama is not afraid. Certainly. Every time he said that, he would always be hanged and beaten. This time, apparently no exception. Wander through the land of fire. Madara feels the latest changes in the land of fire. Seems to have something in mind. He looked at one direction with a flash of nostalgia in his eyes, and then walked over. I still remember the battle with Hashirama. Destroy countless terrains. The shattering scene made Hashirama the god of ninjas. Then people, to commemorate the battle, built statues of him and Hashirama. That's the Valley of the End. Stop and look. Madara looked at the top of her statue's head. But the next moment, he frowned. The scene in the distance can be said to be quite unexpected to him. Strange cloak of justice, now used as a picnic blanket. More than a dozen men are eating and drinking around the cloth laughing. Brother Kong, I toast you. Uchiha Itachi, the vice-captain of the 3rd Division, suddenly spoke up, raised his glass and looked at Uchiha Satoshi. The affairs of the family have been resolved. And today is the day the guards patrol the country of fire. Intimidating the daimyo who have been beaten is one aspect, and it is also their task to clean up the enemy's strongholds in the land of fire. But it's a patrol. It's actually a team-building event. It is not always a problem for everyone to hold back in the village. So all 5 of their squads were dispatched. Their 3rd unit is responsible for patrolling around the Valley of the End. But it's different from before. Although it is a unit, the unit has already been expanded. There are also 3033 groups inside. Uchiha Satoshi brought a set of his own, and Uchiha Itachi also brought a set. The other group is held by the new powerhouse Hokage Kisame. 3 years. Kisame seemed to have found the meaning of his existence. At this moment, the stiff shark face also had a touch of relaxation, eating his bento. I heard that this bento was given by a certain widow in the guard. Without your promotion, Brother Kong, there would be no Itachi today. Itachi said this seriously. After the family's affairs were settled, the stone in his heart was finally put down. Now, apart from being constantly harassed by Sasuke every day, he has nothing to worry about. His younger brother was too inflated and was quite dissatisfied with his patriarch. Every 3 days, they will fight with him. As an older brother, he couldn't kill him. Anyway, it's embarrassing. This is what you deserve. Brother Kong boldly drank the wine in the wine glass. But after drinking, he frowned and looked at Itachi. PG. Itachi shook his head. He had just finished urinating over the Senju Hashirama statue. Let's go together, squad leader. Kisame over there stood up. He had been holding it for a while. Finally, the 2 good brothers walked over to the head of the Uchiha Madara statue carelessly and undid the belt. Who urinated farther than BB? Brother Kong suddenly opened his mouth to challenge. Kisame understood. Then take a deep breath and aim in the air. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Are you not fouling? On water style Konoha, who is your opponent besides the captain? Brother Kong rolled his eyes and pressed hard on Madara's head regretfully. And in the air. When Kisame poured out, waiting for the gravitational reaction to come, water dragon bomb landed on Uchiha Madara's mouth. If seen from a distance. At this moment, Kisame was pushing hard against the sky, but the wind and the gravitational force sent it directly into Madara's mouth. Coincidentally, at this moment, a man named Uchiha Madara. He was in the distance, staring at this side motionlessly. Chapter 123. Ninja World. The Valley of the End of Places of Interest. 2 years ago, when Bai Ye came back from Kirigakure, he stole the sword Samehada. With the sword Samehada, Kisame's strength skyrocketed. Now, he has initially possessed the strength of a tailless beast. Conscientious and diligent in the guard, his behavior has also been respected by everyone. No one cares that Kisame was previously owned by Kirigakure. Since he joined the guard, he is his own. Now, the tailless beast, Hokage Kisame, put his already suffocating kidneys into a relaxed state, and combined with the massive chakra, he created an artificial waterfall directly above the Valley of the End. The sun is just right at noon. Under the refraction of the water dragon bomb, a brilliant rainbow emerged from the eyes of the Uchiha Madara statue. The picture is beautiful. But it has a very unpleasant smell. Look at that beauty. Uchiha Madara fell silent. The world is down. People are not ancient. He clenched his fists, 3 tomo twirled in his eyes. Are today's young people so arrogant? You don't even know how to respect your seniors? Looking at their interior clothes and their pretentious form, it is easy to determine the identities of these people. The junior of the Uchiha clan. They did such a thing. It seems that before going to Konoha, it is necessary to educate these juniors. Madara's face was uncertain. No one is serious with children. Unless the actions of the children make adults unhappy. Look at the actions of those two over there. One vented his anger at the top of his head, and the other poured directly into his mouth. What are they going to do? What to do? Do you still see me, the ancestor of the Uchiha family? Habitually put your hand to your mouth. He wanted these younger generations to know what the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan was. But he can't wait for his next move. Several figures suddenly rushed over from behind. They did not act without authorization, but blocked the direction Uchiha Madara wanted to evacuate, and then took out the walkie-talkie to report to Uchiha Satoshi. Sub-Commander. Suspicious target found. Sneaky, don't know what you're looking at. After a few breaths, Satoshi, who put on his pants, came over with Uchiha Itachi. He looked up and down Madara curiously for a while, then touched his chin. Who are you? What are you sneaking around here? Do you have a household registration? Do you have an ID? A series of questions made Madara slightly startled. Now the country of fire requires wearing these things? My name? Uchiha Madara. As soon as he recognized this kid as one of those who urinated on top of his statue, Madara's eyes flashed with murderous intent, ready to act at any time. Kin. Where are you farting? I saw Brother Kong spit on the ground with disdain, and looked at Madara with a foolish look. I've seen all of the Uchiha family, including the dead radicals, why didn't I know there was someone like you? Done. The captain is ill. Itachi silently took 2 steps to the side, and then looked at the man who killed Matt with vigilance and fear in his eyes. Without him, apart from paying attention to Bai Ye's various orders, Brother Kong didn't pay much attention to other things. Even he had long forgotten what the old ancestor looked like and what it was called. He only remembered that the only strong man in this world was called Uchiha Bai Ye. Nothing else matters. But, Captain, can't you look at the statue over there and compare it to this guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara? Didn't you notice they were similar? The current junior is really arrogant. Madara's expression became colder. He was ready to kill in an instant. With a sharp cold light, Kunao stabbed Uchiha Satoshi in the neck. But Brother Kong didn't panic at all. Manjiki turned rapidly, and a request for help from Bai Ye, who was traveling in the country of fire, was sent to him. God! Help me out! Brother Kong looked pious, until he felt the familiar power, let out an angry shout, and punched the arm that stabbed at his neck. Boom! A mighty attack. There was no pain, but Madara looked at her hammered arm in surprise. There is no flesh and blood under impure world reincarnation. Body damage can also be resurrected. But that inertia still made his body slam into Uchiha Satoshi. At the same time, the battle-rich Madara launched his illusion at Brother Satoshi's pupils. Pupil power spreads. Madara visibly saw Uchiha Satoshi's movements stagnate for a moment. Here's your chance. I take your eyes. Madara sneered. The strong men killed from the Sengoku period are not comparable to these ninjas today. Losing one arm, he can use the gap to use illusion, and at the same time his other arm has already caught Brother Kong's eyes. What about Manjiki? Really not bad. But the next second, Madara suddenly frowned. He saw Uchiha Kong in front of him suddenly turning his head and looking at his little brother. This kid just stared at me? Did he stare at me? Itachi nodded quickly. Good boy, you black man dare to stare at me. Assaulted the guard, unidentified, calling himself Uchiha Madara. Is it really a sick clan? Brother Kong was furious and kicked Madara's chest. Boom! Confetti flying. Half of Madara's body was directly shattered by this feeling. But Brother Kong's anger obviously didn't go down so easily. As cautious as he is, once he starts, he must ensure that the enemy must be out of combat. Bai Ye also sometimes says, This little brother Uchiha Kong is good at everything, but he is too cautious despite his super strength. For example now. He saw that something was wrong with Madara's body, but he didn't stop his attacks. The fist slammed into Uchiha Madara desperately, until Madara's body was completely destroyed into confetti, but it still did not stop. Grumpy Chakra formed his armor. When the third form Susanoo rose from the ground, a terrifying impact swept all around. Reach the third form. Brother Kong's Susanoo also unlocks exclusive weapons. The name is not clear, but Brother Kong is very easy to use. That's a huge hammer. No politeness. He started a long career of whipping the corpse of Madara on the ground. He is cautious, and before the enemy surrenders, he must make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness. Looking at the sick captain, the members of the third team shook their heads and went to the side. They are all used to it. The captain is sick at this time, and it is impossible to relieve Susanoo without running out of chakra. It was the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, who was just looking for a fight. Attack their captain? Don't go to Konoha to investigate the situation. 2 streets in the south of the village and north of the village, inquire who is the father. He, Uchiha Kong, is Captain Bai Ye's #1 pony. Immortality feature? On the other side, Itachi looked in front of him, was beaten again and again, and started to reassemble his Madara again and again, thinking. Actually, putting Itachi next to Brother Kong also had Bai Ye's consideration. Brother Kong's loyalty is true loyalty. But if the brain is not good, that is really not good. Simply put, the scumbag type. Uchiha Itachi's way of thinking is good, so the two of them work well together. An undead type of resurrection. After observing for a while, Itachi has determined that this has nothing to do with the original power. It seems that this way of existence, there is only one way to seal. Sealing? Itachi looked at the team members and waved to them. The artifact that comes with his Susanoo can also seal the opponent. But it is still unclear whether this guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara is the same person as the masked Uchiha Madara, and if it is not, whether they are related. Another example is how Madara was resurrected. These issues have not been investigated by the guards yet. If the 10-fist sword is used, it would be really closed and sighted, and it is obvious that they will not be able to obtain information. Team leader. Thought here. Itachi took a step forward and shouted at Brother Kong, who was still hammering 80. I suggest sealing it, leaving only one head out, and arresting it to Konoha. He has a secret related to our Konoha. Itachi said solemnly. Brother Kong nodded, and the last hammer completely shattered Uchiha Madara's body. Then, taking advantage of this gap, he waved his hand to let the members of the security guard who knew the sealing technique rush up. The brothers in the guard are extremely fast. Soon after, a strange sight appeared in front of him. Madara, who was still high-spirited, has been bound into a zongzi by a strange note, and only his head is left outside. At this moment, Madara is stunned. This young man is too cranky. There are very few moves he can do during Impure World Reincarnation's recovery time. Also tried forcibly using Susanoo to resist. What surprised him was that when Uchiha Satoshi's Susanoo shone with a layer of golden light, as if it had sublimated, the power of the hammer increased again, directly blowing up his Susanoo. Are the people of the Uchiha clan so strong now? Madara frowned thoughtfully, trying to struggle with the seal. But in the end, there was no good effort. Each squad of the guard has brothers who are good at sealing. And most of the sealing techniques they learned were brought by Bai Ye from the Uzumaki clan, and they were also the orthodox sealing techniques that Kushina inherited from Uzumaki Mito. With Madara's weak resurrection state, it is 100% unable to break free from this bondage. He is righteous. He thought that Konoha was still the weak Konoha. But he had no idea. Even if he turned on the full-body Susanoo-kun and Lin Konoha, if Brother Kong became mad, he would use his pupil power desperately to invite God's upper body, and he would be able to smash Madara to the ground. After the big deal went blind and retired from the guard. It doesn't matter to Brother Kong. Disarm Susanoo. Uchiha Satoshi recovered from the onset mode to normal, and then walked indifferently in front of Madara, close to Madara's face. Madara's mouth twitched. There was murderous intent in his eyes. There is no time when he desires to be resurrected directly like now. He swore that when he was truly resurrected, he would beat the people in front of him to death. Proud like him, choose to speak ruthlessly. No one is qualified to treat me Uchiha. Snapped. And respond to Madara's. It's Satoshi's ruthless Psy Kabuto. Remember my face. Remember my name. I am Uchiha Smart. Announced in the name of the captain of the 3rd Division of the Guard. You are under arrest. Big. Chapter 124. The Country of the River. Familiar Cave. The Tomb of Uchiha Madara. With the ground squirming for a while, Black Zetsu got out from below with a face full of pain. Grief. Angry. At this moment, all emotions turned into hatred for Madara. He aimed at Uchiha Madara's grave and kicked it directly. I knew it, I knew it. 1 or 2 don't listen to persuasion. Can you mess with the guard? Hey! Is that something you can mess with? You're the only one who dares to touch Uchiha Bai Ye's #1 horseboy, are you worthy of it? Don't say it's you now, even if you are in your prime, you can't enter Konoha unharmed. Why, I haven't seen your heyday. Are you a DK in your heyday? Believe it or not, the women around Uchiha Bai Ye can hang and beat you. Let it out. Black Zetsu was silent for a while. Done. He struggled to prepare for impure world reincarnation, and took the risk of telling Orochimaru Project Tsuki no Mi. Finally, Madara was resurrected, but now it has become like this. Madara was captured. He was beaten in public by the man named Uchiha Satoshi, and half of it was sealed, and he was taken back for interrogation. Can Madara survive the Konoha Guard's interrogation? Black Zetsu looked worried. Physical torture is nothing, after all, Madara is now the body of impure world reincarnation, half of the torture methods must be useless to Madara. But what about mental torture? Legend has it that when people who do evil things enter the interrogation room, not a single nerve will come out normally. Are you saying the impure world reincarnation will not be completely destroyed? Haha! Can you believe that Uchiha Satoshi is more excited now than before? No damage, no bloodshed, what a test subject. Obito, wake up! After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu came to Obito's bed and kicked Obito in the face. 1 or 2 are very worrying. Don't ride Lin anymore. The hazy Obito let out a painful howl. With a nervous breakdown, his mind is now full of images of Itachi rushing towards the cute girl in the sky. This guy is dead. Black Zetsu wants to cry but has no tears. There is a saying that he is seriously ill and has to take medicine. Something seems to have come to mind. Black Zetsu hesitated and pressed against Obito's ear. I heard the news you asked me to inquire about. The reason why Uchiha Itachi knew about Rin and was able to create the trick of riding Rin is because Uchiha Bai Ye really rode Rin and told Itachi about Rin's feelings, so Itachi was able to comprehend the essence of riding Rin. Hiss. In severe pain, Obito started rolling frantically on the bed. Another set of images appeared in his mind. Still riding Lin. But this time he changed his position, and Qi Lin's moves made him even more unacceptable. Efficient. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up, thought for a moment, and spoke again. Let me tell you, not only did Konoha ride Rin with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Bai Ye, but Sasuke also rode, and Danzo said he would ride Rin before he died. Also, I heard that the crazy Sarutobi Hiruzen also gave it a good review. Boom. You. Brother Zuza's voice. Uncontrollable rage chakra burst out, and Obito jumped out of bed like crazy. Because of the wound. The bandages on Obito are already bleeding. But it's a good thing. The injury can be treated, but if you stay in a coma, this is not good. Black Zetsu looked at Obito in surprise. Obito is alive, so there are many things that can be operated. But before that, Obito, Madara-sama needs you, he was captured by Konoha's people. Black Zetsu quickly talked about Madara's resurrection. Then hand Obito the mask. Madara. Obito's voice was hoarse. Kyeg, he raised his head, and with a look of envy and anticipation, slowly asked a sentence. Madara, did he ride Lin? This moment, Black Zetsu fell silent, looking at Obito with a complex look. Good boy. This thing can't go away, can it? Obito is so awake. It's awake. But I am afraid that from now on Uchiha's mental illness will be more serious. Ninja World. Fire Country. Konoha Suburbs. Inside a newly mined coal yard. People looked at the newly delivered miners in amazement, and then couldn't help but feel that the popular hairstyles and fashion sense were completely incomprehensible. Such as far away. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was holding a shovel with a ferocious face and trembling hands, was pushing hard on the ground. His outfit is very different now. And on his body, in addition to the bandages, was put on the iconic prison uniform. Not surprisingly. So, you sent him to the labor camp. Not far away. After Bai Ye glanced at the situation over there, he was silent for a while and finally spoke. He looked at Uchiha Satoshi with a complicated look. This kid always surprises him every day. In fact, when Itachi sent him the information, his whole body fell into suspicion. Uchiha Madara resurrected. And because of picking quarrels and provoking trouble, without the identity proof of Fire Nation and Konoha, and wanting to take action against the guards, etc., was arrested by Uchiha Kong? He did feel the request of the big clever when he opened Mangeki, but he did not expect that Konga was arresting Uchiha Madara at that time. Say something. When Bai Ye opened Uchiha Kong's eyes, he had already said it straight after knowing the other party's abilities. The entire ninja world. Everyone counts. In addition to his Uchiha Bai Ye, Uchiha Kong's upper body must be the fiercest and most DK pupil technique. It turned out to be the same. Even if he only gave Brother Kong 1% of his power, he would be able to sweep one side. But, are you serious about sending Uchiha Madara to the labor camp? With that person's pride, I'm afraid I've already exploded with anger, right? Captain is wise. Brother Kong was full of respect. This time our guard team will inspect the country of fire even though it is a special team building event. But it is also for the purpose of conducting a census, registering black households, and destroying other forces' strongholds. The guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, he didn't have an identity certificate, and he called himself Uchiha. I think there is a high probability that it was an abandoned clan. According to the captain, I gave him a chance. Speaking of this, Brother Kong pondered for a moment. The crime of assaulting a police officer is not trivial, and there is a lot of fines to be paid, and it also requires money to reissue an identity certificate. But this kid seems to be very poor, with only a pile of waste paper on his body. So, you treat the power of impure world reincarnation resurrection as waste paper. Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and he looked at his subordinates in shock. You the FK still don't know he's really Uchiha Madara? It's not right. He knows. But Brother Kong doesn't seem to care what the name Uchiha Madara stands for, nor does he care what Uchiha Madara is outside, let alone the meaning of his resurrection. In the eyes of Brother Kong, the guard team leader, he is a prisoner. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. No money? Then carry out labor reform and make the best use of it. You deserve to be my little brother. Your brain circuit is so FG clear. Bai Ye was silent for a long time and let out a sigh, obviously moved by Brother Kong's spirit. Excessive reputation, this is what a humble post should do. Brother Kong looked solemn and hurriedly saluted. He obviously took Bai Ye's words as a compliment, and then went to eat it. Never mind. Bai Ye rolled his eyes, and after dismissing Brother Kong, he waved to Itachi, who was struggling over there. Actually, what I mean is to find out all the secrets on him. Itachi said regretfully. But what Captain Kong means is that if you don't let Uchiha Madara enter the labor reform team first, if you give him a slap in the face, that kid probably won't cooperate. According to Captain Kong's original words. This exiled Uchiha clansman, who is seeing the disease, needs to let him enter the labor reform team and fully join the Konoha's intimacy in order to let him experience the intimacy of Konoha again, and to find the mood to integrate into the village. Production and construction. Only in this way can we integrate into the village faster and be more willing to cooperate with the guards. Of course, there are still interrogation sessions as usual every night. Many brothers in the guards want to use Madara to do experiments to see what the human body can withstand. Is that so? Bai Ye raised his head and looked at Madara with a hideous face over there. At this moment, there was pity in his eyes. As for the reason for his resurrection, it has been investigated clearly. It is the forbidden technique impure world reincarnation researched by second Hokage. Itachi pondered for a moment. It is also based on the characteristics of impure world reincarnation. According to relevant records, we combined the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to carry out chakra partitions on all parts of his body. This kind of partition can be regarded as handcuffed all over the body, and the handcuffs on his hands and feet are the most powerful. If he wants to release those seals on his body. Looked up. Itachi stretched out his fingers following Bai Ye's eyes. If he tried to lift it, it would be like this. Far away. Madara seemed to be unable to bear this involuntary humiliation any longer, and he reached out tremblingly to tear off the seal that bound him. Can be followed. Boom. A muffled sound. Uchiha Madara exploded in place. After a few seconds, impure world reincarnation's body began to reorganize. But after the body was reorganized, those seals began to reorganize. Just like that, safe and practical. Itachi said humbly. These are the results of your announcement of the establishment of a scientific research department last year. Unfortunately, Orochimaru has no idea of coming to Konoha to work, and still chooses to be a rebel, so the scientific research progress is not fast. Bai Ye nodded. He knew these things. He didn't worry about what Madara would do in this state. He even doubted that Madara dared to use this form to provoke Satoshi Uchiha. Impure world reincarnation. Still the worst version. Who gave him the courage? Bai Ye laughed and suddenly stepped forward. And there, Madara, who had completed the reorganization at this time, was looking at the shovel in his hand and doubting his life. Look at. Suddenly there is one more person in front of him. It was a gentle and elegant man, like a man from the past who walked out of a painting. Madara frowned, a little wary in her heart. Unable to see through the reality of the opponent. This kind of person seems very dangerous. To Madara's surprise. After the man stood down in front of him, he just smiled gently at him. First meet. I represent the guard, and the entire Uchiha clan. Welcome to the Konoha Labor Reform Team. Chapter 125. Konoha's Coal Yard. When Uchiha Madara looked directly at Bai Ye with those eyes that didn't contain any emotional fluctuations, Bai Ye finally felt the gold content of Brother Kong's powerful kabuto. Who is Uchiha Madara? The evil spirits born and killed during the Sengoku period. The Sengoku duo of that period. Unofficial she called him Ninja Shura. There is no record of this title. History has written only a few strokes of the defeated. In that shocking battle, it was Uchiha Madara who lost. But we can't deny Madara's strength, his strength and ambition. This is a very proud guy. After establishing Konoha and discovering that this is not really the way to the path of peace, he is bewitched by black Zetsu into darkness. It's hard to imagine that the village in the distance, Madara and Hashirama stood on that mountain, took the leaves and looked through them before they named it Konoha. This is the origin of Konoha. He had tried his best to integrate into the village, and he wanted to help the little girl who fell down when he passed by. But that serious look made him cry directly. Maybe. When Sengoku didn't want to fight, he lay on the ground and waited to die. That scene always gave the impression that he was tired from playing, so he wanted to try Hashirama's approach. Then Ninja Village was established. Unfortunately, the defeated Uchiha was still excluded. Hokage was originally 033 belonging to Uchiha Madara. But no other ethnic group in the village agreed, so Hashirama could only come to power. This is nothing. After Madara happened to pass by Hashirama's room and heard what Senju Tobirama said, he knew that Uchiha could not be trusted after all. Just like he proposed to First Generation, wanting to unify the 5 countries in one go. This proposal has apparently not been taken seriously. Discrimination in the village has begun to manifest, and conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha have begun to accumulate. He thought about taking the family away, but Uchiha did not choose to follow. A tiger without teeth is of no use to him. But Madara did not explain to the clan why he wanted to leave Konoha. Nor did they tell the Uchiha family that disaster would inevitably follow in the future. He's gone. Uchiha betrayed Madara. Madara also chose to betray Uchiha. From then on he treats everything as a pawn just to complete infinite Tsukuyomi. No doubt. Madara is a very proud person. So like now, the more expressionless, the more calm. It means that he has already counted Konoha and everything he suffered today in his heart. When the opportunity is ripe, he will take revenge one by one. Certainly. It is also possible not to choose retaliation. In Madara's cognition, he wanted to save the world and save the ninja world that was beyond recognition by the ninja village system. He is the one who wants to act as the savior of the entire ninja world. Little things, some hatred that mortals care about, he doesn't care. For infinite Tsukuyomi, he has gone mad. But he was slapped in the face arrogantly and still broke his defense. Brother Kong's slap is so powerful, he will wait for the opportunity to make Uchiha Kong regret it. It was as if he could let go of Uchiha Izuna's death before, but after seeing second Hokage's inability to struggle, he would still choose to whip the corpse with that black stick. The time has not come. As long as it's not too much, you can be patient for a while. He was someone who could endure for decades for a plan, until he found a successor and left the ninja world. Senior. Madara felt Bai Ye's gentle aura. It gave him a disgusting mood. That's it. It was the same decades ago. Hashirama also had this kind of smile, which made people choose to believe him. But the result was wrong. After others believed Hashirama, Hashirama chose to kowtow to others. That's the 5 shadows talk. Others may think you first Hokage is very sincere and will only call you an idiot behind your back. In this world, strength speaks. Junior. Bai Ye smiled. He suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Madara's head leisurely. He seemed to be used to this action. But the last one who can qualify to be treated like this by him is the Hokage level. Too weak. Bai Ye sighed regretfully, shaking his head in front of Madara. Then, he shamelessly robbed the lines that originally belonged to Uchiha Madara. The mere gravel is not half as good as mine. This moment, Uchiha Madara also laughed. Laughing wildly and full of contempt. Laughed quite a bit when the 4th Ninja War, that opened up the style of the full-body Susanoo. He looked at Bai Ye as if he was looking at an ignorant weakling. Yes. He doesn't know anything. His temperament is just that. Still ABD trapped by a ninja village like Hashirama. No wonder he can rule 3 ninja villages, but he is still the captain of the guard here. The sorrow of the weak. His vision shackled his imagination. Maybe he never thought about things outside the ninja world? Not even thinking about what a truly peaceful world is. Madara laughed wildly, thinking about it. Available in the next second. Madara was stunned. He saw the space in front of him distorted. A dark passage was suddenly opened. Then, a cold and graceful rabbit walked out of the passage. Right. Just a rabbit. Master the Rabbit of Hirazaka. Madara looked at the bunny's forehead, where 9 Tomo Rinnegan's lines resembled the glow of infinite Tsukuyomi. It seems like a fateful collision. But this rabbit just glanced at Madara with an indifferent face, and then looked back. Madara could clearly feel that from that glimpse, he felt disdain and contempt. Another descendant of the feather coat? Damn it! Hokage retracted his gaze coldly, got directly into Bai Ye's shirt, and finally exposed his head on Bai Ye's collar. These days, she is used to this kind of close contact to absorb energy. It's a bit embarrassing, but after getting used to it, it's fine. Who made her a rabbit? Have you laughed enough? Bai Ye still maintained his posture, like an elder taking care of his younger generation, without moving his hand at all. Nature. Madara regained his arrogant demeanor, and at that moment, he already knew that the man in front of him was not afraid of threats. But that sentence should be up to me. Mere gravel, Not finished yet. Bai Ye has taken out a seal and stuck it on Madara's mouth. Sorry, I don't want you to say it. The man said apologetically. There is so little space in this world to expand, and it is only enough for me to toss by myself. So you. Picking up the shovel thrown by Madara on the ground, Bai Ye put it in Madara's hand. If you laugh enough, remember to work, and there will be an interrogation at night when you are done. Tapped Madara on the shoulder. Bai Ye smiled and encouraged. Of course, you can choose to strike, that's fine, but if you dare, I'll make someone look like Hashirama and lock you and him in a little dark room. I heard that there are some men who are also interested in you who are also men. This shouldn't be a punishment for you, right? After all, you love Hashirama so much that you take him to heart. Tisk, impure world reincarnation's body should have no sense of touch, and I don't know how that brother feels about a pile of paper. Shaking his head, Bai Ye turned around and left. There is a saying that Uchiha Satoshi said rightly. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand upright. It's here. He is Konoha's rule. Those who break the rules will pay the price. This was delivered by Uchiha Madara himself. He didn't take the initiative to provoke others. He is the captain of the guard, and Uchiha Madara is a gangster who tried to attack the police. Being caught and serving as prisoners of labor reform is very reasonable. Regrettably, I didn't see the scene of the big clever confrontation with the Dance King with my own eyes. The current Madara is also terribly weak, and the weak Bai Ye doesn't even know why he is forcibly resurrecting impure world reincarnation at this time. Really thought it was him Uchiha Bai Ye? With the increase in the power of his ninjutsu, those who have been resurrected from Bai Ye's impure world reincarnation may be able to exert their power several times stronger than before. This is the gap. It was also the price Madara paid for his confidence. Pressed to the ground by Hashirama? After Bai Ye left, Madara looked at the shovel in her hand in thought. After struggling for a while, pride finally triumphed over love, and he finally gritted his teeth and started his work. All were pushed to the ground. If it's really Hashirama himself, he can't accept it. But if it's someone else? No. For Hashirama. Stay safe. After seeing Bai Ye's vicious thoughts, Uchiha Madara chose to give in strategically. It's impossible not to give in. Suicide, not suicide. Run? He did think. But Konoha's guarding power is beyond his imagination. Breakthrough is estimated to be sealed. Too weak. Black Zetsu prepares his body. Why is he so weak? Night falls. Madara returned to her resting place after a day's work. At this moment, he has long lost the look of contempt for the world. His face, and even his body, were covered with soot and looked quite embarrassed. Lord Madara! And just when he was thinking about how to break the game and regain his freedom, Black Zetsu's voice suddenly came. On the ground, an extra head has emerged. I want all the information on Uchiha Satoshi 4.6. Immediately, Madara clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth. Uchiha Satoshi? Shouldn't it be Uchiha Bai Ye? Black Zetsu was a little stunned. But before he could answer, there was another space distortion next to him, and Obito, covered in blood, also came over. Madara, UBD. Obito is still wearing a mask, and even in front of Uchiha Madara, he still maintains the other person's voice and maintains his own voice. Gloomy, indifferent. A completely different tone from Madara. No wonder Konan sees through Madara's identity as soon as they meet. This is not the place to talk, go first. Holding one in each hand, Obito successfully cast Kamui. But weird things happened. When Obito appeared after Konoha, his Kamui teleportation, as if the coordinates were starting to get messed up. Obviously, Bai Ye specially designed the disruptive formation for these ninjas who know space ninjutsu. Naturally, Kaguya and Bai Ye don't care, their strength is beyond the norm. But Obito clearly came close. When the transfer was completed, I saw the person in front of me, and anger surged in my eyes instantly. In front of him was a body that began to tremble after seeing him, and a mad face. Ignite the air with flame, attract thunder with yourself. The name of the technique, it's called Kylin. Chapter 126. The outskirts of the Uchiha tribe. Itachi is not in a good mood today. Not because of other things. The conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan were being effectively resolved, and the plans given by Captain Bai Ye were also being implemented. As long as the Uchiha family is a little self-motivated, they will gain recognition and respect from everyone with their own strength in the future. What bothered him was his brother. That kid Sasuke is getting stronger and stronger. Although I can still educate a little for the time being. But Itachi understands that if he doesn't practice hard, his brother will probably be beaten to the ground by Sasuke. The position of the patriarch? If Sasuke likes it, it's not impossible to give it to him when he grows up. But as an older brother, you can't be overtaken by your younger brother so easily, right? Today he came to a familiar place. I planned to consolidate my strength before going to bed. But just when he felt it, a space appears ahead of Uzumaki. Then three strange people appeared. One wears a mask, the other has shaggy hair and stains from a coal yard, and the other is white and black, and he doesn't look like a good person. To Uchiha Madara, an unknown creature. Just weird. Just as he was about to say something, he told Uchiha Madara, who had been sent to the labor camp, to try to escape from prison, plus one more. He can no longer control the power of the flood in his body. The illusion that Bai Ye unleashed on him was not a one-off, and it was impossible to dispel it with Itachi's pupil power. In the future, as long as he sees Obito wearing a mask once, he will use Kylin involuntarily. Unless one day, he can really release Qilin with his own ability, or this trick will even continue in his bloodline and leave it to his descendants. Consciousness fell into haze. At this moment, Itachi had an idea in his heart. The person wearing the mask is not Uchiha Madara. The one who was resurrected by impure world reincarnation is the real Madara. And between the two Uchiha Madara, there is still some kind of connection. Unfortunately, now he can no longer analyze anything. The whole body is surging with fire, and dark clouds in the sky begin to form. Thunder and lightning soared into the sky. The cute girl's emoji is taking shape. Obito! Run! Black Zetsu was already stunned. He never imagined that Obito's Kamui could teleport to the wrong place. Empty white .69892/585/0 Isn't this a joke? Who gave your courage to leave coordinates here? I. Obito looked grim, and his twisted face seemed to be in some kind of struggle. Madara next to him was looking at the pattern that was about to be formed in the air with interest. Really, Lin? He glanced down at Itachi, a puzzled expression on his face. How did this junior learn this trick? Of course he didn't have to run. With the immortal body of impure world reincarnation, he can even appreciate the beauty of the night up close. Seriously, Obito, let's go, your body really can't stand this move. Black Zetsu persuaded bitterly. But Obito didn't seem to hear it. Looking at the girl's expression pack that was about to be formed in the air, he opened his mouth from time to time, and the Sharingan in his pupils turned slightly. Very struggling. This iron-struck man suddenly left a drop of blood and tears, as if to represent his broken heart. Next moment, adhering to the noble purpose of the mighty and unyielding, Obito made a move that shocked Madara and Black Zetsu. Thump! Get down on your knees! With sincerity and eagerness on his face, he looked straight at the sick Uchiha Itachi. With a reverence, he stretched out his hand and pointed tremblingly at the emoji in the air. Coach, I want to learn to ride Lin. This moment, both Madara and Black Zetsu were silent. Say something. Black Zetsu thought Obito would say something shocking. Or think that Obito will see this scene, and then work hard to get back the eyes left by Kakashi, and gain more powerful power to destroy Konoha and destroy the Uchiha clan. But he was really wrong. What a god, you want to learn to ride Lin? Confused raised his head, Black Zetsu looked at the cute emoji. He really wanted to know what the hell was the charm of this one named Lin. Human incomprehensible desires. Destroy it. Tired. Black Zetsu sighed, and involuntarily disengaged from White Zetsu's possession, then took the opportunity to sneak into Obito's clothes. Since you don't listen, then let you listen. He really didn't want to break up with Obito until he had to. Be obedient, if you want to learn, I'll teach you later. Leave a word to Obito, and Black Zetsu takes over the body. Turning his head, he looked at Uchiha Madara before leaving. Lord Madara, it seems we can't take you away, but don't worry. Obito and I will wait for the day you get out of jail. Nodding to Madara sincerely, Black Zetsu directly controlled Obito's body to launch the Mayfly technique without any attachment to the ground. Mayfly technique. Not a time-space ninjutsu type, but a natural walk from the ground. Certainly. This is Konoha. Even if Black Zetsu wanted to come in from the ground, he had to pay a small price. Spend the source of yin and yang escape and open the barrier of Konoha. So he said that he really didn't want to come to Konoha to do things. Obito and Black Zetsu escape. Madara, on the other hand, stayed where she was, standing with her hands behind her back, admiring Uchiha Itachi who was swooping down on Rin. The villagers of Konoha seemed to be used to this kind of scene for the second time. They naturally took out the benches and melon seeds and admired the fireworks at night. Hokage on Yanyan Rock. Kakashi fell silent again with the short sword. Sure, that's really Lin. So what is the relationship between Itachi and Lin? What a weird love triangle. Kakashi sighed with a headache. This is a shocking ninjutsu that you will only understand after you have fallen in love with ultimate, right? S class. Or above S. Outrageously strong, and can even change the terrain. Uchiha Itachi is worthy of the name of genius. But Kakashi couldn't figure it out. Has Itachi really seen Lin? He was born in Konoha in 33 years, 10 years older than Itachi. Itachi was just born when he entered the battlefield with Rin and Obito, right? How could a newborn person have evil thoughts on a 10-year-old big sister? Good boy. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Shake your head. There are so many things in the world that people can't understand. And he He had already decided to devote himself to practice, immersing himself in kendo and surpassing his father. Other things have been unable to affect his mood. The next day, the wind is sunny and the sun is cloudless. Experienced the baptism of fireworks last night. The villagers skillfully came to the outskirts that were flattened again. On the field, Uchiha Itachi gasped and let out a long sigh. Uchiha Madara over there with a black face, completed the reorganization again. Bai Ye rode a motorcycle and appeared at the scene with a guard. Parking. He waved at Uchiha Izumi. Bai Ye leaned against the car and lit a cigarette, looking leisurely. Criminal Uchiha Madara. Deliberately sabotaging Konoha's official business, without identity credentials, a black household in the land of fire, trying to attack the police when the guards are in friendly contact. Attempting to escape last night is one more crime. Because he can't bear the compensation for the losses, he is sentenced to 6 years of labor reform. Execute immediately. Originally, the work of reading the judgment was done by Kong. But today Brother Kong was in charge of patrolling the door with his team, so Bai Ye's guard Uchiha Chuan replaced him. The little girl was a little excited. After she stretched her neck and shouted coquettishly, she looked down and waved to her subordinates. The members of the guards understood, went up and directly pressed Madara to the ground. Captain, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Madara are really not alone. Itachi seemed a little stunned that he hadn't slept all night. Then he said an incomprehensible encrypted call, and the members of the guards and many ninjas around him were a little confused. One Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara and the other Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Obito. You don't need to be so concerned about this, do your job well. Bai Ye waved his hand indifferently. The guard does what the guard needs to do. Bai Ye knew about other things, and if he did not know the seriousness of it, he would bring trouble to himself. For example, Jiraiya, who recently wanted to investigate the situation of Xiao's organization, was rejected by Tsunade. Team leader. At this time, Noeki in the distance galloped over on a motorcycle. The young master of the Senju family, worthy of the name, has a very special position in Konoha, and the Senju people treat him as a treasure. 037. But after holding back at home for a while, he chose to come out and continue working in the guards. Certainly, he would not admit that he missed Uchiha Itachi too much. Say. Bai Ye's expression changed slightly, he glanced at the direction of the village entrance, and then chuckled as if he understood something. Outside Konoha village, a large number of flying ninjas suddenly appeared. According to the information from Vice Captain Sanayo just now, they are affiliated with the Sora Noble who were defeated in the Second Ninja World War, and they are launching an attack. Noeki tilted his head, glanced at Itachi, and reported the situation to his brother-in-law. Bai Ye nodded, and then suddenly stretched out his hand. Immediately afterwards, a small world appeared in his hand. A scene suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was an unknown sea area with several strange buildings in the middle, and people were a little surprised what this place was. Only Madara in the distance narrowed her eyes when she saw this scene. That is the base of the Air Corps. In fact, when he just heard the movement, he couldn't help but laugh. Sore he knew. There are few things in the ninja world that he does not know. Those people's fighting style is very strange, can the current Konoha withstand it? Destroy it, being hit by Kylin hundreds of times has changed Madara's mood. The next moment, he was all stupid. I saw the scene in the man's hand began to compress, and kept compressing until it was compressed enough to be grasped by one hand, and Bai Ye grabbed it instantly. No one knew what Bai Ye did. But Madara, who has a good vision, seems to have found some blind spot. What happened to the base? Was the man really just crushing a scene? His heart set off a huge wave. Is it Tongju? It's so weird. This was the first time he faced Uchiha Bai Ye squarely. But now Madara could only hear the man's understated order. Tell Uchiha Satoshi, not a single one. Empty group? Little things. He didn't even have the idea of participating. Again. Anyone who disturbs his peaceful daily life will have to pay the price. Chapter 127. Fire Country. Konoha Village Entrance. The third squad of the guard is standing by. Brother Kong looked cold and faced the air ninja army ahead. You are the first foreign enemy who dared to lead the team to challenge since Captain Bai Ye served as the guard. This is simply audacious. At the entrance of the village, a lot of Konoha's and villagers have gathered now. Anbu also came all the way under the leadership of Ui Mahong and Hotaki Sakumo. The two sides have engaged in a brief exchange of fire. But the troublesome thing about air ninjas is that they can use their flying skills to harass them. This tactic is annoying. If you dare to take a step forward, you will definitely kill me. A roar burst into the sky. Brother Kong stood at the forefront. Who the FK are you? Air. It seemed that Kong Nin took the lead in greeting Brother Kong with disdain. At this time, they have not yet raided Konoha. In fact, as soon as they entered the territory of the Fire Nation, they encountered stubborn resistance. It's hard to come now. This kid is still yelling at himself? If you know my name, how dare you commit a crime? Brother Kong spoke proudly again as if he didn't hear the man's words. The scene was silent. Noeki, who rushed back, was also stunned, then scratched his head and looked at Brother Kong. Doesn't Kanjin mean he doesn't know Brother Kong's identity? Kong, what does this mean? Shaking his head, Noeki didn't get too deep into the issue. As the second in charge of the guards, if Brother Kong appeared from time to time when confronting the enemy, they would naturally not understand. Brother Kong, Captain Bai Ye has already instructed that none of these people will be left. Is that so? Then you're welcome. Brother Kong grinned and turned on Manjiki Sharingan. Guard. To put it bluntly, it is still to defend the disputes within the village. Therefore, it is the first time that such a situation of an all-army attack has been encountered. In the face of the unknown situation, first make your own analysis, and then report to the captain to deal with it, which has become a habit of Kong brother. Now that the captain's order has been conveyed, he is not wasting time. Please God. God's guide. The pupil power spread, and Brother Kong sullenly stretched out his middle finger to the sky. Get out of here. Boom. A huge gravitational force hits. In just an instant, the aircraft of the air ninjas went out of control and smashed to the ground one by one. It's hard to imagine how far Uchiha Satoshi has developed the pupil technique that he relies on for survival. But depending on how he fights, he has a strategy ready. After all, in Brother Kong's heart, God, nature is omnipotent. Since they are omnipotent, what are the fears of the mere flying ninja? Guardians. Attack. When the air ninja loses the power to fly, the battle will naturally be no suspense. The guards teamed up with the ninjas who had joined Konoha, grinning and showing their fangs. No one can challenge the authority of the guard. Can't even fly. Killing the leader of Kong Ninja with a knife, Brother Kong stood proudly. The enemy is ashamed. I'll take off his clothes. Air Ninja attacked. This is for Bai Ye, and even Konoha as a whole. It's actually a trivial thing. Even Tsunade is still in the office to handle official business. Bai Ye, the Beijing-style vegetarian, after completing the daily exercise. He also arrogantly led the shy Uchiha Izumi to his personal lounge in the guard team. The days continue. No one took the Sudi seriously. Sheneng in the original book? Air Ninja's base? Who cares if he dies or not? It was because of the fact that Uchiha Madara was arrested that morning after the guard announced his crime. There was a lot of buzz in the village. Without him. When the identity of Uchiha Madara was identified, shock ensued. That's the Sengoku Slayer who is as famous as Senju Hashirama. Isn't he dead? Why does Konoha village appear? And he was arrested by the guards and sent to the Reform Through Labor Brigade? People are amazed. It all felt weird and miraculous. But at the same time, cherish the present life more. They also understood that the guards had once again protected the village in silence. The impact of this incident is not small. But in just a few days, it was passed to the entire ninja world. People seemed to know about the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Bai Ye didn't take it seriously at first. But on the 7th day of the fermentation, Konoha attracted a special guest. In Hokage's office, Bai Ye sat on the sofa, while Tsunade sat in Hokage's seat to work on documents. Below, a man in a black cloak was speaking with a serious expression. He is from Ghost Lantern City. It is the place where the most vicious criminals in the entire ninja world are imprisoned. Located on a small island near the village of Grass Ninja. So, what do you mean is that similar to Uchiha Madara, the Konoha rebellion must be handed over to Ghost Lantern City? Clack! As soon as he put down his pen, he looked calmly at the city lord of Ghost Lantern City. He is called in action. One-handed fire-style heavenly prison, a ninjutsu that can seal other people's chakra, made him the warden of Ghost Lantern City. Yes, strictly speaking, it is to prevent him from continuing to do evil and endanger the ninja world. When the Ghost Lantern City was established, the 5 ninja villages had an agreement on this. The criminals detained in Ghost Lantern City are all vicious types. Kakuzu, who once fought with the First Generation, is also a criminal they held. I can't control this matter. Uchiha Madara was captured by the guards, and he is now the main force in the Konoha labor camp. If the labor reform brigade lacks him, it is equivalent to a very powerful labor force. Tsunade glanced at Bai Ye calmly. God is such a labor force. Wu Vai's mouth twitched, and he looked at Uchiha Bai Ye unnaturally. Is it that you treat people like Uchiha Madara as prisoners? Those who existed during the Sengoku period should be imprisoned in the ghost town. Please Captain Bai Ye to perform his duties, and don't make it difficult for him to do it. The status of Ghost Lantern City is shared by the 5 ninja villages. Snapped. Thump. A muffled sound. The inaction is not over yet. He had already slapped himself fiercely, and then knelt on the ground facing Bai Ye with a face full of horror. What power is this? Why did he have no time to react at all? And Bai Ye didn't show any smugness because of his shock, instead he frowned and thought about something. Blood prison? Ghost Lantern City? If you want Uchiha Madara, most likely you want to absorb his chakra into the box of bliss and release your son. It seems reasonable, but... Lightly tore Wu Vai's disguise, Bai Ye still touched his chin and began to analyze. However, even the city owner of Ghost Lantern City, Wu Vai, probably didn't want to confront me in this situation, but he still did it. Why? Yes, box of bliss. The only one in this world that seems to be beyond specification, the ultimate weapon left for Sage of 6 Paths. I heard that as long as the box of bliss is opened, one of the wishes of the opener can be fulfilled. Grass Ninja Village almost used the box of bliss to gain the whole world. It should be an illusion. Box of bliss, Sage of 6 Paths, Uchiha Madara. Thinking done. There was a hint of enlightenment in Bai Ye's eyes. He stood up with a smile, and then put his hand on Wu Vai's head. As expected, through the box of bliss, did the old guy convey any hints or instructions to you? I just said that he, the Lord of the World, is dying and he has to react a little bit. But that old guy from Sage of 6 Paths really thought that the captain of the guard would follow the agreement of the 5 great ninja villages. He hasn't changed too much about the so-called rules. Shake your head. Bai Ye's hand left Wu Vai's head. And at this moment, Wu Vai has fallen to the ground powerless. Now, Bai Ye already knew everything. The box of bliss does not have the power to satisfy other people's wishes at all, but instead is the backhand left by Sage of 6 Paths. Leaving a rhetoric that satisfies the wishes of others is to make those who desire too much take the bait and deliver chakra to the box of bliss. And in the end it was obvious where chakra was going. Maybe, as long as it is accumulated, one day that energy will allow Sage of Six Paths to reach the ninja world without the help of other people's bodies, and complete the real resurrection. As for why you want Uchiha Madara's chakra? This is also obvious. Uchiha Madara, who once existed as the reincarnation of Indra. There will naturally be a trace of Indra's soul source power in him. It seems that Bai Ye killed the practice of his two sons. It made Sage of Six Paths a little anxious, wanting to use that chakra to resurrect Indra, to fix the rules of this world, and even complete the layout one step ahead of time to deal with Uchiha Bai Ye once to stabilize his identity as the lord of the world. Is this your backhand? Bai Ye laughed. He thought Satsuki Hago Romo could use some clever means to add some flavor to his life. The result is this? For example, if he destroyed the box of bliss now, Sage of Six Paths will probably be PD off. I'm going out to do something. Blinking at Tsunade, good Zhao, Bai Ye smashed the space next to him with a punch, launching the master of time and space. Then he kicked Wu Vai in. Go early and return early. Tsunade was as calm as ever. Ghost City? A five-nation agreement? What it is? It is estimated that something has made his man unhappy. Why don't you tell Raikage and Mizukage to destroy the ghost town? Tsunade fell into a deep thought. But within 5 minutes of thinking, Bai Ye has already returned. But when she raised her head and glanced at it, she was stunned for a moment, and then sighed with a complicated expression. I said, even if you like the lowly type, isn't there still that girl Izumi? Although it's hard to imagine what you can do to Izumi, but there's no need to let it go so small, right? Without him, there was one more person in the room. A pretty little girl. She had blood-like red hair and a pair of glasses, looking like she was 7 or 8 years old. Now her hand is being held by Bai Ye, looking at the surrounding scene timidly. What are you thinking? Bai Ye was speechless, then smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair. It has the same feel as Kushina. I picked it up on the road. It's called Uzumaki, but starting today. Her name is Uchiha. Chapter 128. The ninja world is surging. But in Konoha, the life of the captain of the guard is business as usual. Exercise every day, clock in at get off work, and get off work smartly. Receive daily rewards from the captain of the guard. Uchiha Bai Ye enjoyed it. After experiencing the shocking news of Uchiha Madara's arrest 3 years ago, and the shock brought by the complete end of the Third Ninja World War, the 5 ninja villages are flourishing and flourishing. The new generation is growing. The power of the ninja world has also changed. Country of Field. A newly established small ninja village is below the Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru was wearing a white coat, with a frenzy in his eyes, because of the excited smile caused by the hideous face on his face. At this moment, he is a real scientist immersed in the scientific research world. Finally successful. Zoom in. Orochimaru was like looking at a work of art, stroking the corpse in the coffin in front of him. And behind him are the cells wriggling in countless vessels. What makes people even more terrifying is the ugly cell edge, and the faces of Senju Hashirama. It's been 6 years. Orochimaru calmed down and looked around at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then he squeezed a seal and sealed the 2 coffins deep underground. 6 years. He spent a lot of experience to cultivate first Hokage's cells from the body of White Zetsu who was killed by him 6 years ago. Now, he has finally made 2 perfect works of art. Look aside. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then took out the pen and continued to draw on the scroll. Finally, after a while, he took a deep breath and let out a hoarse laugh. Success! Bai Ye-kun, I wonder if you are still satisfied with this gift. Whether your chi can control you and let you put down your grievances. Let's wait and see. Close the scroll. Orochimaru took out an invitation letter from his arms. 6 years have passed, and the imprint on it has become somewhat blurred. But as Konoha's chief scientific research minister, the text is still clear. Only the signature place is still blank. Kabuto. A hoarse voice came. Orochimaru's tone was calm. Master Orochimaru. A figure appeared at the door of the laboratory, and he saluted with his signature glasses and pious eyes. True God plan, start now. Without elaborating on the plan, Orochimaru gave a simple order. But this moment, the entire Sound Ninja village has entered a stage of crazy operation. Mr. Snake's eyes were leisurely. He is not interested in other people's plans. To make a mess, he, Orochimaru, should also be in charge. Just like in the original book, he was dismissive of the Fourth Ninja World War. Rejecting Black Zetsu's invitation, too. There is only one ninja god in the world. So, who is it? Fire Country. Konoha. 6 years passed in a flash. After rapid development, the village has taken on a new look. Population aside, the changes brought about by the expansion of the village the year before last were the most shocking. The whole village has moved from classical to modern. The range has tripled. This is also due to the fact that those arrested criminals can do this in such a short period of time as a labor camp. In Uchiha Madara, the leader of the labor camp, is a man who has made great contributions. The guard is as usual. No one can shake Bai Ye's captain position. But recently, he has had another fun. Konoha Shinobi School. This afternoon. It was the day when the Konoha 12 little strong men graduated. Bai Ye walked into the familiar classroom with a smile. Different from the original. With Naruto's current strength, there is no need to steal any sealed book. And when Nine Tails didn't dare to make trouble, he got the Genin Forward Protector smoothly. After graduation, it is class division. At this time, the small strong men in the class gathered together. Except for the people who were supposed to be there. There is one more now. In the back row by the window, a girl with glasses that looks like a queen is in a daze. Her name is Uchiha Fragrant. Although she has red hair, her surname is Uchiha. Everyone at ninja school knows her background. She, Uchiha Phosphorus. The only officially recognized FK girl of Uchiha Bai Ye. But whether this stem is a noun or a verb remains to be determined for the time being. After all, my daughter is already old, and sometimes embarrassing things will inevitably happen. For example, if Bai Ye is sleeping with a phoenix in his arms. Sasuke, you are a real dog. Not far away. Naruto said to Sasuke with a look of contempt. In order to be the head of the Uchiha clan, you can do anything. The two pillars look natural. 6 years on, he and Naruto are on the same page. But when it comes to licking, Sasuke is as clear as Naruto's licking. What do you mean? Raising his eyebrows, Wang forced Wang to sneer and ask back. There's no such thing as you. You announced the list before the class was assigned, and you took the initiative to ask Lord 5th Generation to assign all the girls to the same class. Naruto sighed, not knowing what to say. I'm afraid I won't have to call little Aunt Sakura in the future. Yes. What a FG threesome. Since Sasuke called a few girls in the class godmother, due to Sasuke's obscenity, it is basically impossible for a male creature to appear around those girls. And in order to prove his admiration for his godfather, and his determination to follow his godfather, he was even more elated to find Tsunade through his mother Uchiha Mikoto's relationship, and proposed to Tsunade that all the girls should form a group, and then let Captain Bai Ye teach. Isn't this the goat's mouth? Obviously. At this moment, Ino's future is already doomed. This also means that Naruto is inexplicably inferior to a generation, and if one is not good, he has to take care of little Sakura and the others and call their mother. Isn't this a joke? It's different, and no one is forcing you to shout. Sasuke said disdainfully. Do you think anyone can have this opportunity? Let me tell you, if my brother hadn't stopped me, I would have given myself a knife to sneak in. The level of Godfather teaching is there, and it's totally worth paying this, Kyeg, point. Anyway, there is still my brother in the lineage. Your brother? Naruto snorted, your brother is too bad. I think he came out of the shower with Big Brother Nawaka the day before yesterday. Big Brother Itachi was lame. Obviously. For 6 years, after hanging out with Jiraiya, Naruto has matured a lot. But this maturity seems to be too long. And did Big Brother Nawaka finally take this step? Naruto was a little envious, but Sasuke next to him looked like a piece of wood. Or Nawaka-san has the courage. Xianglin, is Lord Bai Ye really our leading teacher? Ignoring the resentment of the boys, by the window. Ino blinked, and with a blushing face, he leaned over and asked in a low voice. She has a secret. Especially when she knew that the person who always came to her house to buy flowers was Lord Bai Ye, she was even more afraid to reveal this secret. I always feel like I don't deserve it. But I couldn't help but think about it. Well, it's settled. It seems that Aunt Tsunade is a little dissatisfied with his father's laziness and wants to find something for him to do. Xianglin thought about it, but didn't hide it. She already knew this. Not just them. Even Tian, who was in the 2nd grade, was assigned to his father's team. As for the job of the guard? It seems that a few years ago, after the village was fully covered by communication, my father basically kept the guards in a state of stalking. Dedication is like him, in addition to daily exercise, it seems that he has reached the level where doing a sit-up is to lie on your back today and sit up tomorrow. In short, very salted fish. But that doesn't work either. Who made Bai Ye find out by accident that he has developed to the point where he doesn't need to go to work in the guard team, and he can even receive the reward of the daily self-discipline captain. After the popularization of communication, he went to work everywhere, and he didn't bother to go to the headquarters of the guard. Anyway, if something happens, just report it directly to him. I heard that Lord Bai Ye held you when you were young. Little Sakura looked at Tian next to him curiously, and seemed a little envious. Well, that's what my father said. Tian nodded generously. Her filial piety has not deteriorated yet, and she naturally thinks that it is an act of her elders showing closeness to their younger generation. But she was a little curious about Bai Ye. She was originally a member of the Guy class, although there would be no problem without her in the Guy class, but it seems that I have never heard that Lord Bai Ye has also studied hidden weapons. What kind of teaching will you receive? She does not know. But if you analyze it carefully, just look at the members of this Bai Ye class. Frontline warrior Hyuga Hinata can also act as a scout for reconnaissance. The Dark Chess Master provides flanking support every day. Yamanaka Ino provides control and communication. Harano Sakura cocoa milk can be exported. Finally, Uchiha Fragrance supplemented the 2nd control, and then cooperated with Hinata for double detection. In addition, what is surprising is that in addition to controlling the current Xianglin, the outbreak is also shocking. It's hard to imagine why her strength is so exaggerated, even in the ninja school against Sasuke and Naruto, she can easily hang. Therefore, it can completely act as the ending roll to give a fatal blow. And this, just because Bai Ye is her godfather. If you can let Bai Ye teach other people, by the way. No matter how you look at it, this team is a bit fierce. Tsunade said that he wanted Bai Ye to be active, but he was also trying to cultivate talents for Konoha, so he would bother his man. Konoha Cenozoic is very good. She didn't want to waste the opportunity. After a while, she plans to step back from Hokage's position. At that time, it's good to find a way to make up for your little man. Godfather. And right now. Sasuke suddenly shouted excitedly. Bai Ye's figure also stepped into the classroom. But what was surprising was that he seemed to glance suspiciously at the top of his head at first, checking to see if there was a blackboard eraser before stepping forward. Boom! Next moment, the goddaughter Xianglin ran over like a 100-meter sprint, and her soft body threw herself into Bai Ye's arms. The man's expression remained unchanged. With a gentle smile on his face, he waved to the Xiaoqiangs in the classroom. "My name is Uchiha Bai Ye. If you click on the name, please come with me." His appearance is still the same, and the years have not left any marks on his face. He has never changed. Or the approachable captain of the guard. Chapter 129. On the street, Bai Ye led his team members forward leisurely. He greeted the villagers in a friendly way, and calmly accepted the respectful eyes those people looked at him with. This is his status in the village now. Counting the time before, he has been the captain of the guard for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, the changes in the village are obvious to all. To say, when the third Hokage Sarutobi was in power, he had just experienced the Third Ninja World War, and Konoha, who died of fourth Hokage, was the weakest time. So there is no doubt that now Konoha is the well-deserved first ninja village. He is here, Konoha will always be the first. The council established by Tsunade is fully on track. The division of labor of various talents under its command is clear. High-end combat power includes Jiraiya, one of Sunin, and Hotaki Sakumo, who joined Anbu and became Anbu instructor. Growing up, Kakashi can skillfully use Sharingan and swordsmanship. Plus the lunatics of the guard. No one dared to provoke this village. Besides, the sense of technology in the village has also improved a lot. The drawings and tracks for the little sheep have long been established. The entire Konoha extends in all directions. In the Ministry of Science and Technology, the post of minister is still vacant. And surprisingly, the cooperation between the guard and Orochimaru seems to have ceased in previous years. Bai Ye was also a little puzzled at first. But when he opened up his senses, he knew what Orochimaru was up to. He wanted to see if he could handle him. Bai Ye laughed and said, "Let the horse come over." It has to be said that Orochimaru's personality seems to have changed in some way. But he didn't even have any interest in such a boring trick. "Since you dare to come and do it, you will have to pay the price." The price was probably not something he could afford. Maybe Ling Kun didn't know that he had the opportunity to return to the village in an upright manner, but because of his actions, he would be imprisoned for life. "Give you a test if you want to test? What are you, Orochimaru, that deserves me and you to waste time?" This is Bai Ye's true thoughts. Just toss. He must have been injured. If Orochimaru hadn't refused to cooperate with Black Zetsu, he probably would have given up this decision, and then honestly returned to the village and would not have any thoughts about Konoha or Bai Ye. Pity. Black Zetsu understands Bai Ye's strength. 4th Mizukage Yagura, who died in Kirigakure, knew that too. Raikage and many senior Cloud Shinobi village executives also know it. Only Orochimaru didn't care about it. He even wanted to plan a war between gods and gods. He wanted to see which god was the real god. Can only say, Orochimaru is dying. "Father, I want to eat that." On the street, Bai Ye still swaggered through the market with the girls. But he was holding only Xianglin alone. Nothing else. For the time being, he and these girls, except Ino and Tian Tian, are not too familiar with others. This kind of intimacy is more or less suspected of taking advantage. And fragrant phosphorus does not have to worry about these. After all, she is Bai Ye's goddaughter herself. Especially this goddaughter, who is in the process of changing from a noun to a verb. The relationship went smoothly. Following Xianglin's gaze, Bai Ye nodded, walked over and sold a kabuto ball to Xianglin and the others. Soon, the group arrived at their destination today. Cinema in Konoha. The extent of the crooked technology tree in this world is not so easy to understand. Movies do. And now it is the movie called Feng Yunji Adventure that is being shown. The main character is a female star named Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Speaking of which, she and Bai Ye are nodding friendships. That's right. This refers only to body position, not true friendship. These are all your disciples. Walking into the cinema, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who had completed the autograph session, was silent for a while, and looked at the girls behind Bai Ye. Ying Ying Yan Yan is so lively. The ceremony where the two met and made a nod to each other happened the year before when Bai Ye led his woman on a trip to the snow country. The power of the Snow King has changed, which has nothing to do with Bai Ye. But that flamboyant raging wave had to disturb Bai Ye's travels. So the results speak for themselves. That kid died horribly. Fenghua Xiaoxiu regained her position, but after the situation in the snow country stabilized, she chose to debut as a star again. Surprisingly, after the female star was unspoken by Konoha's guard captain, she chose to take root in Konoha. Godfather, do you know her? Xianglin glanced at Fenghua Xiaoxiu suspiciously, and seemed a little puzzled. She basically doesn't come to the cinema, and she is naturally not familiar with the so-called female stars. In addition, when the snow country incident happened, Kaelin was studying at the ninja school, so I missed that trip. Godfather. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's tone was slightly sour. Isn't that the name he used to call him when he nodded? Glancing at Xianglin, she not only pouted. This guy really can do it. At the age of 12 or 13, he encountered Uchiha Bai Ye, which is considered unlucky for these girls. Package. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and the girl was thinking about it, but he didn't bother to explain. Cleaners clean themselves. Anyway, he doesn't know. He came here today to bring his teammates to enhance friendship. Tsunade has set targets. Although Xiaoqiang have just graduated. But this year's Chunin exam is not far away, her disciples must be promoted successfully, otherwise she will be cruel and let everyone push Bai Ye to become Hokage. Too harsh. After hearing this news, Bai Ye couldn't help smacking his tongue. The most poisonous woman. Hokage? Dogs are wrong. No way. In this case, it is necessary to improve the relationship between them before starting to train Tian Tian and the others. Watch a movie, eat barbecue, Konoha's new playground, and then go to the mixed bath soup spring for a shot. After this circle, the feelings will definitely deepen a lot. But when the project reaches the last item, the atmosphere started to get subtle. The most luxurious hot spring bath in Konoha. Bai Ye soaked in it smartly, ate the sakura peaches fed by Xiang Phosphorus, raised his eyebrows and smiled. I said, you went wrong. Although it is to enhance the relationship, it is also a mixed bathing place. But Uchiha Bai Ye was so shameless before the first contact with the animals, and let Hinata and the others share a bath with him. So he packaged 2 venues. Xianglin naturally doesn't matter, she has been clinging to Bai Ye since she was a child and never letting go, and she is used to wiping Bai Ye's back. But what about you guys? Seeing the shy Tian Tian and the others wrapped in bath towels and fleeing, Bai Ye sighed with emotion. He is obviously not a good person many times. One thing to say, if the Chunin exam is approaching, Tsunade attaches great importance to the exam this time, and he decides to start the zipper team tomorrow. He is afraid of going too far and making Hinata and the others unable to get up for 3 days, he will never miss such a good opportunity. He is a pervert, just shameless. Anyway, Konoha and even the people in the ninja world know that he is lustful. Is there anything embarrassed to admit to this thing? Do you want me to take them back? Xianglin looked at his godfather and seemed a little regretful, and suddenly asked. What's in your head? Bai Ye was speechless. Godfather is really not frank. It's just a mere woman. They can't do it. I'll come in person. Xianglin pouted, she is not a fool, and a few years ago, she discovered that her aunts always carried her away while she was asleep, and then learned martial arts with her godfather. Bai Ye was silent for a while, his face full of disbelief. So, who is Laozi in your eyes? The next morning. Familiar training ground. After a night of calm, the girls finally came to a clear understanding of what almost happened last night. They look different. Hinata's shyness. Little Sakura's curiosity. Doubt every day. Ino's pity. Coupled with the balsamic look as usual. All in all wonderful. Next door to the training ground, the newly formed 7th class feels a little awkward. With the short sword on his back, Kakashi was talking to Naruto and Sasuke. So, in order to make sure that I can't beat you, I recruited a vice-captain in the case that you beat me in turn. 0. Kakashi said with an expressionless face. By the way, Tsunade-sama is crazy. What can he teach Naruto and Sasuke? Isn't this a joke? Do you believe that if they don't like him right now, they can just push him to the ground? As far as he knew, Sasuke and Itachi had completed eye replacement surgery 2 years ago. According to Shisui's words, it seemed that their pupil power was directly above Manjiki. So, he is a man who can barely open Kamui with Obito's eyes. Is it really worth teaching Naruto and Sasuke? Obviously inappropriate. The elders are terrible. Father, it's not that I don't work hard, but that I really can't beat it. Kakashi wanted to cry without tears, and felt aggrieved inside. Originally, he thought he was already a genius, but what is he compared to others? Kakashi-senpai can teach them a lot. The figures of Itachi and Shisui fell by the side. It was Itachi who spoke, and he looked at his brother coldly. It has been 6 years since their pupils were completely drained and Sasuke had an eye replacement surgery. They both completed the transformation of Manjiki to Eternal Manjiki under Bai Ye's reincarnation ban. But educating my younger brother is even more tiring. And there is a faint trend that can't be beat. Yet, Kakashi's experience is not comparable to them. Shisui seems to be accustomed to dressing up with a bald head and a mustache. Since he got his eyes back, he chose to wear sunglasses, always reminding himself that distinguished heavenly gods are nothing. If he didn't learn anything else, he was quite humble now. Can experience be eaten? Sasuke was dismissive. But in the next second, Kakashi's figure had rushed in front of him, and he raised his arms to make a starter style that forced Kabuto technique. Sasuke's expression tightened, and he hurriedly tried to defend. But Kakashi in front of him disappeared with a bang. The next moment, accompanied by the severe pain of the fragile flower, a low voice came from behind him. The profound truth of ninjutsu. Iron rod 1,000 years of death. Flicking the stick in his hand with a certain yellow unknown grain reincarnation, Kakashi looked indifferent. See, this is the experience. Everyone fell silent, only Sasuke fell to the ground, twitching. On Xionglin's side, the girls shook their heads one after another. It's a little disgusting, let's stay away from them. Chapter 130. A total of 1 month of special training. This month, I will tap your potential and increase your strength rapidly. After the special training, there are 2 tasks for you to complete. Training course. After returning from the Hokage building, there was a white-haired girl beside Bai Ye. In order to ensure that Bai Ye does not work hard, mobilize Bai Ye's enthusiasm. Tsunade can be considered a sacrifice, she knows the nature of her man. Those mortal world disputes don't matter, he doesn't look down on them. The only person who can make him take a shot is probably the beauty plan. After agreeing to Bai Ye's many unequal treaties, she finally let Bai Ye leave with Shi Yuan satisfied. Yes. Shen, the witch of the land of ghosts. The existence that possesses a unique secret technique, can see the future of others, and predict the death of others. And caused Shen to come to Konoha. It was a suicide note left by her mother before she sealed the monster. The mother Maitreya saw that the monster will be reborn. I also saw the monster sprites when the disaster swept the earth, and the world was about to be destroyed. Before the mother went to seal the monster, she made and saw a new scene with her life, and that was the end of the monster. She finally saw new hope. A man will lead the world to a new beginning. The man is naturally Uchiha Bai Ye. It was also the first time that Ziyuan was on 040, and could not see the fate or the end. After explaining his intention to Tsunade and taking out his mother's suicide note, the task naturally fell on Bai Ye's team. Besides, there is also a mission to travel. Going to the country of waves with the 7th class in a month is not even a mission. In order to make Bai Ye not so boring on the road, it can be regarded as a companion. After all, the road to the land of waves and the land of ghosts is the same. There is nothing wrong with two classes doing tasks together. Tsunade attached great importance to the upcoming Chunin exam, and Genin, who had just graduated, needed to complete a sufficient number of tasks to take this exam. So this is a matter of giving Bai Ye's team the number of quests and a piggyback. In fact, it is not surprising that Tsunade is so solemn. Chunin exam or something, it wasn't like that. But this time the Chunin exam is not just for Konoha's Genin. In order to give Tsunade face, Terumi Mei has already said that she will bring the Genin of Kirigakure to Konoha to participate. In addition to Kirigakure, Reikage also sent a message to Tsunade, saying that he would not miss the opportunity to visit Konoha this time, to facilitate learning Konoha's system and so on. The above two villages plus Konoha. There are 3 ninja villages in total. If that's the case, Tsunade wouldn't feel the need for Bai Ye to stand up and lead his team, in case Konoha's side loses face because of his lack of strength. What made her have to be so cautious was that Sand Shinobi village didn't know why, but wanted to participate, and said that the 4th Kazekage Luosha would be there in person. This is just great. 4 of the 5 great ninja villages came, and Onoji was dumbfounded when he heard the news. Originally, he didn't want to give Konoha face. After all, why should we cooperate with you in Konoha's Chunin exam? In the original book, Luosha and Orochimaru made a deal. At that time, they agreed to execute the Konoha collapse plan, and then Orochimaru killed them with a backhand. Now, 4 of the 5 major ninja villages are coming to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. Onoji has an idea that you can play together without Lao Tzu, and immediately ordered to announce that he will also visit Konoha in person to take this Chunin exam. So, the situation reversed in an instant. Tsunade, who didn't pay much attention to it, prepared in advance and invited his man to sit in the mountains. I also want to take this opportunity to let other shinobi villages see Konoha's strength. All in all, the Chunin exam this time is a grand ceremony that brings together all the genins of the 5 great ninja villages. The degree of exaggeration has surpassed any previous session, which is the most in history. Master Bai Ye. On the training ground, after yesterday's friendly relationship, the girls let go a little. Tian's straightforward temperament also played a leading role. She got up and took out all the ninja scrolls on her body. Lord Bai Ye? No, Teacher Bai Ye. He hesitated every day. Before coming, Mr. Guy had a chat with her. Guy told Tian succinctly that if she wanted to go further, in addition to improving the strength of her ninja tools, she also had to pay attention to her own strength. And if Tian can be valued by Bai Ye, then her strength will be raised to a new level. Teacher, can you tell me what direction I should focus on next? After asking tentatively, Tian has gathered up his courage. Just after Bai Ye announced the special training, he had told them that they could speak freely. She didn't care about the others, but wanted to know if Bai Ye had any other insights on hidden weapons. After all, Mr. Guy doesn't really teach much in this area, so she can only improve her physical strength and use the ninja tools. A hidden weapon. Bai Ye thought for a while, then smiled and walked to her ninja reel, then took out a meteor hammer from the reel and swung it. Essentially, a hidden weapon is also a type of weapon. But in this regard, I actually think about the same thing as Guy. Hidden weapons are very strong, especially people in this world can be killed by kunao at will, so you also attach great importance to hidden weapons. Bai Ye sighed slightly. The ninja world is like this. Under the high attack and low imitation, ordinary hidden weapons also have a place. But if you really want to be strong, you need to improve yourself. Being strong is really strong. Is that the case again? Every day seems a little disappointed. But Bai Ye's next action made Tian Tian a little puzzled. I saw that he threw all Tianation's hidden weapons aside, and then pointedly pointed out a finger at the sky. What is this for? It is natural to kill the enemy with the power of hidden weapons. And the use of weapons and hidden weapons is actually a kind of tempering for oneself. I myself do not deny this method of cultivation. But the weapon you used is really a little weak. Bai Ye smiled slightly. As the golden light at the fingertips begins to shine, a huge golden laser cannon began to appear. Outlines, veins, connections. Muzzle, barrel, trigger. When the golden legend appeared, Bai Ye raised his head to look at the cloud in the sky, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Baiu! Boom! The earth trembled. The violent recoil directly caused the slate under Bai Ye's feet to crack. And in the air, a laser with a thickness of more than 10 meters soared into the sky, and the laser kept getting thicker in the air, rushing towards the clouds in an instant. Immediately after that, it exploded in the clouds. Boom! This moment, the sky turned golden, and the members of Bai Ye's team on the training ground below were all dumbfounded. Is this FG human? Whispering sound. Haven't seen the world. Only Xiang Lin, who is known as the sober in the world, couldn't help but pouted. This is surprising. It is estimated that these people did not know the scene when their father destroyed the ghost lamp city.